In the bustling metropolis, the legendary soldier Chu Fei finds himself unexpectedly entangled with a captivating female CEO, only to discover that she is the very target he has been assigned to protect. This encounter sets off a series of unforeseen events. Chapter 1. Reasonable and justifiable. Let's all pretend that last night never happened. Still groggy from sleep, Chu Fei shook his aching head, his gaze landing on a large stack of cash on the bed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Gradually, he began to awaken upon noticing Su Li, elegantly dressed in designer attire. "Beautiful lady, we were all intoxicated last night, and what transpired was mutual. Must you insult me so?" He retorted. "Moreover, do I look like someone who lacks money?" Chu Fei's eyes roamed over the enchanting figure before him. It was undeniable she was a natural beauty, her physique unmatched by ordinary women. Feeling his intense gaze, Su Li's cheeks flushed with an alluring crimson. This insufferable man seemed utterly oblivious to the delicacy of the situation. The previous night's vigorous escapades still left her in pain, and it was, after all, her first time. Yet, contemplating her forthcoming endeavors, her expression turned icy. "What do you propose?" she inquired. "Name your price within reason. I shall accommodate you." Chu Fei chuckled, a renowned warrior of the Daxia dynasty, often referred to as the King of Hell. He possessed bank cards with no limits, and even those with restrictions held balances that would astonish many a so-called tycoon. "I am not the sort to sell my body," he replied. "What occurred was consensual. If I were to accept payment, it would become unlawful. I am a law-abiding citizen. Should you find yourself short on funds, state a number. Consider it my treat for drinks, shall we?" "Short on funds?" Su Li found the notion laughable. As the president of the Kiao Group, worth billions, why would she lack money? "Very well," she declared. "A billion. Consider a bargain." Just as Chu Fei was about to don his trousers and leave, he was taken aback by a splash of crimson on the sheets. At that moment, 1,000 wild thoughts raced through his mind. How could this woman, who had come to the bar to drown her sorrows, still be a virgin? More alarmingly, it seemed he had not taken precautions the night before. Panic surged as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Su Li, misinterpreting his shock for hesitation, smirked mockingly. "What's the matter? Can't afford it? If you can't back up your words, spare us the bravado. That money can buy you some supplements. I found your performance rather mediocre." With that, she turned to leave. At this point, Chu Fei could not let it slide. Mediocre? Was she implying he was inadequate? Without even pulling up his trousers, he lunged forward, pinning Su Li against the wall. "Did you just call me mediocre?" Su Li's heart raced, fear glinting in her eyes as she regarded the scarred man before her. Glancing down, she quickly averted her gaze, her face ablaze. "You rogue, what do you intend to do? Inadequate is inadequate. Do you plan on repeating this in the morning?" "Why not? I am ready to accompany you until one of us gives in," Chu Fei admitted, though he was not admitting defeat, just cautious. He dreaded the prospect of encountering a scenario reminiscent of those melodramatic series, where a child would suddenly appear, claiming abandonment. "Fine, name your sum, and we shall consider this matter closed, as if nothing ever transpired, shall we?" Su Li smirked, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "What? You're backing down already? I thought you were formidable." Chu Fei chose not to engage in further banter. Instead, he put on his clothes, his demeanor turning serene. Seeing this, Su Li too regained her composure, though the pain lingered. "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" she asserted. "We are merely strangers, farewell." Just as Su Li prepared to exit, Chu Fei interjected. "A billion sufficient?" Unbeknownst to her, he had already settled onto the sofa, quietly lighting a cigarette. Su Li remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. "A billion? In the entire Jiangnan city, scarcely more than 10 individuals could produce such an amount on a whim. She could not fathom that a man she met in a bar possessed such wealth. 2 billion. Chu Fei, sensing her hesitation, escalated the offer. 3 billion. At this point, Su Li interjected. "Let's make it straightforward 10 billion. Chu Fei laughed, extinguishing his cigarette. Agreed. Surprised by his swift acceptance, Su Li was momentarily taken aback. "Do you comprehend what 10 billion entails? If you can produce such a sum, I will be yours." Su Li was both amused and incredulous. Did he truly believe he was the sole heir of a wealthy family, treating money as if it were mere paper? "Please, I am only 25. I am not seeking a relationship too exhausting. However, if you insist on clinging to me, I wouldn't mind. After all, a beauty like you is a rare find." Chu Fei chuckled lightly, his gaze unabashedly roaming her figure. Su Li's teeth clenched in frustration, her chest heaving with indignation. She had never encountered someone so audacious. "Provide me your bank account details," Chu Fei requested, extending his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li handed over her private bank card, convinced that this man could not possibly procure 10 billion. Moments later, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she was met with a message from the bank. "Your account ending in 0088 has received a deposit of 1 billion. Current balance, 1,012,301,435. She was stunned. Gazing at the sea of zeros, her head spun. "Your card. Farewell." Handing the card back to Su Li, Chu Fei exited the room, leaving her in a daze. It was only after Chu Fei had vanished from sight that Su Li regained her senses. But where was he? Who is he? She pondered, unable to believe her circumstances. She had merely sought to avoid losing her purity to a notorious playboy, seeking refuge in the bar. Yet fate had led her to unwittingly surrender her first experience and receive an astonishing sum in return. No matter how she thought about it, it felt as if she had sold herself. She dialed her best friend, Fong Qing. Seconds later, Fong Qing's voice came through the line. "What's wrong, my esteemed CEO? Can a girl enjoy her sleep in peace this early in the morning?" Su Li hesitated before confessing, "Xiao Qing, I think I made a grave mistake." Fong Qing's languid voice responded, "What sort of mistake?" After a few seconds of hesitation, Su Li finally admitted, I sold my first time." Chapter 2. The Revelation. "I am her husband." In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the phone. What nonsense are you talking about?" My best friend seemed to be jolted awake by my words, completely shaking off her drowsiness. "I said, I sold my virginity to a stranger. This time." Su Li appeared considerably calmer. "Are you out of your mind? Next month, you are set to marry young Master Zhao. If he finds out what you've done, your future will be far from pleasant." Fong Qing's tone was filled with urgency. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Su Li chuckled bitterly. "Do you think my life will be any better after marrying him? Giving it to him is no different than giving it to a dog." Ever since she encountered Zhao, Su Li had not once envisioned a bright future. She had heard more than once of Zhao and leaving a hotel with a woman, almost daily with a different one. What good days could she expect if she married into that family? Fong Qing was rendered speechless by her words. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. "As the president of the Kiao Group, worth billions, you cannot possibly sell your first time for just a few tens of thousands. Can you?" Su Li hesitated. She was unsure whether to disclose the amount to her friend. After a moment's contemplation, she revealed, 10 billion. "He offered me 10 billion. Even now, Su Li remained in a state of disbelief. 10 billion. One could not even fit that amount into a truck. She simply could not fathom the identity of that man, who transferred such a sum without batting an eye. "My dear Su, are you intoxicated? 10 billion? That is enough to buy the Kiao company." Fong Qing clearly found it hard to believe. If true, that money seemed too easy to earn. The average person might not accumulate such wealth even in a lifetime, or even over 10 lifetimes. Such a figure was beyond the wildest dreams of many. "It is true. All that money is currently in my private account. That guy left and now, I don't know what to do." Su Li felt lost. This fortune was enough to resolve all her current troubles. Her parents had insisted she marry Zhao for the sake of the Kiao company. Now, the company was under immense pressure from the market and the Zhao family. Without sufficient funds, the new products under development could not be launched, potentially leading to a halt in operations, jeopardizing the entire firm. All resources had been invested, and failure was not an option. If they failed, the company would face bankruptcy and liquidation. Naturally, all contracts with other companies would be voided, leading to compensation for breach of contract. Zhao had promised that if she married him, he would invest 5 billion in the Kiao company to support their research. "Do not panic. Since he is willing to give you money, it indicates he does not wish for any complications. You can rightfully consider that money as your own. However, there is one issue. His background is unknown, and his intentions are unclear. To be able to produce such a large sum of money is not something an ordinary person could do, so it is best to be cautious." Upon hearing her friend S words, Su Li began to feel anxious. What if he had ulterior motives? What would she do then? "Where are you?" "I am on my way." Fong Qing, clearly worried about her, insisted on coming over. I plan to return to the company now. You can meet me there." After hanging up, Su Li felt particularly uneasy, staring at her phone's balance in a daze. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had just arrived at the entrance of the Kiao company, looking at the note in his hand, which contained only one address. This one, and a woman's name, Su Li. Although he could not comprehend why his master wanted him to protect this woman, completing this final task would grant him his freedom. However, this assignment was the longest he had ever undertaken. 3 years. After 3 years, He would be free to go wherever he pleased. He found himself wondering what this woman looked like. If she were unattractive, he would feel he had suffered a loss. But if she were a beauty, who knows what fortunate events might transpire? A sly smile crept across Chu Fei's face as he stepped into the lobby. The receptionist, noticing someone entering, promptly set her phone aside and greeted the newcomer with a smile. Upon seeing Chu Fei, her heart raced. So handsome, such a physique and appearance. He is simply my perfect match. The receptionist could not help but chuckle to herself, but quickly masked her amusement. Sir, may I ask whom you are looking for? Chu Fei smiled slightly. Hello, may I inquire if Su Li is present? The receptionist was taken aback. This man was actually looking for the president. Hello, sir. Do you have a prior appointment to see our president? Typically, anyone wishing to meet the president must schedule an appointment in advance, as not everyone can meet with Ms. Su. No. However, I am here to protect her. I am her personal bodyguard. Just tell me where her office is, and I will go up myself. Personal bodyguard? The receptionist chuckled lightly. Handsome, have you been reading too many novels? Just because you have a muscular physique does not qualify you to be our president's personal bodyguard. Do you also aspire to be her husband? Such scenarios only happen in stories. You should not get your hopes up. Chu Fei was left speechless. This girl does not believe me. What should I do? Well, you've seen through me. Fine, I will be straightforward. I am your president's husband. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Just direct me to her office. The receptionist's demeanor shifted entirely. She rolled her eyes. This man is truly delusional. Most of Jiangnan City is aware that the president is set to marry young Master Zhao next month. Suddenly, an unexpected husband appears. Who would believe that? I suggest you choose your targets wisely when boasting. Next month, Chu Fei pondered to himself. If she marries, she will be someone else's wife. And he had yet to experience that. No matter, marriage does not preclude her from having two husbands. The receptionist rolled her eyes again, clearly unimpressed. Indeed, there are plenty of shameless individuals in this world. Hurry and leave, or I will call security. I do not wish to waste another word on a scoundrel like you. No sooner had she spoken than Su Li, visibly exhausted, entered the lobby. The receptionist immediately stood up straight and respectfully called out, Miss Su. Chu Fei instinctively turned around, eager to see what the woman his master had tasked him with protecting looked like. Upon turning, he was utterly stunned. Su Li had just intended to return to her office for a moment of respite when she heard the receptionist greeting someone and looked up to find Chu Fei standing in the lobby. For a brief moment, their eyes locked, both in shock. What are you doing here? Almost simultaneously, they uttered the same words. Chapter 3. A lesson with the ashtray. Let this be a lesson to you. The receptionist watched in astonishment as the president and this unfamiliar man seemed to share an uncanny connection. Could it be that he truly is the president's boyfriend? Or perhaps, her husband? No way. Su Li took a deep breath, finally grasping her friend's earlier words. There was no chance they were mere ramblings. Indeed, this man had come knocking. What do you want? She glared at Chu Fei, her expression cold. Chu Fei was about to speak when Su Li interrupted him. Come with me. With that, she headed toward the elevator. And Chu Fei shrugged, following behind. He felt perplexed. Why did this woman seem to appear wherever he went? However, he suddenly recalled the receptionist referring to this woman as Ms. Su. In that instant, a shiver ran down Chu Fei's spine. Could it be that this woman is, in fact, the target of my mission? If that is the case, then how absurd is that? Upon reaching the 16th floor, Su Li led Chu Fei into her office. She set down her bag and seated herself in her designated chair. Did you not say it was over? Why have you come to my company? What is your true intent? She glared at Chu Fei, her irritation palpable. This guy had already purchased her first time. Now he shamelessly showed up at her door, perhaps hoping to reclaim his money? I could just refund him. I would endure the humiliation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. Little did he know that the person the old man had instructed him to protect was the very woman with whom he had indulged the previous night. To make matters worse, she was still a virgin. Do you think I want this? With your fierce demeanor. Do you truly believe I wish to have anything to do with you? If it weren't for... Chu Fei began, but quickly fell silent. To find oneself entangled with such a woman was indeed unfortunate. You. Su Li, incensed by his words, sprang from her seat and pointed towards the office door. Get out. I'll transfer the money back to you shortly. I'm not interested. Chu Fei, equally stubborn, rose to leave but halted at the door. No, I cannot leave. I must follow you. If I leave now and the old man finds out, he will surely give me a thorough scolding. Are you a pervert? Why are you following me? Are you hoping for another round? Su Li assumed he harbored lingering desires, thinking he wished to engage her again. After all, most men found themselves captivated by her presence. Moreover, last night's events had been initiated by her. Ahem. Chu Fei pretended to cough. Su Li realized she had let her emotions show and attempted to regain her composure. Her piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, as if she could devour him whole. Actually, I have no ulterior motive for coming to find you. I merely seek employment. How about this? I shall be your personal bodyguard from now on, wherever you go. I shall follow. Salary matters not. You know I am not in need of money. Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively and casually settled onto the sofa. With your physique, you hardly qualify to be my bodyguard. Young one, you should consume more goji berries to bolster your strength. Su Li's words ignited a fire within Chu Fei. It was acceptable to call him ugly or a scoundrel, but to belittle him as a young one was intolerable. Who are you calling a young one? Are you challenging me? Fine. Just wait. I will seize the opportunity to show you what a real man is. This remark caused a smirk to grace Su Li's lips, as if a thought had crossed her mind, bringing a flush to her cheeks. She seemed to reminisce about how this man had not dared to move an inch when she stood before him. Chu Fei was infuriated, yet her words contained a kernel of truth. If anything were to go awry, the old man would surely flay him alive. You just claimed to be my personal bodyguard, correct? Su Li inquired with a smile, her eyes gleaming mischievously, clearly concocting some scheme. Recognizing her intent, Chu Fei understood she aimed to humiliate him. Yet, he could not defy the old man's orders. Indeed, do you have any plans? Chu Fei replied, his expression darkening as he awaited Su Li's command. I have heard that those who excel in this line of work are quite extraordinary. Do you possess any remarkable skills? Perhaps breaking stones with your chest? Or chopping bricks with your hands? If all else fails, maybe a backflip? In truth, Su Li did not genuinely wish to see Chu Fei perform feats of strength. She merely sought to embarrass him, for his blatant audacity was intolerable. Do you take me for a fool? A backflip? Go find somewhere cooler to play. Chu Fei outright rejected her. Did she truly consider him a monkey? He had mastered such childish tricks since the age of 5. It seems your bodyguard skills are lacking. Su Li exclaimed, her mockery further riling him. No, not lacking. You called me a young one earlier, and now you say I am incapable? Enough is enough. If you wish to see me break stones, then today I shall show you what a fierce woman can do. Looking around, Chu Fei spotted the glass ashtray on the table, designed for guests, its thickness and hardness rivaling that of stone. Striking it against his head would surely draw blood. He lifted the ashtray and brought his hands down with force. Smash! The ashtray shattered into countless pieces, glass fragments scattering across the floor. Su Li stood frozen, astonished. She had never anticipated that her jest would provoke such a reaction. Now, am I qualified to be your personal bodyguard? Chu Fei asked, surveying Su Li with relief. You underestimated me, young lady. Su Li regained her composure and nodded slightly. Not bad. Now, go fetch a broom and clean this mess up. At that moment, Chu Fei felt an overwhelming urge to teach this woman a lesson, to show her why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Ultimately, he obediently exited the office to retrieve a broom and clean up the shards of glass. Just as he finished tidying up, an attractive young woman rushed into the office, her expression one of urgency. Upon spotting Su Li, she exhaled in relief. My dear CEO, I finally found you. Chapter 4. What did I do wrong? Can I still return it? The newcomer was none other than Su Li's close friend, Fang Qing. Upon seeing Chu Fei in the office, she regarded him with curiosity. Is this your new cleaner? He is quite handsome. It's a shame he's stuck cleaning. Chu Fei erupted in indignation. Cleaner? The world's top solitary warrior reduced to being a cleaner? You must be the cleaner. Your entire family are cleaners. Su Li couldn't contain her laughter, finding the notion of Chu Fei as a cleaner quite amusing. All right, you can go now. Chu Fei stormed out of the office, his frustration palpable. Fang Qing, puzzled, turned to Su Li. My dear CEO, where did you find such a handsome young man? Name your price. I'd like to hire him as a model for my agency. With his looks and physique, he would undoubtedly be a sensation. Su Li finally composed herself, her expression growing serious as she gazed at the door. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Do you recall what I mentioned this morning? He is the one. At that moment, Fang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. It took her a moment to process the information, her face reflecting utter shock. You can't be serious. Someone who can spend 10 billion to buy you has now become a cleaner? Su Li sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. She too was baffled as to why Chu Fei had sought her out, especially to serve as her personal bodyguard. He appeared to have no ulterior motive, and any financial compensation might simply be an attempt to make amends for last night's unexpected encounter. Actually, it wasn't he who sought him. He approached me. He insists on being my personal bodyguard. He even demonstrated breaking an ashtray with his bare hands. See, the glass shards in the trash can are remnants of the ashtray he shattered. Fang Qing leaned closer to the trash can, a glint of gossip lighting up her eyes. Do you think he fell for you at first sight? Such scenarios are common in dramas, albeit somewhat cliché, yet they do occur in reality. Upon hearing Fang Qing's words, Su Li's eyes brightened with possibility. It was not entirely out of the question. In truth, Su Li held no aversion towards Chu Fei. On the contrary, for reasons unknown, she found delight in their playful banter, relishing the sight of him exuding frustration without an outlet. Could it be that a wealthy heir like him would fall for someone like me at first sight? Yet, there was a lingering fear that the sentiment might not be love at all. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards her chest, burdened by its cumbersome weight. What is impossible in this world? Just imagine, which affluent individual would generously gift you 10 billion at once? Especially at a time like this? Fang Qing's words resonated with logic, planting a seed of belief within Su Li. Meanwhile, outside the door, Chu Fei remained oblivious to the fact that he had been construed as a figure of infatuation. The wealth he possessed was of no concern to him. Why not? Ask him to come in and inquire? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Fang Qing suggested, to which Su Li promptly shook her head in refusal. Perhaps it was better this way. Her expression then turned somber. Perhaps he merely wished to sever ties with her, and tonight, she was to be engaged to the Zhao family. Although she possessed some funds, even if invested in the company, Keyao would still be powerless against the Zhao group. Furthermore, her parents would never consent to her canceling the wedding. Fang Qing fell silent upon hearing this. The Zhao group was one of the top conglomerates in Jiangnan City, with few companies able to stand on equal footing with them. Should the Zhao group target Keyao, the company would face inevitable collapse within 3 months. This was the extent of the Zhao group's power and influence. Most businesses would shy away from confrontation. Shall I accompany you tonight? Fang Qing offered gently. I'll go alone. I don't want to pull you into this mess. Su Li declined politely, wishing to keep Fang Qing out of her troubles. She harbored her own plans and still held a trump card, which she did not wish to reveal until the last moment. Once exposed, she would find no refuge in Jiangnan. Very well. By the way, that wealthy gentleman outside will accompany you, right? He might prove beneficial, Fang Qing remarked, seeing Chu Fei as a prime candidate for assistance. No, I want to take him with me, Su Li responded, resolutely deciding against bringing anyone along. She wished to keep others unentangled in her affairs. All right, your company seems busy. You should head back. Su Li composed herself, offering Fang Qing a faint smile. The latter understood that Su Li intended to shoulder the burden alone, but felt ill-equipped to intervene. Then I shall take my leave. Contact me if anything arises. With that, Fang Qing departed, casting a lingering glance at Chu Fei. Upon sensing her gaze, Chu Fei wore a perplexed expression, unsure why she regarded him as though he were a villain. Meanwhile, Su Li sat in her office chair, lost in thought. What should she do? The day drifted by in a haze until 4 in the afternoon, when Su Li inhaled deeply, shut down her computer, freshened up her appearance, and opened the office door. Chu Fei had already moved 2 chairs and was napping on one. Su Li's expression darkened as she kicked the chair. Wake up. Chu Fei lazily stirred, stretching with a yawn. Is it time to clock out? Let us go, he said, rising to leave. Su Li's face darkened further. Are you the boss, or am I? Chu Fei halted, stepping aside with a grin. After you, my esteemed CEO. Su Li pursed her lips, struggling to stifle a laugh. The thought of the impending events weighed heavily on her heart, akin to a colossal stone pressing down on her chest. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Li tossed the car keys to Chu Fei. You can drive, right? Chu Fei grinned. Of course. Just remember to buckle up. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Li leaned back, her eyes distant. Observing her demeanor, Chu Fei furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent as he drove. Half an hour later, they arrived at a luxurious estate, and Su Li spoke up. Wait. The car came to a stop a short distance from the entrance. Su Li took a deep breath. All right, you can head back now. Chu Fei blinked in surprise. Where am I supposed to go? Just find a place to stay for the night. Come back for me in the morning. This did not sit well with Chu Fei. I'm your bodyguard, after all. You can't just leave me without a place to stay. What? Am I interrupting your search for a man? Su Li's eyes reddened at this remark. Turning to face Chu Fei, tears welled in her eyes. Just go? Don't contact me again. I know you don't want to take responsibility. And now it suits you just fine. Chu Fei could not bear to see her cry. To him, Su Li had always been a strong-willed woman, and he was taken aback by her tears. What did I do wrong? I can change. Chapter 5. I told you, no one can save him. Chu Fei was genuinely perplexed by her thoughts. That night was not initiated by him. In fact, he had offered her compensation. Why was she crying now? You can't change anything. Just go? Su Li sobbed, turning to walk towards the estate. Chu Fei was not having any of it. He stepped forward and grasped her arm. What do you mean you can't change anything? Stop right there. Who says I can't change? I can change. Just stop crying. At last, Su Li managed to hold back her tears, her body trembling slightly. Looking back at Chu Fei, her voice cracked. Actually, I came here for the engagement. The Zhao family. Isn't someone you can provoke easily. Although we have shared a moment, if Zhaoan discovers it, you will be in danger. I don't want to involve anyone else, so please leave. Only then did she reveal her reasoning. It wasn't that Chu Fei had upset her. Rather, it was the thought of her upcoming life that made her feel wronged. Upon hearing her words, Chu Fei released a long sigh of relief. So, it wasn't because of him. You scared me. I thought I made you cry. But saying I'll be in danger is mistaken. I'm just a bodyguard. Why would they bother me? I promise to protect you, so I will. Let us go together. It's just an engagement. What is there to fear? It's a joyous occasion. To Chu Fei, Su Li's engagement was not a misfortune. After all, it had no bearing on him. Any woman like her would bring misfortune to those who encountered her. However, upon hearing this, Su Li felt a sharp pain in her chest. Get lost. Chu Fei shrugged, pulling her back into the car and stepping on the gas, driving straight into the estate. Su Li took the opportunity to wipe her tears, returning to her previous demeanor, though her reddened eyes betrayed her recent weeping. The estate was filled with luxury cars. In front of the opulent villa, many high-profile individuals from Jiangnan had gathered to congratulate the Zhao family on their engagement. Chu Fei parked the car in an empty spot and opened the door for Su Li. At that moment, the attention of those at the entrance shifted towards Su Li, who was being appraised as the renowned beauty of Jiangnan. Zhaoan stood at the door, his eyes gleaming upon seeing Su Li. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. I'm here to fetch my wife. This statement elicited laughter from the crowd, all of whom were well aware that the term wife merely referred to his plaything. The women who find themselves by Zhaoan's side seldom last more than 3 days, and as for Su Li, even if she is hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, they believe she will remain for no more than a week or half a month. Su Li. Zhaoan strode towards her, a smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. However, Su Li's expression remained frosty. She showed no signs of joy at the impending engagement. Before entering, she had steeled herself for a confrontation. Observing her demeanor, Zhaoan's expression soured. Just as he reached out to take her hand, Chu Fei stepped forward, seizing his wrist. Please be courteous to our president. Otherwise, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Su Li froze at this audacious display. Had he lost his mind? Did he not realize that the man before him was Zhaoan? Zhaoan furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at Chu Fei. Who is he, Su Li? His irritation was palpable at this unexpected interruption. He is my bodyguard. Su Li replied, her tone calm. A bodyguard? Zhaoan's eyes narrowed, a hint of mockery creeping into his gaze. It was only then that Chu Fei released his grip. Indeed, upon first laying eyes on Zhaoan, Chu Fei had sensed that this man was no good. His demeanor was frivolous, suggesting he was excessively indulgent. Chu Fei could not fathom why Su Li would choose such a man, fearing that her needs would remain unfulfilled in the days to come. Su Li, are you hiring a bodyguard to protect yourself from me? Or do you fear I might harm you? Zhaoan's tone dripped with displeasure as he turned his attention to her. After tonight, they would be engaged. And it was not an exaggeration to call them a married couple, for Su Li would inevitably belong to him. Zhao Gongzi, you misunderstand. I merely believe it is prudent to have someone to protect me, Su Li replied, maintaining her icy demeanor. Zhaoan said nothing more, and together they walked towards the villa's grand hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhaoan turned to Chu Fei and declared, you may leave now. Miss Su will not be returning tonight. This evening, he intended to claim Su Li. After such a long wait, he would not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. At his words, Su Li's heart trembled. She realized escape was futile. Gripping the contents of her bag tightly, she yearned to hurl it at Zhaoan's face. To reveal to everyone that just yesterday, she had been out with another man, effectively placing a grand green hat upon Zhaoan's head. I am not your bodyguard. Who do you think you are to command me? Did your mother grant you such audacity? This outburst left Su Li stunned. While she wished for Chu Fei to remain, she was desperate to prevent any conflict with Zhaoan. After all, they were in the Zhao family estate. Even if Chu Fei possessed the strength to fight, the estate's security numbered at least 20 or 30. Could he contend with them all? Moreover, he had dared to insult Zhaoan. Given Zhaoan's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to teach Chu Fei a harsh lesson. As anticipated, Zhaoan's expression darkened, his gaze upon Chu Fei as cold as death. You have quite the nerve to speak to me in such a manner. Out of respect for Su Li, I will grant you a chance to leave. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. In response, Chu Fei chuckled. Most who dared to speak to him in such a way had long since found themselves in hell. Whether I am audacious is a question my mother would know best. Break my legs? You are undoubtedly the boldest cur I have ever encountered. At this, Zhaoan's rage ignited. Although he had initially considered sparing this insolent bodyguard for Su Li's sake, he could not tolerate such disrespect. You seek death. Security. Instantly, several well-dressed security personnel, armed with batons, appeared at the scene. Su Li's heart raced with panic as she implored, Zhao Gongzi, is this really necessary? He is merely a bodyguard. Let him go. She shot a glance at Chu Fei, urging him to leave promptly, for she wished to spare him a lifetime of suffering in a hospital bed. However, Chu Fei seemed oblivious, casually surveying the security personnel. Zhao gripped Su Li's chin, his expression fierce. Su Li, let me make this clear. No one dares speak to me like that in Jiangnan. He is as good as dead tonight. Not even Jesus can save him. At that moment, the atmosphere grew intensely charged. The surrounding security personnel tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to pounce. Su Li's heart raced with fear. Zhao, if you dare harm him, I will call off the wedding. She was willing to risk everything for Chu Fei's safety. Even if it meant the downfall of the Koyo Corporation, she could not bear to see Chu Fei suffer. Zhao's gaze turned icy, his eyes narrowing at Su Li, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Su Li, I do not comprehend why you are so concerned for a bodyguard. Does he share a deeper connection with you? If that is the case, he shall not leave this place alive. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. Though Zhao's words struck a chord, she could not openly acknowledge the truth. Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei spoke up. Casually, he dug at his ear, pointing at Zhao. Ah, you are quite correct. You have not misjudged. Indeed, Su Li and I share a connection. That night, in a drunken haze, she was quite forward. I must say, the experience was quite delightful. Alas, you will never know what that feels like. Chu Fei's expression of delight incited Zhao's fury. While he recognized that Chu Fei spoke to provoke him, he could not tolerate anyone speaking of the woman he desired in such a manner. Meanwhile, Su Li's face flushed crimson before paling as the reality of their situation sank in. Why did this man possess such audacity to utter those words in Zhao's presence? Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Allow me to inform you of the hierarchy in Jiangnan. Seize him. Break his legs. Zhao commanded, waving his hand. The nearby security personnel surged forward, batons raised. In that instant, Su Li stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Chu Fei. As the baton descended, it struck her forehead. A dull thud resounded as Su Li felt something warm trickle down her face, her vision blurred. As she reached for her forehead, her hand came away stained with crimson. The world around her began to spin, and she stumbled backward. Chu Fei reacted swiftly, catching her as she fell. His expression turned icy in an instant, shocked that she would place herself in harm's way for him. The surrounding security personnel hesitated, momentarily paralyzed by the sight of Su Li injured. Meanwhile, the prominent business figures inside, alerted by the commotion, began to emerge. Zhaoan, what is happening? A middle-aged man with a beard, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out. He was Zhao's father, Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao Group. Zhao's expression darkened as he glared at Chu Fei. Nothing to worry about, father. Please, continue your gathering. I will join shortly. The onlookers, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, fully aware of the Zhao family's formidable reputation. Zhao Wei cast a fleeting glance at the bloodied Su Li and the man supporting her. Handle this matter promptly. With that, he turned to address the other guests, a smile returning to his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Let us return to our festivities. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd stepped back into the hall, closing the door behind them. At that moment, Zhao's gaze fell upon Chu Fei. You will pay for your earlier words. Get rid of Su Zong and eliminate him. Zhao commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting several security guards to advance once more. This time, however, Chu Fei took action. He gently laid Su Li down on the ground and slowly rose to his feet. As the approaching guards neared, a chilling smile appeared on his face, a telltale sign of his impending wrath. When a mere man is enraged, blood may spill in mere steps. But when a king is furious, countless bodies may fall. And when the king of hell is angered, death is certain. Even the mightiest cannot intervene. With a swift motion, a guard swung a baton towards Chu Fei's head, but he raised his hand to block it and retaliated with a powerful punch to the guard's chest. The sound of a muffled groan echoed as the guard was sent flying, his ribs shattered, lying on the ground in a state of uncertainty. The remaining guards, witnessing their comrades' defeat, rushed forward, but in mere seconds, all the guards found themselves sprawled on the floor, their pained cries resonating in Zhao's ears. It dawned on him that Su Li's chosen protector was no ordinary bodyguard. As Chu Fei approached, Zhao began to retreat in panic until he found himself pressed against the closed door. What do you intend to do? Chu Fei remained silent, suddenly lunging forward and grasping Zhao's throat with one hand. You speak too much. With a resounding slap, Zhao's 2 teeth were knocked out, leaving him gasping, his bulging eyes wide with shock. Yet, this was only the beginning. Chu Fei delivered a punch to Zhao's abdomen before releasing his grip. causing Zhao to scream in agony as he inadvertently swallowed his own bloodied teeth. Gasping for breath, Zhao collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain, unable to even cry out. At that moment, Chu Fei approached Su Li, looking down at the woman who had taken a blow for him. A hint of helplessness in his expression. Why must you be so fierce? This is a man's fight. Why must a woman intervene? He then scooped Su Li up from the floor, casting a cold glance at the now incapacitated Zhao standing before him. He fixed his gaze on the closed door and spoke in an icy tone. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Before Zhao could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he heard those words. He lifted his head in shock, realizing that Chu Fei was now standing right before him. His indifferent gaze akin to that of someone regarding a corpse. Before Zhao could plead for mercy, Chu Fei's leg shot out, delivering a kick with terrifying force, sending Zhao crashing through the villa's door. In that instant, countless eyes turned to the scene, witnessing Zhao bloodied and sprawled like a dead dog on the floor. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the crowd was struck with horror, fearing that Zhao, the heir of the Zhao family, had perished. Chu Fei's gaze swept over everyone present, his tone calm, yet unsettling. I apologize for interrupting your gathering. I trust that killing a wild dog will not trouble you all? Chapter 7. Would you like some ham sausage? Zhao Wei, amidst the crowd, could no longer maintain his composure upon seeing his son lying lifeless on the ground. He rushed forward, attempting to lift Zhao, whose spine had been shattered. However, there was no response. In fact, he seemed to have ceased breathing. Trembling, Zhao Wei reached out to feel for a pulse. It was cold. Suddenly, he looked up towards the entrance, where Chu Fei stood, holding Su Li in a manner that appeared almost touching under the lights. But in stark contrast to his son's lifeless form, Zhao Wei's fury ignited. You shall pay for this. Zhao Wei's only son, the heir to the Zhao group, had been spoiled beyond measure. Despite Zhao's reckless entanglements with powerful families in Jianan, Zhao Wei had always intervened. Yet now, his son was dead. Bring him to me. Immediately, two well-dressed bodyguards appeared at Zhao Wei's side. These were elite protectors he had hired at great expense. Seize him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The two bodyguards exchanged no further words and advanced toward Chu Fei. Meanwhile, the onlookers fell silent, fearing the consequences of getting involved, not wishing to draw attention to themselves. As the two bodyguards approached, Chu Fei inhaled deeply. You wish to avenge him, do you? If you value your lives, I suggest you leave. His voice resonated throughout the hall, causing the advancing bodyguards to halt mid-step, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They realized, from that single utterance, that they were no match for this young man. Engaging him would lead to either death or severe injury. They were all martial artists, and the strength of one's spirit was unmistakable. I'm leaving. Should you wish for revenge, I shall be at your service. Chu Fei turned, carrying Su Li as he made his way outside. The two bodyguards remained frozen, as if under a spell. What are you staring at? Stop him. Zhao Wei shouted in anger, bewildered as to why the bodyguards did not pursue. One of them turned back, whispering, Boss, we cannot contend with him. Not just the two of them, but throughout Jiangnan, no one could rival that man. The terrifying aura he exuded was akin to that of a warrior emerging from a sea of corpses. Zhao Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. His son had been killed, and he could not even retaliate. Even the elite bodyguards he had hired at great expense were too afraid to act. His rage was palpable. In the hospital, Su Li gradually regained consciousness, a bandage wrapped around her head, pain pulsing through her skull. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted Chu Fei standing by the window. Lost in thought, Chu Fei? Upon hearing her voice, he turned, relief washing over him upon seeing her awake. With a light chuckle, he remarked, I must say, you possess remarkable courage. You dared to take that blow, did it hurt? Su Li shot him an exasperated glare. My head is injured. Do you really need to ask? Then, puzzled, she asked, how did I end up back here? Given that they were in Zhao's territory, escaping seemed nearly impossible. She could not fathom how Chu Fei had brought her back. And what about Zhao? Chu Fei smirked. Are you worried about me or that pitiful guy? Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly. You're being ridiculous. Seeing her reaction, Chu Fei realized she was concerned about him facing retaliation. Rest assured, that fellow will likely never trouble you again. However, I must regretfully inform you that you cannot marry him now. Are you all right with that? Hearing this, Su Li furrowed her brow, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. Yet, she could not decipher their significance at that moment. Her wedding to Zhao had been all but confirmed, seemingly unchangeable. However, this individual told himself that marrying him was no longer an option. Although he felt a twinge of fear regarding potential retribution from the Zhao family, he reassured himself that at least for the time being, he would be free from Zhao's harassment. Thank you. After some contemplation, Su Li finally uttered those two words. Enough of these empty words. I prefer tangible actions. Chu Fei chuckled and approached her. As he drew near, Suli instinctively clutched her chest, her beautiful eyes fixed sternly on him. What do you intend to do? Let me remind you, this is a hospital. Chu Fei leaned closer and playfully pinched her cheek. Little lady, you truly are fierce. Suli felt her face flush with heat from his antics and shot him an indignant glare. You are the fierce one. Your entire family is fierce. To me, you are nothing but a bandit. From now on, I shall call you Bandit. Chu Fei shrugged nonchalantly. As long as you're happy. He then asked, by the way, are you hungry? I have some hot dogs. Would you like some? Suli's thoughts immediately veered off course. Huh, how vulgar. You truly are a bandit. Yet, Chu Fei retrieved 2 servings of fried rice and 2 hot dogs from the bedside cabinet. What is wrong with you? If you don't want to eat, then fine. But don't accuse me of being vulgar. At that moment, Suli realized the misunderstanding, her face turning crimson. You meant those hot dogs? Chu Fei looked at her in confusion. What else could I mean? Suli quickly shook her head. No, I meant those as well. I am hungry, and I want to eat. Chapter 8, Morning Attire. The next day, Suli was discharged from the hospital. The wound on her forehead was not severe, and after applying medication, it posed no significant issue. Chu Fei drove her to the company. Upon returning to her office, she received a call from her secretary. Xiao Yu. What is it? Su Zong, you are finally back. The chairman is requesting your presence in the conference room. All major shareholders are waiting. The secretary's voice was urgent on the other end. Su Li's face turned pale. She could surmise what had transpired. However, she had no choice but to brace herself to face the shareholders and her father. What is it? Chu Fei noticed her ashen complexion and instinctively inquired. It's nothing. I just have to attend a meeting. You can wait for me here. With that, Su Li headed towards the conference room. As she pushed open the door, she was met with a cacophony of voices. The shareholders were in a heated argument, some even discussing selling their shares and withdrawing their investments. Upon her entrance, the room fell silent. At the head of the table sat her father, Su Wu, who was over 50 and showing signs of gray hair. Good to see you. Chairman and esteemed shareholders, Su Li said as she took her seat. Su Wu glanced at the bandage on her forehead, his brow furrowing slightly. What on earth happened at the Zhao family yesterday? He had initially planned to arrive later, as it was his daughter's engagement, and he intended to be present. However, he never anticipated that a crisis would occur before he could arrive. When he learned that Zhaoan had been killed by his daughter's bodyguard, he was rendered speechless. This morning, he woke to find all investment firms had pulled out, and partner companies preferred to break contracts rather than continue their collaboration, even at the expense of paying breach of contract penalties. He understood this was the Zhao family's retaliation against QE Company. Yet, the company was on the cusp of completing a groundbreaking medication, requiring just one last investment. If successful, the returns would far exceed the initial investment. At this critical juncture, the Zhao family's funding was crucial. However, disaster had struck. Isuli was at a loss for words, her head bowed in silence. The other shareholders, seeing her demeanor, began to question her aggressively. Su Zong, as the president of QE Company, you hold a significant number of shares. Now that Zhaoan is dead, and the Zhao Group is exerting such pressure on us, what do you plan to do? Initially, Su Li showed no reaction to the first 2 statements. But upon hearing the third, her eyes widened in disbelief. She lifted her gaze to the shareholder who spoke, her expression incredulous. What did you say? Zhaoan is dead. Seeing her reaction, Su Wu interjected. As the involved party, you were unaware? The bodyguard you hired is quite the hero. Not only did he beat up the Zhao family's security, but he also killed Zhaoan and threatened Zhao Wei, indicating that retaliation could come at any moment. Now that the Zhao family's vengeance has arrived, how do you plan to resolve this? Su Li was frozen in shock. She had no idea that after her fainting spell, Chu Fei had committed such a drastic act. No wonder he had told her in the hospital that she would no longer have to deal with Zhaoan. It turned out Zhaoan had been killed by him. This was catastrophic. Su Li realized that QE Company was now in dire straits. In no more than 3 months, it would face bankruptcy. The only solution was to utilize the funds Chu Fei had provided her to stabilize the situation. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. Chairman, esteemed shareholders, I still have some funds that can support the company's operations. As soon as her words fell, she was met with derision from several shareholders. Su Zong, over the years, I know the company has been thriving, and you have earned a considerable amount. However, your funds amount to a mere few tens of millions. Is that truly sufficient for the company's operations? Just a few million won't make a difference. I have decided to sell my shares and see if anyone is willing to take them. If no one is interested, the company will have to buy them back. Yes, I intend to sell mine as well. In an instant, several shareholders expressed their intention to sell their shares, which collectively were worth over 100 million. Su Wu, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, attempted to intervene. Everyone, please remain calm. There is surely a turn of events. He barely finished his sentence when Su Li interjected. Esteemed shareholders, you wish to sell your shares, correct? Very well. As the company president, I have the right to buy back shares. I will purchase at today's opening price, settling the transactions on the spot. Are you all in agreement? Su Li understood that these individuals were opportunists. When QE Company was on the rise, they boasted about their loyalty. Now, in its decline, they were eager to sell their shares. Su Zong, do you have that much money? Exactly. The crowd chimed in, well aware of the company's dividends over the past 2 years and how much each person possessed. You need not worry about that. Just tell me if you will sell. Su Li's expression turned icy. Since they wished to leave, she would take this opportunity to consolidate all the company's shares. Nonsense. I don't care whether or not you have that much money. What you must do is plead with the Zhao family for mercy. As Zhaoen's fiancée, you must don mourning attire for him. The Zhao family is already preparing for the funeral, and you are not permitted to go anywhere. I will personally escort you to the Zhao family at noon. Meeting adjourned. Su Wu left the conference room with a stern expression, while Su Li's face was equally grim as she walked dazedly back to her office. Upon entering, she found Chu Fei casually sitting on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds with his legs crossed, prompting her to exclaim with a bitter smile, you truly are something else. You killed Zhaoen, and yet you kept me in the dark. You are remarkable. Facing Su Li's sarcastic tone, Chu Fei appeared puzzled. But I told you about it last night, didn't I? Su Li ignored him and slumped into her office chair. Do you know what? My father wants me to don mourning attire for Zhaoen. Chapter 9. In truth, I am a premier rich second generation. The phrase dressed in mourning elicited a hint of confusion in Chu Fei's gaze. He found it peculiar that Zhaoen had already passed away, yet Su Li's father insisted she don mourning attire. Was he truly intent on marrying his daughter into a wealthy family? Even so, would the Zhao family accept her? If it were him, he would never acquiesce. I find it hard to comprehend why your father would do such a thing. Chu Fei voiced his bewilderment. Su Li let out a bitter smile and shook her head slightly. Isn't it because the Zhao family holds significant power in Jiangnan? Almost no one dares to oppose them. Just this morning, every group that had collaborated with our company severed ties overnight, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Many are contemplating resigning. The flames of discontent could not be contained. The Zhao group's aggressive maneuver had shattered the morale at Xiao Company. No one believed that Xiao could withstand the Zhao group's onslaught. Isn't it a blessing to have contracts terminated? With the compensation, there lies an opportunity for resurgence, he mused, drawing from his experiences in the family business. In his view, dissolution was not necessarily a misfortune, unless Xiao had wagered all their cards on this final gambit. However, Su Li quickly clarified the grim state of Xiao Company. After hearing her recount, Chu Fei shook his head. It was evident that Xiao teetered on the brink of disaster. One misstep away from oblivion. Forget it. You probably wouldn't understand. By the way, I'm heading to the Zhao family for lunch. You need not accompany me. Is that all right? Though they had not known each other long, Su Li was aware that once Chu Fei set his mind on something, it was as immovable as a mountain. Accompanying her to the Zhao family would only complicate matters, and she wished to avoid any unexpected incidents. No. Chu Fei shook his head. I promise to protect you closely. How could I not be by your side? Su Li pursed her lips, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, lost in thought. I must say, women like you, so fierce, why do you shrink back at the slightest trouble? Lighten up. Let me assure you, whatever happens, I will shield you from it. Do not doubt my capabilities. At his proclamation, Su Li's previously somber demeanor transformed into a chuckle, and she shot him an exaggerated eye roll. I really wonder what kind of abilities a mere bodyguard possesses. By the way, I'm curious about the source of your wealth. How can you produce such a fortune all at once? Are you genuinely willing to be my bodyguard? Su Li had long been intrigued by Chu Fei's identity. In fact, she had enlisted her friends to investigate him, but the results were utterly inconclusive, as if his very existence was shrouded in mystery. Actually, I am a premier rich second generation. My family estate spans thousands of acres. As one of the top 3 families globally, a single word from me could destabilize the economies of minor nations. Chu Fei lounged on the sofa, his posture relaxed. Su Li glanced at him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. A premier rich second generation? No wonder you can casually produce 10 billion. Tut. I suppose your family assets surpass your inventory, don't they? Chu Fei was no fool. He understood her insinuation. Do you not believe me? In truth, he spoke only the truth, yet Su Li remained skeptical. Believe? Why would I not? You are indeed a premier rich second generation. Fine. With a face full of helplessness, Chu Fei realized that she had taken him for a fool. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. Chu Fei promptly stood, positioning himself beside Su Li. She regained her icy demeanor and called, Come in. The office door swung open to reveal Su Wu, his expression decidedly frosty. Let us go. I've already contacted the Zhao family. Su Li's heart skipped a beat at those words, while Chu Fei furrowed his brow, poised to protest. However, Su Li gently tugged at his sleeve. This subtle gesture did not escape Su Wu's notice, but he remained silent, merely stating coldly, "This time, you need not accompany her." He had received word that the Zhao family had stationed numerous guards within their estate. Should Chu Fei dare to appear, it would be a one-way trip. I will go where I please. No one can stop me. Chu Fei, unyielding to Su Wu's condescending tone, retorted, "Then you may leave. My daughter does not require a killer as a bodyguard." Su Wu turned, his gaze icy as he regarded Chu Fei. "Dad, can we not discuss this?" Su Li finally spoke, her voice steady. "I will wait for you outside for 3 minutes. You resolve this on your own." With that, Su Wu exited the office, leaving only Chu Fei and Su Li. Their eyes met, and Su Li broke the silence first. How about? In truth, she wished to spare Chu Fei from further peril. Even if she donned mourning attire, her life would not be at risk. Surely, the Zhao family would not dare to humiliate her in front of so many elite figures in Jiangnan. "I told you, whatever happens, I will bear the brunt of it for you. What do you fear? If worst comes to worst, we can turn the tables." Su Li, realizing she could not sway him, resorted to a pleading tone. "Just promise me you won't act recklessly. Follow my lead and observe my cues, all right?" Chu Fei regarded her intently, then slowly nodded. He reached out to touch her cheek, but she instinctively recoiled. Yet, he swiftly embraced her neck. "Don't move. You have something in your eye." Su Li pushed him away, her cheeks aflame. "You rogue. I can manage on my own." She wiped her eye, finding nothing there. "You tricked me?" Chu Fei chuckled. "I merely wanted to tease you." Su Li's expression darkened. "Get lost." Their playful banter was abruptly interrupted by Su Wu, who stood outside, unable to contain his disapproval. "Is this amusing to you?" Su Li immediately lowered her head, shooting Chu Fei a warning glance, prompting him to fall silent. After all, this man was Su Li's father. Some respect was due, especially since he was teasing his daughter. "You may go, but remember, no matter what happens, remain silent and do not engage in violence. I will find a way to bring you back safely, understand?" Su Wu recognized that Chu Fei was determined to go. He preferred not to mount a final resistance unless absolutely necessary. "Understood, Chairman." The three descended the elevator and drove directly to the Zhao family estate, where white lanterns adorned every corner. Chapter 10. Your son can be fertilizer. Within the Zhao family estate, the atmosphere was steeped in a haunting white. The once vibrant villa hall had transformed into an expansive mourning chamber. A coffin crafted from golden-threaded nanmu would lay solemnly in the center, surrounded by flickering candles that illuminated the mournful gathering. A woman knelt on the ground, wailing uncontrollably as Zhao Wei stood nearby, his countenance chillingly severe. Numerous guests, clad in black suits, silently placed flowers beside the coffin, bowing in respect before exiting the hall to engage in hushed conversations. Yet, the topic of their discourse centered solely on Zhao and's demise. Few had been present on that fateful day, and Zhao Wei had declared that the cause of Zhao and's death would remain confidential. Consequently, the others were left in the dark regarding the circumstances surrounding his passing. As the guests congregated outside, smoking and exchanging murmurs, a familiar license plate caught their attention. Most were aware that the previous day marked the engagement of Zhao and Su Li. Most individuals had received invitations from the Zhao family to attend the engagement ceremony. However, before they could arrive, they were informed that their presence was no longer required. Instead, they were to attend Zhao and's funeral the following day. At that moment, a shocking realization dawned upon them. Zhao had passed away, and on the very day of the engagement ceremony. Who possessed the audacity to harm Zhao? Naturally, suspicions fell upon the Su family. As the Su family's vehicle entered the estate, many gazes turned in their direction. Moments later, the driver exited the car and opened the door. Yet, when the father-daughter duo from the Su family emerged, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Su Wu appeared composed in a black suit, his expression somber. In contrast, Su Li was clad in a black dress, draped in a black coat, holding a bouquet of flowers, a clear indication that she had come to pay her respects to Zhao. At this moment, Xiao Wei, who was in the hall, also noticed the arrival of the Su family. However, his attention did not linger on them, but rather on Chu Fei, who followed closely behind. In that instant, his eyes blazed with fury. "You dare to show your face here, seeking death?" Zhao Wei's furious roar startled everyone present. Initially, they assumed Zhao Wei's ire was directed at Su Li, and they were momentarily bewildered. After all, as Zhao and's fiancée, it seemed appropriate for her to come and pay her respects. Why then was Zhao Wei so enraged? However, those present had also seen Chu Fei standing behind the Su family, and their hearts raced with alarm. No one anticipated that the perpetrator would dare to appear. Did he not fear for his life? Previously, he had escaped, but this time, Zhao Wei had stationed over 100 security personnel throughout the estate. No matter how skilled Chu Fei was, he could not contend with such numbers. Even the most formidable fighter would have to yield. At this juncture, Su Wu spoke. Chairman Zhao, today is not a day for violence. I deeply regret the events of yesterday and have brought my daughter here to express our condolences for your son. As for the engagement, let it be annulled, shall we? Su Wu's words bore the weight of a scholar. Chu Fei, listening intently, was taken aback. He had not expected Su Li's father to possess such eloquence. From Su Wu's ability to articulate these sentiments, Chu Fei understood that Su Wu had a contingency plan, one that ensured their safe departure from the Zhao estate. Su Wu, I can grant you some leeway, but that scoundrel must accompany my son in death today. Zhao Wei clapped his hands, and in an instant, dozens of henchmen wielding machetes surged forth, transforming the once spacious hall into a cramped battleground. Outside, onlookers gaped in disbelief. It was clear from Zhao Wei's words that the assailant was the young man beside the Su family. But how did he dare? Chairman Zhao, this young man is in my employ. The incident yesterday was a lapse in judgment. Today, he has come to pay his respects, annul the engagement, and discuss compensation. Zhao Wei found the words amusing, but before he could respond, a woman who had been kneeling and weeping suddenly stood up. Her eyes ablaze with rage as she glared at Chu Fei. Did he strike down my son? Zhao Wei's expression darkened. Yes, the woman, who was none other than Zhao En's mother, Lu Sui, retorted vehemently. Then why are you wasting words? Seize him. Cut him down. Lu Sui had once been the sole female overlord of the underworld in Jiangnan City, and after marrying Zhao Wei, she had retired from that life. Although she had lost her former power, many still recalled her name. Zhao Wei managed the family business, but when faced with formidable opponents, Lu Sui would step in. Together, they had built the Zhao group to its current stature. Now, with her son's killer before her, her patience was wearing thin. As the henchmen prepared to advance, Su Wu's expression darkened. It seems you are intent on shedding blood today. Lu Sui cared little for Su Wu. Their paths had never crossed. I may disregard your family, but that young man must pay for my son's death. Su Wu's gaze turned to Zhao Wei. Chairman Zhao, are we not going to negotiate? Zhao Wei glared back, his face clouded with anger. His fear was not of Su Wu, but rather of the powerful figure backing him. Behind Su Wu stood the second most influential person in Jiangnan City. While the nature of their relationship was unclear, Zhao Wei knew that if Su Wu were to encounter misfortune, that powerful individual would undoubtedly intervene, potentially wreaking havoc on the Zhao group. Mr. Su, if you were in my position, what would you do? Su Wu inhaled deeply. What do you intend to do? Lu Sui's eyes were red. She too understood the ramifications of crossing Su Wu's benefactor, which was why she had refrained from interrupting their dialogue. Before Zhao Wei could finish speaking, Chu Fei could no longer contain himself. Had he been reduced to a mere pawn to be manipulated? One should not mistake a tiger's silence for weakness. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Li. Chairman Zhao, I may have acted a bit too forcefully earlier and intended to apologize to your son. However, I now see that such an apology is unnecessary. Your son is nothing but rubbish. He squandered air and life and would waste land in death. It would be better to cremate him and scatter his ashes in the garden to serve as fertilizer. The room fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere became thick with tension, and even Su Wu stared at Chu Fei in disbelief. He could not fathom why this young man would provoke Zhao Wei further. Kill him. Lu Sui was now completely unhinged, unable to contain her rage any longer. Zhao Wei's breathing quickened as he snatched a machete from one of the henchmen, ready to strike. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Su Wu cursed Chu Fei under his breath. Su Li was equally astonished. She had not expected Chu Fei to be so audacious. Just as it seemed that Chu Fei would be overwhelmed, a voice rang out from outside. What is all this commotion? Are you wielding knives? If someone gets hurt, that would be quite unfortunate. The authoritative voice drew the attention of everyone present. A man in a suit, sporting glasses, approached the morning hall with a smile. Upon recognizing him, the crowd parted to make way. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Ning, the most powerful figure in Jiangnan City. Cease all hostilities. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui shouted in unison. To act against the number one figure was akin to courting disaster. This individual remained neutral, treating all matters with impartiality. Even the most prominent enterprises in Jiangnan would face dire consequences if they provoked him. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? I apologize for not receiving you properly. Zhao Wei set down his machete and signaled for the henchmen to withdraw. The once crowded morning hall became noticeably less claustrophobic. Su stepped forward. I heard of the unfortunate demise of Chairman Zhao's son and came to pay my respects. I hope you can forgive my uninvited presence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei broke into a cold sweat. Was he implying that he had not invited Jiang Ning? After all, many attendees were notable figures from the political sphere. However, he had not extended an invitation to the prominent figure, which clearly indicated a lack of respect. "Mr. Jiang, your presence here truly honors my son. If he were aware from the afterlife, it would certainly bring him pride," Zhao Wei said with utmost respect. Yet, Lu Sui beside them seized the moment to weep. "Mr. Jiang, you must seek justice for my child. The murderer of my son is present. You must ensure he is brought to justice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Indeed, Jiang Ning is right here. Even if Su Wu were to involve the key figure, it would be of no consequence. Moreover, so many witnesses were present at the time. With both testimonial and physical evidence in hand, given Jiang Ning's temperament, even if the culprit were to escape death, he would surely spend his life incarcerated. "Mr. Jiang, my son was brutally beaten to death. You must act on his behalf." Zhao Wei's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly falling to his knees. Meanwhile, Su Wu's expression darkened, for Jiang Ning's unexpected arrival was troubling. After all, he was aware of Jiang Ning's nature, and as the key figure, his influence surpassed that of the secondary figure. Su Li's delicate face paled as she clutched Chu Fei's sleeve tightly, filled with guilt. If only she hadn't brought him along, this tragedy might have been averted. "Oh, is that so? Since Mr. Zhao has spoken, I, as an official, must uphold justice," Jiang Ning stated. Hearing these words, Zhao Wei and his wife felt a glimmer of hope. With Jiang Ning's intervention, there was no way this matter would escape resolution. Once this young man was imprisoned, they would devise countless methods to ensure his demise behind bars. "It is he." Zhao Wei pointed a finger at Chu Fei. At that moment, Su Li's grip tightened around Chu Fei's sleeve, terrified that he might be taken away. Jiang Ning turned to face Chu Fei, his expression eerily calm, as if he were not at all surprised by Chu Fei's role as the perpetrator. Su Wu could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Mr. Jiang, this is a misunderstanding." Su Li chimed in as well. "Mr. Jiang, my bodyguard acted excessively in his efforts to protect me, leading to Zhao En's death. They struck me first, which provoked my bodyguard's response." She pointed to her forehead, where a bandage stained with crimson could be seen. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, yet stated, "Nonetheless, since a homicide has indeed occurred, I still must take him back for investigation, regardless of the nature of the defense." At this proclamation, Su Li's heart plummeted. Should a conviction be secured, Chu Fei would likely spend the remainder of his life in prison. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your fairness," Zhao Wei said without hesitation. Bowing deeply, Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly." He then approached the morning hall, lighting 3 incense sticks. Su Wu understood that he could not prevent Jiang Ning from taking Chu Fei away today. He inhaled deeply, his expression grim as he advised Chu Fei, "When you arrive at the station, remember to assert that they initiated the attack, and you were merely defending yourself, which led to excessive force. Even if sentenced, it shouldn't be for long. I will find a way to secure your release." Chu Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "It's all good." However, Su Li gazed at him with reddened eyes, remaining silent. Chu Fei offered a reassuring smile, ruffling her hair to convey not to worry. "What is there to fret about? Who doesn't have a few connections? Perhaps Mr. Jiang is a friend of my father's." Hearing this, Su Li shot him a disapproving glance. This braggart never hesitated to boast. "All right, everyone, I won't linger any longer. Chairman Zhao, please accept my condolences, and I shall take my leave with him now." After speaking, he turned to Chu Fei. "Shall we go, my friend?" Without hesitation, Chu Fei followed Jiang Ning and his 2 secretaries. Watching Chu Fei being taken away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui felt a significant lift in their spirits. "By the way, Miss Su, regarding the compensation you mentioned earlier, why don't we step inside and discuss it thoroughly? We should also deliberate on the matter of the marriage contract." Zhao Wei was not a man of compassion. He would not let this matter rest easily. With his son gone, someone must pay the price. Su Wu's face darkened ominously, yet he felt he had no options. With the key figure involved, the secondary figure behind him might not offer much assistance. This matter could only be resolved through negotiation. Before he could speak, Su Li interjected, her face as cold as ice. "A life has been lost. The marriage contract is naturally nullified, and as for compensation, not a penny." Chapter 12. Earning 1,800 with a smile each day within a lavish CAF's private room, Jiang Ning, a direct descendant of the Jiang family, greeted, "Master, I have come to see you." Jiang Ning bowed deeply to Chu Fei, who sat reclining on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Chu Fei gestured for him to take a seat. Jiang Ning respectfully settled into the chair opposite Chu Fei. From the moment Chu Fei laid eyes on Jiang Ning, He discerned that he belonged to the family's inner circle. He had not expected anyone from the family to rise to such prominence in Jiangnan so swiftly. Has there been any news from the family? Chu Fei inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression turned somewhat grim. Noticing his demeanor, Chu Fei frowned slightly. What is it? Jiang Ning hesitated briefly before responding. Master, the family situation is currently stable, without significant impact. The undying bird, and we are engaged in a fierce business rivalry, and both sides remain in a stalemate. The elder instructed me to assure you that you need not worry. He can manage matters overseas. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's frown deepened. However, he realized he could not involve himself in business affairs. As long as the opposing side refrained from resorting to unscrupulous tactics, he would remain uninvolved. Yet, if they chose to employ underhanded methods, he would certainly intervene. Understood. By the way, do you know anything about the Su family? The Su family? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before responding. Master, I don't know much about them. However, as far as I know, the Su family was once a minor clan with a small company. Under Su Wu's leadership, they gradually developed into Koyo Company and established connections with the second key figure in Jiangnan. I cannot fathom how such a family managed to align themselves with a figure of such stature. Jiang Ning was genuinely curious. The Su family lacked a substantial background, so why would the second key figure choose to collaborate with them? Although lacking concrete support, many knew the Su family stood behind the second key figure. Oh, that is indeed peculiar. Chu Fei found himself perplexed, feeling that something was amiss. Why would the elder want me to protect Su Li? What makes a girl from an obscure family worthy of personal protection from the King of Hell? By the way, Master, there is one more thing the elder asked me to convey to you. As Jiang Ning spoke, his expression grew noticeably awkward. What is it? Chu Fei inquired, slightly taken aback. The elder suggests that you go on a blind date. Jiang Ning presented a document from his phone, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman in a crisp uniform, holding a small handbag, her figure graceful. Beneath the image were her name and address. Wang Xia, chairwoman of Juanhao Group. The Wang family? Is it that Wang family? Upon seeing the surname, Chu Fei was somewhat astonished. It should be. Correct. Jiang Ning nodded. The Wang family is considered one of the more prominent families in the country, with their enterprises spread throughout the land. Very well. I shall find time to meet her. Chu Fei nodded in agreement. Noting that the master had not declined, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was rare for someone of Chu Fei's caliber to be interested in an ordinary girl. Young master, should I take action and warn the Zhao family? Jiang Ning was acutely aware of the immense power and authority wielded by the sole heir of the family before him. With just a word, he could obliterate the entire Zhao family from Jiangnan. However, the young master preferred to remain inconspicuous. Opponents like the Zhao family were unworthy of invoking his methods. There was simply no need, a mere small clan. You focus on your own matters. I will reach out if necessary. Jiang Ning nodded and presented his business card. Young master, my number is on this card. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to call. I shall comply without fail. Chu Fei waved his hand. You may return. I will head back on my own shortly. Understood, young master. Jiang Ning then departed the CAF with his entourage. 10 minutes after Jiang Ning's exit, Chu Fei finally emerged from the CAF. He glanced at the documents on his phone, feeling somewhat perturbed. Yet, he realized he could not visit Su Li just yet. After all, he had only just been brought out by Jiang Ning, and returning would seem rather childish. Casting another glance at the materials in his hand, he decided to meet this so-called blind date. After all, it was arranged by his father, and he ought to show some courtesy. Hailing a taxi, he headed straight for Juanhao Group. Upon arriving, he called the woman named Wang Xia. Hello? Who are you looking for? A cool, distant voice answered. Wang Xia? I am your blind date. Do you have a moment? I am downstairs at your office. Shall we chat? In the top-floor office of Juanhao Group, Wang Xia frowned at the voice on the other end of the line. She had received a call from her father the previous day, informing her that he had arranged a blind date for her. However, he had not divulged any details about the man's identity, merely insisting that he must become her boyfriend. Wang Xia was puzzled. What family in the summer could rival the Wang family? Those interested in her could circle the entire Jiangnan city. Nevertheless, recalling her father's words, she did not refuse. She was curious to see what this so-called blind date was all about. Hanging up, she took the elevator down to the ground floor. As she reached the entrance, she spotted a man clad in security attire, squatting by a nearby flower bed and smoking. Her brow furrowed. Could this be her blind date? He appeared to be just a lowly security guard. Had her father made a mistake? At that moment, Chu Fei noticed Wang Xia and discarded his cigarette, but, to his surprise, she was rather attractive. Compared to Su Li, both had their unique charms. Su Li appeared fierce on the surface, but was rather vulnerable within. This woman seemed aloof, though her inner nature remained a mystery. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself, Chu Fei." He extended his hand. Wang Xie suppressed her discomfort and shook his hand briefly. Wang Xie. After a mere touch, she withdrew her hand. "Shall we converse?" Wang Xie remained silent, simply nodding. They proceeded to a milk tea shop across the street and ordered 2 cups. "Let us get to the point. What's your identity?" "I prefer directness and dislike beating around the bush." Wang Xie crossed her arms, gazing coldly at Chu Fei. From the very first glance, she had no fondness for this man. "Me? I'm just a lowly security guard, no benefits, a monthly salary of 1,800, and I smile all day." Chu Fei slurped his milk tea, savoring the pearls, while Wang Xie's frown deepened. She regarded him as if he were mentally unhinged. "Do you find this amusing? If you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you." Wang Xie held deep-rooted family values. For the sake of her family's honor and interests, she would not hesitate to marry a complete stranger, regardless of their appearance. That was her principle. "I assure you, I am speaking the truth. I am not deceiving you." Chu Fei maintained a serious gaze. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie stood to leave. She had no reason to continue this pointless exchange. "Do you truly wish to know?" As she took a step, Chu Fei interjected. Wang Xie turned back. "What do you think?" Though uncertain of this man's background, she could glean from her father's tone that his family background was undoubtedly superior to the Wang family's, perhaps even more distinguished. If being with him could benefit her family, she would consider it. Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly. "Then let me enlighten you. What's the advantage?" "I shall be your boyfriend." Without hesitation, Wang Xie responded, "No objections." Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman a bit unhinged? After just one meeting, she was ready to be his girlfriend? "If not, I can accompany you once." Observing Wang Xie's confident stature, Chu Fei found the prospect rather appealing. However, he was not the type to settle for just anyone. "No need. If you wish to know my identity, you may inquire with your family's higher-ups. If they refuse to tell you, it merely signifies you are not yet privy to that information. This blind date is merely a formality for me. You are not my type." Chu Fei smiled slightly and took a sip of his milk tea. To be candid, he did not fancy Wang Xie, primarily due to her personality. Yet, her physical appearance was another matter. Conversely, Su Li was far more to his liking. Though she could be fierce, she exhibited considerably more conviction than the woman before him. "Is that so? What type do you prefer?" Immature upon hearing Su Li's explanation, Chu Fei remained silent, yet his mind was already formulating a plan. The Zhao family certainly exhibited a remarkable audacity. "What should I do now?" Su Li inquired, her expression laden with concern. "Relax. Besides, you're not short on funds. The money I previously provided should sustain your company for several months, wouldn't it?" Su Li thought of the funds on her card and shot him a glance. For that money had been acquired at a personal cost. "By the way, may I inquire what the new drug your company is researching targets?" Su Li took a deep breath. "That's classified information. I cannot disclose it." The purpose of the new drug was an absolute secret, known only to the researchers. Herself as the CEO and the chairman. The major shareholders were oblivious, let alone the other personnel within the company. However, I can reveal that if this drug is successfully developed, our company will undoubtedly be the global provider. Its value could reach hundreds of billions, or even more. It would elevate Qixiao Company to become one of the foremost companies in the entire Daxia country. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Chu Fei expressed surprise. Could a new drug yield such immense profits? If this information leaks, countless individuals might seek to acquire Qixiao Company or even bribe your researchers. Are you not concerned about your researchers being swayed by outsiders? Su Li chuckled softly. Those who might attempt to bribe my team? They are unaware of the location of my research facility. To be frank, a significant portion of my research members hasn't returned home for a year. Even their communications with family are monitored. This was what reassured Su Li the most. At least she did not have to worry about her researchers being compromised by outsiders. Chu Fei understood now. This formidable woman was meticulous, having considered even this aspect. As they conversed, they arrived at a modest villa, spanning a little over 200 square meters. Besides Su Li, there was no one else in the villa. After parking, Su Li, appearing somewhat fatigued, said to Chu Fei, "I'm going to my room for a bit of rest. Find a room for yourself. And remember, do not enter my room without my permission, understood? You bandit." To his surprise, Chu Fei resolutely declined. "I promise to protect you closely. I must uphold that responsibility. You sleep on the bed, and I will take the floor. Get lost." The next morning, Su Li awoke to the enticing aroma of food, rubbing her still drowsy eyes. She opened her bedroom door to find 2 steaming bowls of noodles on the dining table, each topped with a poached egg. Just then, Chu Fei emerged from the kitchen. "Awake? Hurry, wash up and have breakfast." Su Li bit her lip. This was the first time a man had prepared a meal for her. All right, she said, rushing downstairs to wash up and joining him at the table. Looking at the hot noodles, she couldn't help but feel her appetite stir. Who would have thought you could cook? I assumed you were merely a wealthy second-generation heir. She chuckled lightly. I possess many skills. Do you wish to test them? Chu Fei's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at Su Li, who instinctively covered her chest, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Go to hell, bandit. Chu Fei laughed heartily, but remained silent. After breakfast and changing clothes, he drove Su Li to the company, only to be summoned to the chairman's conference room for a meeting upon arrival. Before entering, he could hear the shareholders engaged in heated disputes. Su Li, with a stern expression, pushed open the conference room door. Ladies and gentlemen, from what I gather, you intend to have the company repurchase your shares, am I correct? While outside, she had overheard the shareholders discussing whom to sell their shares to. Presently, almost every company in Jiangnan City had severed ties with them. The Zhao Group had openly declared its intent to suppress Xiao Company. Companies associated with the Zhao Group had naturally terminated their contracts, and even those unconnected chose to sever ties to appease the Zhao Group. Xiao Company now found itself besieged. Su, while I am uncertain how you and the chairman negotiated with the Zhao family, we are left with no alternatives in this situation. Unless you can inform us what exactly we are researching, we cannot make a decision on whether to sell our shares or consider additional investment. A shareholder named Wang spoke up, one of the older investors who had initially backed Xiao Company. Even he held little faith in the company's future, let alone the others. Indeed, Su. Up until now, we remain in the dark about the direction of our latest research. How can we make an informed choice? Another shareholder chimed in. Su Li scoffed inwardly. She suspected that some shareholders had already been bought off by the Zhao family. Before the research on the new drug commenced, all shareholders had signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting inquiries into the research direction and purpose until the drug was developed. The fact that so many were now questioning her indicated that some had likely become agents of the Zhao Group. Since that is the case, there is no choice left. Is there anyone wishing to sell their shares? I will purchase them all at today's opening price. Recently, Xiao Company's stock had plummeted rapidly. Some investors had already caught wind of the situation and sold off their shares. This morning, upon opening, the stock price had already dropped nearly 10%. Su, your statement seems rather unreasonable. Given the steep decline in stock price, not only do you refuse to buy at the original price, but you also expect us to sell at a loss. Capitalists don't operate this way. A rather plump shareholder with glasses expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, with the stock price falling, they too would incur losses. So, are the sentiments of the shareholders. Su Li's expression grew colder as she surveyed the room. Today, her father was absent, presumably aware of the situation and intending for her to handle it. There was no ulterior motive. We have all agreed. The company will repurchase. We are not trying to take advantage of the company. We will adhere to yesterday's opening price. Su Li let out a cold laugh. It appears you all have premeditated this, haven't you? If that is the case, then you may hold on to your shares or seek someone outside who might be willing to take them on. Given Xiao Company's current condition, it is unlikely anyone would be interested unless they are a fool. Su, your words are excessive. We initially agreed that in the event of a crisis, the company would repurchase shares. Now you are going back on your word. We have a contract, you know? Wang, the shareholder, spoke up, prompting smiles from the other attendees. In truth, Su Li had accurately deduced the reality. All the shareholders present had been bought off by the Zhao Group. Their visit today was not only to sell shares, but also to extract information regarding Xiao Company's drug research. Should they succeed, each would receive a handsome sum, as the Zhao Group was willing to offer a premium for their shares. Unfortunately for them, Su Li's resolve was too strong for them to break. Indeed, we did sign a contract, but let us not forget that the agreement clearly stated repurchase at the opening price of the day. I trust all shareholders have read the contract. Su Li's words effectively closed off any escape routes for the shareholders. Wang's expression darkened. They had intended to negotiate but found themselves outmaneuvered. If any shareholders wish to sell, they must act swiftly. Otherwise, if the company goes bankrupt, the shares held by the shareholders will become worthless. After speaking, Su Li turned and left the conference room, leaving the major shareholders exchanging glances in confusion. Back in her office, Su Li's expression was quite grim. These individuals were clearly bribed, attempting to extract the research drug's secrets from her. It seemed it was time to reorganize the company. However, if she were to invest in acquiring the shares held by these shareholders, the remaining funds would likely not last long. The thought of this left her feeling overwhelmed. What's wrong, my dear president? Do you need my assistance? Su Li shook her head, replying, It's nothing, just some concerns about the company. Chu Fei nodded, choosing not to press further. He sat down, took out his phone, and sent a simple text, investing 2 billion in Jiangnan Qiao Company. Chapter 15. A slap to wake you up at noon, Su Li said. Come with me to take a stroll. There's no need to drive. She set aside her work. The company was still running smoothly, although many had resigned. It did not affect the overall operation. Is this your way of inviting me on a date? Chu Fei raised an eyebrow, smiling at Su Li. She shot him an annoyed glance. Think what you will. As they left the company and strolled along the bustling street. The September weather was neither too hot nor too cold. A gentle breeze lifted Su Li's spirits considerably. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? As soon as she uttered the words, she regretted them. She had no idea why that question had popped into her head. No. Why? Do you want to be my girlfriend? The requirements for being my girlfriend are quite high. Can you meet them? Forget it. Since you've already asked, I can't refuse. I suppose I can reluctantly let you be my girlfriend. Chu Fei sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. Su Li shot him a fierce glare. Dream on. There are enough people pursuing me to circle Jiangnan. Do you really think I'd notice you? Chu Fei shrugged. Whether I get noticed or not, you know in your heart. Can you show a little decorum? We're in public. She was nearly exasperated. Just as they were teasing each other, Chu Fei suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Every hair on his body stood on end as he swiftly pulled Su Li into his embrace, turning his gaze toward a window on the third floor in the distance. However, there was no one there. Su Li, misinterpreting his actions, blushed and pushed him away, angrily exclaiming, "Stop it." Chu Fei's brow furrowed as he stared intently at that window across the street. If he wasn't mistaken, that surge of danger had originated from that very spot. It had taken him but a second to shield Su Li and then glance over, yet the individual had vanished, indicating they were not ordinary. In his embrace, Su Li felt her cheeks flush, and as she sensed his strong heartbeat, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. It seemed that nestled in this man's arms, no danger could approach her. All right, it's over now. Chu Fei slowly released her, but Su Li felt a tinge of disappointment. Regaining her composure, her expression returned to normal. What just happened? Chu Fei shook his head and grinned at her. Nothing, just wanted to tease you. Su Li rolled her eyes at him. Go away. Yet, inside, Chu Fei felt an icy chill. He pondered whether the threat was directed at him or Su Li. If it were aimed at him, the person would certainly reveal themselves. But if it was meant for Su Li, the situation was unclear. His master had instructed him to protect Su Li, indicating she was indeed in danger. Now that danger had arrived, he would see how to respond. At that moment, Su Li received a call from Fang Qing. Hello? Xiao Qing. Xiao Su, where are you? I'm so annoyed. Can you come and drink with me? The sound of Fang Qing's slightly tipsy voice came through the phone. I'm at the Zui Yuqing bar. All right, wait for me. Together with Chu Fei, they arrived at the bar. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Fang Qing sitting on a sofa. However, her condition was far from good. She was quite drunk, and a man was making inappropriate advances towards her, despite her attempts to resist. Su Li hurried over and yanked the man away. Who are you? What are you doing to my friend? The man, clearly intoxicated, reeked of alcohol. Oh, another beauty has arrived. Come, darling, join me for a drink. As he spoke, he reached out to wrap his arm around Su Li's neck, picking up a bottle of liquor as if to pour it down her throat. Chu Fei grasped the man's wrist, his expression icy. Get lost. The man, clearly angered, retorted. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? Do you believe I can ensure you won't leave this place today? He shouted drunkenly at Chu Fei, swinging the liquor bottle toward his head. Bystanders watched, but none dared intervene, knowing this man was Su Hui, the son of a district director, a regular at the bar. It was common for him to harass staff and unknown women. Who would dare touch him? However, Chu Fei would not tolerate it. Before the bottle could strike him, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. The sound echoed, leaving many present stunned, and Su Hui was jolted awake by the slap. Are you awake now? Chu Fei released his grip, his expression cold as he stared at Su Hui. The latter shook his still dizzy head, glaring at Chu Fei with malice. You dare hit me? No one had ever challenged him in this bar. To be struck in his own territory was intolerable. Will you leave on your own? Or shall I throw you out? Chu Fei's tone remained calm. Su Hui laughed, though it was a chilling laugh. Fine. If you have the guts, don't leave. With that, he staggered out of the bar. Su Li finally sat beside Fang Qing, gently patting her back. Why did you drink so much? Fang Qing burst into tears. Wah, that scoundrel Lin Shui broke up with me. I feel so terrible. She clung to Su Li, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, the bar owner approached. Ladies, you should leave quickly. That guy is not someone you can mess with. He is the son of the Enforcement Bureau director in this area. He knows a lot of thugs. If you don't leave now, you may not be able to later. The owner was clearly worried. If they stayed and a fight broke out, he would face significant losses. Seeing Fang Qing in such a state, Su Li felt they could no longer remain. Thank you. Boss, we will leave now. She exchanged a glance with Chu Fei, and they helped Fong Qing to exit. However, just as they reached the door, Su Hui returned. This time not alone. Behind him stood at least 10 thugs, each with a different colored hairstyle, all smoking. There he is. Su Hui glared at Chu Fei, his eyes filled with ferocity. Su Li, noticing this, stepped back with Fong Qing. Chu Fei advanced a step, facing the group of thugs. That slap didn't wake you up, did it? Would you like another two to help you come to your senses? As soon as the words left his mouth, a thug spoke up. Damn, who do you think you are to talk to our brother Hui like that? Brothers, take him down. Chapter 16. You play quite lavishly. Over a dozen thugs immediately charged forward, intent on assaulting Chu Fei with fists and kicks. Su Hui stood to the side, a cold smirk on his face. He thought to himself that anyone daring to strike him would have to crawl away from this place. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Those so-called brothers who rushed in were swiftly taken down by Chu Fei. In just a blink, more than 10 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Su Hui had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the very people he had summoned were already on the floor. If it weren't for the fact that these men had been with him for some time, he might have suspected they were actors hired by the opponent. So easily could they be subdued. Given the current predicament, what could he do but run? He turned to flee, but Chu Fei had anticipated his move. No sooner had he lifted his leg than a tremendous force struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Didn't you hear what I just said? You're trying to gather people to deal with me? Chu Fei approached, crouching down with a smile as he regarded Su Hui. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, my father is Su Lin. If you dare to hit me, do you believe I can have him throw you in jail? Even at this moment, Su Hui failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, still foolishly hoping to intimidate Chu Fei with his father's name. Unfortunately, his threat held no weight with Chu Fei. Oh, I'm so scared. With that, Chu Fei delivered a resounding slap to Su Hui's face. The sound echoed loudly, instantly reddening Su Hui's cheek. 5 finger marks starkly visible. Do you realize your mistake now? Su Hui gritted his teeth, muttering a few indistinct words. Damn you. But before he could finish, another slap landed. Oh, still cursing, are we? How rude. Su Hui was besieged by 1,000 raging horses in his mind. I slap. You're still so young. Not even married, right? I'm not even a father yet. Who do you think you are? Chu Fei unleashed a flurry of slaps, and in mere minutes, Su Hui's face had transformed into that of a pig's head. Only when he saw Su Hui had been rendered unconscious did Chu Fei cease his assault. Shaking his sore hand, he remarked, next time we meet, I'll slap you again. With that, he walked over to Su Li. Su Li gazed at the now unconscious Su Hui, a look of sympathy in her eyes. Why did this guy provoke Chu Fei? Let us go. The three of them took a taxi back to the villa with Fong Qing. After a laborious effort, Su Li managed to lay Fong Qing down in bed, utterly exhausted. Chu Fei, on the other hand, wandered aimlessly around the living room. Are you quite idle? Su Li snapped, irritated by Chu Fei's leisurely demeanor. You could at least be of some help. What else should I do? Chu Fei retorted, moving to the corner of the living room. He pointed at a camera mounted there. Did you install that camera? Su Li glanced at it. Yes, why? Chu Fei shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. However, he sensed something was amiss with the camera. The feeling of danger he had encountered earlier on the street might not have been aimed at him, but rather directed towards Su Li. As for the reason, he was uncertain. How many cameras do you have in your home, and where are they located? Su Li leaned back on the sofa, contemplating. 4, 2 outside. 1 in the living room, and 1 in the hallway. Why do you ask? She seemed puzzled, and Chu Fei remained silent as he approached the location she had mentioned. The 2 cameras outside appeared normal, and the living room camera looked fine as well. However, upon reaching the hallway, he noticed a small device with a red dot on the circular camera. Fetching a stool, he removed the peculiar object and squinted his eyes. A bug. He hadn't expected it to be aimed at Su Li, installed so discreetly that it would normally go unnoticed. It seemed this villa contained more than one. With a firm grip, he crushed the bug in his hand. What do you have there? Chu Fei tossed the crushed device onto the table. It seems there's more than one bug in your house. Upon hearing the word bug, Su Li felt a chill run down her spine. Someone had installed listening devices in her home. She frequently checked the surveillance cameras and had never seen anyone enter her villa. You can't be serious. How could that be possible? Do I look like I'm joking? Chu Fei stared at her earnestly. Su Li fell silent. Let me search for more and see if there are any others. Chu Fei began to scour the house for more bugs. In the kitchen, he found one. Behind the television, another. Beneath the router, yet another. Half an hour later, he placed the crushed devices on the table. There were at least 6 or 7. And that was without searching the bedrooms. There could very well be more hidden away. How can there be so many? Su Li stared, dumbfounded at the pile of bugs on the table. I have no idea. Now I need to check your room to see if there are others. Upon hearing that Chu Fei intended to enter her room, Su Li grew anxious. No, I'll go with you. For reasons unknown, Su Li felt a wave of panic. Chu Fei observed her reaction and chuckled lightly. What? Is there something you don't want me to see? Su Li's face flushed crimson. Of course not. The two entered the room, where Fang Qing lay deeply asleep, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. This marked the first occasion for Chu Fei to enter a woman's private chamber. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance. In the nearby white-patterned wardrobe hung various styles of clothing. Chu Fei opened the wardrobe and rummaged through it, uncovering a bug perched atop the top shelf. Then, squatting beside the nightstand, he reached for the drawer, but Su Li suddenly exclaimed, "Don't move." Chu Fei turned, puzzled. What's wrong? Su Li struggled to suppress her embarrassment, shaking her head while biting her lip. It's nothing. Go ahead and open it. She quickly turned away. Chu Fei smirked before opening the drawer. The moment he did, he froze in place. Inside the wardrobe was a collection of 7 or 8 sets of intimate apparel, all made of lace, white, black, red, purple. He even spotted a particularly daring 3-piece set, and he could easily imagine the effect it would have on Su Li. Regaining his composure, a grin spread across his face. Who would ve thought you indulge in such lavish play? Chapter 17, An Unexpected Investment in the Zhao family estate. What did you say? You haven't detained anyone named Chu Fei? Zhao Wei's face darkened as he spoke coldly into the phone. He had assumed that with Jiang Ning's involvement, Chu Fei would either be dead or locked away in prison. To his astonishment, he had inquired at every police station in the city, and there was no record of such a person. Chairman Zhao, I'm aware of your son's situation. You needn't worry. If there were any issues, I would already have taken care of it. But we genuinely have not received this criminal. As he listened to the voice on the other end, Zhao Wei's expression grew increasingly grim. I understand. Thank you, Director Wang. I'll treat you to a meal next time. After hanging up, he kicked the chair in front of him with frustration. Damn it. Why did Jiang Ning grant leniency to that young man? Zhao Wei was perplexed. Jiang Ning was known for his strict adherence to duty, embodying absolute fairness and impartiality. Yet, he had released Chu Fei, the murderer. Could it be that the latter was his illegitimate son? However, upon reflection, the two bore no resemblance. And Jiang Ning had maintained an impeccable record since his appointment. Surely, he would not tarnish his reputation for the sake of a mere security guard. Zhao Wei could not fathom the reasoning behind it. At that moment, Lu Sui entered the room, her face drawn and weary, dark circles under her eyes attesting to 2 sleepless nights. It was only after her son's burial this morning that she managed to rest briefly. That young man had been released by Jiang Ning. Her expression darkened. Released? Are you certain? Lu Sui could hardly believe it. A murderer had fallen into Jiang Ning's hands, and he should have faced imprisonment or worse. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been set free. I have inquired with all the precincts in the city, and several chiefs confirmed they had not received a prisoner named Chu Fei. Furthermore, they had not received any orders from Jiang Ning. What else could this be but a release? Lu Sui fell silent. Her son had been killed, and she could not tolerate the idea of the murderer roaming free. I will seek vengeance. Her face turned grim. Let us start with Su Li. Isn't he Su Li's personal bodyguard? We shall use Su Li to threaten him. After hearing this, Zhao Wei fell silent, recognizing it as a viable plan. However, the execution must be flawless. If discovered, those backing Su would not take kindly to it. Let us find someone. Ensure they are discreet. In the villa, Chu Fei and Su Li sat on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the remnants of several crushed listening devices scattered on the table, both looking quite displeased. Have you provoked someone you ought not to have? The intruder managed to silently infiltrate your home and install these devices. Chu Fei furrowed his brow. The fact that the intruder evaded surveillance to enter Su Li's room indicated they were no ordinary individual. Not at all. In Jiangnan, I haven't angered anyone, except for the Zhao family. However, before Zhaoan's death, they would not have acted in such a manner. Su Li too was baffled as to who would go to such lengths to trouble her, even resorting to installing numerous listening devices in her villa. Do you recall our time on the street? Chu Fei suddenly spoke. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, her face showing confusion. Actually, my intentions were not to take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, she shot him an incredulous glance. Then what was the reason? She couldn't comprehend. If not for that, then for what purpose? As your personal bodyguard, my instinct for danger is heightened. While we were on the street, I sensed someone intended to harm you. However, when I checked, the individual had already departed, and thus I could not apprehend them. Upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li felt a wave of trepidation. The unknown threat instills fear in everyone. Are you truly serious? Chu Fei nodded slightly. Why would I deceive you? Just to take advantage of you? It's not as if I haven't already. Su Li kicked Chu Fei viciously. Bandit, you deserve to die. Just then, Su Li received a phone call from her secretary. Hello, President Su. Someone wishes to. The secretary's voice was agitated, her words stumbling. Su Li struggled to understand. What is it? Someone wants to invest in our company. The amount is 20 billion. They wish to meet with you to discuss it. Upon hearing this, Su Li sprang from the sofa, her face a mask of incredulity. She had never imagined that someone would choose to invest in her company at this moment, especially such a substantial sum. This influx of capital would enable the Qixiao company to become entirely self-sufficient and even expand its existing facilities. Thus, even if other companies in Jiangnan chose not to collaborate with her, she could seek partnerships with larger firms from other districts, without having to consider the Zhao family's interests. When? Su Li's voice brimmed with excitement. Not until tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock at the company. The secretary's words allowed Su Li to breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was unaware of which company was interested in investing, it was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Just then, Chu Fei poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too early. You previously mentioned that your current shareholders are not exactly reputable individuals. Aren't they planning to sell their shares? Call for a meeting tomorrow morning to ascertain whether they intend to sell. If so, acquire all their shares. This way, should your company have a chance to rise again, you would not need to bow to them. At Chu Fei's suggestion, Su Li's eyes brightened. This was an opportunity to consolidate shares. If successful, Qixiao company would truly turn its fortunes around. I understand. Thank you, Bandit. Chu Fei merely smiled, saying nothing. A 20 billion investment held little significance for him. Whether or not he recouped the funds was inconsequential. He simply did not wish to see her troubled over the company's matters, as it would only lead to wrinkles. However, who would invest in my company at such a time? Is the individual somewhat unhinged? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. Was she indirectly calling him foolish? Yet he certainly wouldn't divulge to her that he had orchestrated the investment. Perhaps, the individual could indeed be a fool. Chapter 18. Share repurchase. The following morning, Fang Qing finally sobered up, bidding farewell to Su Li and Chu Fei. Chu Fei then took Su Li to the company to convene a shareholders' meeting, where Su Wu also made an appearance. He had heard about the potential investment in the company. However, aside from the secretary, only Su Li, Chu Fei, and Su Wu were privy to this information. The major shareholders remained unaware that anyone was interested in investing in Qixiao company, let alone such a significant amount. How have the shareholders been contemplating this? Are you planning to hold on to your shares for future offspring, or will you allow the company to repurchase them? Su Li's expression was icy as she scrutinized the major shareholders present. The shareholders exchanged glances. They now faced only two options. Either sell their shares to the Zhao Group or allow the company to buy them back. Clearly, the offers would be similar. The Zhao Group was astute enough not to offer more than the market price. President Su, you are aware of the company's current situation. Even if we wish to sell, do we have sufficient funds to proceed? Chairman, what do you think? In truth, while Su Wu was referred to as the chairman, he had long since handed over the reins of the company to Su Li, preferring to enjoy a quiet retirement at home. This matter rests on your shoulders. I have entrusted all company affairs to President Su. If anyone wishes to sell their shares, I will not object. Once Su Wu spoke, the major shareholders understood his intent. Clearly, he aimed to assist Su Li in reclaiming their shares. In that case, what would the price be? Director Wang, we won't beat around the bush. The Zhao Group has already contacted us, offering to purchase our shares at a 10% premium over the highest price this month. Upon hearing this, both Su Wu and Su Li's expressions darkened. Unexpectedly, the Zhao Group has played such a cunning hand. It seems the other party is determined to consume Qixiao Corporation. We have long-standing friendships and have reaped substantial dividends from the company. This ill-gotten money is not worth pursuing. As for the shares, we could sell them to the company at this month's highest price. I wonder what President Su thinks about that? Another shareholder also chimed in, just as Su Wu hesitated. Su Li spoke up first. Certainly. Su Wu was taken aback. Where did this girl acquire such funds? It is worth noting that during this month's peak price, which coincided with the engagement period of Su Li and Zhao and Qixiao Corporation's stock price soared. If we sell at that peak price, the combined shares of these major shareholders would amount to at least 200 million. Is President Su jesting? Is he truly willing? The shareholder surnamed Wang clearly found it hard to believe. Such a sum could only be achieved by selling half of Qixiao Corporation. Do you think I am joking? Su Li maintained a serene demeanor, showing no signs of jest. Thus, the major shareholders opted to sell their shares back to the company, and she received her portion of the money. Consequently, all the shares of the company were now in the hands of Su Li and Su Wu. Su Li held a remarkable 60%, while Su Wu possessed 30%. The remaining 10% was held by various investors. In Su Li's office, Chu Fei received a phone call. Hello? Who is this? Looking at the unfamiliar number, he was unsure who would be calling him. Have you forgotten me so soon? Where are you? I'll come find you. Hearing the gentle, yet slightly seductive voice from the other end, Chu Fei was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the blind date his father had arranged for him? Why was she calling? Given her aloof demeanor, he had assumed she would treat him like a stranger. Oh, it's you. Do you need something from me? Perhaps it's best if you don't come over. It's not a convenient time. Chu Fei politely declined after glancing around. This aloof woman approaching him surely meant no good. Don't you want to see me? You mentioned wanting a vibrant experience. I feel I now possess what you desire. At this, Chu Fei nearly choked on his drink. What did she mean by a vibrant experience? Had he even mentioned such a thing? After some thought, he realized he had indeed said something along those lines, but he never anticipated she would take it seriously. Wait a moment, let me gather myself. Chu Fei hastily replied before hanging up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he still felt it was best not to let this woman come over. However, before he could make a call, Su Li returned, beaming with joy. Now that all the major shareholders' stakes had been reclaimed, they merely awaited the afternoon's investor meeting. Do you think they will invest? Su Li inquired, her heart brimming with excitement, yet tinged with anxiety. What if the investor was unaware of the current state of the company and decided against investing? Rest assured, they will definitely invest, Chu Fei reassured her with a smile. Then I shall take your words as a good omen, Su Li replied, her eyes reflecting gratitude. At that moment, Chu Fei's phone rang again. Hello? Where are you? I've been waiting for your response for several minutes. Chu Fei's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Oh, I was on the phone. Su Li, having overheard the woman's voice on the other end, felt her previously joyful expression fade into calmness. Chu Fei remained oblivious to any awkwardness, stepping outside the office. What exactly do you want from me? He asked, feeling somewhat vexed. Was this blind date genuinely seeking to make him her boyfriend? You said you felt that vibrant experience. Where are you? I'm coming over now. Seeing her determination, Chu Fei understood that this woman would not relent until they met. I'm downstairs at Kiao Corporation. Come on over. After hanging up, he sighed in relief. He then walked back into the office. Boss, I'm stepping out to meet a friend. I'll be back shortly. Do as you please, Su Li replied coldly without lifting her gaze. Chu Fei muttered to himself, wondering why she had to adopt such a frosty demeanor when he had done nothing to provoke her. Meanwhile, after Chu Fei descended the stairs, Su Li stood by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at him below. A pang of jealousy surged within her. This man's friend was likely a girlfriend. What kind of woman was he drawn to? Just then, she spotted a luxurious red Ferrari pulling up outside the building. A woman clad in leggings and a form-fitting red outfit emerged from the vehicle, her attire accentuating her perfect figure. Chapter 19. Family arrivals downstairs. When Chu Fei saw Wang Xie stepping out of the car, his eyes widened in disbelief. The transformation was astounding. With her attire, she could undoubtedly captivate countless men. Her figure and gaze embodied the essence of a flawless seductress. What do you think? Does this outfit align with your taste? If you become my boyfriend, you can do whatever you desire with me. Wang Xie's alluring gaze drew closer as she entwined her arm around Chu Fei's. From above, Su Li observed everything, unable to suppress the sour feeling rising within her. She had not anticipated that this man would be attracted to such women. Turning her head away, she tried to avert her gaze, but an inner voice urged her to continue watching. Cautiously, she glanced back down. No, you're making it seem as though I am merely coveting your beauty. You know I am not that kind of person. Chu Fei pulled away from Wang Xie's grasp, standing aside with an expression of helplessness. Why was this woman like a stubborn piece of gum, impossible to shake off? What do you want then? Perhaps we should be more direct? I have my ID with me. Although it's not ideal in broad daylight, if you're comfortable, so be it. Wang Xie displayed no embarrassment, while Chu Fei was left astonished. Was this woman truly willing to devote herself to a stranger for her family? All right, I'll be honest. I'm just a lowly security guard. You should stop pursuing me. We are not suitable. With that, Chu Fei turned to leave. However, she seized his arm once more. How can we determine suitability without trying? Just like the depth of compatibility. Isn't that just perfect? Her words left Chu Fei dumbfounded. Where did you learn such bold words? A respectable young woman should not speak like that. It could lead to misunderstandings. Wang Xie's expression darkened. What do you truly want? I've delivered that vibrant experience you desired. Now you're dissatisfied. Just tell me what you like. Wang Xie was not the kind of woman to throw herself at anyone, but Chu Fei was undeniably different. Although she could not pinpoint what attracted her to him, she felt she had done enough for him. No, to be fair, I never claimed to like you, right? You should return home. An ordinary girl is not suitable for me. Chu Fei slightly shook his head and turned towards the building. After taking a few steps, he turned back. By the way, are you interested in investing? This company is in need of funds. Who knows, if you invest, I might consider it. With that, he finally left. Wang Xie gazed at the towering building, her brows furrowing slightly. Kiao Corporation? Wasn't he that the small company targeted by the Zhao Group? The entire Jiangnan is aware that the Zhao Group has initiated a series of commercial offensives against the Kiao Company. However, the Juanhao Group, under her leadership, is not involved in this conflict. She feels no obligation to consider the sentiments of any company. Nevertheless, since this individual has urged her to invest in this enterprise, it suggests that the company may possess certain value. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and called her secretary. Xiao Gu, arrange a 500 million investment in Kiao Company. Understood, President Wang. Observing Chu Fei's departing figure, Wang Xie's lips curled slightly in a smile. Since you are merely a security guard at this company, I won't need to contact you again next time. With that, she turned and entered her vehicle, accelerating away in a cloud of dust. Above, Su Li watched the scene unfold, her gaze filled with complexity. She sat in her office chair, lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. Boss, I'm back. Su Li did not lift her head, merely responding with a muted acknowledgement. What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Chu Fei remarked, noticing Su Li's lackluster demeanor. You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. Scoundrel. Su Li retorted angrily. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. Wait, let's be reasonable. I haven't provoked you, so why insult me? You call me a scoundrel. Yet I haven't done anything to deserve it, have I? Su Li dismissed him, immersing herself in the affairs of the company, while Chu Fei chose not to engage further, sitting on the sofa and idly scrolling through his phone. As noon approached, Chu Fei received a text message. Young master, I have arrived in Jiangnan. Would you like to meet? Realizing the necessity of consulting his steward, he felt that some matters were better known to him than to Jiangning. Boss, may I take a half day off? Do as you please. Go wherever you wish. It would be best if you never returned, scoundrel. Bah. Su Li snapped back, evidently still agitated by the earlier incident. Chu Fei, his expression darkening, protested. Where have I been a scoundrel? If I were truly one, would I have given you so much money? If you insist on calling me a scoundrel, return my money. I am nearly broke and can scarcely afford a new outfit. In your dreams. No way. Su Li firmly retained his words in her mind. I have something to attend to. I'll be back shortly. By the way, unless necessary, do not leave the company. Chu Fei issued a warning before departing. Given the lurking danger targeting Su Li, it was imperative that she remain safe within the confines of the company. Why should I care? Get lost. Su Li cursed him as he left, driving her car towards the airport. Checking the time, Su Li noted that it was lunchtime, and with an afternoon meeting with investors scheduled, she decided against heading home. After considering her options, she resolved to visit a small noodle shop downstairs for a casual meal, reasoning that being so close, nothing untoward could happen. However, upon descending the stairs, she became the center of attention for a group of onlookers from a black car, parked by the roadside. Boss, the target has appeared. She is alone. Shall we proceed? A deep voice inquired from the other end of the line. Proceed, but remember to be swift. In a luxurious restaurant, an older gentleman with graying hair, appearing around 50, stood before Chu Fei. Young master, after all these years, you remain as dashing as ever. This was Chu Kai, the steward of his family. I have always been this handsome. Yet, I am curious about the recent happenings in the family that brought you here personally. Initially, Chu Fei had intended for a mere family representative to visit and facilitate an investment in Su Li's company. However, he was surprised to find that it was Chu Kai himself. The family has encountered some challenges recently. Nevertheless, the patriarch and several elders are preparing, and there should be no immediate issues. You need not worry about this, young master. However, the patriarch has advised you to be vigilant, as the immortal phoenix appears to have dispatched individuals into Daxia. At this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed, a frigid aura emanating from him. The immortal phoenix was a formidable foreign family, known for commanding the world's most powerful secretive force, consisting of exceptionally skilled operatives engaged in covert operations against rival families. He had not anticipated that they would dare to infiltrate Daxia. Were they here for me, or targeting others within the family? Chu Kai shook his head, indicating that he was unaware of their intentions. Even with the family's intelligence network, they could not ascertain the specifics at this moment. I understand. Should any information arise, please inform me. Understood, young master. By the way, the patriarch asked if you have any romantic interests. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's countenance darkened immediately. A romantic interest? Someone like Wang Xie? The very thought terrifies me. This woman has far too many ideas, and I can only keep my distance. No, I am still young. And he wants grandchildren? Let us wait a few more years. Chu Kai could only chuckle silently at his response. At that moment, Chu Fei's phone rang. Noting an unfamiliar number, he frowned slightly, but answered nonetheless. Hello? A deep male voice resonated from the other end. You are Chu Fei, correct? The unfamiliar voice puzzled him. Chu Fei. Suddenly, he recognized Su Li's voice, tinged with tears. Instantly, he stood upright, his demeanor turning icy. I trust you are familiar with this situation? Your boss has been kidnapped. You now have two options. Come alone to the old factory in the southern part of the city, or I will call the police and execute the hostage. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei realized that the target was himself, not Su Li. Leave her unharmed. I am on my way. Since Su Li was not the intended target, she was safe for the moment. Haha, I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. The call ended, and a glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Chu Fei's eyes. Were they targeting me? Could they be from the Immortal Phoenix? If so, their intelligence capabilities were formidable. Yet, he was baffled as to how trouble had arisen within half an hour of his departure. Hadn't he advised her not to leave the company? Young master, what is wrong? Chu Kai inquired, noticing Chu Fei's troubled expression. I was about to have a meal with you, but my protection target has been kidnapped. At this, a bead of cold sweat formed on Chu Kai's forehead. The mere act of dining with him had led to the abduction of the young master's target. This clearly implied a connection to him. Rest assured, I will contact our people in Jiangnan. At all costs, we will rescue your target. Given the Chu family's capabilities, rescuing a kidnapped individual would be a trivial matter. That won't be necessary. They are targeting me. I can handle it myself. Chu Fei stood and exited the restaurant. After his departure, Chu Kai finally exhaled, hastily retrieving his phone to contact Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Ning was comfortably sipping tea in his office, perusing the latest news, enjoying the leisure afforded to him by his current status. Unless something significant occurs in Jiangnan, he would remain unoccupied. At that moment, a call came through to his personal phone. Upon seeing the number, he hastily rose from his seat. Butler Kai, how do you have the time to call me? He exclaimed in disbelief, for it was indeed unusual for the young Master butler to personally reach out. This surely indicated that something serious had transpired. You are already aware of the young Master's affairs in Jiangnan, correct? He has a protection target there, you know? Jiang Ning's expression instantly turned grave. He was well aware of the situation, having previously met with the young master. The protection target was Su Li, the president of Kiao Corporation. However, the young master had also specified that he would not interfere in the business war. I understand. What's the matter, Butler Kai? Has the young master encountered trouble? Anxiety gripped him at the thought. If something were to happen to the young master in Jiangnan, his position as the #1 figure there would be rendered moot. Not at all. It is the young master's task target who has encountered an incident. She has been kidnapped. Utilize all your connections to investigate the movements of the perpetrators. Chu Kai instructed, causing Jiang Ning to exhale slightly in relief, though his heart remained tense. After all, the young master's task target was 100 times more significant than himself. Yes, I understand. I will commence the investigation immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was driving straight towards the southern part of the city. The southern area was once home to the old industrial district of Jiangnan, populated by numerous factories before the city underwent full-scale development. However, in compliance with national directives to ensure air quality, all factories had been relocated outside the city. Consequently, the old downtown area was in the preparatory stages of redevelopment, but no real estate companies had taken over yet. This vicinity had become a gathering place for various petty criminals and minor factions. As Chu Fei made his way to the south, another group had already arrived there. Who were they? On the rooftop of an old building in the south, 3 robust men stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. At their feet lay a heavy black handbag. I don't know. Wasn't this girl supposed to be our target? Could it be that the boss sent someone else? One man with a scarred face questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. That shouldn't be the case, right? However, it is peculiar that the guy isn't here this time. Last time, he nearly caught us. That kid is terrifying. Chapter 21. Gunfire erupts. Why don't you? Lao He, go inquire about the situation. I see these folks lack skill, remarked the leader of the trio, Lao Wu. They had received a directive from higher-ups to kidnap Su Li, the president of Kiao Corporation, ideally bringing her back alive for significant purposes. Yet, they had not anticipated that she would be under the protection of a formidable individual. The last time Lao Wu attempted to act, he thought he could easily subdue the opponent with his strength. But he had been surprised by how quickly the adversary detected his presence. Thus, the trio had been seeking opportunities for the past few days. Finally, they had been fortunate enough to see the target leave alone. Before they could act, they witnessed her being abducted into a vehicle. They had followed the car all the way to the southern area. Why should I go? Have you seen those people over there holding knives? My small frame can't withstand a few stabs, complained Lao He, whose name did not match his appearance. He was rather frail. Yet, the three of them were notorious on the battlefield of Nant Tower, feared by many. Countless small bosses had met their demise at their hands. As for larger bosses, they were beyond the trio's reach. In terms of their strength, they would not even need firearms to deal with the petty criminals below. Why don't we all go take a look? These small fries are no match for us. It will be like swatting flies. Lao Su chimed in. The three exchanged glances, and all nodded in agreement. They then picked up the black handbag and made their way toward the old factory. Inside the factory, Suli was bound to a chair. Nearby, several petty criminals were engrossed in a game of cards. A royal flush. Do you even know how to play? I have a 3, and you play a royal flush? One of them exclaimed. It's my prerogative, isn't it? They were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, on an abandoned machine, a bald man wielded a dagger, swinging it up and down. A long scar ran across his head, indicating he was not to be trifled with. He was known in Jiangnan as Scarface, often working for the Zhao family and serving as a formidable enforcer under Lu Sui. Typically, Lu Sui would refrain from deploying him. Everyone, pay attention. Judging by the time, that kid should be arriving soon. It is said he is quite skilled. Don't underestimate him. Just use your daggers to finish him off, Scarface commanded coldly as the dagger rested in his grip. Bound to the chair, Su Li's eyes were covered with a rag, preventing her from seeing, but she could hear everything clearly. Scarface's words filled her with dread. What would she do if Chu Fei really came? She found herself hoping he wouldn't come, while simultaneously wishing for his swift arrival, her mind in turmoil. Just then, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared at the entrance of the old factory. Instantly, everyone halted their activities and grabbed the large knives that lay nearby. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this place is occupied. Perhaps you should find another location? One of Scarface's underlings pointed his machete at the approaching trio. Please, brothers, do not misunderstand. We merely wish to ask a question and will leave as soon as we have clarity, Lao Wu replied with a grin, tossing a large stack of cash in their direction. Scarface raised an eyebrow, noting that these 3 seemed rather cooperative. Ask away, but make it quick. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances. Were you sent by Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Scarface's expression shifted, furrowing his brow. No, you have mistaken us. It would be wise for you to leave at once. He gestured for them to depart, but Lao Wu and his companions' expressions hardened. If they were not sent by Brother Yi, it was likely they were enemies of the woman. However, for someone to dare to snatch their prey was too disrespectful. Since you are not, then please leave. This woman is specifically wanted by our boss. If you do not wish to encounter trouble, I advise you to leave promptly. As he spoke, Lao He and the others placed the handbag on the ground. Scarface's demeanor shifted as he noticed the contents of the handbag, his anxiety evident. Gentlemen, I must say this action is rather unwise. He drew a black handgun from his waist, aiming it at Lao Wu and his companions. He had not intended to resort to such measures, as ordinary citizens were prohibited from possessing weapons in Daxia, barring special departments. However, he felt it prudent to be prepared for the unexpected. Brother, are you certain you want to proceed down this path? Lao He responded, raising his hands in apparent surrender. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he concealed a blade between his fingers. If you leave now, we will act as if nothing occurred. If you fire, I assure you, you will not escape. Lao He wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by the gun pointed at him. Lao Wu and Lao Su similarly raised their hands, their faces devoid of expression. Are you trying to intimidate me? I am well aware of what lies within that bag of yours. Do not push me. Otherwise, one among you will surely fall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lao He suddenly moved his wrist. Scarface, having navigated the underworld for many years, had survived not by mere fortune. At the very moment the opponent's wrist twitched, he pulled the trigger. Thud! The blade pierced directly into Scarface's throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound, flowing relentlessly. His eyes fixated intently on the 3 before him. Yet Lao He fared little better, as he acted. He desperately twisted his body. However, no speed could rival that of a bullet. The bullet tore through his arm, blood streaming profusely. Act now. Upon witnessing their leader felled, Scarface's lackeys became frenzied, recklessly charging at Lao He and his companions. At this juncture, Lao He found no need to intervene. With merely a dozen ruffians, Lao Wu and Lao Su were more than sufficient to handle them. Meanwhile, not far from the factory, Chu Fei pressed the accelerator, hastening towards the scene. Upon hearing the gunshot, his heart leapt with alarm. What was happening? Why was there gunfire? A few minutes later, within the dilapidated factory, several bodies lay sprawled in disarray. Lao Wu and Lao Su shook their wrists, discarding the bloodied machete aside. Lao He approached, wearing a look of grievance. I told you, my small frame cannot withstand this. You did not believe me. Had I descended alone, you too would surely have to collect my remains. Lao Wu shot him a glance, commenting that it was better not to boast among friends. Enough. Lao Su, take that woman and return to complete the task. Bound to a chair, Su Li trembled slightly. The recent gunshot had genuinely startled her. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, causing her stomach to churn uncontrollably. As a medical researcher, she was particularly sensitive to the stench of blood. Let us not delay. This place will soon attract attention. Lao He chimed in. Just as Lao Su was approaching Su Li, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. The three turned to the entrance, where, unbeknownst to them, Chu Fei had already appeared. His gaze fell upon the bodies, darkening his expression. He then turned to the trio, confusion swirling within him. What transpired here? Upon seeing Chu Fei, Lao Wu's expression shifted. It is him. He recognized the man who had discovered him previously. To his surprise, the man had come. Who are you? Chu Fei inched closer to the trio. Lao Wu, regaining his composure, regarded Chu Fei with a somber demeanor. Brother, this matter does not concern you. Allow us to leave. Name your price. He understood the man's capabilities. After all, he was merely a bodyguard to the woman. If given sufficient incentives, the man could easily be swayed. Engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise, especially considering the three of them may not be able to best him. Do you know that she is the one I must protect? Lao Su, standing beside Su Li, narrowed his eyes. Brother, I acknowledge your extraordinary prowess. However, I trust you do not wish to witness this woman perish before your eyes? Unbeknownst to anyone, a dagger had appeared in Lao Su's hand, poised against Su Li's neck. The sharp blade grazed her pale skin, a trickle of blood oozing forth. Should Chu Fei dare to act, he would not hesitate to sever Su Li's carotid artery. Chu Fei halted, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the three before him. Who do you serve? You are the ones who killed these people, are you not? It baffled him. The slain appeared entirely unrelated to these three. Moreover, their target did not seem to be him, but rather Su Li. Conversely, the assailants had aimed for him. At that moment, a recollection struck him regarding an earlier encounter with Su Li on the street, a sudden sense of peril. Perhaps it was these three who had brought it about. Indeed, yet we have no ties to them. They merely kidnapped someone we sought. When they refused to comply, we had no choice but to act. You arrived a moment too late. Lao Wu inhaled deeply, his hand inching towards his waist. Although they had yet to engage in combat, he sensed from the aura surrounding this man that he was no ordinary opponent. As expected, upon hearing the words, Chu Fei deduced the outcome. A misunderstanding had transpired between the two parties. Yet, this could work to his advantage, aiding in the resolution of his own troubles. However, he noticed the other party reaching for their waist, his expression growing grave. They undoubtedly possessed firearms. At such close range, even if he could evade, Su Li remained in their grasp. Should he take action, her life would be at risk. Gentlemen, let us converse. What price have your benefactors offered you? I will double it. The only option now was to stabilize the situation with the trio and seek an opportunity to strike. Lao Wu chuckled, yet dared not relax his guard. Brother, you jest. Money is of no consequence to us. You are aware that in our line of work, reputation holds paramount importance. Without it, we would be hard-pressed to receive future assignments. Thus, it would be best for you to leave. Lao Wu's words hardened Chu Fei's expression, a terrifying murderous intent radiating from him. Then there is nothing left to discuss. The chilling aura emanating from Chu Fei sent shockwaves through Lao Wu and his companions. This man is extraordinary. He had undoubtedly emerged from a sea of corpses, a formidable force forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Such mastery could not be achieved without a decade or more of experience. The three of them had collaborated for 5 or 6 years, yet even combined, they could not hope to rival this man before them. Brother, do not act rashly. Do you wish to watch her perish? Lao Su interjected, pressing the dagger closer to Su Li's throat, blood trickling down the blade. Seeking death, Chu Fei was incensed. With a swift motion, he hurled a stone from his hand. Whoosh! The stone flew like a bullet, striking Lao Su's wrist. Lao Su instinctively attempted to defend himself, but his reaction was far too sluggish. Thud! The stone pierced through his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Lao Wu and Lao He, their expressions turning fierce, drew their guns and fired at Chu Fei. Bang! 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 A series of shots rang out, yet Chu Fei effortlessly evaded them. With a roll, he appeared before Lao Su and swung a fist towards him. Lao Su, reacting instinctively, raised his hands to block. However, this was merely a feint. Chu Fei withdrew his fist and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Lao Su's chest. With a resounding thud, Lao Su was sent hurtling away, his ribs likely shattered. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seizing the moment, Chu Fei grabbed the chair binding Su Li and forcefully shattered it. He then sheltered Su Li behind a dilapidated piece of machinery. We must go. Lao Wu and Lao He, fully aware of Chu Fei's terrifying prowess, could no longer concern themselves with Lao Su. Given that display, Lao Su's life was likely forfeit. The two fled from the factory, not daring to glance back. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. He gently removed Su Li's blindfold, revealing her tear-streaked face, her body trembling uncontrollably. I apologize for my tardiness. Chu Fei's countenance was filled with remorse. If it weren't for her own actions, Su Li would not have faced such peril. Su Li tightly embraced Chu Fei, not daring to let go for even a moment. Chapter 23. The Wrath of Chu Fei. 2 hours later, Chu Fei brought Su Li back to the villa. The events of the day had left her considerably shaken. Upon returning home, she lay down on her bed to rest, while Chu Fei remained in the living room, his expression dark and brooding. He took out his phone and called Chu Kai. Have you found anything? Chu Kai took a deep breath. Young master, the situation is somewhat troublesome. However, it is not insurmountable. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed. What do you mean? There are 2 groups involved, each with different objectives. One is targeting you, while the other is after Su Li. An unfortunate incident occurred between them, resulting in a violent confrontation. The group targeting you is comprised of Lu Sui's subordinates from the Zhao group. They may be attempting to kidnap Miss Su to threaten you due to previous events. As for the other group, their identity is somewhat convoluted. In brief, they are focused on Miss Su, but they are not from Xia. They are individuals returning from Nanta. We are still investigating who they are working for. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression tightened. It was no wonder he sensed that these adversaries were not ordinary foes. They were indeed individuals returning from the war-torn Nanta. Chu Fei had executed missions there before. The tasks were not particularly difficult, but the individuals encountered were ruthless and reckless. I understand. Notify me of any updates. As for the Zhao family, you handle that matter. With that, Chu Fei ended the call. He quietly approached Su Li's room, opened the door, and gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Li, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He murmured to himself, I apologize, it won't happen again. At that moment, in the Zhao family's villa, Lu Sui turned pale upon receiving news from her subordinates. What did you say? All the scarred ones are dead. How is that possible? Scarred was her most formidable warrior, a skilled fighter capable of taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, adept with a dagger. Moreover, with over 10 subordinates, they could not subdue a mere bodyguard. Big sister. This is true. The authorities are already investigating this matter. Lu Sui's expression darkened. I see. I will transfer some funds to your account shortly. During this period, you should avoid making any appearances until the situation calms down. After hanging up, Lu Sui slumped onto the sofa, helplessly staring at the ceiling. Just then, Zhao Wei emerged from his room, having just concluded a call regarding the company's recent developments. Noticing his wife's distress, he could not help but inquire, what is wrong? Lu Sui shook her head. It's a failure. That person rescued their target, and all my men are dead. The authorities have already begun their investigation. Zhao Wei's expression shifted slightly. How could this happen? Is that young man truly invincible? I recall that your Scarred had access to black fire, correct? Black fire referred to weaponry acquired through illicit means. The idea that they could be defeated while armed was inconceivable. I am not sure, but that is the reality. I have instructed my subordinates to remain hidden. They should not be traced back to us in the short term. While the two were discussing, a frantic phone call interrupted their conversation. State a reason that I should not be furious. Zhao Wei had just finished a call with his secretary when this new call came through. Chairman, there's a major problem. Mr. Jiang has ordered the closure of our factory and taken the general manager and CEO for questioning. The reason given is that our group is suspected of infringing on others' property, using illegal means in business warfare, and that our products contain hazardous materials. The news struck Zhao Wei like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. How long did he say the closure would last? Given the scale of their group, a single day of downtime could result in losses exceeding 10 million. Not to mention the consequences of breach of contract with other companies. He only mentioned that the closure would be lifted once the investigation is complete. Zhao Wei sank onto the sofa, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Was this retaliation against the Zhao family? But could the Su family command such influence over Jiangning? He found it hard to believe. However, this was merely the beginning. Just after his conversation with the secretary, he received calls from other company executives. Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the interruption. We may need to terminate our partnership with your group. Rest assured, we will pay the penalty as per our agreement. Before Zhao Wei could respond, the caller hung up. One after another, calls flooded in, each bearing news of contract terminations, leaving him reeling. Finally, the last call came in. Old Zhao, you've landed yourself in a serious predicament. On the other end was an old friend, the chairman of the in-group. They had collaborated for many years and shared a close friendship. Olden, could you elaborate? I am at a loss for whom you have offended to provoke such a significant impact on the Zhao group. Even Jiang Ning is coming after you. Zhao Wei was bewildered. If Jiang Ning was taking action, the individual he had angered must possess an extraordinarily powerful background. Frankly speaking, I am unsure. However, the higher-ups have made it clear, no company in Jiangnan City is permitted to cooperate with you. All partners must terminate contracts within 3 days or face the consequences. You know, when the higher-ups speak, we mere mortals must comply. These words aged Zhao Wei significantly in an instant. He had painstakingly built the Zhao group to its current stature, yet a mere word from powerful figures could dismantle it. He had no idea who he had offended. Thank you, I understand. After hanging up, Zhao Wei sat in a daze, wondering if the Zhao group was truly doomed. Was everything he had built with such effort about to vanish? At that moment, the butler entered the hall. Sir, a few individuals are here, claiming to want to speak with you. They appear to be officials. Chapter 24, You are not qualified to know officials? Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. The Zhao group had just faced pressure from the authorities, and now, within mere minutes, officials were at their doorstep. The speed was astonishing. However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, they could not avoid it. They could only hope that the officials would not deliver a death blow to the Zhao group. Otherwise, they would have no chance of recovery. Please, do invite them in. Zhao Wei waved his hand, signaling the butler to welcome the guests. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai and Jiang Ning entered the villa. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's expression darkened. Ah, Mr. Jiang, please, take a seat. Yet, Jiang Ning did not respond. Instead, he gestured for Chu Kai to sit. At that moment, Zhao Wei noticed an elderly gentleman beside Jiang Ning, who appeared somewhat seasoned. To have the foremost figure of Jiangning, a city in the south of the Yangtze River, seated with both hands, one must presume that the individual's influence is extraordinary. Lu Sui, not an inconsequential character himself, turned pale at this sight. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire who this esteemed individual is? Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his brow and whispered. The arrival of such a significant personage was undoubtedly ominous. Jiang Ning merely cast a fleeting glance his way, declaring, You are not entitled to know. This single remark rendered Zhao Wei's prepared flattery unutterable, swallowed back into silence. Chu Kai settled onto the sofa while Jiang Ning stood beside him, entirely devoid of the imposing aura one would expect from a leading figure. Might I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you to me? Have I inadvertently offended you? Zhao Wei's voice trembled with anxiety, hesitating to speak too loudly. Chu Kai, reclining casually, extracted a cigarette from his pocket. Observing this, Jiang Ning hastily produced a lighter to ignite it. To Zhao Wei and Lu Sui, this tableau was nothing short of a thunderclap. The leading figure lit a cigarette for another. The implications of such a relationship were terrifying. Zhao Wei had no desire to uncover the origins of this enigmatic man. Even if he did, what could he do against someone of such stature? That would be tantamount to courting death. You are the chairman of the Zhao group, are you not, Zhao Wei? Jiang Ning remained standing, and thus Zhao Wei dared not take a seat, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I am the chairman of the Zhao group. Chu Kai inhaled deeply from his cigarette, the smoke curling languidly in the air. Very well. I am here today to resolve a rather simple matter. Before you lie 2 choices, I shall offer you 10 million. In exchange for all shares of the Zhao group, and you and your family shall never set foot in Jiangnan again. The second option? A lengthy imprisonment. Perhaps 20 to 30 years, nothing more. The starkness of these 2 choices left Zhao Wei momentarily stunned. 10 million? In the current context of the Zhao group, even if all business partnerships were severed, its value would exceed at least 3 billion. To propose 10 million for the entire Zhao group was ludicrous. As for the second option, it was beyond consideration. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, where I have wronged you? If I have erred in any regard, I shall certainly offer my sincerest apologies. However, to demand that I sell my entire stake in the Zhao group for a mere 10 million seems excessively harsh. Neither choice was acceptable to him. He had toiled tirelessly to bring the Zhao group to its present stature. A paltry sum of 10 million was not worth even a glance. Jiang Ning shook his head. Chairman Zhao, some matters exceed your purview. Chu Kai raised a hand, signaling Jiang Ning to remain silent. Jiang Ning complied, recognizing that he had overstepped. It seems Chairman Zhao is unwilling? Very well, let us adjust the offer to 5 million. If that is still unsatisfactory, then prepare for imprisonment. As he spoke, Chu Kai gestured, and Jiang Ning promptly retrieved a stack of documents from a nearby briefcase. Tossing them onto the table, Zhao Wei's heart sank as he glanced through the papers, his face draining of color. Lu Sui, unable to resist, glanced as well, and was rendered speechless. The documents detailed numerous transgressions committed by the two men, including the tragic suicide of a company president who had declined to partner with the Zhao Group, and the death of a general manager who had quarreled with Zhao Wei at a banquet. The list extended to over 20 such instances, with the ensuing pages meticulously chronicling their criminal endeavors, leaving no detail unaccounted for. Zhao Wei collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed. Many of these events were more than a decade old, yet he had not anticipated the extent of their adversary's reach to unearth them. Surely this is sufficient? Chairman Zhao, opportunity is fleeting. I have brought the contract. If you are willing, you may sign it now. If not, these documents will be handed over to Xiaojiang. Chu Kai wore a smile, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. The contents of those documents could condemn them to countless lifetimes of ruin. I will sign. Zhao Wei could scarcely fathom that his once promising ascendance had culminated in such a predicament over a trivial matter. Upon signing the contract, he appeared as though a decade had been stripped from his life, sitting listlessly on the sofa. Might I ask, esteemed sir, how I have provoked you? He was baffled. His only offense had been to confront Su Li and her modest bodyguard. Surely, the Su family lacked the influence to enlist such a powerful figure to intervene on their behalf. As for that bodyguard, it was inconceivable. You have crossed paths with someone you should not have. For instance, Su Li. You are familiar with her, I presume? Su Li? Zhao Wei managed a bitter laugh, realization dawning upon him. Was it truly because he had abducted Su Li that he now faced such repercussions? I understand. Chu Kai extinguished his cigarette, then rose to gather his belongings. Leave. From this day forth, there is no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, should you dare to step foot in Jiangnan again, I will ensure you pay dearly. With that, he departed alongside Jiang Ning. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both reflecting the despair in their eyes. No one could have anticipated that a formidable enterprise like the Zhao family would vanish overnight. Whispers circulated throughout Jiangnan, suggesting that the Zhao family had inadvertently provoked an immensely fearsome individual. Chapter 25. The Zhao group renamed Chu Min after a day of rest. Su Li emerged from her room the following morning, somewhat dazed. Chu Fei, donned in an apron, was preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Su Li in the hallway, he waved her over. Awake? I've prepared some pumpkin porridge for you. Hurry and wash up, it's time to eat. Su Li obediently changed her clothes and, after freshening up, made her way downstairs. The fragrant pumpkin porridge was warm and comforting, easing her nerves. She gazed across the table at Chu Fei, who was savoring his porridge and buns. Noticing her stare, he paused. What's the matter? Do I have something on my face? Su Li chuckled softly. No, I just suddenly think you look quite handsome. For a fleeting moment, she felt that Chu Fei was a man worthy of reliance. However, the memory of seeing him with another woman at the company extinguished that feeling. Was I not handsome before? He joked. There are enough women wanting to pursue me to circle Jiangnan. Chu Fei, in his characteristic arrogance, boasted. In truth, given his status, there were indeed many women who would vie for his attention. Yet, he was not one to settle for just anyone. Su Li rolled her eyes at him, taking a few sips of porridge before asking, So, that girl in the Ferrari outside the company last time, is she your girlfriend? Instantly regretting her question, she chastised herself for prying into his affairs. No. Chu Fei shook his head vigorously. Girlfriend? I've never had one. Women only slow me down. Really? Su Li felt a surge of joy, her tone brimming with excitement. What? Do you wish to be my boyfriend? Chu Fei grinned widely, but was met with Su Li's disdainful glance. In your dreams. Even if I were the last man on earth, I wouldn't choose you. Though she claimed this, Su Li couldn't shake the feeling that, long before reaching that dire scenario, she would likely have succumbed to this man's charm. Huh. If I were the last man on earth, do you really think I would choose you? A single remark nearly caused Su Li to splutter her porridge. Good heavens. You. Chu Fei laughed heartily. With your meager skills, you dare to engage in banter with me? Just eat your porridge. After breakfast, Su Li instinctively felt compelled to check on the company. The pressure from the Zhao group was immense, and after her abduction yesterday, the investors worth 20 billion would surely be furious at her breach of contract. If they decided to withdraw their investment, the Xiao company would be doomed. However, Chu Fei interjected, Today is Saturday. Why would you go to the office? Are you planning to work overtime? It was then that Su Li remembered it was indeed Saturday. The multitude of worries had clouded her mind to the extent that she had forgotten the day. Well then, a hint of melancholy shadowed her face as she took out her phone to scroll through recent news. Upon encountering a particular headline, she froze in place. And after a long pause, she screamed, Something major has happened. Chu Fei, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, rushed out upon hearing her exclamation. What on earth is going on this early? Su Li, her face alight with astonishment, handed her phone to Chu Fei. The news headline read clearly, Zhao Group completely liquidated. Taken over by mysterious tycoon, renamed Chuman. Specific acquisition price undisclosed. This single piece of news indicated that the Zhao Group had changed hands, meaning Zhao Wei no longer held control. Thus, Xiao Company still had a fighting chance. I thought it was something significant, but it's just this? You wasted my dishwashing time, honestly. Chu Fei retorted dismissively. In truth, he had received a call from Chu Kai the previous afternoon, informing him that the Zhao Group had been acquired, with Chu Fei now serving as its new chairman. Wielding absolute power, he held 95% of the shares, with the remainder scattered among retail investors. However, he had no time to manage a company. So he entrusted it to Chu Kai to find someone from the family to oversee the Zhao Group, renaming it Chuman. This was excellent news for their company. Without the Zhao Group, Xiao Company faced no pressure. Consequently, their research could continue uninterrupted. Su Li was overjoyed, her beautiful eyes narrowing with delight. Chu Fei chuckled silently, thinking, this silly girl. Come, since you're in a good mood today, let's go shopping. You've been here for a while, and only have those 2 outfits. Today, I'll give you a proper makeover. In truth, Chu Fei had no particular demands regarding attire. Simplicity and fit were sufficient. The aesthetics were a separate matter altogether. He was utterly reluctant to go shopping. What man enjoys wandering through stores? Yet, for her safety, he felt compelled to accompany her as her bag carrier. Meanwhile, in a room of a no registration required inn, old He asked, have you figured out how to explain this to Brother Yi? He was bandaged around his arm, his complexion pale. The mission had failed, and with old Su dead, he was certain to face organizational punishment. Be honest, old Wu's expression was particularly grim. He had not anticipated that the bodyguard accompanying the woman would be so formidable, capable of rescuing her from their grasp. The disparity in strength between the two parties was glaring. They were like children learning to walk, while the opposing force resembled a brawny man wielding a sword. There's no choice now, old Wu continued. But I'm curious, given the strength of the other side, why would they protect such a woman? I've looked into her background. She is merely the president of a small company. How could she afford such a powerful bodyguard? Old He was perplexed. From the information they had gathered, this woman appeared to lack any significant connections. How should I know? After this, that guy will definitely stick to her like glue. There's little chance of another attempt. Moreover, the listening device we planted in her home has likely been discovered. They exchanged a silent glance, both lost in thought. After a long moment, old Wu finally spoke. I'll talk to Brother Yi. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Yi. A hoarse voice responded from the other end. Has the task been completed? Old Wu suppressed his voice. The mission has failed. Chapter 26, Bodyguard Model. In a bustling commercial street, Su Li was selecting suitable clothing for Chu Fei. How about this set? A blue suit, a white shirt, and a blue tie. Not bad. Chu Fei was utterly drained from accompanying her on this shopping spree. After several hours of aimless wandering, he was burdened with 7 or 8 outfits, all for himself. Even if he changed daily, it would take longer than this. No taste. This outfit doesn't suit you, Su Li replied, returning the garment to its place. Isn't this enough? With so many clothes, you should have plenty to wear. Chu Fei felt that even facing battle would be less arduous than shopping with a woman. Selecting a single outfit could take 1 or 2 hours. All right then, let us head home. Upon seeing the numerous outfits Chu Fei carried, Su Li was surprised she had purchased so much for him. This was her first time buying clothes for a man. Just as they returned to the car, they received a call from Fong Qing. My dear President Su, it's Saturday. Why not come play at my company? After a few days of rest, Fong Qing was in a much better mood. Sure. Chu Fei and I are shopping right now. We just finished, so we'll head over. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax, Su Li was reluctant to return home so soon. She made a U-turn towards the supermodel company. Chu Fei felt thoroughly exasperated. Couldn't they just stay home? What was so entertaining about going out? However, as Su Li was the boss, he had no choice but to comply. They drove to the entrance of Fong Qing's company. The receptionist recognized Su Li, President Su. Yes. Is President Fong upstairs? The receptionist nodded. Yes, in her office. Su Li led Chu Fei directly to Fong Qing's office. Inside Fong Qing's office, she was incredulous. What? Zhang Yu, you want to resign? Was my offer insufficient? Fong Qing gazed in disbelief at the male model Zhang Yu before her. This was a well-known company, offering salaries in 6 figures monthly, yet he was choosing to resign. With a shoot about to commence, finding a replacement at this juncture was nearly impossible. I'm truly sorry, but I don't want this month's salary. Here's my resignation letter. To be honest, a big company has offered me a high-paying position. You know how it is. We all chase after money. And I have to go where the pay is better. I apologize, Zhang Yu said, turning to leave. Just then, Su Li and Chu Fei entered, and the heavy glass door slammed against Zhang Yu's nose with a loud thud. Blood gushed from his nose, leaving a mark on his face. Crouching on the floor, he clutched his nose, tears streaming down his face. Who is it? Can't you see? As Su Li and Chu Fei stepped into the room, they saw Zhang Yu, who had just been struck in the face. I'm so sorry, Zhang. I didn't see you there. Are you all right? Only then did Zhang Yu look up, gazing at the nearly perfect Su Li before him. He rubbed his nose vigorously and pulled a few sheets of tissue from Fang Qing's desk to wipe away the blood. So it was President Su. I'm fine. I'll take my leave now. Zhang Yu had never entertained the thought of entangling himself with someone of Su Li's stature, let alone considering any form of compensation. Even though he was a somewhat renowned model in Jiangnan City, his counterpart was the head of a major corporation. If she wanted to deal with him, it would be a matter of moments. Zhang Yu, want you think it over? Fang Qing called out to Zhang Yu's departing figure, but he paid her no mind and continued on his way. What's wrong? Noticing Fang Qing's troubled expression, Su Li stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Fang Qing's shoulders. Don't even mention it. I suspect Zhang Yu has been poached by my ex-boyfriend's company. I only just learned that he has joined forces with another woman to establish a modeling agency, and he has already lured away quite a few from my side. Fang Qing's face was a portrait of frustration. It was one thing to break up with her ex, but it was entirely another for him to steal her models. Moreover, the compensation he was offering was significantly higher than what she could provide, leading many to succumb to temptation and join her ex's company. Upon hearing this, Su Li was immediately incensed. That's outrageous. A breakup is one thing, but to steal your models is another. The next time we meet, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind, she declared, shaking her small fist in indignation. Fang Qing, feeling dejected, grasped Su Li's hand. What am I to do? I'm about to start shooting, and I've already prepared the outfits. Where am I supposed to find models now? Chu Fei sat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he felt two piercing gazes fixed upon him. Looking up, he found Su Li and Fang Qing staring intently in his direction. What are you looking at me for? Do I have something on my face? Fang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, Chu Fei was just as handsome as Zhang Yu, if not more so. With a little makeup and a touch of styling, he could certainly be a standout model. Chu, could you do us a favor? Chu Fei, puzzled, replied, what kind of favor? Su Li and Fang Qing exchanged glances, then rose and practically dragged him toward the dressing room. Half an hour later, when Chu Fei emerged from the dressing room, he appeared transformed. His hair flowed elegantly. His attire was trendy, and his muscular physique was showcased in perfect form. As soon as he stepped out, many models outside, including Xiao Hu, were left awestruck. Wow, is this the new model from our agency? He is way more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is just a scoundrel. He can't compare to this newcomer. Even Su Li and Fang Qing looked at Chu Fei with newfound admiration. They hadn't expected that with a little grooming, he would turn into such a debonair figure. Fang Qing playfully patted Su Li's backside and teased, how about you let him be mine? After all, he is just your bodyguard. He'd be lucky to be my boyfriend. Su Li's temper flared at once. Who is your sister? There's no negotiation here. I've finally found a decent bodyguard, and I'm not about to let him be snatched away. Fang Qing paused for a moment, then retorted, forget you. You're the pig. The two women began to playfully bicker, while Chu Fei stood nearby, his expression darkening. How had he, a formidable individual, been reduced to being treated like a model? Once their playful quarrel subsided, Fang Qing approached Chu Fei with a bright smile. I never expected you to be so handsome, Chu. The term rich and handsome must refer to someone like you. As she spoke, she playfully pinched his rear end. Chapter 27. Targeting Su Li exiting Fang Qing's modeling agency. Chu Fei wore a scowl. Don't ask. He had been subjected to unwanted advances from start to finish. He couldn't comprehend why a group of young girls were so fixated on him, a rugged man. Even if they were forward, they had gone too far. Was one's appearance truly that significant? He acknowledged his good looks, but it wasn't his fault. What was he supposed to think? Time to drive home. Su Li's expression was much better. She too was perturbed by the sight of Chu Fei being harassed by the girls. She could only watch helplessly as they groped him while helping him change clothes. Although she was the first to indulge in such liberties, she had been too inebriated that evening to remember how it felt. If she had to describe it, it would be one word: pain. Oh, is the big boss angry? Are you jealous? Chu Fei teased as he started the car. It was amusing how Su Li had developed a tendency to be jealous lately. Ever since she encountered Wang Xie, she had become possessive, particularly when he mingled with other women, including her close friend Fang Qing. Who is jealous? You're delusional. I am not, Su Li retorted defiantly, turning her head away to avoid his teasing gaze. Chu Fei chuckled in response, remaining silent. Women were indeed complicated. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. After a long day, Su Li was exhausted and retreated to her room to rest, while Chu Fei remained in the living room, engrossed in his phone. It wasn't yet time for sleep. Just as he was about to call Chu Kai to inquire about the instigator behind the targeting of Su Li, he received a call from Chu Kai instead. "Young master, are you resting?" Chu Kai asked softly. "Not yet. Do you have any news?" Chu Fei leaned back on the sofa, awaiting his response. "Yes, but we might not be able to intervene in this matter." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. Not able to intervene? Is the organization targeting Su Li that formidable? It shouldn't be. Their family's influence spanned the nation, and even if the opposition were powerful, they ought to possess the capability to intervene. Please go on. Taking a deep breath, Chu Kai explained slowly, "Young master, after our intelligence team's investigation, we found that the individual you dealt with is associated with the military. Moreover, he has returned to the tower on special orders. The reason for targeting Miss Su is likely connected to her latest research on a certain drug." "Younger master, I don't quite understand. What is Miss Su's company researching that would attract the military's attention?" Chu Kai expressed his confusion. A small company like Qiao is only likely to develop common specialty drugs or medications for specific illnesses. But to draw the military's interest and provoke such action? He dared not speculate what Su Li's company was truly researching. Military personnel? That is impossible. I possess certain intelligence within the military. If there were such significant movements, I would surely be aware. Chu Fei was equally perplexed. His status within the military was such that he was just below the highest echelons. While many operations didn't require his consent, he was still privy to crucial information. However, the military had regulations prohibiting any actions against civilians or companies, forbidding the abuse of power. Given the current situation, it appeared someone had violated the rules. I cannot clarify this further. You are aware that our family rarely intervenes in military affairs. Therefore, I am powerless." Chu Kai lamented. The family's standing orders had long prohibited any interference or participation in military operations, with the sole exception being Chu Fei himself, as he was part of the military. "I understand. I'll make a call to inquire further." After hanging up, Chu Fei leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. The military's actions targeting Su Li, was it truly just for a minor drug? It couldn't possibly be that the substance Su Li was researching was of a biochemical nature. Could it? If that were the case, there would be no question as to why the military was focused on Su Li. But if this were so, why did his mentor insist on having him protect her? After much contemplation, he took a deep breath, pressing a familiar number to call. After 3 rings, a man's voice came through the phone. "Who is it?" "Xiao Yu, it's me." Chu Fei spoke with a somewhat icy tone. "Fei Ge, why are you calling me? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission?" Clearly, the man named Xiao Yu on the other end was puzzled. Generally, communication with others in the military is prohibited until a mission is complete for the sake of confidentiality. However, this restriction does not apply to everyone, and Chu Fei is one of those exceptions. "Just a minor issue. I wanted to ask if there has been any activity from the military?" Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment, taking several seconds to regain his composure before replying. "No, not at all. We haven't had any missions lately. We're just resting at the camp." "Fei Ge, what's going on that you personally called to ask?" Xiao Yu was part of a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei, encompassing military and foreign matters. "It's nothing. No movements from the military recently?" Chu Fei expressed his skepticism. If there were truly no movements, how could the people targeting Su Li be affiliated with the military? Well, there was something going on with Yao, but he didn't use any military personnel. After that, we didn't continue tracking. "Fei Ge, what's happening?" Chu Fei's expression turned cold at the mention of Yao. Yao was of equal standing, both in status and strength. Moreover, during his time in the military, this individual had engaged in many questionable actions. However, Chu Fei was not yet certain if this incident was connected to him. If it was, he would not hesitate to confront him. "I understand. Keep a close watch on Yao for now. If you have any news, contact me directly." After hanging up, Chu Fei frowned. It seemed that it was time to inquire with Su Li about what her company was researching. If it involved biochemical drugs, it would explain why Su Li was being targeted. After all, such research is prohibited without state approval, and discovery could lead to dire consequences. If it were not the case, it would suggest that someone was deliberately targeting Su Li. However, to target the head of a small company seemed overly petty. In truth, Chu Fei contemplated another possibility: Su Li's identity. Aside from being the company president, little was known about the Su family's background. It was highly plausible that the target was not Su Li herself, but rather the influential figures behind her. Chapter 28. The Secrets of Qiao Company. The next day. "Are you ready?" Hurry up. Downstairs, Chu Fei awaited Su Li. It was the weekend, and Su Li was heading home for a family dinner. Coincidentally, Chu Fei accompanied her to meet her family, having followed Su Li for some time. He had yet to meet anyone from her family aside from Su Wu. What are you hurrying for? Don't you know women take a long time to get ready? Su Li emerged from the makeup room, dressed in a simple white knee-length dress paired with a small jacket, her makeup presenting her as a refined lady. Let's go? The two drove towards another villa area in the city. In the car, Chu Fei initiated a conversation. I have a question for you. Go ahead, Su Li replied, adjusting her makeup in the passenger seat, seemingly dissatisfied with her appearance. Tell me honestly, what is the latest drug your company is researching? Upon hearing this, Su Li halted her movements, staring at him in silence for a long while. If you hadn't been around for so long, I would suspect you were an insider sent to spy on my company. The latest drug was a closely guarded secret. She had previously informed Chu Fei that it was confidential, and his repeated questioning indicated something was amiss. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Chu Fei's words were startling. Su Li furrowed her brows, her gaze towards him filled with confusion. Previously, Chu Fei had mentioned that the Zhao family orchestrated her kidnapping, likely to uncover company secrets. Now, as he broached the topic again, it felt unusually significant. What do you mean? Chu Fei's gaze fixed on the red traffic light as he pressed the brake. It means you are being targeted, likely because of your company's secrets. The ones after you are not from the Zhao group. And now, the Zhao group has changed hands. Do you understand what I'm saying? At this, Su Li fell into silence. The change in the Zhao group was entirely unexpected. For Qiao Company, it was a positive development. But from Chu Fei's perspective, it clearly signified a conspiracy against her. Do you really want to know about our company's research? Su Li offered, I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose it. You swear. Su Li recognized the significance of the latest research. Despite her reservations, she trusted that Chu Fei would keep the information confidential. Wait, let me guess. Your company isn't researching some sort of biochemical virus, is it? If that is the case, I might be intrigued. Chu Fei's remark was intentionally provocative, aimed at gauging Su Li's reaction. If she exhibited any signs of distress, he would take note. What nonsense. I'm not a terrorist. Why would I research that sort of thing? Su Li shot him a glare. Observing her demeanor, Chu Fei felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the girl wasn't involved in such research. Otherwise, he would struggle to protect her. Actually, our company has been researching a drug that enhances the division of telomerase in humans. This is a groundbreaking endeavor. No other company has achieved this yet. Chu Fei, unfamiliar with the subject, could only gaze at her in bewilderment. Seeing his confusion, Su Li elaborated, it's quite simple. Given the current average life expectancy, which exceeds 80 years, the telomerase in the human body can only divide about 26 times to reach that age. If I succeed in my research and increase the division of telomerase to over 30 times, then human lifespan could exceed 100 years. Furthermore, the drug I am researching could also combat certain viruses, such as cancer cells. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was rendered speechless by the profound impact of her revelation. Wasn't this a drug to extend life? If developed, it would likely cause a frenzy worldwide. After all, aging and death are uncontrollable aspects of life. And if something could alter lifespan, everyone would naturally desire to live longer. Now he understood why Su Li was being targeted. Her research posed an unimaginable threat. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would essentially give power over all the wealthy individuals in the world. What wealthy person wouldn't want to extend their life? It was easy to envision the staggering value of such a drug, potentially reaching tens of millions or even billions. Now do you understand why I said this is a closely guarded secret? Su Li felt a surge of anxiety. No one could predict the changes this discovery might bring to the world, provided she could actually achieve it. You truly are something else. You're daring enough to research such matters. You truly are formidable. Chu Fei grinned, at a loss for words. As they conversed, they arrived at the Tianhao Villa area. In front of an opulent villa, Chu Fei parked the car. Let's go? They approached the entrance and knocked on the door. When it opened, Su Wu stood there. Upon seeing Chu Fei behind Su Li, his brows furrowed slightly, revealing traces of dissatisfaction. However, there was not much more said. Come in. Your mother is still cooking. Go chat with your grandmother. After speaking, she ushered the two inside. Chu Fei followed Su Li into the living room. Inside, apart from Su Wu, there was an elderly woman in her 70s, Su Li's grandmother, Jiang Taiying. Leaning on a cane, her hair was already gray. Her wrinkled face, though somewhat pale, still bore traces of beauty from her youth. It was no wonder that Su Li was so stunning. My dear granddaughter, it has been such a long time since you last visited your grandmother. Su Li placed her bag down and sat beside Jiang Taiying, linking her arm with hers. Grandmother, I'm here now, aren't I? Jiang Taiying patted her small hand, her gaze shifting to Chu Fei. assessing him with a smile. Is this your boyfriend? Not bad at all. He seems to have a healthy physique. As an old lady, I would also love to hold my great-grandson. Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Grandmother, what are you saying? I'm still young. I don't want to get married. Jiang Taiying chuckled and stroked her hair. Silly girl, what girl doesn't he marry? You are already 24, not a child anymore. In my day, I followed your grandfather when I was just 15. And now over 50 years have passed. Chapter 29. The background of the Su family grandmother. Do you think, after so many years, where could Grandpa have gone? Su Li asked curiously. In truth, she had never met her grandfather since her birth. Even her father had only been seen before she turned 10. Jiang Taiying's eyes glistened with tears at the mention of this topic. He may have perished in battle. If he were still alive, he would certainly want to see his dear granddaughter. Perished in battle? Upon hearing these words, a hint of astonishment flickered in Chu Fei's eyes. It was evident that Grandma Zhang's husband had also been a soldier. Grandmother, are you saying that Grandpa was a soldier? I actually spent some time in the military myself. What was his name? Perhaps I have heard of him. His interjection drew the attention of the family. You spent time in the military? Su Wu's brow furrowed. His gaze toward Chu Fei shifting subtly from indifference to a hint of approval. At least he was no longer perceived as before. Yes. I spent 3 years in the military, but had to leave for personal reasons. Chu Fei nodded, concealing the truth about his tenure, which far exceeded 3 years. He simply wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Young man, what is your name? Jiang Taiying wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at Chu Fei. Grandmother. His name is Chu Fei. He is my hired bodyguard. He is incredibly skilled, able to crush stones with his chest and break bricks with his bare hands. Su Li chimed in with a mischievous smile. Chu Fei felt helpless, thinking to himself how absurd this was. You silly girl, he has spent 3 years in the military. That is child's play. Your grandfather had mastered these things long ago. A smile graced Jiang Taiying's face as she gently ruffled Su Li's hair. Chu Fei, is it? A fine name indeed. From the moment you entered, I could see you were impressive. Turns out you are also from the military. Jiang Taiying gestured for Chu Fei to sit beside her. Unable to refuse the kindness of an elder, he took a seat next to her. Little Fei, your grandfather's name is Su Jinghua. I wonder if you have heard of him during your time in the military. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei pondered. Since entering the military, he had encountered numerous officers. According to Grandma's account, Su Li's grandfather had been in the military for at least over 30 years. If he hadn't perished, he must have achieved a high rank. However, among the many surnamed Su he recalled, none bore the name Su Jinghua. Grandmother, I know quite a few people with the surname Su, but I have not heard of that name. Besides, Grandpa should be in his 70s by now, right? In that age bracket, there are only 3 with the surname Su. If I were to guess, one is named Su Kaigua, another Su Yuquan, and the last is my mentor, Su Nianying. The first 2 are a chef and the Minister of Arts, both around 70. As for my mentor, he is already gray-haired. Though elderly, his prowess is undeniable. Among the 13 members of the Dragon team, fewer than 5 could last 3 rounds against him. And I am the only one who could spar with him. Perhaps he has already passed away. Jiang Taiying's head drooped, her murky eyes shining with tears. Su Li grasped her hand gently, offering comfort. Grandmother, do not be sad. Even if Grandpa is no longer here, seeing you in good health would surely bring him joy. Jiang Taiying raised her wrinkled hand to wipe away her tears and smiled. My greatest wish now is to hold my great-grandson. No sooner had she spoken than Su Li's face turned a shade more bashful. Grandmother. Jiang Taiying then turned her gaze back to Chu Fei. Little Fei, you are not married yet, are you? What do you think of my granddaughter Su Li? At these words, Chu Fei found himself at a loss for how to respond. It appeared that Grandma Jiang was attempting to play matchmaker. If she knew that he and Su Li were already akin to a couple, she would surely be overjoyed. Grandmother, he is just a rogue. Su Li protested with a hint of dissatisfaction. One must have a thick skin to earn a living. Those with thin skin can only go hungry. Jiang Taiying did not side with her granddaughter, but instead spoke well of Chu Fei. Chu Fei could only sit awkwardly beside them, unsure how to respond. Dinner time. Su Li's mother, Zhang Qinglian, entered with a bowl of fish soup as white as milk. Come on, Grandma, let us eat. Ignore him. Su Li assisted Jiang Taiying toward the dining table. As a bodyguard, Chu Fei would not typically dine with the family. However, in this household, it was Jiang Taiying who held sway. Little Fei, there are far too many dishes for us to finish. Please join us for dinner, Jiang Taiying insisted. And Su Wu dared not protest. Though he felt a slight reluctance, the old lady had taken a liking to this young man. Indeed, a guest is a guest. Su Li, how could you forget to invite little Fei to join us? Zhang Qinglian playfully reprimanded as she removed her apron and began serving rice. The family feast concluded amidst laughter and joy. As night fell, Su Li bid farewell to Jiang Taiying and the others. In the car, she looked curiously at Chu Fei. Rogue, did you really spend 3 years in the military? I had no idea. It was the first time she had heard this from him. Do I need to tell you what color underwear I'm wearing too? He retorted, causing Su Li to glare at him fiercely. You rascal. After pondering for a moment, Chu Fei added, I will call my friends in the military and ask them to help look into your grandfather's situation. Perhaps he is still alive. The mention of her grandfather sparked a hint of longing in Su Li's eyes. Having never met him, she had always envied her peers who had grandfathers to take them out to play. Yes, if Grandma knew, she would be delighted. Thank you, Big Rogue. Chapter 30. Being followed every Monday marks the commencement of a bustling workweek for diligent employees, and Su Li is no exception. She arrived at the office early to begin her day's duties. As the CEO, her workload was not particularly heavy. However, today, in addition to managing some company affairs, she needed to visit the Research Institute to review the latest developments in pharmaceutical research. At 9 in the morning, a knock resonated from outside her office. Come in. Su Li paused her tasks and turned to face her secretary. President Su, the president of Juanhao Group wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. Chu Fei, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Juanhao Group? Isn't that Wang Xia's company? Could it be that this girl is truly considering investing? After all, he had merely mentioned it in passing last time. On the other hand, Su Li was visibly astonished, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Juanhao Group is one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and its scale is not significantly smaller than the former Zhao Group. Please invite them in. And tidy up the VIP meeting room in preparation for our guests, she instructed, rising swiftly. The secretary's expression grew troubled. President? It's not just Juanhao Group that has come. Chu Min Group is also here. Now, it was Su Li's turn to be astonished. Since the Zhao Group was rebranded as Chu Min, there had been little news about them. That they would come directly to her small company was unexpected. They expressed a desire to discuss collaboration and explicitly stated that the investment amount would not be less than 2 billion. In an instant, Su Li understood. The company that acquired the Zhao Group was indeed Chu Min, the mysterious investor who had previously shown interest in her company, promising an investment of 2 billion, was likely associated with Chu Min Group. Please invite them in. No need, I'll go personally. With that, Su Li quickly adjusted her makeup and descended the stairs with Chu Fei. In the lobby below, Chu Kai was seated on a sofa with 2 assistants, awaiting their arrival. Nearby, Wang Xia lounged with her long legs crossed, sipping coffee brewed by the receptionist, accompanied by a bespectacled female assistant. After a brief 2 minutes, Su Li and Chu Fei finally arrived. Apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed leaders. Shall we head to the VIP room? Su Li had heard of Wang Xia's name and had seen her photograph, but she was unfamiliar with Chu Kai, thus referring to both as leaders. It was Monday, and surely, President Su had her hands full. No problem, let us discuss in the VIP room. Chu Kai chuckled, adjusting his suit. Wang Xia also stood, nodding slightly. President Su, it is an honor to finally meet you. You are indeed a remarkable woman. Su Li offered a composed smile. You flatter me, President Wang. You are the true paragon of strength. In your presence, I am merely the head of a small company. For some reason, Su Li felt a strange familiarity with Wang Xia, though she could not place where she had seen her before. President Su, you are too modest. Let us discuss in the VIP room. As they spoke, the group entered the elevator and ascended to the top floor VIP room. In a mere half hour, the discussions were concluded. Chu Min Group would invest 2 billion, acquiring 30% of QES shares, while Juanhao Group would invest 800 million for 12%. Excluding the shares held by both parties, QE would remain under Su Li's control. Wang Xia's investment of 800 million was unexpected for Chu Fei, who had initially informed her that 500 million would suffice. President Wang, President Chu, tonight, I shall host a banquet to honor both of you. After years in the presidential role, Su Li understood the importance of such gestures, especially considering this investment was the largest she had ever encountered. President Su is too kind. However, I must clarify that I am merely the company's representative. The chairman has yet to assume office. Su Li was taken aback. An investment of 2 billion. And the chairman does not present themselves? Wang Xia also appeared curious. What was the true background of Chu Min Group, investing such a large sum without batting an eyelash? She was investing in QE solely based on Chu Fei's reputation, but had privately researched QE's trajectory and reports, believing the company's future prospects to be promising. Yet, the fact that Chu Min Group had taken over Zhao Group and immediately invested 2 billion made her doubt that the mysterious chairman had no connection to Su Li. President Chu, you are too courteous. This invitation is solely for you and President Wang. I will extend my invitation again once the chairman arrives. Su Li smiled and shook hands with both. Chu Kai nodded slightly, maintaining a silent smile. Little did Su Li know. The chairman of Chu Min was none other than the person standing beside her, Chu Fei. Before departing, Wang Xie did not forget to cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Fei, as if to say, I have fulfilled what you mentioned. With a darkened expression, Chu Fei found himself at a loss for words to counter. After their departure, Su Li felt elated. Tell me, why would Juanhao Group invest in us? Their scale is fully capable of rivaling Chu Min. Are they not afraid of losses? In her office, Su Li wore a radiant smile. Perhaps they are interested in the future direction of our company. As for Chu Min, they might share that sentiment. Now, with such substantial funding, the company would soon embark on a new phase of expansion. Su Li nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed part of her considerations. With the Zhao Group gone, the pressure was lifted. Expansion was inevitable, but the key was selecting a location. Right. Let us tidy up and head to the Research Institute to check on the latest research developments. After pondering for a moment, she decided to bring Chu Fei along. Since she had already divulged company secrets to him, it was inconsequential to take him along. Chu Fei, curious, wanted to see where the Research Institute was hidden. They drove out of the city, but as they exited, Chu Fei sensed something amiss. A black car had been following them since they left the company, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Initially, he thought it might be coincidental. However, after a journey of over half an hour, he realized the route taken by the other vehicle mirrored their own. Whenever he changed lanes, the car behind would follow suit. How intriguing. I am keen to discover who you truly are. Chapter 31, A Desperate Struggle? On the broad street, two black cars were in a tight pursuit, one in front of the other. Slow down. Why the rush? Su Li pressed herself against the seat, her face full of fear. At this moment, their speed had reached 120 kilometers per hour. This was not a highway. It was merely a relatively spacious ring road. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Have you not noticed that a car has been trailing us? Chu Fei's gaze grew cold as he accelerated once more. It was only then that Su Li realized it was not Chu Fei's desire to speed, but rather the persistent car following them. As Chu Fei accelerated, the vehicle behind matched his pace. Through the rearview mirror, Su Li could see someone leaning out of the other car, seemingly holding a black object. Upon closer inspection, her complexion turned pale. Thug, they have guns. Before she could finish, a loud bang shattered the air. Fortunately, Su Li's vehicle was not ordinary. It was a Maybach. The glass was somewhat more resilient than that of a standard vehicle. Although a bullet had struck and shattered a portion of it, it had not penetrated. Chu Fei's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to wield a firearm on the streets, a blatant violation of the rules. Seeking death. With a sudden push on the accelerator, he pushed the pedal to the floor. The speed, originally at 120 miles per hour, surged instantly to 160. Yet, the black car trailing closely behind them was evidently also modified. Otherwise, it would not have been able to match their speed so effectively. I am keen to uncover your true identity. With one hand on the wheel, he retrieved his phone. Su Li, witnessing his reckless behavior, was thoroughly alarmed. Are you out of your mind? Driving with one hand. Do you think you're a race car driver? Our speed has already reached 160. If the tires slip, we could meet our demise. However, Chu Fei paid her no heed. This was a Maybach. Even if a tank were to appear, he would still press the accelerator to its limit. Hello, is this a convenient time? At the top of the Chu Min group, Chu Kai had yet to return. With family members absent in recent days, he was temporarily in charge of the conglomerate. Upon receiving Chu Fei's call, he promptly replied, Young master, I have time. What is it? Chu Fei's tone was frigid as he glanced at the map on his phone. I am en route to Qingnan Road, and I am being pursued by someone armed with a gun. Dispatch someone immediately. And remember, bring them back alive. With that, he terminated the call. Chu Kai was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Someone is pursuing the young master with a firearm? What an outrageous joke. If anything were to happen to him, countless lives would be lost in retribution. He hastily dialed a number, connecting to the Jiangnan War Zone Division. Hello. Connect me to General Zhao immediately now. The operator was taken aback. Clearly, the caller was not a mere trivial figure. Yes, the call was swiftly transferred to Zhao Dajuan's office. Zhao Dajuan was handling some minor affairs when the phone rang. Instinctively, he answered. Hello? Zhao Dajuan here. I am Chu Kai. Upon hearing Chu Kai's name, Zhao Dajuan's demeanor shifted, his tone becoming more respectful. Housekeeper Chu, how may I assist you? Young Master Chu Fei is currently being pursued on Qingnan Road. You must understand the gravity of the situation. Dispatch personnel immediately, and remember, the young master insisted on capturing them alive. After a few terse words, the call ended abruptly. Zhao Dajuan stood frozen, stunned. Chu Fei, the young master? This was catastrophic. He was not just the heir of the Chu family. He was also the captain of the dragon team. If anything were to happen to him, his own life would be at stake. Damn it. Who dares to pursue the young master? They must be insane. Bring me 3 attack helicopters heading to Qingnan Road. I will personally intervene. Simultaneously, on Qingbei Road, Chu Fei was desperately evading bullets from behind. It was not that he wished to refrain from retaliation. Rather, his assailants wielded submachine guns, evidently intent on eliminating them both. The rapid gunfire echoed across the desolate road. At this moment, the Maybach's glass was already shattered, with numerous bullet holes peppering the body of the car. Fortunately, the steel used in the vehicle's construction was of high hardness, temporarily preventing penetration. Had it penetrated, they would have been riddled with bullets by now. As they approached the intersection leading to Qingnan Road, Chu Fei accelerated once more. The roar of the 12-cylinder engine reverberated violently, yet the fuel gauge plummeted alarmingly. Disaster. The fuel tank has been punctured. Chu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Through the rearview mirror, he could see a clear trail of premium gasoline on the ground. Accelerate. They can't escape. The driver of the pursuing vehicle was Lao He, while the shooter was Lao Wu. In the back seat, 2 men armed with submachine guns were dispatched to assist them, their objective being to eliminate Su Li. Despite Chu Fei's control over the vehicle, it only advanced several hundred meters before its speed abruptly decreased, halting precisely at the Qingnan Road sign. Get out. Seizing the opportunity before the pursuers could catch up, Chu Fei forcefully ejected Su Li from the passenger seat. The 2 of them leapt from the car and sprinted towards a nearby slope. Within mere seconds, Lao He and his companions had arrived. 4 men disembarked, each brandishing a submachine gun. As they slowly approached, Lao Wu noticed the distinct footprints left behind. Pursue them. Chu Fei and Su Li plunged into the adjacent rice field, disregarding the muddy ground. In this golden autumn season, the rice had matured but not yet been harvested, providing them with a perfect hiding place. They crouched among the tall stalks, scarcely daring to breathe. Chu Fei silently hoped for Chu Kai's swift arrival. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to confront their pursuers head-on. Chapter 32. Su Li injured. Fury unleashed. The expansive fields were awash in golden hues, filled with ripe rice. Lao He, you head that way. Xiao Er and Xiao San, you go over there. Remember, shoot on sight. That kid is no ordinary foe. Do not underestimate him. The group split up, each heading towards different rice paddies. Lao Wu also made his way towards the same paddies where Chu Fei and Su Li were hiding. Gripping his submachine gun tightly, Chu Fei could sense the footsteps drawing nearer, yet he had no suitable weapon at hand. Feeling a sense of dread, he gently tore off a blade of rice. The edges of the rice leaf were somewhat sharp, and if thrown with sufficient speed, it could easily inflict a cut. Shoo! Chu Fei raised a finger to Su Li, signaling her to remain silent. She could only crouch nervously in the field, her legs growing numb, yet she dared not move. Meanwhile, Chu Fei stealthily crept towards the other side. His initial plan was to sneak up behind the enemy not far ahead and silently eliminate them to seize their weapon. However, it seemed that his intentions were misguided. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a barrage of gunfire erupted at his location, with bullets whizzing by. Chu Fei had no choice but to drop to the muddy ground, allowing the wet soil to cover him. Rice stalks flew around him, raining down upon his form. His gaze turned steely as he crawled through the muddy earth, acutely aware that the footsteps were now merely 2 meters away. He calculated his speed and the enemy's reaction time in his mind. Drawing a deep breath, he scooped up a handful of dirt. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Chu Fei sprang to his feet, hurling the dirt at Lao Wu. Lao Wu reacted swiftly, instinctively firing as the dirt flew towards him. Yet, as he realized it was merely a handful of dirt, a chill ran down his spine. Oh no! At that moment, Chu Fei had already dashed in front of him, the blade of rice slicing across his neck, followed by a powerful elbow strike to his skull. Blood erupted from the wound, and Lao Wu's finger involuntarily squeezed the trigger, unleashing a flurry of gunfire. However, the body had already collapsed in the rice field. Chu Fei crouched down and removed the submachine gun tightly held in Lao Wu's hand. Upon opening the magazine, he discovered only 2 bullets remained. 2. He searched Lao Wu's body, but there were no extra magazines. Meanwhile, Lao He and the other 2, Xiao Er and Xiao San, who were searching on the other side, sensed something was amiss. The 3 of them rushed towards this direction, their submachine guns aimed at the area where Lao Wu had just been, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, pinning Chu Fei to the ground beside Lao Wu, rendering him too fearful to rise. If he did, he would be a living target. As Chu Fei contemplated how to eliminate the 3 adversaries, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Buzzing. 3 combat helicopters had arrived. Zhao Dajuan was seated beside the Gatling gun in the helicopter, and upon seeing 3 individuals firing at the rice field, he knew. The young master must be in the rice field. Damn it. Seeking death. He pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles towards the trio. Bang, bang, bang. Two of them were instantly reduced to mere pulp, blood, and flesh scattering everywhere. The remaining one was Lao He. How could this be? He could hardly believe the strength of their adversary, capable of calling in combat helicopters. This was entirely different from what Yi Ge had described. Damn it. Lao He turned and fled. This time, Zhao Dajuan did not continue firing. He drew a M99B sniper rifle from behind. Run. I'll ensure you don't escape. With the scope calibrated, he aimed at Lao He's knee as he fled and fired. Boom. A deafening crash resonated. Lao He's lower leg was obliterated by the shot. This was the power of the M99B. If it struck the head, it would explode like a watermelon. Realizing that Lao He could no longer flee, Zhao Dajuan finally set down the sniper rifle. Get down there and capture him alive. He then slid down from the helicopter, gripping a rope with one hand. At that moment, Chu Fei noticed the reinforcements had arrived. He sighed in relief and called out to Su Li, who was still hidden in the rice field. It's safe now, come out. However, several seconds passed, and Su Li remained unmoving. In that instant, Chu Fei sensed something was wrong and dashed towards her location. As he pushed aside the rice stalks, he found Su Li lying in the field, blood staining the water around her. Blood continued to pour from her calf. She had fainted from the pain. Chu Fei hurriedly scooped her into his arms. Wake up, you fierce woman. But Su Li showed no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan had rushed to his side. Team leader. Before he could finish his sentence, he spotted Su Li cradled in Chu Fei's arms, her white dress soaked in blood. Medic, hurry. He feared that if Chu Fei were injured, they might still have a chance to save him. Two medics carrying medical kits rushed over. Chu Fei laid Su Li on a nearby patch of ground gently. Thank you. He then swiftly drew the military dagger from Zhao Dajuan and walked towards the distant Lao He. At that moment, the medics were busy tending to Lao He's wounds. After all, he could not die yet. Zhao Dajuan shouted at the medics, if you can't stop the bleeding, I'll make sure you both regret it. With that, he chased after Chu Fei. At this point, Lao He lay on the ground in agony, his weapon confiscated. Trapped like a rabbit in a cage with no way to escape. Chu Fei approached him, his expression icy. He squatted down and plunged the dagger into Lao He's tendon. Crack. The tendon severed, amplifying the agony on Lao He's face. Stop the bleeding. The two medics quickly produced medicine and bandages to staunch Lao He's bleeding. Do you want a quick end or a prolonged torment? At this moment, Chu Fei's gaze was devoid of warmth. Nearby, Zhao Dajuan stood silently, too afraid to breathe. He had witnessed Chu Fei in a furious state once before. But that time, he could hardly bear to recall the fate of their enemies. Hey, you think I'll speak? Dream on. Lao He sneered. Yet, Chu Fei's response was to sever the tendon in his other hand. The excruciating pain made Lao He tremble, his teeth clenched. Don't wish to respond. I have all the time in the world to wait for you to speak. Take him back to the Battle District headquarters. I'll interrogate him personally. Chapter 33. A second chance in the detention room of the Jiangnan Battle District headquarters. Chu Fei sat on a chair, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, surrounded by swirling smoke. Beside him, Zhao Dajuan stood, and Chu Kai had also arrived. Su Li had been taken to the Battle District Hospital and was not expected to suffer any lasting harm. The doctor had assured them that the bullet had not hit any bones and would not have future repercussions. On an iron plank bed across from them, Lao He lay, his legs and arms bandaged, already soaked in blood. Young master, how shall we deal with him? Looking at Lao He on the bed, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with a chilling murderous intent. How dare he lay a hand on a member of the Chu family? He could not fathom the audacity of their adversary. I'll handle it myself. Dajuan, fetch a basin of water and a towel. Chu Fei flicked the cigarette, but away, his tone frigid. After hours of captivity, this man had not uttered a single word. He was indeed a hardened criminal returned from the South Tower. Yes, Zhao Dajuan, as the commander of the Battle District, had very few who could command him. Yet, in front of Chu Fei, he was but a mere subordinate. He would not hesitate to charge into battle at Chu Fei's behest. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan returned, carrying a basin of water and draping a white towel over his shoulder. Team leader here? He set the basin down and handed the towel to Chu Fei. Chu Fei accepted the towel, rising slowly to gaze at the meditative Lao He, a cold smile gracing his lips. You still have a chance to speak. Soon. I want to grant you the opportunity. However, Lao He, with his eyes closed, seemed oblivious to the threat, ignoring Chu Fei entirely. Chu Kai watched, seething with the desire to kick this ignorant fool to death, but restrained himself in the presence of the young master. I do admire your resilience. During my time in the Dragon Team, there were many like you. Yet, none managed to endure. As Lao He heard the term Dragon Team, His body involuntarily shuddered. He abruptly opened his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on Chu Fei. You are from the dragon team? He could hardly believe that the man before him was a member of the dragon team. If so, it was no wonder Ye Ge could not uncover anything about this individual's identity. Each member of the dragon team had their identity shrouded in utmost secrecy. Aside from the highest-ranking commanders, few could access their information. You're mistaken. The person before you is not just an ordinary member of the dragon team. He is. Zhao Dajuan began to speak, but Chu Fei interrupted him. A dying man's words matter little. Zhao Dajuan fell silent. But his gaze towards Lao He was filled with pity. This man had picked the wrong fight, provoking someone like team leader Chu. Back in the day, when he was a mere errand runner in the dragon team, Chu Fei had already been a captain. Years had passed, and Chu Fei's strength had grown immeasurably. Who exactly are you? Lao He struggled to rise, but with his hands bound to the iron bed and tendons severed, he was utterly incapacitated. Want to know? I want to tell you. As he spoke, Chu Fei tossed the towel into the basin filled with water. Lao He watched as Chu Fei soaked the towel, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Water torture? An interesting method, but it holds no efficacy for me. Chu Fei remained silent, merely shaking his head. For many desperate individuals, simple water torture would indeed be ineffective. However, he had long since modified the technique. Dajuan, fetch a straw or a small bamboo tube. Zhao Dajuan, puzzled and not fully grasping his intent, hurriedly exited the holding room upon Chu Fei's request. Meanwhile, Lao He closed his eyes, patiently awaiting his punishment. Chu Fei stepped forward, directly placing the water-soaked towel over Lao He's face. In that instant, Lao He felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. Chu Fei, sitting nearby, lit another cigarette. Chu Kai looked on, a face full of confusion. Young master, what are you doing? He couldn't comprehend that this would merely lead to suffocation. Once a certain amount of time passed, this man would surely die. Just watch closely. We have time. When you return home, tell the old man. If we capture anyone unwilling to speak, this method is infallible. For someone like Lao He, 2 minutes posed no threat. After all, they had undergone special training, capable of holding their breath for at least 5 minutes. As 3 minutes elapsed, Zhao Dajuan returned. Captain Chu, I found the straw. He handed over a straw just removed from a milk carton. Chu Fei's expression darkened upon seeing the bent straw. Noticing Chu Fei's discontent, Zhao Dajuan inquired, is this unsuitable? Chu Fei glanced at him. What do you think? He then surveyed the room, extracting a pen from a holder, removing its ink cartridge and cap. The pen transformed into a hollow tube, resembling a milk tea straw. Time continued to slip away, and Lao He's breaths grew increasingly faint, his body beginning to strain in desperation. Chu Fei remained silent, adding more water to the towel. This act deepened Lao He's despair. The suffocation rendered his mind uncontrollable, and his heartbeat raced violently. Both Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that if this continued, Lao He would surely perish. After 6 minutes, Lao He's struggles ceased. But then, Chu Fei moved. He stepped forward, his gaze turning icy. He yanked the towel away and thrust the hollow pen tube sharply towards Lao He's airway. Following that, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Lao He's heart. At that moment, Lao He, who had lost his heartbeat, revived as air surged into his lungs through the pen tube. Who? Lao He's eyes shot open, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, he had felt the terror of death, even believing he had already crossed over. Yet, he was pulled back by Chu Fei. Now, as he gazed at Chu Fei, his eyes brimmed with fear, a profound fear of death that penetrated to his very core. Can we talk now? If not, we can try again. This feeling, I find quite exquisite. Chapter 34, Ascension of Identity. Having just experienced the terror of death, Lao He was utterly subdued. He no longer wished to endure such fear again. I will speak. I will tell you everything you wish to know. Trembling, Lao He slowly began to divulge. Chu Fei then settled onto a chair, quietly observing him. Who sent you? Why the target on Su Li? What is your purpose? The 3 inquiries left Lao He in deep contemplation for quite some time. Eventually, he replied, I do not know the name of the one who sent us. All I know is that we refer to him as Brother Yi. We are responsible for handling affairs for payment, but we are unclear of the ultimate goal. For this operation, Brother Yi specifically called us back from Nant Tower, offering each of us 10 million as a reward to capture her alive. However, after you thwarted us last time, he mentioned that bringing back a corpse would suffice. That is all I know. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, these 3 were mere hired assassins, unaware of the name of their orchestrator. Have you seen him? Lao He nodded this time. Once. But that fellow kept his back to us, so we couldn't discern his appearance, only that he bore a long scar on his neck. Lao He had disclosed all he knew. He understood the stakes. Life or death was in the balance. Do you know anything else? In response to Chu Fei's inquiry, Lao He shook his head. Now it was Chu Fei's turn to be troubled. No name, only a single distinguishing feature. With so many people in the capital, who could say whether he would find this individual? Chu Fei rose and exited the holding room, turning to Zhao Dajuan before departing. Clean this up. Outside the holding room, Chu Kai cautiously asked, Young master, should I have the family investigate? It was evident that the young master was genuinely angered this time. Should anything happen to him, the old man would surely be furious. Forget it for now. I'll look into it myself. Chu Fei preferred not to rely on familial connections just yet, considering he had not returned home and only a few knew of his identity. Young master, the family representatives managing the company will arrive tomorrow. Is there anything you wish me to convey to the old man? Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively. Nothing to say. However, when you return, remember to seek out the lackeys of the undying bird family. Find an opportunity for me to deal with them. As he spoke, a glint of coldness appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. Understood. Young master, I shall take my leave now, as my presence here is inconvenient. Given that this was a military district, his appearance might raise eyebrows. You may go. Chu Fei took a deep breath and nodded. After Chu Kai departed, Zhao Dajuan emerged from the holding room. Captain Chu, it's all settled. Chu Fei turned and patted Zhao Dajuan's shoulder. You'd best keep the news of my appearance under wraps. There are certain matters I cannot address directly, understand? We are being targeted, and even the enemy remains unaware. Though this is a military district, no one would dare barge in with weapons. However, should the hidden enemy belong to high-ranking personnel, that would be problematic. I understand, Captain Chu. Rest assured. At his words, Chu Fei nodded. All right, find someone to take me to the military hospital. Meanwhile, in a specialized ward of the military hospital, Su Li lay with her lower leg wrapped in thick bandages, reclining in bed while sipping congee. Gazing out at the setting sun, her expression was a mix of complexity. She could not comprehend why there were always those conspiring against her from the shadows. This time, she and Chu Fei had narrowly escaped being killed on the road. If it weren't for Chu Fei, she truly shuddered to think of her fate. Fortunately, she had not rejected his offer to be her personal bodyguard. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As her thoughts spiraled, the door of the ward swung open. Chu Fei entered, his face breaking into a smile upon seeing the awake Su Li. Does it still hurt? He approached and sat at the edge of the bed. Su Li's eyes instantly turned red. She had lost consciousness during the incident and remained oblivious to what had transpired thereafter, awakening only in the hospital. She inquired with the nurse tending to her wounds, who merely mentioned that he had been brought in by 2 medics and offered no further information. Instinctively, she assumed that Chu Fei had met with an unfortunate incident. That wretched bandit. She reached out and enveloped Chu Fei in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her heart, she had long regarded Chu Fei as her own. Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine. Chu Fei, feeling somewhat bewildered, was unsure whether to embrace her or allow her to cling to him. You scoundrel! Su Li exclaimed in anger, her delicate frame trembling slightly. All right, stop crying. Your weight is making it hard for me to breathe. Chu Fei's remarks startled Su Li, causing her to release him, her tear-streaked face turning crimson in an instant. At that moment, Chu Fei raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears. I was just joking. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Su Li's mood began to lighten. After all, your weight isn't that significant. The next comment nearly prompted Su Li to slap him. You shameless rascal. Calling you a bandit is no exaggeration. He had a knack for uttering words that incited her ire, even after having known him for over 10 days. His remarks could truly infuriate her. I spoke the truth. Chu Fei chuckled. Just as they were playfully bickering, a nurse entered the ward, holding a piece of paper. Miss Su Li, is that you? The nurse smiled, appearing to have good news to share. That's me. Is there something I can assist you with? The nurse glanced at her notes. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations? Both of us? Chu Fei and Su Li exchanged bewildered looks. Congratulations on Su Li's injury? That can't be right. Could you clarify? Su Li was utterly confused. She did not comprehend what the nurse was trying to convey. Chu Fei wore a similar expression of perplexity. Congratulations, you two have been upgraded. You are now to be called Daddy and Mommy. Chapter 35. Incident at the Research Institute. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had struck their heads. Daddy, Mommy. They exchanged glances, both exclaiming in unison, impossible. What a joke. That night, Su Li was merely experiencing her first time. Although there were no precautions taken, surely it couldn't lead to pregnancy so swiftly. Ladies and gentlemen, our Warzone Hospital's examinations are infallible, the nurse reassured. Stepping forward to hand the test results to Su Li, she hesitated to accept the paper, while Chu Fei took it and glanced at it, but was equally baffled. Thus, He retrieved his phone to search for the values listed on the report. After sifting through numerous results, he ultimately confirmed Su Li was indeed pregnant. He turned stiffly to face the dazed Su Li. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," the nurse said, exiting the room and leaving the two in silence. They remained quiet for an indeterminate time before Chu Fei finally broke the stillness. "The seed sown by oneself must be tended to. So, what are your thoughts?" Su Li turned to him, contemplating. "I want to strangle you. Is that permissible?" Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was quite the turn of events. His father's wish had been granted, a wife and a grandchild, albeit in an unconventional manner. Once again, silence enveloped them. They exchanged glances, both astonished that such fortuitous news had befallen them. "So, do you think we could?" To be honest, this was the first time Chu Fei contemplated a lifelong commitment with a woman. Perhaps it was due to Su Li's pregnancy or the connection they had formed over time, but he found her rather captivating. Meanwhile, Su Li remained silent. Her lips pursed in thought, as if weighing her options. Before she could finish her thought, Chu Fei covered her mouth. "I understand your sentiment. But I must be unequivocal. If you choose to bear this child, I shall provide for it." This was the first time Chu Fei had spoken with such conviction. Su Li said nothing, simply leaning against his shoulder, savoring the tranquility of the moment. "By the way, we didn't make it to the research institute today. Should that be a concern?" Chu Fei recalled that their initial purpose was to visit the research institute of Koyo Company, but events had intervened. Su Li suddenly snapped to attention. "I almost forgot. Please fetch my phone from my bag. I need to call the administrator, Xiao Bei, to inquire about the situation." Given the unforeseen incident, she had been unable to attend. If something had gone awry at the institute, what would happen with her absent as the director? Chu Fei handed her the phone from her bag, and Su Li quickly dialed the number for the research institute's administrator. Beep. After more than 10 rings, a woman's anxious voice came through. "Director Su, why haven't you arrived yet? If you delay any longer, there will be serious consequences." Hearing Xiao Bei's urgent tone, Su Li sensed that trouble was brewing at the institute. "What has happened? Please, take your time to explain." Xiao Bei began to elaborate. It turned out that after Su Li's last visit to the institute, nearly half a month had passed without her presence. Coupled with the rumors surrounding Zhao Corporation's dealings with Koyo Company, many began to feel a sense of crisis. This, in turn, led several researchers to consider resigning. Resigning? They all signed confidentiality agreements. If they leave, they cannot seek employment in pharmaceutical research for 3 years. If they breach the contract, the penalties are substantial. Su Li was perplexed. Each person had signed a confidentiality contract stipulating that any breach would result in a 3-year employment ban. If they defaulted, they would be liable for the compensation of her remuneration and the principal costs of the research projects. For ordinary researchers, that was an astronomical sum. I have informed them of this, yet they seemed determined to resign, including Professor Yang. Upon hearing Professor Yang's name, Su Li's expression shifted subtly. Professor Yang was a key figure in this research. If he resigned, their project would be significantly delayed, if not abandoned altogether. How could this be? Professor Yang is resigning? She felt an inkling of disbelief. Indeed. Therefore, your absence today has caused quite a stir. Su Li's countenance darkened. Understood. I'll see if I can come by tomorrow. For now, that's all. After hanging up, Su Li reclined against the pillow, her eyes reflecting disbelief. When she had discussed the project with Professor Yang, he had assured her that he would not step outside the institute until the project was completed. Yet, within just a year, he was ready to resign, leaving Su Li utterly baffled. Is there a crisis? Chu Fei inquired, noticing her troubled expression. Yes, many at the institute are resigning, including a highly paid professor I hired. Without him, even if I take over, it would take a considerable amount of time to regain momentum. Chu Fei remained silent, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Typically, individuals do not resign without cause. They are not fresh graduates who would quit at the slightest dissatisfaction. Regarding remuneration, he believed that Su Li was not a miser, at least not in this regard. If it were not for the pay, he felt that someone must be covertly undermining the situation. However, the true nature of this matter could not yet be ascertained. No, I must visit the research institute tomorrow. This project must not be interrupted. Su Li felt that even if she had to lean on a cane, she had to go to the institute to ascertain what was happening. Come on. In your current condition, you'll need at least another 2 days before you can be discharged. Moreover, even after your discharge, you won't be able to move freely for at least half a month. How about this? I will go to the research institute for you tomorrow. Su Li was well aware of her own condition. She could hardly get out of bed. Nevertheless, she could not neglect the matters at the institute. Upon hearing that Chu Fei would go on her behalf, she was momentarily taken aback. Can you manage it? Chu Fei smiled broadly. Can I manage it? You should know that. Chapter 36. The reason for resignation: the next day at noon, Chu Fei sought out Zhao Dajuan to arrange a vehicle for himself. He then drove to the research institute following the address provided by Su Li. He never anticipated that this girl had concealed her work so effectively, positioning the institute in such a rural area. A typical person would never have guessed. The place he found himself in was a tiny village, home to just over a dozen families, nestled halfway up a mountain. To acquire this location, Su Li had spent nearly 10 million to relocate all those families to the city. Subsequently, she undertook significant renovations on the old houses and even constructed a basement. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, he spotted a girl with glasses anxiously waiting. As soon as she saw Chu Fei, she waved hurriedly. "Secretary Chu. This is Xiao Bei, the administrator of the Research Institute and one of the project leaders." "You are Xiao Bei?" Xiao Bei adjusted her glasses. "Yes. May I ask why Su Zong is not coming this time?" Over the phone, Su Li had not disclosed to Xiao Bei the reason for her absence, only stating that her new secretary, Chu Fei, would come to resolve the issues. Su Zong has been feeling unwell lately and is hospitalized, so she cannot come at the moment. I've grasped the situation here. The individuals intending to resign have not started working, right? They're all waiting for me? Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Xiao Bei nodded. Yes. In truth, Xiao Bei had her doubts. This newly appointed secretary appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Quite young. Could he truly handle the matters at hand? She did not have faith in his capabilities. Then let us proceed. Chu Fei wore a slight smile. Seeing this, Xiao Bei could only follow behind him. This way. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a reception room that had been converted from a residential building. Inside sat several individuals who appeared to be in their 30s, along with a middle-aged man who looked to be over 40. "Secretary Chu, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yang." Xiao Bei stepped forward to present Chu Fei. Yang Chenghua looked at Chu Fei with a hint of disdain. Su Zong is absent, yet she sends a mere youth to represent her? Does she not hold us in regard? His words were met with murmurs of agreement from the others. Exactly. If Su Zong cannot be here, what does it mean for you, a secretary, to come? Their comments created an awkward atmosphere. However, they all understood the underlying situation. This group of individuals intending to resign was aligned with Yang Chenghua. Xiao Bei was about to explain, but Chu Fei waved his hand. "Everyone, are you resolutely intent on resigning? Have you clearly reviewed the contract? All funds allocated for this project must be reimbursed by you. I wonder if you possess the means to cover such compensation. If you do, then by all means, proceed." Chu Fei's statement effectively blocked all their escape routes. They understood that if Su Li insisted on compensation, their only recourse would be legal action. However, lawsuits could take an extensive amount of time. Given their current expertise and the project's progress, they were entirely capable of completing the medication research. Once the medication was developed, the patent would belong to them, and Su Li's company would no longer be able to continue the research. The profits would be more than sufficient for compensation. Yet, their true intention was to receive an increase in pay, as this project had demanded much of their effort. According to Secretary Chu, if we wish to resign, we must also compensate the company for its losses, correct? Yang Chenghua picked up a cigarette from the table, about to light it, when Chu Fei slapped it from his hand. "My apologies. This was purchased with company funds. Since you intend to resign, there's no need for you to smoke." Chu Fei's action startled Xiao Bei, for no one in the Research Institute dared to treat Professor Yang with such disrespect. This new secretary seemed to possess an audacity that was truly remarkable. She found it puzzling as to why Su Li would choose such a man as her secretary. "You are merely a lowly secretary, while I am a professor at this institute. Without me, this research institute would falter. Does Su Zong know of your behavior?" Yang Chenhua's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on Chu Fei. In his view, this was merely Chu Fei's personal conduct. As for Su Li, she would not dare to confront him in such a manner. Whether Su Zong is aware or not is irrelevant. Prior to my arrival, she entrusted me with full responsibility here. If you wish to resign, you may certainly do so, provided you compensate for the necessary losses. Until the funds are settled, you shall remain here. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. It was akin to a form of imprisonment of their personal freedom. They could not leave, even if someone outside offered them a higher salary. "Secretary Chu, this is illegal. You cannot imprison us. Do you even have the authority to do so?" Yang Chenhua's face was filled with frost as he abruptly stood from the sofa. However, Chu Fei merely smiled coldly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "I trust that everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. The reasons for your resignations are quite clear, I believe. Now I present you with two choices. Either remain here and work diligently, or pay the required compensation, and I shall allow you to leave. I suspect that the individual who has been undermining you has yet to transfer the funds." Chu Fei's words effectively laid bare the situation before them. Everyone understood the implication. Yet no one dared to speak first. Even Yang Chenghua fell into silence. However, Xiao Bei, being a young person, immediately grasped the situation upon hearing Chu Fei's statement. Angrily, she directed her outrage at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you should be well aware of how Su Zong treats us. When your wife was gravely ill and in need of funds, Su Zong unhesitatingly provided you with 2 million to cover her medical expenses. Now you dare to consider abandoning this project for money? What a despicable person you are. Yang Qinghua's face darkened upon Xiao Bei's scathing remarks. Secretary Chu, while I am uncertain where you heard whispers regarding our alleged betrayal, I assure you that my motives are not financial. Chapter 37. Is there a traitor among us? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. If their motivations were not financial, then what could possibly compel so many individuals to resign collectively? He contemplated a rather grim outcome. The identities of the researchers at the Institute had been compromised. The shadowy figure lurking behind the scenes might leverage the families of these researchers to coerce them into leaving the Institute, promising them substantial rewards. Though uncertain about the accuracy of his suspicions, he resolved to have a private conversation with Yang Chenghua. Professor Yang, shall we have a word in private? Upon hearing this, Yang Chenghua nodded. Chu Fei picked up a cigarette from the table and stepped outside with him. I was a bit awkward earlier, Professor Yang. As they spoke, he handed Yang Chenghua a cigarette and lit it for him. Yang Chenghua remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. Noticing his reticence, Chu Fei refrained from pressing further. They stood quietly at the entrance for a good 10 minutes before Yang Chenghua finally spoke. Resigning is inevitable. The reason? It's my family. I cannot elaborate further. But I hope President Su can overlook my dedication and let me go. Aside from me, the other researchers have no intention of resigning. They merely seek a slight increase in remuneration. There is no fault in that. Anyone who has remained here for over a year would feel uneasy. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei understood he was not far from the truth. What if I could ensure your family's safety? Chu Fei discarded his cigarette, but gazed intently at Yang Chenghua, who appeared somewhat incredulous, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This young man seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, he shook his head. Since they are aware of my identity, they will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on me. Even if you can provide temporary safety, what of the future? At this, Chu Fei sensed an opportunity. Rest assured, I can guarantee that your family will face no danger before this project concludes. Yang Chenghua scrutinized Chu Fei seriously, bewildered by the confidence behind his words. How can I trust you? This question put Chu Fei in a precarious position. The most challenging endeavor is to earn the trust of a stranger. You could take a gamble. If I lose, I shall accompany you to the grave. If I win, we shall all rejoice. Chu Fei's earnest gaze met Yang Chengua's. The latter, taken aback, found it hard to believe. This young man seemed different from anyone he had encountered before. Since you put it that way, fine. I shall take your wager. Tomorrow is the day for the researchers to communicate with their families. I hope to speak with my family, not them. This is my only means of trusting you. Chu Fei nodded. Very well. Upon returning to the reception room, Yang Chengua's previously troubled countenance had brightened considerably. Everyone, following my discussion with Professor Yang, I'm pleased to announce an increase of 5,000 yuan in your salaries. Furthermore, upon the project's success, each of you will receive a bonus of no less than 500,000. This condition had been proposed by Chu Fei himself. As for President Su, a mere mention sufficed, given the clarity of their relationship now. Upon hearing this, every attendee except Professor Yang erupted with enthusiasm. This was indeed a substantial sum. All right. The terms have been settled. Shouldn't we all return to our work? Chu Fei smiled gently at the group. Professor Yang then chimed in. Let us go. We've delayed for 2 days. Let us hasten our research so that everyone can earn their bonuses. With that, the group promptly rose and headed towards the institute, while Xiao Bei looked at Chu Fei in astonishment. Is that it? You've resolved everything? She could scarcely believe it. In her understanding, even if President Su were present, it would take at least an hour or two to negotiate such matters. Secretary Xiao, was this condition prearranged with President Su? Chu Fei shook his head. No, this was my proposal. Ah, Xiao Bei exclaimed, astonished. And how will you explain this to President Su? Making such a significant promise without her consent could cause an uproar at the institute if she declines. Explain? I require no explanation. Chu Fei responded, flashing a mysterious smile at Xiao Bei, who looked perplexed. All right, you attend to your matters. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bei, Chu Fei departed from the institute. Upon returning to the military hospital, he found Su Li still lying in her bed. As soon as she saw him enter, she inquired eagerly, what happened? You didn't agree to their resignations, did you? Chu Fei shot her a glance. Do you truly believe I would be so foolish? Hearing him refer to her as his wife made Su Li glare at him fiercely. Don't use that term. I am not yet married to you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Chu Fei's expression turned icy, his gaze fierce. Listen here, if you dare marry someone else, I shall break your legs. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Su Li chuckled. Are you trying to scare me? Break my legs? Go ahead and try. Do you believe I wouldn't retaliate? Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had intended to assert dominance, only to find himself bested. It was clear, from their first encounter, that she had him firmly under her control. Now, on to serious matters. What's the situation? Chu Fei sobered, recounting the entire sequence of events. The conditions are fair. They're indeed owed that. However, do you have a solution regarding Professor Yang's family? Su Li had not anticipated that the issue lay with Yang Chengguo's family. It was her oversight, a strategic miscalculation. You needn't worry about that. I have my methods. However, I am curious about who could possibly know Yang Chengguo's identity. Moreover, who is aware that he works at your institute? Upon hearing this, Su Li wore a perplexed expression. Many people knew of Yang Chengguo, but few had interacted with him closely. Moreover, very few were aware of his employment at her institute. What do you think? Su Li pondered for a while, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Chu Fei inhaled deeply. I suspect there may be an insider. Someone has likely sold the roster of the institute's personnel. Within the company, besides you and your father, who else would know the names of the researchers? Chapter 38. Open the door, check the water meter. An insider? Surely not. Su Li appeared skeptical. Only high-ranking personnel, typically at the level of general manager, would have access to the researchers' names. If there truly was an insider, it would spell significant trouble for the company. If there is no insider, who else would know of the researchers in your company? Chu Fei was resolute in his reasoning. Such incidents could not occur without an insider. Hearing this explanation, Su Li fell silent. The presence of an insider would signify her dereliction of duty. However, it remained uncertain who that might be. They would have to wait until she returned to the company to convene a meeting with the upper management. What do you plan to do next? Su Li could not return to the company and was left to recover. Many matters would have to be delegated to her secretary or handled through her phone. I might not be able to stay with you tonight. I need to visit Professor Yang's home. Tomorrow is the day for the researchers to speak with their families, and I need to ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression grew more anxious. What if we simply report it to the police? Chu Fei shook his head. No, that won't do. Now calling the police is akin to startling the snake in the grass. No one knows if there are others behind those individuals. If there are, notifying the authorities would merely alert them, possibly prompting an immediate relocation. It would then become exceedingly difficult to track them down. However, Su Li wanted to say more, but Chu Fei gently cupped her delicate face and pressed his lips against hers. She instinctively attempted to struggle, but soon her body softened. After a lingering kiss, Chu Fei wiped his lips, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Quite sweet indeed. Su Li's face flushed crimson as she glared at him fiercely. You scoundrel! Do you believe I won't strike you? Chu Fei chuckled as he rose. Go ahead. Su Li raised her hand, but quickly let it drop, her gaze betraying concern for his safety. You know your husband's capabilities, don't you? Worry not. I shall take my leave now. Remember to send me Professor Yang's address. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei exited the hospital room. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Dajuan. Hello? Dajuan. Do you have any capable hands at your disposal? Captain Chu, why do you inquire? Zhao Dajuan replied, perplexed, for with Captain Chu's prowess, he could easily navigate any situation. No time for chatter. I'll be waiting at the military hospital entrance. Send 2 people over. It's urgent. With that, he hung up the call. In less than 10 minutes, a black jeep came to a halt at the hospital's entrance. Observing the 2 individuals clad in plain clothes exiting the vehicle, a smile crept upon Chu Fei's lips. It seemed Zhao Dajuan understood the gravity of the situation and had instructed them to dress appropriately for the task at hand. Captain Chu? The 2 men, unfamiliar with him, nonetheless recognized his authority by the way even Zhao Dajuan addressed him. Get in the vehicle. We're heading to Qinghua Garden. During their journey, Chu Fei learned their names, Yang Zhengheng and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, as dusk approached, the trio arrived at Qinghua Garden. According to the address provided by Su Li, they were looking for Unit 1608. Let us proceed. Instead of taking the elevator, they opted for the stairs, making their way to the 16th floor. Along the way, Chu Fei had deliberately changed into a set of electrician's attire. You 2 will guard the stairwell. If anyone descends, stop them. Xiao Long and Xiao Hung nodded, aware that their presence here signified a mission. Upon reaching the door of Unit 1608, Chu Fei inhaled deeply and knocked gently. Once, no reply. Twice, still nothing. After a 3rd rap, the door creaked open, revealing a man with a somewhat menacing countenance. Who are you looking for? Apologies for the tardiness. I'm here to check the water and electricity meters, Chu Fei replied, feigning contrition while his gaze scrutinized the interior. He recognized that this fierce-looking individual was not a relative of Professor Yang. Yang's son was studying at Jingda, and apart from his parents, only his wife remained at home. The man appeared to be around 30, making it unlikely he was Professor Yang's father. Wasn't the inspection conducted yesterday? The man questioned, his eyes narrowing. In truth, there had been no meter check the previous day. Yet, he sensed that this man was not genuinely there to inspect the meters. That's impossible. Yesterday, we checked the neighboring Qingjiang garden community. Chu Fei feigned confusion, uncertain whether the man was merely trying to intimidate him. Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor relaxed slightly. It seemed the individual was not there to stir trouble, merely a routine inspection. Come in, but remember to stay put. As he spoke, the man opened the door wider. Once inside, Chu Fei noted the absence of other occupants in the living room, though he could discern movement within the rooms. Given the circumstances, he could not act without alerting the others. He proceeded to the bathroom, briefly examining the water meter before heading to the hallway to check the electrical meter, with the man trailing closely behind. Approaching the balcony, he attempted to peek through the curtains but found them drawn. He could barely see through a small gap, revealing 3 individuals seated on the bed, one of whom was pacing within the room. This was all Chu Fei could observe. He was uncertain what lay beyond his line of sight. Don't look around, came the man's icy voice from behind, laced with displeasure. Understood, Chu Fei replied, lowering his tone. He feigned interest in the electrical meter before preparing to exit. The man followed silently. Just as they neared the door, Chu Fei struck. Whirling around, he delivered a powerful blow to the man's throat, ending it swiftly without granting him a chance to resist. The man could only watch helplessly as Chu Fei acted. Unable to react in time, Chu Fei gently laid the man's body on the floor, striving to make minimal noise. He then opened the door, closing it behind him with a soft click. As the door shut, sounds finally emerged from within the room. Old Gua, let us order takeout. I'm starving. The occupants appeared blissfully unaware that their comrade had just been dispatched. Chu Fei remained silent, instead positioning himself outside the door, awaiting the emergence of the others. Hearing no response, the voice from within called again, Old Gua, where the hell are you? Minutes slipped by without any sign of movement from the room. Yet they were beginning to sense that something was amiss. Inside the room, Professor Yang's parents and wife were bound and helpless on the bed, too frightened to speak. For 2 burly men with knives loomed nearby, their presence instilling fear. They had lived in this state of trepidation for an entire week, hoping someone would uncover their plight. But as time passed without anyone raising the alarm, despair began to take root in their hearts. Critically, it seemed the 3 captors were not after ransom. They fed the family daily and even occasionally offered fruit. Aside from their confinement at home, the situation was bearable. However, the events unfolding in the living room were beyond their comprehension. After the initial door opening for the water meter inspection, no further response had been heard. You go check, commanded one of the men, gesturing towards Professor Yang's wife, Ding Lei. With that, they released her bindings. Fear filled Ding Lei's eyes. She dreaded the thought of stepping outside. Yet, she had no choice. Refusing would result in punishment. Steeling herself, she approached the door and gently grasped the handle. Outside, Chu Fei pressed against the wall, his expression growing increasingly cold as he heard the sound of the handle turning. His fists clenched, ready for action. When the door fully opened, he prepared to strike. However, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, momentarily halting his movements. A man should not possess such a scent. Indeed, as Ding Lei stepped out, her first glance fell upon the lifeless form of the assailant on the floor. Instinctively, she raised her hand to scream, but quickly spotted Chu Fei beside her. Her pupils dilated in shock, yet Chu Fei silenced her with a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain quiet. Ding Lei, not lacking in intelligence, realized this young man was likely there to rescue her. Trembling, she called back to the room. He's dead. The living room is empty. Upon hearing her words, the 2 criminals exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Old Guo is dead. It has barely been a moment since that meter reader entered. Moreover, not a sound was uttered. They stepped outside to investigate. After exchanging glances, the 2 nodded slightly and moved toward the room's exit. Ding Lei, however, maneuvered to the other side, granting Chu Fei ample space to act. With a frigid gaze, Chu Fei was fully prepared for battle. The moment the 2 assailants emerged from the room wielding knives, he acted without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick that sent the first assailant sprawling. The second assailant, witnessing his companion's downfall, swung his knife at Chu Fei. These were not ordinary thugs. Their reflexes were swift. Yet, their opponent was no ordinary man. Chu Fei deftly sidestepped the strike, countering with a punch that dislocated the assailant's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Without a trace of mercy, Chu Fei incapacitated the man's hands with a sharp crack that sent chills down Ding Lei's spine. She could scarcely fathom the true nature of the man who came to their rescue. The two assailants were alive, but rendered incapable of further aggression. Once this was accomplished, Chu Fei turned to Ding Lei and spoke. "Hello, you must be Professor Yang's wife. I was sent by him. He is aware of the situation at home. Rest assured, we will handle it here." Upon hearing this, Ding Lei exhaled a long sigh of relief, her eyes reddening with emotion. With a trembling voice, she called out, "Dad, Mom, you can come out now. It's safe." As the elderly couple cautiously emerged from the room, their eyes filled with trepidation upon seeing the fallen men. At that moment, Chu Fei opened the door and shouted into the hallway, "Xiao Long, you may come up now." Xiao Long and Xiao Hong, stationed at the staircase, exchanged glances before hastening to the door. Upon observing the three individuals lying on the floor, they immediately grasped the situation. "Captain Chu, take them back to the nearby housing unit. Ensure their safety, and remember to station guards. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable." With that, he turned to Ding Lei and Professor Yang as parents, saying, "Mrs. Yang, please follow them back for now. I will manage things here." Ding Lei, still shaken, nodded and tidied up briefly before assisting Professor Yang as parents as they departed with Xiao Long and Xiao Hong. After they had left, Chu Fei settled onto the sofa, gazing at the two men on the ground who were still groaning in pain. "Stop feigning death," he said slowly. Upon hearing this, the two men, pale-faced, crawled upright. With their hands broken, they had lost the capacity to resist. "Who are you? Do you understand the consequences of thwarting our plans?" Before Chu Fei could respond, one of the men questioned him assertively. Chu Fei smiled coolly. "I am uncertain of the consequences, but for you too, if you remain silent. The aftermath may not be favorable." Their expressions shifted, and a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. The strength of their opponent was clearly sufficient to elevate him to a key position within their organization. They were baffled as to how a mere professor could summon such a figure. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of the penalties for betraying the organization. Not just their lives were at stake, their families would also suffer. "Do as you wish, we will not divulge anything." The steely resolve in their eyes spoke of a fatalistic acceptance. Failure meant only one fate awaited them. This was the organization's code. Even if they returned alive, they would be eliminated to ensure safety. "You are quite stubborn. I suspect your superior is someone named Yi Go," Chu Fei remarked, observing them calmly. At this, their expressions changed noticeably, their eyes reflecting shock. They could not comprehend how this individual knew of Yi Ji's existence. Could it be? They recalled the previous mission, a failure that resulted in the deaths of 5 operatives, with one captured by the combat zone. It seemed that individual had revealed Yi Gu's existence. Unfortunately, Yi Gu learned of the capture, and the families of those operatives had been buried alive. "I have spoken. Proceed, we will not speak," one man declared, believing that death was preferable to the annihilation of their families. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that Yi Gu was exceptionally ruthless. In the event of mission failure, entire families were to be extinguished. Chapter 40. Unable to intervene. Hello? Jiang Ning, seated in his office, instantly recognized the familiar voice and rose from his chair. He had nearly botched the last incident, and now the young master himself was calling, indicating that he had an important task for him. "Young master, it's me. What are your instructions?" Chu Fei surveyed the 3 bodies sprawled on the ground and spoke slowly. "I am at Qinghua Garden, Building 1, Room 1608, having eliminated 3 assailants. You know what to do." 3 assailants? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning instinctively considered Chu Fei's current situation. "Yes, I understand. I will dispatch personnel to handle it immediately. Rest assured." After receiving Jiang Ning's affirmation, Chu Fei ended the call. Leaving Professor Yang's residence, a slight frown creased his brow. These 2 men exhibited remarkable resilience, refusing to divulge the identity of their benefactor even in death. However, based on earlier interactions, it was clear that the individual targeting Su Li was indeed Yi Gu. He pondered the nature of the figure who could cultivate such an organization. Just as he exited Qinghua Garden, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. To his surprise, it was Xiao Yu. "Fei Gu." Xiao Yu's voice came through the line. "It's me. What's the matter?" Chu Fei stepped to the bus stop, lighting a cigarette. "You previously instructed me to keep an eye on Yi Ao's activities. I have received some information." "Oh," Chu Fei responded with interest. "Go ahead." After a brief pause, Xiao Yu continued. "Recently, Yi Ao seems to be cultivating close ties with certain business figures, and he has frequently been absent from the military. However, those under his command have remained inactive. Our information suggests he may be secretly training a group of individuals, but we are unaware of their specific location." This revelation caused Chu Fei's brow to furrow. The clandestine cultivation of an organization was explicitly forbidden within the department. If discovered, not only would he lose all current positions, but he could also face imprisonment for life. Is the information reliable? Absolutely. It was obtained by our own personnel. Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. If this were the case, it could spell significant trouble. Understood. By the way, please utilize some of your authority to investigate a person named Su Jinghua. He should be connected to the military. See if you can find any identification information on him, and let me know if you do. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. With that, Chu Fei ended the call. If there existed a figure named Su Jinghua within the military, they would certainly uncover relevant information, whether he was alive or deceased. He had promised Su Li he would assist her in this matter, thus fulfilling his commitment. However, Chu Fei inhaled deeply, feeling overwhelmed by recent events. He glanced at the number on his phone and dialed it again. There were matters he wished to clarify with his mentor. Soon, a robust voice resonated from the other end of the line. "You rascal, what brings you to call me? Need something?" The hearty laughter belied the age of the man, who was well over 70. "Master, have you made a decision regarding your resignation? Are they still opting for a vote?" Indeed, Su Nianying, having crossed the threshold of 70 years, is no longer suitable to lead the Dragon Group. The leader of the Dragon Group holds a position just beneath the highest authority. However, there are only two candidates who are both exceptionally qualified and youthful. One is Chu Fei, and the other is Yao. It is not solely about outstanding strength. It is equally important to adeptly handle emergencies. After listening to Chu Fei, Su Nianying fell silent for a few moments. The decision would be made by voting. On Yao's side, he was already garnering support. As for your side, I cannot assist you. You must rely on yourself. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned somewhat frosty. He did not aspire to become the leader, but believed that Yao was unfit for the role. For his own selfish interests, to accomplish his mission, he would not hesitate to sacrifice teammates to ensure the task's completion. Such a person becoming the leader of the Dragon Group was something Chu Fei would vehemently oppose. Could it be, "Master, do you have no means to intervene?" Chu Fei was perplexed. Logically, Master had been with the Dragon Group for many years and must have an extensive network of connections. Yet now, very few were willing to advocate for him, which was quite strange. To put it plainly, I agree to your leadership of the Dragon Group. However, you still need 11% of the votes in your favor. My endorsement constitutes only 40%. Given the current situation, even if I oppose him, the remaining individuals all support him, and thus, that position will still belong to him. Do you understand? Su Nianying's explanation illuminated Chu Fei's understanding. It was no wonder Xiao Yu had informed him that Yao was mingling with some business magnates. It seemed this was all part of a plan for Master to step down. What if he had secretly fostered an organization? Chu Fei relayed the information Xiao Yu had mentioned. He had expected Master to erupt in anger or directly convene a meeting with high-ranking officials in the military. Yet, Master's reaction astonished Chu Fei even more. I am aware of this matter. However, there are others behind him. I cannot intervene. Someone is backing Yao. Even Master cannot interfere? How is that possible? If the person behind Yao is the one at the highest seat, then Chu Fei would have nothing more to say. Yet, it was evident that the individual Master referred to was certainly not the highest authority. Xiao Fei, this is a game of strategy. It depends on whether you wish to be a mere pawn or a player. The one behind Yao is not weaker than your Chu family. Do you grasp my meaning? Chu Fei's countenance turned icy. His identity was clear to Master. Since Master had stated this, it implied that Yao's backer was formidable enough to rival the Chu family. It was no wonder Master could not intervene. Master, does the opposing party not fear inciting the wrath of the highest authority? Upon hearing this, Su Nianying sighed deeply. That individual is currently unaware. However, I can assure you that even if they were informed, they could only turn a blind eye. The opposing party's intentions are not to undermine the nation, and that alone is sufficient. Chapter 41, A Holiday? After finishing a call with Master, Chu Fei's expression was far from pleasant. From Master, he had gleaned some information regarding Yao. This fellow was once an orphan, cultivated by someone, and brought into the Dragon Group. In terms of hierarchy, he was even Chu Fei's senior. Yet, in Chu Fei's eyes, this person's character could be summed up in 2 words, heartless. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. As for the individual who facilitated his entry, even Master was unaware of their identity. All that was known was that Yao, single-handedly, had defeated 5 members of the team at that time, members personally trained by Master, all of whom possessed considerable strength. Yao's ability to conquer 5 adversaries alone was a testament to his prowess. Moreover, Yao possessed a letter of introduction, instructing Master to accept him, yet it bore no signature, only a symbol resembling a dragon. Even after years of navigating battlefields, Master had never encountered such an emblem and had dispatched individuals to investigate its origins. However, without exception, those who sought information on it had come up empty, and some even vanished without a trace. This alone indicated that the individual who brought Yao to the Dragon Group was extraordinary. In the days that followed, Chu Fei remained at the battlefield hospital, accompanying Su Li. During this time, Su Li's father had called to inquire, but Su Li had deftly evaded the topic, wanting to spare her family from worrying about her safety. It was not until Friday that they were discharged. Upon returning to the villa, Su Li finally felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she collapsed onto the sofa. Spending an entire week in the hospital nearly drove me mad. A week without a shower, I feel utterly filthy. Although it was not summer, autumn still brought warm weather. A single day without a wash felt unbearable. After a week in the hospital, the sticky sensation almost pushed Su Li to the brink of insanity. Your legs still cannot come into contact with water, otherwise it may become inflamed, Chu Fei remarked casually. Su Li shot him a glare, declaring, I don't care. I must take a shower today. Not even the King of Heaven could stop me. With that, she stood up and headed towards the bathroom. However, Chu Fei swiftly scooped her up. Isn't it simple to take a shower? I'll assist you. Upon hearing this, Su Li's face flushed crimson. Go away. No. But Chu Fei disregarded her protests and carried her into the bathroom. As the saying goes, when a girl says no, she actually means yes. After nearly an hour, Chu Fei finally assisted Su Li out of the bathroom, her face entirely flushed, perhaps due to the weather. Chu Fei, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Ugh, you are nothing but a bandit. Su Li scolded vehemently. Perhaps, after they had broken through that barrier, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Men are often seen as bad, while women find it hard to love. An unchanging truth since ancient times. In the living room, as Chu Fei prepared to light a cigarette, Su Li's expression turned icy. Smoking? Startled, he quickly shoved the cigarette back into the pack. Su Li was no longer alone. She had a little one in her womb. Chu Fei could only manage an awkward smile. No smoking. I'll quit from now on. You should change your clothes. We're heading to the company soon. I'm uneasy about not finding the mole within the company. Su Li's expression grew increasingly somber. After the previous incident, the safety of the Research Institute personnel's families could no longer be guaranteed. No one could be certain whether other members of the Research Institute would face threats. All right. Chu Fei nodded and returned to his room to change. Soon after, they took a taxi to the entrance of the Xiao company. Following the damage to the Maybach, Su Li had lost her vehicle. In the general manager's office of Xiao company, General Manager Li Fei lounged leisurely in his office chair, sipping coffee and resting with squinted eyes. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, as if everything were so casual. However, a knock resounded at the door. Come in. The female assistant entered. Mr. Li, the president has returned. Gather all supervisors and higher-level personnel for a meeting in the conference room. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Li Fei finally ceased his actions. The president has returned? I understand. You may go about your business. Li Fei waved his hand, his brow furrowing. The president hadn't been in the office for a week, citing personal matters to attend to. Recently, the company had been run by the chairman, who only occasionally came for inspections, and nothing significant had occurred. Yet, now that the president was back, he was hastily calling for a meeting of all senior officials, suggesting he had made some discoveries. With this thought, Li Fei's expression turned somewhat tense, though he quickly regained his composure. He certainly wouldn't believe that the president was aware of his scrutiny of the researchers list. After all, there were many individuals within the company who could access that information. With a slightly anxious heart, he entered the conference room. Su Li sat at the head of the table, with Chu Fei standing beside her. Within 10 minutes, everyone had arrived. Su Li's gaze swept over the attendees, and she smiled faintly. Thank you all for your hard work during my absence from the company. Her simple greeting warmed the hearts of many present. President Su, you are too kind. It is our duty, someone replied. Indeed, the company is experiencing rapid growth, and we must strive to contribute, another added. Hearing these words, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Given the effort everyone has put in lately, I have decided to grant a 3-day leave for all from the general manager down to the managerial level. Take this time to rest. Upon hearing about the time off, the atmosphere in the conference room became jubilant. The president is generous. Wonderful. Many had been working overtime, and with the increasing business, their bonuses were climbing too. A 3-day break was indeed a welcomed respite. However, Li Fei's expression darkened, as he had recently received instructions to closely monitor Xiao company. Any decisions or changes from them needed immediate communication. With this holiday, he would miss any important updates. President, I believe this decision may not be prudent. The company is at a pivotal growth stage. We cannot afford to hinder our progress with a break. Li Fei was the first to voice his dissent. Chu Fei's gaze shifted to him, questioning the objection. Is taking a break truly detrimental? Are we treating the company as our own home? Mr. Li's selflessness for the company's sake is commendable. How about this? Mr. Li shall have a week off, fully paid. What do you all think? Su Li's gaze turned to the others. To them, the position of general manager was not only significant, but also burdensome. Granting Li Fei a week off, especially with pay, seemed reasonable. Absolutely. Mr. Li has been exhausted lately. Just look at those dark circles under his eyes. He definitely deserves a break. The collective support left Li Fei bewildered. He had thought that his comments would persuade the president to allow him to work diligently, yet she countered with a paid week off. If it weren't for the substantial offer he received, he would have considered it a blessing to work at Qixiao Company. President, that is not my intention. I merely wish to make meaningful contributions to the company. Therefore, I do not require time off. Li Fei's earnest demeanor elicited applause from the other executives. Individuals like Mr. Li are our role models. Everyone must learn from Mr. Li, understood? The vice president interjected, prompting nods and praises from the others. I have observed Mr. Li's dedication as well. So please, do not feel obliged to be courteous with me, Su Li replied, fully aware of Li Fei's true motives. In the workplace, most individuals were there to earn a living. Besides a few who were keen on promotions and financial gain, who would decline a paid leave? Li Fei's reluctance to take time off raised suspicions. President, Li Fei began, but Su Li waved her hand dismissively. Enough. It is decided, Mr. Li will take a week off, and the rest of you 3 days. Meeting adjourned. With that, Su Li turned to leave the conference room. Once back in her office, Su Li sat in her chair, her face reflecting discomfort. She struggled to maintain a facade of composure before others, nearly causing her wound to reopen. What's wrong? Is your wound bleeding? Seeing her distress, Chu Fei hurried over, lifting a corner of her skirt to inspect the bandage beneath. The pristine fabric was already stained with a hint of blood, but fortunately, it was not severe. It's nothing, just a bit of blood seeping out. A few days of rest should suffice. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, the office door swung open. Fang Qing stepped in, spotting Chu Fei crouched beside Su Li. His head tilted upward. She froze, her mouth slightly agape. What are you two doing? An image flashed in her mind. Had she interrupted something? Regret washed over her for barging in at that moment. Had she waited just 2 more minutes, who knows what might have transpired? Chu Fei, ever calm, set Su Li's skirt back in place. Nothing much. Su Li, her face flushed, exclaimed, Did you not knock before entering? Fang Qing chuckled, her eyes glinting with understanding. I didn't expect even the esteemed president to have a moment of weakness. In the office, Fang Qing teased, Look at that. Be quiet. It's not what you think. Su Li shot back, her temper flaring. Fang Qing laughed heartily, stepping closer to pat Chu Fei's shoulder. Chu, do you taste the president's essence? Is it salty? Perhaps reminiscent of the sea? Chu Fei licked his lips. Would you like to find out? Fang Qing grimaced. Get away from me. She then walked over to Su Li. Are you feeling better? In truth, she knew of Su Li's injury. Her previous remarks had merely been playful banter. Much better. I can manage to walk. By the way, what brings you here? Su Li asked, curious since Fang Qing had been preoccupied with her modeling agency. During Su Li's hospital stay, they often chatted on the phone, and Fang Qing had shared that her ex-boyfriend's company was aggressively poaching models from hers. Many promising talents had been lured away with lucrative offers, plunging her agency into crisis and leaving them with fewer advertising collaborations. I came to share some good news, Fang Qing said, leaning in to whisper a few words into Su Li's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious? Is this true? Fang Qing nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Both women turned their attention to Chu Fei, who felt as though he had suddenly become prey to a hungry tiger. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Su Li smiled gently. Chu, do you realize the impact of the modeling photos you shot at Xiaoqing's agency last time? Chu Fei appeared puzzled. It was just a set of photos. What impact could it have? Besides, I'm covered in scars. Who would appreciate such images? Curiosity piqued, he inquired further. Fang Qing began to explain. The outfits you wore in those photos have seen a significant surge in sales. The merchants we collaborated with are rushing to produce more. And they recently sent over several new styles. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression soured. So Fang Qing's visit was merely to recruit him as a model? Not interested. You won't pay me. He dismissed the idea, annoyed. Fang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. You still want payment? Do you really need that much money? In her eyes, Chu Fei was a quintessential rich heir, hardly in need of funds. Yes. I find myself laboring alone as if I were 3 individuals, serving as a bodyguard, secretary, and even a caretaker, while occasionally warming the bed. And yet, I remain devoid of financial reward. Is my struggle not evident? A single remark from Chu Fei nearly sent Su Li into a fit. What nonsense is that? When have I ever asked you to warm my bed? Do not speak carelessly. However, Fang Qing found it amusing, laughing uncontrollably. Is such treatment even possible? Why not join me? Not only will you be compensated, but generously so. Chu Fei resolutely shook his head, declaring, I refuse to engage in any unlawful activities. I am a law-abiding citizen. Fang Qing shot him a withering glare. Honestly, you. She turned to her friend. Come on, let us go and ignore him. But isn't your car broken? Let us purchase a new one. Chapter 43. Toying with Fang Qing's ex-boyfriend for Su Li, the prospect of buying a car held little allure. Nevertheless, the absence of one proved inconvenient, prompting her to contact the manager of the Mercedes dealership, requesting a new top-of-the-line Maybach. As for her choice of brand, Su Li could only assert that the vehicle was remarkably resilient. The trio then made their way to Fang Qing's modeling agency, hoping to persuade Chu Fei to partake in several modeling shoots. Alas, their timing appeared unfortunate. In the lobby, a man and woman lounged on a sofa. The man, rather handsome, exuded a superficial charm, smoking with his legs crossed. Beside him sat a woman of considerable age, at least in her 40s, her face caked in makeup, resembling a ghastly apparition, idly scrolling through her phone. Several attractive female models were positioned before them. Listen up. Join my agency, and your salary will double, the man proclaimed. Moreover, my agency has received numerous orders. Should you decide to switch companies, I assure you that your prospects here will outshine anything you could achieve at this modest establishment. The brashness of his words left Fang Qing's expression stormy. She never dreamed her ex-boyfriend, Lin Shui, would audaciously return to her agency to poach talent. Was he not, in essence, defecating on her head? Lin Shui. Fang Qing stormed into the lobby, her face aflame with rage. Su Li and Chu Fei followed closely behind, observing silently. Upon hearing his name, Lin Shui turned to see Fang Qing and his face brightened with a smile. Xiao Qin, you've returned. Just in time. I wanted to discuss something with you today. The woman beside him noticed Fang Qing and put down her phone. So, you must be Fang, the boss? Not much to look at. I wonder how my dear Lin ever fell for you. Their banter darkened Fang Qing's countenance as she suppressed her fury. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Yet Lin Shui seemed in no hurry to depart, retorting, Xiao Qing, must you be so unpleasant? After all, we built this place together. Although we have parted ways, I still think of you. I came today to discuss the terms for acquiring your company. Listening to their exchange, Su Li furrowed her brow. Such a scoundrel was beyond comprehension. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, a person must have dignity. Without it, they are invincible. A tree without bark must perish. Her words were clearly directed at Lin Shui. Upon noticing Su Li and Chu Fei nearby, Lin Shui sneered, Ah, it's Miss Su. My apologies. I didn't realize you were here to take photos with Xiao Qing. You could have asked me. I would have offered my services free of charge. The implication was unmistakable. Leave. Depart immediately. If you do not, I shall call security. Fang Qing, unwilling to see Su Li humiliated, erupted in anger. Lin Shui merely chuckled. To him, Fang Qing's agency no longer boasted any talent of note. Brand owners would not choose a struggling agency to shoot their garments. Although his company was newer, it had secured numerous orders thanks to the relentless efforts of his current girlfriend. Fang Qing, your top models have all defected to me. What do you have to compete with? Fang Qing was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his claims. Lin Shui had siphoned off her best models, leaving only those who remained for the inflated salaries. Where do you think you were jumping from? Chu Fei raised his brow slightly. Though he usually preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, Fang Qing was a dear friend of Su Li's, and he could not ignore the insults directed at Su Li. At that moment, Lin Shui's gaze fell upon Chu Fei, and he frowned, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he looked at Chu Fei in surprise. You are the new model that Fang Qing hired? Not bad. You were the cover model for last week's Fashion Week. With that look and physique, you have become a heartthrob for many. He was aware that this model emerged from Fang Qing's agency. Brother, name your price. Come work for my company, and I guarantee your compensation will be double what you earn here. Lin Shui exuded an air of entitlement, convinced that all models were motivated solely by money. He dismissed Chu Fei's earlier remarks entirely. You wish to poach me? Chu Fei chuckled, while Fang Qing and Su Li remained silent. Competing with this affluent heir was a daunting prospect. Indeed. Name your price. Lin Shui sensed opportunity in Chu Fei's words. His company's best models earned around 200,000 a month. As long as Chu Fei did not exceed 300,000, he would gladly accommodate him. Very well then. I am merely a newcomer and not well versed in these matters. Your suggestion would suffice. Chu Fei feigned innocence, leaving Fang Qing and Su Li in stunned silence. This man, A newcomer? Lin Shui was equally taken aback, having assumed Chu Fei had come from afar. If he could recruit him, it would be a significant coup. His eyes sparkled with excitement. 50,000. A fair offer. Should you join? I assure you that within 3 months, your salary will reach at least 100,000. For a newcomer, this was an exceptional rate. No agency would offer such remuneration to a novice. However, Chu Fei was no ordinary newcomer. He had made his debut as a cover model for a prestigious magazine, indicating immense potential. 50,000. That seems rather low. How about 100,000? Chu Fei pondered for a few seconds before proposing his price. Lin Shui considered it briefly before acquiescing. 100,000 a month. Done. Yet Chu Fei looked at him with an air of incredulity. I believe you have misunderstood. I meant 100,000 per minute. Chapter 44. A familiar group per minute? The room fell silent, and it took several seconds for Lin Shui to process the statement. His expression darkening. Are you mocking me? 100,000 per minute. Who could possibly command such a price? You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Chu Fei smiled calmly. As for someone like Lin Shui, if it were not in a public setting, he would not hesitate to give him a good beating, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found him unpleasant. You have quite the audacity. Lin Shui's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with anger as they locked onto Chu Fei. In front of so many people, he was being humiliated, losing all face. I will grant you a chance to admit your mistake. Apologize. Otherwise, I will ensure you don't even have the time to kneel. Chu Fei's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Su Li to feel a twinge of anxiety. After spending so much time with him, she understood his temperament well. His words indicated that he was genuinely angry. What? Do you intend to hit me? Lin Shui scoffed. I stand here, ready for your strike. I am curious to see if you possess that capability. Although he lacked substantial influence in Jiangnan, he nonetheless had the formidable backing of his current girlfriend. With her support, while it may not grant him absolute power in Jiangnan, any business owner would surely acknowledge him. At that moment, the woman beside Lin Shui also slowly rose, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her heavily made-up face adorned with an air of arrogance. Enough. I will not waste my breath with you today. Fang Qing, is it? In my capacity as the general manager of Juanhao Group, I wish to discuss acquisition matters with you. If you are willing, we can have a thorough conversation. If not, your company's future may become quite precarious. Before Fang Qing could respond, Chu Fei stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lin Shui. The instant her words fell, he slapped Lin Shui's smug face with a resounding crack. The sharp sound startled many present, including the models who had not yet departed. These young women had previously witnessed Chu Fei's impeccable physique and regarded him as a man full of stories. However, this incident altered their perception entirely. He was not just a man of intrigue, but a man of action, striking without hesitation or ambiguity. That slap nearly sent Lin Shui tumbling to the ground, his head spinning. The burning sensation on his face was a stark reminder that this was no illusion. You dare to strike me? Seeking death? The woman, witnessing Lin Shui's humiliation, rushed to shield him behind her. Chu Fei simply shook his hand, commenting, his skin is rather thick, it left my palm aching. Nearby, both Su Li and Fang Qing stifled their laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Lin Shui's misfortune. A blow is a blow. I never claimed I wouldn't hit women. Some individuals are simply too insufferable to ignore. However, someone like you, hitting you would soil my hands, given that your makeup is so thick. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. It was indeed outrageous, yet undeniably truthful. She appeared almost matronly, her excessive makeup rendering her visage difficult to bear. I say, madam, are you not taking your little pretty boy away? Fang Qing added a sharp retort. At this, the woman's composure shattered, her entire body trembling with rage as she supported Lin Shui and made her way towards the exit. Fine, fine. Fang Qing, is it? I will remember you. You shall see that I, Zhu Yin, am not to be trifled with. As the two exited the hall, Fang Qing let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze fell upon the remaining models, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Since you are all present, I shan't say more. If you wish to leave, I will not impede you. We all seek our own interests. If other companies offer higher wages, I cannot compete, and you are free to choose to depart. Her words prompted several models to exchange glances, lowering their heads in uncertainty. After half a minute, one finally spoke. I am sorry, Qingjia. My father's health has always been poor, and he requires substantial funds for treatment, so. She left her sentence unfinished, but Fang Qing grasped her implication. Go ahead. I will ensure this month's wages are deposited into your accounts on time. With the first to depart, others quickly followed suit. Of the 6 models, only 2 remained. Are you not leaving? The 2 exchanged glances, wishing to leave, but lacking valid reasons after the earlier departures. Qingjia, we. Fang Qing waved her hand. indicating they were free to go. After a brief exchange of glances, the two hastily exited the company. Consequently, apart from the regular staff and those responsible for shooting, not a single model remained. Now, Fong Qing would have to seek replacements, and during this interim, the company could not operate. Fong Qing's expression darkened as she sat on the sofa, deep in thought. No worries, do not fret. If necessary, I can assist in finding some models for you. By the way, what exactly is the Juanhao Group? Their intentions seem somewhat targeted towards you. Su Li absorbed the words of the woman named Zhu Yin. She had little interest in the general manager of Juanhao Group, but was well aware of its discreet, yet significant presence in Jiangnan. She recalled that among the investors from the last meeting, the president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie, was present. The Juanhao Group was not merely a local enterprise, but a provincial one, encompassing numerous companies and boasting substantial size. The Jiangnan division was merely a branch of the larger entity. This modeling company was merely a casual investment by the woman into Lin Shui, having minimal impact on their core operations. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment. She had initially thought Juanhao Group was a local business, only to discover it was a provincial powerhouse. Given this, isn't your company at risk of being targeted by them? Fong Qing sighed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is the situation. Listening to their conversation, Chu Fei interjected, Juanhao Group. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Chapter 45, Meeting the Parents? Juanhao Group. Chu Fei felt a sense of familiarity, but could not quite place it. At that moment, Su Li reminded him, wasn't the president of Juanhao Group, Mr. Wang, among the investors who visited our company last time? With that reminder, Chu Fei's memory clicked. No wonder it sounded so familiar. It was Wang Xie's company. This made things simpler. He could simply speak with Wang Xie regarding the matter. As for this so-called general manager, he perceived her as a minor character, easily dismissed with a word from Wang Xie. The question remained, how could he enlist Wang Xie's assistance? Do you happen to know anyone from their company? Su Li asked, intrigued by Chu Fei's demeanor. I suppose you could say I know them, though my position is a bit lowly. Chu Fei smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Hearing this, the two exchanged knowing glances. Actually, handsome Chu, I am quite curious about your identity. Could you enlighten us? They had previously speculated on this topic when Su Li was injured, but they could not fathom why Chu Fei was drawn to her. For a man of his wealth, it seemed unnecessary to come here merely for one woman. I have stated that my true identity is that of a top-tier heir with no significant connections in my family. To put it plainly, I am merely a nouveau riche individual. My family received several hundred billion from a relocation project. Upon hearing this, the two could not help but roll their eyes. Such words seemed to be a mere ruse. They had no interest in further discussion and began to converse casually in the hall. Just as Chu Fei intended to sit down and rest, he received a phone call. Recognizing the familiar number, he turned to Su Li and said, I'll step outside to take this call. Please, continue your conversation. Noticing that the two paid him no mind, he exited the hall. Outside, he pressed the answer button. Xiao Yu, what is going on? The voice on the other end belonged to Xiao Yu. Fei Gu, I've managed to gather a bit of information about the person you asked me to investigate. However, due to my limited access, I cannot view all the details. All I can ascertain is that this individual, Su Jinghua, is still alive and remains within our military. But I cannot determine his exact position. Surprised, Chu Fei pondered, Su Jinghua is still alive? This likely indicates that Su Li's grandfather is a significant figure within the military. Given his age of over 70 and his long tenure, he must be at least a major general. If he holds an even higher rank, that would be remarkable. Yet, in all my recollections of military personnel, from privates to generals, I do not recall any individual by the name of Su Jinghua. By the way, Fei Gu, it appears that Su Jinghua may have changed his name. The information I accessed was prior to his name change. I cannot retrieve any details related to his current identity. Perhaps only your access can uncover his records. This revelation added a layer of frustration for Chu Fei. A name change complicates matters significantly. Given the vast number of personnel in the military, if he has been reassigned to a particular combat zone or stationed at the border, tracking him down could prove impossible. All right, I appreciate this information. Is there anything else? Casually inquiring, he soon discovered that Xiao Yu had more to convey. Fei Gu, this isn't what I wanted to discuss. I wanted to bring up the recent developments regarding Yao. A small meeting was held at the combat zone headquarters recently, which many attended, excluding you. Even Luo Gu was present. The main topic was the retirement of the group leader and who should succeed him. A slight frown creased Chu Fei's brow. They're already deliberating on this matter? It seems I must find the time to return to the capital. I cannot allow them to dictate my actions indefinitely. I understand. Is there anything else? After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yu responded, there is indeed something else, though I'm uncertain of its relevance to you. I've heard that Yao's associates appear to be targeting a small company. I'm unsure of the company's identity. A small company? Chu Fei instinctively thought of Su Li's Kaxiao company, but quickly dismissed the notion. Given Yi Ao's stature, targeting a company like Su Li's would be trivial. Moreover, if he were indeed pursuing Su Li's company, he would surely detect some signs of it. Should he be caught in the act, it would not bode well for him. All right, I understand. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. With that, Chu Fei ended the call and returned to the hall, where Fang Qing and Su Li were still engaged in conversation. Upon his entrance, Su Li waved him over, saying, "Come here, I need to discuss something with you." During his absence, the two had conversed about the topic of pregnancy. Fang Qing was taken aback when Su Li mentioned her condition, taking a considerable time to process the information. When should we meet the parents? Su Li had not anticipated the need to meet Chu Fei's parents so soon, but her growing belly made it unavoidable. It would not be appropriate to present herself as heavily pregnant when meeting them later. This could create a poor impression and tarnish her family's reputation. What? Chu Fei was momentarily stunned. Meeting the parents was a first for him as well. He realized he could not postpone this matter. As the saying goes, one may not have experienced marrying a pig, but they have seen others do so on television. The necessary steps must be taken. Chu Fei found himself at a loss for words. Hey, I say, Chu Shui, don't think your looks grant you the right to act recklessly. If you dare abandon my sister, I'll ensure you regret it. Fang Qing interjected, sensing his hesitation. Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That will never happen, but I'm unsure how to explain my family situation. You know my background. It's a bit complex. It's not that Chu Fei was unwilling to introduce her to his family. Rather, the current circumstances were murky, especially with the ongoing conflict against the immortal bird family. If they discovered Su Li's identity, they might selectively target her. His own safety was secondary. If something were to happen to Su Li, the consequences would be dire. Chu Fei, I'm telling you now, if you dare to treat my dear sister like those scoundrels, I will do everything in my power to find you and break your legs. Fang Qing's face was filled with anger, clearly unsatisfied with Chu Fei's words. Chu Fei nodded earnestly, raising 3 fingers. I swear, I will never abandon you, and I will provide you with the most splendid wedding imaginable. I, Chu Fei, always keep my promises. Should I falter, may the heavens strike me down. He had never sworn to anyone nor promised a future, but for Su Li, he was willing to change, even if not at this moment. Well, it's enough that you have that intention. Su Li felt pained hearing such declarations from Chu Fei and interjected to halt the conversation. However, Fang Qing chimed in, just be wary. One day you might find yourself struck by a bolt from the blue. Though she spoke jokingly, a smile lingered on her face. To witness a dear friend finding a suitable place to belong is the most gratifying outcome. Let us proceed. I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming photographs of your attire. If next week's model magazine features you once more, you shall undoubtedly gain fame. Fang Qing gazed at Chu Fei with a mischievous grin. The latter's expression darkened. Yet for Su Li's sake, he had no choice but to step onto the stage. He realized he had fallen victim to the schemes of these 2 women. Upon returning to the villa from Fang Qing's modeling agency, it was already 8 in the evening. As for dinner, Fang Qing had already treated him to a meal at a restaurant, claiming this feast was a reward for Chu Fei. After all, her modeling agency had exhausted its models, and Chu Fei was her sole external support, enabling her agency to barely sustain itself for a while longer. In the room, Su Li sat at the edge of the bed, while Chu Fei crouched beside her, equipped with fresh gauze, alcohol, and medicinal powder. The hem of her long skirt had slightly lifted, revealing a bandage wrapped around her fair calf, with dried blood staining it. It might sting a bit, bear with me. I will finish swiftly. Chu Fei was familiar with basic wound care, having sustained injuries during past missions. To staunch the bleeding, he had often resorted to rudimentary methods, utilizing tobacco or the heat of gunpowder, as he could not carry gauze and hemostatic agents with him. After completing a task, prompt attention to his wounds was imperative. The longer one waited, the greater the risk of inflammation and infection. Su Li nodded gently, her gaze fixed on his sharply defined face. Chu Fei, oblivious to her stare, carefully unwrapped her gauze. Until nearly finished, Su Li remained silent, though her delicate features had already paled from the pain. When Chu Fei applied alcohol for disinfection, she could no longer suppress a soft whimper, the agony akin to countless needles piercing her wound. Does it hurt? Chu Fei looked up, noticing the fine sheen of cold sweat on her small face. It's fine. Please continue. Su Li pursed her lips, suppressing any sound. Observing her stubborn demeanor tugged at Chu Fei's heartstrings. I am sorry. I promise I will not let you get hurt again, he vowed silently. He quickly applied the medication and rewrapped her wound. All done. Rest well. In a few days, the wound will scab over and heal. Good night. Chu Fei gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and placed a soft kiss on her red lips. Yet, Su Li wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with longing in her beautiful eyes. Chu Fei was not naive. He understood her intentions. All right, but you must remain still. Your foot is injured. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already toppled by Su Li. Meanwhile, at a booth in the luxurious bar, a troubled-looking Lin Shui was approached by Su Hui. What's wrong with you, Shui? If you have any issues, let me know, and I'll help you sort it out. If Chu Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the young man who had been slapped by him at the bar last time. Forget it. I was slapped today and couldn't retaliate. I'm choking on my anger, Lin Shui lamented as he took a large gulp of his drink. Feeling humiliated in front of his ex-girlfriend by a mere model had left him seething. Who dared to hit you, Shui? Just tell me who he is, and I will handle it for you. Su Hui stood up abruptly, ready to defend Lin Shui. Lin Shui shook his head and patted Su Hui's shoulder. Let it go? He works for Kiao Company. In Lin Shui's eyes, Kiao was indeed a large company, far surpassing his modeling agency. So what? I'm not targeting his company. I simply find him unpleasant and want to teach him a lesson. This is simple. Shui, do you have a photo of him? I'll wait for them to start work and then confront him outside their office. Upon hearing Su Hui's suggestion, Lin Shui, emboldened by alcohol, replied, All right. You are a good brother, Hui. I do have a photo. He pulled out his phone and opened a picture, the cover image of this week's model magazine. However, when Su Hui saw the man on the cover, he froze. Hui, you can't be talking about him, right? Lin Shui, puzzled by Su Hui's reaction, inquired. What's wrong? Do you know him? Su Hui's face flushed with embarrassment, as the events of that day replayed vividly in his mind, the stinging pain still fresh. In his view, this man was certainly not ordinary. Provoking someone like him would yield disastrous consequences. Yet, Su Hui did not show fear in front of Lin Shui. Shui, I'm not exaggerating. I've seen that guy before. I fought him at the bar last time, and he was easily subdued, although I got hurt too. He certainly had it rough as well. Lin Shui, oblivious to the truth, was astonished. Really? Now I feel reassured. Hui, let us drink. Tonight. I must find some lovely ladies to keep you company. But remember, when you decide to act, call me. I want to see the drama unfold. I want that guy to kneel and apologize. Hearing this, Su Hui broke into a cold sweat. Kneeling? That would be suicidal. But since the man was not present, that was certain. Next time I run into him, I will definitely make him kneel and apologize to you. Come, let us drink. Chapter 47. The Four Great Families. The following morning, when Chu Fei awoke from his slumber, Su Li was still asleep, her arms wrapped around his. After gently extricating his arm and completing a brief wash, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a lavish breakfast for Su Li. After all, she was not alone in her dining. There was a little one in her belly as well. Once the breakfast was ready, he carried the plates to the room. The sun is shining. Rise and shine for breakfast. Su Li murmured sleepily, No, I want to sleep a little longer. Seeing her reluctance to awaken, Chu Fei chose not to insist further and quietly closed the door behind him. In the courtyard, he took out his phone, stared at the displayed number, and after some contemplation, finally pressed the call button. Shortly, a cheerful voice resonated from the other end. You little rascal, finally willing to call me? What is up? Speak quickly. I'm busy here. Hearing his father, Chu Tianquang's words, Chu Fei's expression darkened. It was not easy to reach you, and you speak as if I had no choice but to call. Chu Tianquang chuckled heartily. All right, as soon as you raise your voice. I know you're about to spill something. What trouble have you stirred up? To him. It was rare for Chu Fei to call unless he was in some predicament or faced an issue he could not resolve alone. Dad, I wanted to ask, is there truly no one in our family at the military department? After a moment of silence, Chu Tianquang finally replied, You know the ancestral rules cannot be broken. Although there are no direct family members in the military department, our family has extended kindness to many who may help us in return. Why do you ask this suddenly? The Chu family's rule strictly prohibits any direct descendants from entering the national military. Breaching this rule would invoke the family law. As for Chu Fei, his initial intention to join the Dragon Group was solely to learn skills from his master. Once he has mastered them, he intends to withdraw. It is of no consequence. Within our Dragon Group, there is a fellow named Yao, whose background seems quite formidable. His family appears to rival ours, which prompts me to inquire about his true identity. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianquang's tone shifted slightly. Families that can challenge ours are few and far between. The four prominent families of the Great Xia, Feng, Long, Yun, and Han, are the only ones capable of such a feat. Are you suggesting that someone is backing this Yao? Chu Fei did not deny it, and simply nodded. Very well, I shall investigate this matter further. Those four families might barely suffice as adversaries. But if it comes to blows, they still lack the edge. Since my son has requested my assistance, I shall not refuse. I will discreetly look into it. By the way, what is the situation with the Phoenix family? Chu Fei inquired once more. The Phoenix family has been at odds with us for many years without yielding any results. While most conflicts are of a commercial nature, both sides have sacrificed many capable individuals. They have mobilized numerous personnel to systematically eliminate our influence within the domestic elite. I have also dispatched a number of people to turn the tables on them. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on your tasks, for I await your return to take over. By the way, how is that young lady from the Wang family I mentioned before? Is she satisfactory? Have you made any progress? Chu Tianquang chuckled, teasing his son. Now that he has grown, it is essential for him to be well informed. The sooner he returns, the more he will understand. Should anything happen to me one day, he must be able to remain composed. I am still young. I have no interest in family affairs. As for that girl from the Wang family, she is just adequate. I have not explored the matter deeply, and I do not intend to pursue any relationship with her. Speaking of Wang Xia, Chu Fei nearly forgot about his need for her assistance. You rascal. I must inform you that several of my old friends have already embraced grandchildren. If you cause me to fall behind, I shall break your legs. Chu Fei found himself at a loss for words. Telling his father about his girlfriend and impending grandchildren was a daunting prospect. He feared that, given his father's temperament, he might rush back from overseas to meet his future daughter-in-law. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. With that, Chu Fei attempted to end the call. However, as a father, Chu Tianquang could easily discern that his son was concealing something. Speak. I know you have more to say. Hearing the roar from the other end of the line, Chu Fei could only brace himself to explain. We agreed beforehand. I can tell you. But you must not let Mom and Grandpa know. Otherwise, I will say nothing. Chu Tianquang was momentarily taken aback. When did this boy become so evasive? Could it be that he has done something wrong? Speak up. Chu Tianquang's voice took on a more serious tone, assuming his son had done something significant. Actually, I have a girlfriend now. In just over 9 months, you should be able to hold your grandchild. With that, he ended the call, denying his father any opportunity to respond. After hanging up, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on an island, in a luxurious courtyard, Chu Tianquang stared at his phone in a state of bewilderment. The words his son had just spoken echoed in his mind. After several seconds, he burst into hearty laughter. Haha, today, I am truly delighted. His thunderous laughter reverberated throughout the courtyard. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance were momentarily taken aback by the raucous laughter. Hey, do you think the master has laughed like this in a long time? By my reckoning, it must have been 7 or 8 years since the young master left. The master rarely laughed. It seems the young master's call brought good news. Chapter 48. Severe consequences. Upon returning to the villa, Su Li was already awake. Slowly descending the stairs with a meal tray, each step seemingly a struggle, her delicate face glistening with a fine sheen of cold sweat. Don't move. I'll help. Chu Fei rushed forward to assist Su Li and took the tray from her hands. Who were you talking to just now? Su Li asked, curiosity piqued. Who else could it be? Of course, it was family. Chu Fei sighed helplessly. He felt compelled to inform his father of the situation. Knowing his father, the news would surely stir up quite a commotion at home. He could envision his mother and grandparents rejoicing, perhaps even planning a visit to Jiang'an. Did you tell your family? Su Li was taken aback, as she had not yet prepared herself for this. Although she had mentioned wanting to meet Chu Fei's parents, the reality of that day made her feel a bit timid. Yes, I did. But don't worry. I told them that they won't be coming for a while. They will only come after resolving matters at home. By the way, isn't today Saturday? You should return home for the family banquet, right? Every Saturday is a family gathering for Su Li's family, and today was no exception. The real concern was how to explain Su Li's injury to her family. Let us tidy up. We should head over. After a brief preparation, the 2 drove to the Su family villa. Upon seeing Chu Fei, Su Li's grandmother warmly invited him to sit down, engaging in casual conversation and even attempting to introduce Su Li to him. Little Fei, you're not a child anymore. My little Li is also growing up. I see a strong resemblance between you two. Why not? Give it a try. Jiang Taiying, her face lined with wrinkles, beamed with kindness. Su Li, sitting beside him, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She playfully protested, Grandma. Jiang Taiying chuckled and gently patted her hand. You should be grateful to have met such a good man. He has been by your side, caring for you while you recover from your injury. Where else could you find someone like him? Regarding the reason for Su Li's injury, they had concocted a small fib, claiming she had accidentally cut herself with a knife. Unable to evade the topic any longer, Chu Fei interjected, Grandma, last time you asked me to look into Grandpa's whereabouts. I had a friend inquire, and it appears that Grandpa Su Zhenguo is still alive. But Grandma, has he perhaps changed his name? Upon hearing the initial statements, Jiang Taiying's cloudy eyes fixed on Chu Fei, filled with disbelief. Even Su Li's gaze toward Chu Fei changed. Su Wu, who had been watching the news nearby, abruptly stood up, staring at him in astonishment. What did you say? The old man is still alive? Jiang Taiying seemed incredulous, yet her eyes were already glistening with tears. She raised her aged hand to wipe away the tears streaming down her face. Bandit, are you telling the truth? Su Li was also struggling to believe it. After all, grandfather has been missing for decades, and until now, there has not been a single word about him. She could hardly believe that he was still alive. Chu Fei, are you certain you are not jesting? Su Wu's expression was somewhat frigid. He suspected that this young man was merely trying to please the elderly by claiming such a thing. Chu Fei nodded earnestly. Grandma, I truly inquired with a friend, and there was indeed someone named Su Jinghua in the military, and he is alive. However, he has since changed his name. My friend lacks the authority to access more comprehensive information. He added, you know, certain information is not accessible to the average person. This was not a fabrication on Chu Fei's part. It was indeed the case. Given Xiaoyu's clearance, she could not obtain the true records of Su Li's grandfather. The only information available was outdated, confirming only that Su Li's grandfather was still alive, with no further details. Only when he returned to Beijing could he utilize his own privileges to seek more information. The mere fact that he was alive was a relief. Jiang Taiying's tears flowed freely, as if she had awaited this affirmation for many years. Seeing his grandmother in tears made Su Li's nose tingle and his eyes redden. Su Wu sat silently beside them, and it was evident that Chu Fei spoke the truth. At the very least, their father was still alive, though what he was doing in the military remained unknown. Perhaps he occupied a high position, or perhaps he was a covert operative whose identity could not be revealed. The absence of contact over the years might have been to prevent disruption to their lives. The family banquet took on a heavier tone, losing some of its joy. After dinner, in the courtyard, Xiao Fei, could I ask for your assistance? If possible, could you find my grandfather's contact information? Or if your friend encounters him, could you ask him to send a letter home? Looking into the old lady's yearning eyes, Chu Fei found it hard to refuse. All right. If it is within my power, I will ensure he sends you a letter. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Whether he could actually find or meet Su Li's grandfather was another matter altogether. By the way, Grandma, did grandfather really never change his name? Or did he have any nicknames? If so, please let me know. That might increase my chances of finding him. Jiang Taiying pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. No. Hearing this response made Chu Fei sigh inwardly. The difficulty of this task was beyond ordinary measure. With so many war zones and countless individuals across the country, locating someone who had changed their name was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nonetheless, he had his privileges. Perhaps he could investigate further when he had time. Grandma, please do not be too saddened. I believe grandfather will surely return to see you. Su Li gently comforted Jiang Taiying, who nodded silently, yet tears still lingered in her murky eyes. After sitting in the courtyard for more than 10 minutes, Su Li and the others finally drove back. On the way, she pondered, if my grandfather is still alive, why hasn't he returned to see Grandma? Su Li could not comprehend why. If he was alive and working in the military, there had been no calls or letters. You do not understand. It is not that they do not want to, but that they dare not. Once their identities are exposed, they could easily become targets, endangering their family's safety. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. Working in some special departments of the military, it is not uncommon to go years without seeing the sun, let alone making phone calls. This is not only for their own safety, but also for the protection of their family. Those in special departments hold the highest level of confidentiality. Aside from a select few who can access such information, anyone attempting to pry into it without sufficient clearance would be apprehended for questioning. Perhaps Su Li's grandfather is one of those working in a special department. Yet, he found it hard to believe. At over 70 years of age, even if one's health is robust, it should be time for retirement. How could he still be working in the military? But could he really suppress the urge to contact his family, despite their longing? Su Li could not grasp the notion that a single phone call could jeopardize family safety. If he can endure, then there is no issue. The consequences of not enduring are twofold: death or treason. Which do you think you would choose? Chapter 49, She has offended my wife. You understand? Death. Treason? Su Li fell silent for a moment. She had never imagined that a mere phone call could lead to such dire consequences. Regardless of which outcome it might be, neither was a choice anyone could make. The only option was to sever contact with family until retirement, by which time everything would likely have changed. I understand. Su Li could only nod helplessly. Chu Fei remained silent, knowing there was another possibility, that of having a powerful family as a backing, one that others would not dare to challenge. Clearly, The Su family did not possess such influence, which might explain why Su Li's grandfather refrained from contacting them. The next day at noon, after having lunch with Su Li, Chu Fei received a call from Wang Xie. "My handsome boyfriend, where are you? I would like to arrange a date." Hearing the flirtatious voice on the other end of the line, Chu Fei's expression darkened. The timing of the call was far from ideal, especially with Su Li sitting right beside him. "Who is it? Someone is asking you out." Su Li's face bore a cold smirk as she pinched Chu Fei's ear. Their relationship had become clear, yet Chu Fei still had another girlfriend. Wasn't that akin to straddling two boats? For any woman, such a situation was intolerable. "Wait a moment. I will call you back shortly." With that, Chu Fei hung up and looked helplessly at Su Li's frosty countenance. "Well, she is a blind date arranged by my family. I never liked her. It is she who insists on clinging to me. Also, you are not unfamiliar with her." Upon hearing the initial part of his explanation, Su Li found it somewhat acceptable. After all, given Chu Fei's family wealth, it was understandable for them to arrange a blind date. However, the last statement left her bewildered. "I know her." "Who?" She did not know many people. The president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie. Chu Fei spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Yet, Su Li looked at him in shock. "President Wang? Are you joking with me? What status does she hold to pursue you on a blind date and cling to you? Last time, Feng Qing informed me that Juanhao Group is a provincial enterprise group, and its standing is not comparable to ordinary companies. The Juanhao Group in Jiangnan is merely a branch. I am speaking the truth. If you do not believe me, why not come with me?" Seeing Su Li's skepticism, Chu Fei decided to take her along to meet Wang Xie. He also intended to inform her that he had a girlfriend, hoping to put an end to her pursuit. After all, there was no future in such a situation. He was not a fickle person and would not straddle two boats. Su Li regarded him with a gaze full of doubt, but ultimately waved her hand. Trust must be mutual. Since Chu Fei had made such a statement, accompanying him would only make her appear jealous. "You go ahead. I will not accompany you." Although she was the president of Juanhao Group, there should be no involvement between them. Otherwise, she would have Shaoqing find someone to castrate him. Seeing Su Li's silly expression, Chu Fei chuckled. "Rest assured, my relationship with her is purely professional. She seeks my assistance for certain matters, and I, in turn, require her help with some issues." Thus, a connection was established. Upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li nodded. "You may go, return early." After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei drove out. He made a call to Wang Xie to arrange their meeting place. Half an hour later, he arrived at an opulent Western restaurant. Observing Wang Xie seated on the sofa, Chu Fei felt a twinge of confusion. Approaching her, he sat down and jested. "You can't possibly intend to call me out for a date, can you?" The dining table was adorned with a bottle of red wine, 2 perfectly cooked prime steaks, and 2 bouquets of roses. The scene was unmistakably reminiscent of a romantic rendezvous. What else could it be? Wang Xie responded with a seductive smile, her foot gently brushing against Chu Fei's calf beneath the table. "Let us not beat around the bush. We all know the score here. If there is something you need, just say it." This woman was no fool. If it were merely a date, there would be no need for such elaborate embellishments. She was not a materialistic individual, for she already possessed all that she required. "You are indeed impressive, young Master Chu. Men like you always evoke a desire within me to conquer." She added wistfully, "Unfortunately, a woman of my humble status could never catch your eye." Her words elicited a faint smile from Chu Fei. It seemed Wang Xie was already aware of his background, though he was not surprised. After all, with the Wang family's influence, uncovering his identity was hardly a challenge. The Wang family had numerous enterprises overseas, and they had economic ties with his own family. "I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you. However, it may require you to leverage your status." Wang Xie's statement caused Chu Fei to furrow his brow. Utilizing his status? This was indeed a significant issue, and revealing his identity was out of the question. "I'm afraid that's not feasible," he replied, having deliberated for scarcely 2 seconds before gently declining. Wang Xie shot him an exasperated glance. "I'm not referring to your identity as young Master Chu, but rather as the chairman of Chu Min Group. If it were a matter of using your young master identity, the Chu family would surely have my head." Hearing this, Chu Fei released a sigh of relief. "You gave me quite a scare. It's impossible to conceal what Chu Min encompasses from you." He continued to slice and savor his steak as he spoke. "Several prominent businessmen from the capital have come down, likely affiliated with the 4 great families. They intend to develop some ventures in Jiangnan and are hosting a grand business gathering. Numerous companies have been invited, but I suspect their motives are not so straightforward. The businesses they intend to involve, including your company, Kexiao, are on their agenda." At this, Chu Fei set down his knife and fork. Kexiao is among their list? Considering Kexiao's standing in Jiangnan, it's merely a third-tier company. Before the drugs have been developed, it wouldn't even register on their radar. Yet Wang Xie claims Xiao is included in their plans. He sensed that their intentions were far from benign. What are your thoughts? Chu Fei inquired, his gaze fixed on Wang Xie. Quite simple. They wish to intervene in Jiangnan. And the plans I have meticulously laid out for so long are at risk of being derailed. Thus, I seek your collaboration to ensure they leave empty-handed. Wang Xie sipped her red wine calmly, her tone composed. My family has been establishing a foothold in Jiangnan for 2 years, and we are now halfway through. Many enterprises in Jiangnan hold shares in Juanhao Group. While the stakes may be modest, we are nonetheless stakeholders. Should the 4 great families attempt to encroach, they would be taking food from my family's table. Such a thing is unacceptable, for our family's strategy is to seize control of all enterprises in Jiangnan. Very well. What is my incentive? Chu Fei slowly raised his gaze, lighting a cigarette. What do you desire? How about I accompany you for an evening? Wang Xie leaned in closer, her neckline revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin, which caught Chu Fei's attention. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes fixed on her for several seconds before averting his gaze. Your attire is quite ample and alluring. As for the terms, I shall consider them later. For now, I agree to your proposition. By the way, regarding your company as general manager, she has to go. I find her rather displeasing, having angered my wife. Do you understand? Chapter 50. If you wish to mess with my wife, come to me first, wife. Wang Xie gazed at the retreating figure of Chu Fei, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. The wife he referred to couldn't possibly be Su Li, the president of Xiao, could it? If that were the case, would his family approve? A mere president of a small company marrying into the Chu family? Wang Xie found it hard to believe. After all, a person of no standing and from a modest company aspiring to join the ranks of the elite was quite far-fetched. Yet, she couldn't dismiss the possibility that Chu Fei simply favored Su Li, glancing at her own enviable figure. She wondered why Chu Fei wouldn't be attracted to her instead. Pondering Chu Fei's final warning, she retrieved her phone and called her secretary. President? Came the gentle voice from the other end. Please be advised, the general manager position is to be replaced. The current manager will step down. Upon hearing this, the secretary did not question the rationale behind the decision. The president's word was law, and dismissing someone required no justification. Understood. I will notify her immediately and follow up with an email. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated apartment, Lin Shui leaned against the wall as he exited a room. The sound of cascading water echoing from the bathroom. His face was pale, and he appeared to be struggling. The intensity of the day's activities had begun to wear him down. Were it not for Zhu Yin's assistance in launching his modeling agency, he would have left without a second thought. As the saying goes, women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers. Zhu Yin, nearing 50, was a force to be reckoned with. Who could endure such vigor? After preparing to light a cigarette for a moment of respite, his phone rang. However, it was not Lin Shui's phone, but Zhu Yin's. Darling, you have a call. It's from the president's secretary. Do you want me to take it? Seeing the name on the caller ID filled Lin Shui with envy. Being the president's secretary was a position far superior to that of a general manager. While the authority might be limited, whispering in the president's ear could easily intimidate others. Secretary of the president? I'm coming out. Zhu Yin unabashedly opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Lin Shui instinctively lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. It wasn't a matter of desire. It was simply unbearable. Zhu Yin, oblivious to his discomfort, answered the call, assuming it was significant news. Hello? Is this Secretary Zhang? This is Zhu Yin. On the other end, Secretary Zhang's voice was cold and businesslike. Manager Zhu, the president's office has informed you that you are terminated. Please come in tomorrow to collect your personal belongings and complete the handover. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin was left in stunned silence, her eyes filled with perplexity and shock. She seemed unable to process the news, stammering, Secretary Zhang, there must be some mistake, right? I have been dismissed. I am Zhu Yin, the general manager of the company. However, Secretary Zhang's response was remarkably decisive. Yes, it is indeed me, General Manager Zhu Yin. An email will be sent to your inbox shortly. Please be attentive. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhu Yin sank onto the sofa, the dampness from her clothes soaking into the fabric. Beside her, Lin Shui looked on in utter disbelief. Darling, did you just say you were fired? That can't be true, can it? The general manager of Juanhao Group. Such a position cannot simply be dismissed without cause. Yet, from the earlier conversation, it certainly did not seem like a prank. It seemed true. Zhu Yin remained in a daze. Unsure of why she had been fired, she believed she had committed no infractions against the company. Everything she had done was in consideration of the company's interests. Ding! The sound of her phone jarred her from her thoughts. Upon checking, she found an email notification with the dismissal notice, complete with the company's official seal. At that moment, she realized the gravity of the situation. Still, she was reluctant to accept it. She hastily dialed the president's number. At that moment, Wang Xia was driving back to the villa. Hearing her phone ring, she pressed the Bluetooth button. President, this is General Manager Zhu Yin. May I ask why I've been terminated? Did I err in some way? Wang Xia replied coolly. You have simply incurred the ire of the wrong person, which is why you have been dismissed. With that, the call ended. Zhu Yin stared at her phone, lost in thought on the sofa. Lin Shui, observing her demeanor, cautiously inquired, is this for real? Zhu Yin, in a moment of frustration, slapped him across the face. It's your fault. You brought this upon me. Although she did not know whom she had offended, her anger had to be directed somewhere, and Lin Shui, the pampered man she had supported, became the target. Lin Shui was momentarily stunned by the slap, only to be met with more. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the living room. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had returned to the villa. Upon entering, he found Su Li just finishing a phone call. Seeing him, her face lit up with a smile. Guess what? I just received a call. Chu Fei, curious about her excitement, shook his head and asked what good news she had. I just received a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, inviting me to a business banquet next Saturday. Let me tell you, this is not an event that just any company can attend. Networking with several company owners at such an event will greatly benefit our company's development. It seems Kuyao Company is on the verge of rising. Observing Su Li's enthusiasm, Chu Fei felt a twinge of reluctance to shatter her illusions. He feared that the banquet's true purpose was to target Su Li's company. His father had recently informed him that Yao was likely backed by one of the four prominent families. It was no coincidence that they organized a business banquet in Jiangnan so soon. The intention seemed overtly clear. If he were absent, Su Li, in her naivety, would undoubtedly fall into their trap. Nevertheless, a cold glint crossed Chu Fei's eyes. If they wish to meddle with my wife, they must first contend with me. Chapter 51. Just pretend for a moment, but do not play for real. After a period of rest, Su Li's injuries had nearly healed. The wounds had scabbed, allowing her to move freely. The two arrived at the company early that morning. However, upon their arrival, the secretary reported, President, the general manager has come to work. Come to work? Su Li's expression turned icy. She had granted him a week off, and yet, he returned after only 2 days? There were still 5 days remaining until the official return date, including Saturday and the weekend, granting him another week of rest. Understood. Inform him to come to my office. After the secretary left, Chu Fei spoke up. If all goes as expected, the list of researchers that was leaked is likely his doing. The last time we convened the executives and granted them leave, it was to ascertain if any among them would betray the company. The one most suspect is General Manager Li Fei. Instead of enjoying his vacation, he has returned to work. This is highly suspicious. What do you intend to do? Will you dismiss him, or? Chu Fei wanted to ask Su Li how she would handle this traitor. Dismissing him would yield no benefit for the company. I wish to gather evidence to have him prosecuted and to capture the individual behind this. Su Li displayed remarkable audacity. Although she was uncertain of the identity of the person targeting her company, she refused to remain passive in the face of such provocation. For the moment, capturing the person behind it was not feasible. Since they had managed to corrupt the general manager, they undoubtedly had a contingency plan in place. Chu Fei understood well that the mysterious individual targeting Su Li's company would not be easily identifiable. Even he had only gleaned a few threads of information, and it was impossible to unravel it completely. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. President, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, the two ceased their conversation. Come in. Su Li directed her gaze toward the entrance. Li Fei entered the office, a sheepish grin on his face. President, is there something you need from me? Su Li smiled slightly. Li Fei, you truly are a person of many forgetful moments. During the meeting, I granted you a week's leave. It has only been 2 days. Why have you returned? Li Fei was taken aback for a moment, but quickly replied, President, my memory is indeed poor. I forgot. I didn't even realize I was still on leave. However, there are many matters to attend to at the company, and for its sake, I am willing to exert myself fully. As for the leave, let us just overlook it. Su Li silently regarded Li Fei without uttering a word. Under her gaze, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words, cold sweat beading on his forehead. President, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. He turned to exit the office, but Chu Fei stepped in front of him. Li Fei, why the rush to leave? The president wishes to have a word with you. Please, take a seat. Li Fei understood that Chu Fei was Su Li's bodyguard and secretary. Given his own stature, he knew he could not leave unless Chu Fei allowed it. Oh, all right. As he spoke, Li Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Li slowly stood and began pacing the office. Li Fei, since you joined the company, I believe I have treated you well, have I not? Whether it be performance bonuses, commissions, or salary, you have received your due. Do you know how many years one could face imprisonment for selling company secrets once a certain amount is reached? Chu Fei, enlighten him. Su Li stood with her back to Li Fei, while Chu Fei responded, once the amount reaches 1,000,000, the maximum sentence could be 7 years. Li Fei was taken aback by this statement, springing to his feet. President, are you accusing me of selling company secrets? Su Li turned to face Li Fei, a light laugh escaping her lips. What are you saying, Li Fei? How could I suspect you? It's simply that the company has been rather unsettled of late, with someone covertly betraying us. Hence, I wish to conduct a thorough investigation. You, the upper management, are the individuals I trust most, and I believe you would never betray the company for trivial gains. Upon hearing these words, Li Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was not suspected. Otherwise, should it be discovered that he had accessed the list of researchers, he would have had no way to defend himself. However, Su Li had not finished speaking. With a sudden shift in tone, her demeanor turned icy. Mr. Li, I would like to inquire why you accessed the researchers list. I recall notifying all senior management that any request to view the list must be approved by me. Why did you take it upon yourself to access the list? As soon as these words were uttered, Li Fei's previously relaxed demeanor became tense. He hurriedly began to explain, President, I merely glanced at it. I had no intention of betraying the company. Please do not heed the slander of some petty individuals. To his astonishment, Su Li had indeed checked the records. The act of viewing the researchers list was something he could not conceal. Yet, it seemed Su Li possessed no evidence to claim he had betrayed the company. Mr. Li, I trust you will not betray the company. My earlier remarks were solely for the sake of the company's interests. Please return home and take some time to rest. After the holiday, come back to work. Su Li offered a smile, her earlier words seemingly forgotten. Very well. I shall return to rest at once. Li Fei hastily exited the office, leaving the company without a backward glance. After his departure, Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged glances, both concluding that it was indeed Li Fei who had sold the researchers list. The most pressing matter now was to gather evidence of his betrayal. It appeared they would need to enlist the help of a friend at the bank. Taking a deep breath, Su Li realized that since Li Fei had sold secrets, he must have received a substantial sum of money. This money would serve as evidence. However, ordinary individuals lacked the privilege to investigate another's financial transactions. Thus, she could only seek assistance from someone employed at the bank. By the way, go to the convenience store downstairs and buy some cigarettes and fruit. Today we need to visit the Research Institute and bring something for Professor Yang and the others, while also checking on the progress of the research. Su Li rubbed her furrowed brow, feeling somewhat agitated. Understood. Chu Fei descended to the ground floor, preparing to purchase a few items from the nearby convenience store. Meanwhile, in a 7-seater van parked along the street, Su Hui was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Shui, are we really going to act now? It's broad daylight. Isn't that a bit too risky? Observing Lin Shui, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired to leave him in such a state. Lin Shui's expression was filled with malice as he fixed his gaze on Chu Fei, wishing he could rush over and land a few punches. The fiery sensation on his face had yet to subside. With Shui dismissed, he unleashed all his fury upon himself. Over 100 slaps had nearly rendered him senseless. Yet, who could blame that wealthy woman? His company still relied on her support to continue operating. Without her backing, the company would surely collapse. Lacking an appropriate outlet for his anger, he chose to direct it towards Chu Fei. He couldn't shake off his resentment without settling the score with him. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. Here are 200,000. Consider it team money for the brothers. Su Hui hesitated to accept the card handed to him. He was genuinely afraid to act against Chu Fei. Confronting him would be akin to courting disaster. However, having made a statement earlier, he felt compelled to follow through. All right. Since Brother Shui insists, if I back down now, it would appear I lack loyalty. Brothers, let us get out of the car. Just as Chu Fei stood waiting for the traffic light to change, he noticed the van door open across the street. Su Hui, accompanied by several thugs, emerged, their fierce expressions suggesting they harbored a grudge against him. He was taken aback. Did this fool not learn his lesson? How dare he seek trouble again? However, he soon spotted Lin Shui at the back of the group. Had his memory not been sharp, he would have almost failed to recognize him. What on earth had occurred? His face was now so swollen. Surely, his slap had not been that powerful. As the light turned green, Chu Fei remained still, calmly waiting for Su Hui and his group to approach. Seconds later, they stood before him. Lin Shui pushed to the front, glaring at Chu Fei. If you have the guts, let us settle this in the alley? He gestured toward a nearby alley. Chu Fei, uninterested in engaging him, directed his attention to Su Hui instead. He was surprised to see Lin Shui had brought this fool along to confront him. Su Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, if you're brave, Let us head into the alley and settle this? As he spoke, he couldn't even bring himself to meet Chu Fei's gaze. Chu Fei chuckled. Very well. With that, he strode toward the alley, leaving Lin Shui in shock. Let us go. Lin Shui was incensed. This kid had some nerve. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, he wouldn't consider himself a man. As Lin Shui followed in Chu Fei's wake, Su Hui felt his heart race with anxiety. This fool. He vowed never to associate with him again. Why pick a fight with someone like this? Glancing at Lin Shui a few meters ahead, Su Hui whispered to his companions, just put on a show. Don't get too carried away. In a narrow alleyway, Chu Fei slowly extracted a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. The thick smoke drifted away with the wind. Lin Shui stepped forward, facing Chu Fei with a menacing grin on his puffy face. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you won't even get the chance to kneel later. Ironically, the same threatening words were now uttered by Lin Shui. Chu Fei shook his head with a smile, fixing his gaze on Su Hui amidst the crowd. Is he the one who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Come forward. He beckoned Su Hui with a finger. Su Hui, gritting his teeth, stepped forward with a fierce demeanor. It's me. So what? This is Brother Shui. His wife is the general manager of Juanhao Group. Cross Brother Shui, and you won't end well. I suggest you admit your mistake now. We don't want to resort to violence, so, for some reason. Su Hui's voice trembled as he spoke, the memories of the previous encounter still fresh in his mind, and his cheeks still stinging. Before Chu Fei could respond, Lin Shui could no longer contain himself. He snatched a metal rod from one of his thugs and pointed it at Chu Fei. Xiao Hui, why waste words with him? Just beat him into submission. With Lin Shui's command, his henchmen were about to spring into action. However, Su Hui remained silent, and no one dared to make a move. They exchanged glances, paralyzed in place. Only Lin Shui, in his foolishness, charged forward, ready to confront Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly discarded his cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke. As Lin Shui lunged at him, he delivered a swift kick to Lin Shui's abdomen. I ask you, given your current state, how dare you trouble me? Is the lesson from last time insufficient? Lin Shui was knocked to the ground, expecting Su Hui and the others to pounce on Chu Fei. Now he finally realized that Su Hui and the others were standing still in the same spot as before. Xiao Hui, you. He was perplexed. They had agreed to act together, so why was he the only one rushing in to take the beating? At this moment, Su Hui mustered his courage and approached, wearing an awkward grin as he looked at Chu Fei. Big brother, could you go easy on me? I have a drinking party tonight. Lin Shui, witnessing Su Hui's demeanor, was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the same arrogant young master? How could he show such deference to a mere model? Chu Fei had no intention of confronting Su Hui. The lad seemed to possess some sense and refrained from joining Lin Shui in the attack. Otherwise, he would have dealt with both of them at once. Patting Su Hui gently on the face, he remarked, You're not so bad. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Su Hui, taken aback and feeling somewhat flattered, thought to himself that this trip was not in vain. Not only had he gained a big brother, but one who was also skilled in martial arts. If there were any challenges in the future, he could count on his big brother to handle them effortlessly. Yes, big brother. Seeing Su Hui offer such praise, Lin Shui felt as though he were dreaming. Xiao Hui, you. His eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at Su Hui. Yet, Su Hui disregarded him entirely and turned to Chu Fei, saying, Big brother, should we teach him a lesson? He was the one who incited us, claiming he would come to deal with you. Chu Fei glanced at Lin Shui, who lay helplessly on the ground, his face a pitiful sight. Forget it. He is already pitiful enough, having to drink goji berries to recuperate and still getting beaten up. Sigh, I'll be leaving now. By the way, my number is 13. Call me if you need anything. With that, Chu Fei departed. Take care, big brother. Su Hui watched as Chu Fei exited the alley, disappearing from view, and let out a long sigh of relief. Shui Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you. This person is beyond my capabilities. As he spoke, he reached out to help Lin Shui up, but the latter violently swatted his hand away, glaring at him with resentment. Su Hui, I will remember this. From now on, consider us strangers. With that, he limped toward the other exit of the alley. Watching Lin Shui leave, Su Hui scoffed. A pretty boy acting tough. If it weren't for my recent financial troubles, I wouldn't even bother with you. Brothers, let us go drink. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had already purchased the items and placed them in the trunk of his car. Su Li had just emerged from her company, and the two drove straight to the research institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the institute. In the reception room, Yang Chenghua, Xiao Bei, and several key researchers were present. Professor Yang, how is the research progressing? Su Li was particularly concerned about this. It had been over a year, and now that funding was secured, the pace should have significantly improved. The progress should now be at around 90%. However, the only thing we lack is experimental subjects. Without them, this research is bound to be exceedingly difficult to succeed. Yang Chenghua's words left Su Li in a quandary. The emergence of a new drug inevitably required numerous experimental subjects. Moreover, this particular drug could not be tested on small animals, necessitating human trials. Yet, this was strictly prohibited in Daxia. Even without life-threatening risks, human experimentation was not permitted. Now that they had reached this stage, Su Li was at a loss for what to do. I will do my best to find a solution. After all, this requires stringent scrutiny. Su Li's expression darkened, her brows furrowed as she lowered her head. Chu Fei, however, was somewhat surprised. Had they really reached the stage of human experimentation? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. As researchers, they were acutely aware of the gravity of such matters. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Professor Yang, I am curious, does this experiment pose any life-threatening risks to humans? Upon hearing Chu Fei's question, Yang Chengwa shook his head. To be frank, the new drug presents only benefits to the human body, not detriments. However, as you know, every medicine carries potential risks. It cannot be completely devoid of adverse effects. While we can assure that there won't be life-threatening dangers, we cannot guarantee anything beyond that. Just as Yang Chengwa stated, once the drug entered the body, apart from the absence of life-threatening risks, everything else remained unpredictable. It could potentially lead to paralysis, deafness, muteness, or even insanity. The outcome remained a mystery. By the way, Secretary Chu, I must thank you for the last incident. When you visited, you assured me of my family's safety. Indeed, when I called home the following day, it was my wife who answered. This indicated that they were safe, allowing me to focus on my research without worry. No need to mention it. It was the least I could do. Chu Fei smiled. But internally, he pondered whether he should have his family find a few mercenaries or directly recruit some death row inmates as experimental subjects. Once successful, the first beneficiaries would undoubtedly be his family. After all, Su Li was essentially his wife, so she didn't count as an outsider. How about I give it a try? Chu Fei suddenly proposed. This suggestion startled everyone in the room. What kind of international joke is this? Absolutely not. Su Li immediately rejected it without a second thought. She could not bear the thought of Chu Fei putting himself at risk. She would rather see the experiment and then allow any harm to come to him. Didn't Professor Yang say there's no life-threatening danger? Trying it out won't lead to death. Chu Fei chuckled. He had returned from the brink of death countless times. What was one mere experiment? Secretary Chu, that's out of the question. Although we assess the maximum adverse effects to be merely partial paralysis, any unforeseen circumstances would be difficult to explain to your family. Yang Chengwa also dismissed Chu Fei's suggestion. Don't even think about it. Su Li suddenly stood up. Professor Yang, I will find a way regarding the experimental subjects. We will take our leave now. Please take care of things here. After speaking, she grabbed Chu Fei and headed toward the parking area. Are you out of your mind? You want to become an experimental subject? Have you considered the consequences? Do you want your child to be born without a father? Su Li scolded Chu Fei, her eyes reddening. Chu Fei fell silent, realizing he had indeed overlooked this aspect and forgotten Su Li's feelings. He had always lived alone, indifferent to life and death. Now, however, things were different. Not only did he have a wife, but also a child on the way. It felt as though an additional weight of responsibility had settled upon his shoulders. I'm sorry, I neglected your feelings. I want to do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li threw herself into his arms, softly sobbing. Chu Fei gently patted her back. It's all right, it's all right. It was my mistake. Su Li held him tightly, unwilling to let go. After a moment, Chu Fei continued. Could you please not squeeze me so tightly? I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. It's too much. Upon hearing this, Su Li quickly released him, her face flushed. She shot him a fierce glare. Humph. You rogue. All you do is act lewd. Chu Fei laughed heartily, finding comfort in her silly expression. Being with Su Li always alleviated the pressure in his heart. By the way, you don't need to worry about the experimental subjects. I'll find a way. Su Li frowned slightly. What do you plan to do? Are you thinking of putting yourself in danger? I'll warn you. If you dare to experiment secretly, I'll terminate the pregnancy. With a playful smile, Chu Fei pinched her smooth little face and teased. Why are you so foolish? Don't forget, I am a top-tier wealthy heir. How many things in this world cannot be resolved with money? Chapter 53. Congratulations, you were fired by the time they returned to the city from the research institute. It was already 6 in the evening. In the car, Su Li suddenly turned to Chu Fei, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. How about we go for Western cuisine? Let us consider it a date between you and me. After all, there is no formal process for us being together. As a woman, she yearned for a sweet romance where she could experience all the joys and sorrows. Yet, She had bypassed the dating phase and jumped straight into cohabitation before marriage, especially since she was already carrying Chu Fei's child. A romantic relationship seemed unlikely now, but that didn't prevent them from enjoying the necessary experiences. All right, I'll agree to that. Faced with Su Li's request, Chu Fei had no reason to refuse. Perhaps it was also to make up for the lack of romantic experiences they had missed together. They drove to a well-known Western restaurant in Jiangnan City, the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant. Patrons here were typically the affluent. An ordinary meal could easily cost thousands, equivalent to a regular person's monthly salary. Hand in hand, the couple entered the restaurant, greeted by a smiling waiter. May I ask if you would prefer a table in the hall or a private room? We still have one VIP room available. For Su Li and Chu Fei, a private room was undoubtedly preferable. Before they could respond, a voice filled with mockery broke through. Excuse me, make way, a good dog doesn't block the path. The arrogant tone made Chu Fei frown slightly. Turning to look, he saw a portly, bald man accompanied by a young woman in her 20s approaching them. What are you staring at? Never seen a rich person before? Hurry up and step aside. Don't block the entrance. As the man caught sight of Chu Fei, his gaze was filled with derision. Have you eaten dung and forgotten to brush your teeth? Why does your mouth reek? Chu Fei retorted without hesitation. The man sneered, sizing him up. With your kind of person, you dare to dine here? You're wasting such a beautiful woman's time. He then turned directly to Su Li. Miss, would you be interested in having dinner together? I'm in a VIP room. Unreservedly attempting to undermine Chu Fei in front of him, any man would find this intolerable. Afterward, the man pulled a membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Upon seeing the card, the waiter's attitude shifted to one of deference. Sir, please come in. You've arrived at just the right time. We have one last VIP room available. He then turned to Chu Fei and Su Li. You too. I'll arrange a table in the hall for you. Please don't linger at the entrance. Hearing this, Su Li was both angry and amused. She also possessed a membership card for this restaurant, having frequently visited with Fongqing for steak, and had acquired the card for convenience. What? Does your restaurant allow for cutting in line? A VIP room, right? I want it. With that, she retrieved her membership card from her bag and handed it over. The waiter looked at the two membership cards in his hand, his face turning awkward. Now, two members wanted the private room, but there was only one available. No matter whom he chose to accommodate, it would lead to dissatisfaction on the other side. At that moment, the restaurant manager seemed to notice the situation. Upon seeing the portly bald man, he hurried over. Oh, Mr. Liu. Please, come in. Xiao Li, what are you dawdling for? Arrange a room for Mr. Liu. The manager, noticing the waiter's hesitation, scolded him. Meanwhile, Su Li frowned, realizing the manager was unfamiliar to her, likely a new hire, as the previous manager must have resigned. But manager, both have membership cards. She handed over both cards, a complex expression on her face. The manager then recognized that both wanted the room, but knew full well who he would favor. I'm terribly sorry, but this room was actually reserved by Mr. Liu in advance. How about I arrange a window-side table for you in the hall? You'll also receive a complimentary bottle of red wine. The manager smiled at Chu Fei and Su Li. Generally, upon hearing this, an ordinary person would recognize that Mr. Liu was likely a high-ranking official from a large company and would either step aside or accept a table in the hall. I'm sorry. We arrived first. So I want that private room, Chu Fei stated calmly, merely expressing his intention. The bald man scoffed. First come, first served? Kid, you think a membership card guarantees you a private room? Let me tell you, status and identity are what matter. I am Lu Kai, manager of the Chu Men Group. If you know what is good for you, go sit in the hall. I'll treat you to this meal, but if you don't take the hint. Lu Kai's words trailed off as he shot a cold smile at Chu Fei. Su Li frowned slightly. Being the manager of the Chu Men Group was no small position, and since they had a partnership with her company, it wouldn't be wise to create conflict over such a minor issue. She gently tugged at Chu Fei's sleeve. Why don't we just take a table in the hall? However, Chu Fei remained unfazed. If he was indeed the manager of her company, it would be much easier to handle. The manager of the Chu Men Group? How impressive. Hearing this, the manager assumed Chu Fei had backed down and smiled obsequiously while inviting Lu Kai to the private room. Mr. Liu, please. But Chu Fei interjected. I said, I want that private room. Manager, are you unable to comprehend human language? His gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Su Li tried to restrain him, signaling him with her eyes to avoid causing trouble. Lu Kai's anger simmered. Kid, do you know the consequences of crossing me? Name your company, and I'll ensure you can't survive in Jiangnan City. With the Chu Men Group's current trajectory, it wouldn't be long before many companies sought to collaborate with them. Major corporations had to operate according to the Chu Men Group's influence, and as a manager, Lu Kai wielded considerable authority. Typically, even company owners had to regard the Chu Men Group with deference. He perceived Chu Fei as merely a mid-level supervisor. And this woman might just be a lowly employee. With such a status, how could he possibly stand on equal footing with him? One word from him could easily lead to Chu Fei's dismissal by his superior or boss. Is that so? I'm quite eager to see how you'll ensure I can't survive in Jiangnan. Chu Min Group's manager, Lu Kai, right? Congratulations, you are fired. This statement left Su Li momentarily stunned, while the restaurant manager and Lu Kai were equally perplexed. They soon laughed, knowing that firing a manager required approval from the highest levels. Only the president or chairman could issue such a directive. No one else had that authority. Kid, you scared me. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Chu Min? Chu Fei remained silent, merely pulling out his phone to make a call. Su Li watched him quietly, her silence speaking volumes. Chu Fei was not one to boast. If he claimed he would have this man fired, he would follow through. Seconds later, the call connected. There's a manager named Lu Kai, correct? Now fire him. After speaking, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Lu Kai stood quietly beside him, wearing an expression that seemed to be holding back laughter, as if he had been suppressing it for a long time. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Kid, some airs should not be feigned. I'll just sit back and watch you put on a show. If you really fire me today, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. Chu Fei regarded him with an indifferent expression. I'm sorry, but I have no such unfilial grandson. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's face darkened with rage. This kid was as stubborn as a dead duck. Fine, kid. Today, before he could finish, Lu Kai's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his expression changed drastically. He looked up at Chu Fei, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Could it be that this kid could really fire him? Impossible. Su Li also looked at Chu Fei with curiosity. Although she didn't know who he had called, his tone earlier sounded like he was speaking to a subordinate. What? Afraid to answer? Chu Fei smiled slightly, continuing to gaze at Lu Kai. Lu Kai furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button. The sound from the phone was not loud, but it was clear to everyone present. Is this Manager Lu? You have been terminated. Please report to the company to gather your personal belongings and complete the handover. Upon hearing the voice of the company president's secretary on the other end, Lu Kai froze on the spot. The restaurant manager beside him turned pale with fear. One sentence was all it took to fire a manager? What on earth was this young man's identity? Su Li looked at Chu Fei, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. How many secrets was this guy still hiding from her? With just one sentence, he had dismissed a manager from the Chu Min Group. Did that not mean his status was on par with the president? Perhaps even higher? Who are you? Lu Kai looked at Chu Fei, his previous arrogance completely vanished, replaced by a face full of fear. I'm just a small fry, Manager Lu. Please, take care. After saying this, Chu Fei turned to the restaurant manager. Now, can I have the private room? At this moment, the restaurant manager dared not offend Chu Fei. He had worked hard to reach his current position and didn't he want to be dismissed over a private room? Yes, sir. Please this way. Chapter 54. An action against a family in the private room of the Western restaurant. Steak and red wine had already been served. Perhaps due to the red wine, Su Li's cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Shouldn't you explain what just happened? She was curious about Chu Fei's identity. One capable of dismissing a manager from the Chu Min Group. I've told you, I'm a top-tier rich second generation, acquainted with some influential people. Is that too much to ask? Chu Min Group's president was actually someone I once had under my wing. With just one call, he obediently dismissed the person. Chu Fei feigned helplessness, spreading his hands as if he didn't want it to be this way. Su Li shot him a disapproving glance. She had lost count of how many times he had used this excuse. However, it seemed to be quite effective. After all, given Chu Fei's capabilities, it wasn't unreasonable to claim he was a top-tier rich second generation, capable of producing billions. Yet Su Li still felt something was amiss. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. All right, let us eat. I'm starving. With that, she unceremoniously cut a large piece of steak and stuffed it into her mouth. To be honest, Chu Fei was not accustomed to Western cuisine. This dish didn't fill him up and was excessively pricey. Even simple stir-fried dishes from a roadside stall would be more satisfying. Seeing him like this, Su Li chose not to press further. If Chu Fei was unwilling to share, there must be a reason. As his wife, she needed to understand. Some matters would naturally reveal themselves in time. When they finished dining and exited the restaurant, Chu Fei slapped his forehead. Oh no, we both had wine. We can't drive. The rule is, no drinking and driving. It's simple. We can just call for a designated driver. There were indeed many designated drivers nearby the Western restaurant, as few patrons indulged without drinking. Although it wasn't liquor, red wine was still alcohol. Designated driver. Su Li called out to a nearby driver. Immediately, 3 designated drivers rushed over. However, upon spotting the brand new Maybach parked beside them, 2 of them instantly backed off. A A slight mishap could cost them a month's salary in paint repairs. The remaining designated driver remained silent. "Sir, can you be our designated driver?" "Not far. Just to the Huarong Villa area." The driver merely nodded and began to fold his bicycle, placing it in the trunk before taking his seat in the passenger side. Chu Fei and Su Li settled into the back seat. However, Chu Fei's gaze remained fixed on the designated driver. It wasn't due to the driver's appearance, but because he sensed a subtle aura of danger emanating from him. The driver's eyes were unlike those of an ordinary person, reminiscent of a soldier who had spent years on the battlefield. Just a single glance was enough to instill fear. "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. Wake me when we arrive." A small amount of red wine posed no harm, possibly exacerbated by Su Li's pregnancy, making her prone to fatigue. She sat back, gradually dozing off. Chu Fei remained calm and composed, unaffected by the alcohol. To him, a small amount of red wine was akin to drinking water. He leaned back casually, yet he was capable of dispatching the designated driver in an instant. The ride was tranquil until they arrived at the villa gate, where Su Li had already drifted off, emitting soft snores. As the designated driver stepped out, Chu Fei followed suit. Just as he exited the vehicle, a sharp killing intent surged toward him. Instinctively, he turned his head, narrowly avoiding the blade that sliced through the air beside his neck. But that was merely the beginning. Almost immediately, the assailant delivered a powerful kick aimed at Chu Fei's abdomen. Chu Fei crossed his arms to shield himself. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Chu Fei staggered back 2 steps, slowly regaining his posture, his gaze now icy as he regarded the designated driver. "Not bad." The driver merely smirked coldly. "Killing you would be easy." As he spoke, he lunged forward once more, the dagger in his hand swiftly aiming for Chu Fei's vital points. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes. This man was no ordinary foe. Every strike was lethal, clearly intent on ending his life. In that case, there was no need for him to hold back. With a sudden jolt, he evaded the lethal thrust and countered with a powerful punch to the man's chest. Bang! The assailant stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, his gaze toward Chu Fei was laced with astonishment. It seemed he anticipated such strength from Chu Fei. It appeared there was a slight discrepancy from what he had been reported. Dusting off his chest, the man thought to himself that while his strength was commendable, killing Chu Fei was still a tall order. He quickly advanced, but Chu Fei remained motionless, his eyes locked onto the man's movements. As the dagger neared his chest, Chu Fei finally made his move. He swiftly retreated a step, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick. The man realized too late that he had been tricked. Frantically raising his arm to shield his neck, he was unprepared for the overwhelming force behind Chu Fei's kick. Bang! The heavy blow sent him crashing to the ground. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. Before he could rise, Chu Fei had already rushed to his side, crouching down with one leg pressed against the man's neck. His fist was clenched tightly, the knuckle of his middle finger protruding ominously, aimed directly at the man's temple. The man had no doubt that any movement on his part would result in Chu Fei delivering a fatal blow that would send him straight to the underworld. "You are formidable. Go ahead and strike." The man surrendered, recognizing that resistance was futile. Failure of his mission would only lead to death. He had anticipated this outcome long before arriving. It was that so-called Brother Yi again, wasn't it? The man shivered slightly, but remained silent. "It seems you are quite persistent," Chu Fei remarked, and with that, he landed a punch on the man's neck, rendering him unconscious. He then flipped the man over and deftly dislocated his arms before tossing him into the trunk of the car. After completing the task, he gently opened the car door, carried Su Li back to the room, and tucked her in before returning to the garage. Opening the trunk, he found the man still in a state of unconsciousness. He retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator in the back seat and poured it over the man's head. The man jolted awake, instinctively attempting to move, only to realize that his hands had been rendered useless. Chu Fei yanked him out of the trunk with one hand and threw him onto the ground, lighting a cigarette. He inhaled deeply. "Will you speak, or shall I assist you?" The man gazed at Chu Fei in silence. Torture would have no effect on him. He had already prepared for death by daring to come. "Not willing to talk? That's just fine," Chu Fei said calmly. "Since you are here, you must be aware that Kiao Corporation is researching new pharmaceuticals, and we are in need of live subjects for testing. Unfortunately for you, you have come seeking death." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened with fear. He had previously visited special laboratories in certain countries, where numerous death row inmates were injected with various substances, often resulting in grotesque transformations into beings neither human nor beast. He recalled witnessing an individual being injected with a peculiar drug, which caused their skin to be violently torn away, leaving them bloodied and still alive, howling in madness within their cell. The haunting image lingered in his mind. Who are you, really? He could not fathom why someone like Chu Fei would protect a woman such as Su Li. I will ask the questions, you will answer. Once you have spoken, I shall grant you a swift end, if you wish to avoid becoming a test subject. After a few moments of silence, the man finally nodded. Your benefactor is Brother Yi, correct? Is he Yao? The man shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not. He was aware of who Yao was. But that was not the case. Not Yao? Chu Fei frowned. Then who else could it be? How many others like you have infiltrated Jiang'an? After a brief pause, the man began to speak, at least a dozen. A dozen? Chu Fei's expression shifted slightly, realizing he would need to closely monitor Su Li. Aside from targeting Su Li, do you have other objectives? The man nodded, confirming that they were also targeting her parents. At this revelation, Chu Fei's expression darkened. They are also after Su Li's parents? They lack any form of protection, although the Su family's villa has some security. It would be akin to a paper shield against someone of this man's caliber. If that is the case, when do they plan to act? The man raised his head and smiled at Chu Fei. Tonight. At this, Chu Fei became visibly agitated. Tonight? That means. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, 4 masked men effortlessly scaled the high walls and severed the surveillance camera wires. One of the masked figures gestured to the others, raising his hands to indicate different directions. The other 3 nodded and moved toward their designated positions. In the security room at the villa entrance, a guard noticed something amiss. How could 2 cameras fail at once? He opened the door, flashlight in hand, to investigate. But as soon as the door swung open, he felt a chill at his neck. A masked man stood before him, a sharp dagger in hand, plunging it into his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Meanwhile, in the villa's garage, Chu Fei stared at the lifeless body of the man on the ground, his gaze icy. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. If they were indeed to act tonight, they likely had already begun. He could not simply leave Su Li alone. Should he leave and danger arise, it would be a predicament far worse than he could imagine. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Zhang Dajuan. Hello? Dajuan, you haven't gone to bed yet. Have you? Upon hearing Chu Fei's voice, Zhang Dajuan, who was reading in bed, sat up immediately. Captain Chu, what's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei instructed. Gather several capable individuals, including yourself, arm yourselves, and head to XX Villa District Number 6. There has been an incident. You must act quickly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhang Dajuan recognized that the residents of that villa were not ordinary people. Understood. I'll mobilize immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Dajuan wasted no time, rounding up his skilled associates and driving straight to the villa district indicated by Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Chu Fei observed the corpse and called Jiang Ning, requesting that the authorities be summoned to handle the situation. Within 10 minutes, law enforcement arrived, led by the chief of the nearby precinct, Su Lin. Upon seeing Chu Fei, the chief respectfully greeted him. Mr. Chu, good evening. I am Su Lin, the precinct chief. Chu Fei nodded. Yes, handle the situation. Su Lin's brows furrowed as he examined the body. There were no visible external wounds, only a slight protrusion at the back of the neck. He quickly deduced that this man had been killed with a single blow. The force required for such an act was staggering. The average person's punch could reach a maximum of 100 kilograms, while a professional fighter might achieve 300 to 400. This punch, however, had to exceed 500 kilograms, akin to being struck by a vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour. The concentrated impact was terrifying. Su Lin's thoughts raced with this singular notion. He signaled to 2 officers, who promptly moved forward to place the body in their vehicle's trunk. Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. As they prepared to depart, Chu Fei called out to Su Lin. By the way, station some officers at the entrance of XX Villa District. If anything suspicious occurs, or if any unidentified individuals appear, detain them immediately. Su Lin, slightly puzzled, acknowledged the request. That area is known for its high-end security. We typically don't patrol there due to the caliber of their security personnel. However, since this is a direct request from you, Mr. Chu, we shall comply. Of course. Chu Fei nodded as Su Lin departed. He returned to the villa, settling into the living room sofa, brow furrowed as he awaited news from Zhang Dajuan. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Dajuan's voice crackled through the phone. Captain Chu, we have a situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression changed dramatically. Continuing, Zhang Dajuan remained silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. All 6 security personnel in this villa have been killed, each with a single fatal blow. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei realized that Su Li's parents were likely in grave danger. Captain Chu, how many people are inside the villa? Zhang Dajuan cautiously inquired. 3, a couple and an elderly person. Why? A sense of foreboding surged within Chu Fei. By the time we arrived, the assailants had already departed. They must have left not long ago, but considering the number you mentioned, there have been fatalities in the villa. This revelation made Chu Fei's heart skip a beat. He could already envision the turmoil Su Li would feel upon receiving this news. Even now, his own heart was heavy. It's the elderly. In an instant, Chu Fei's fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Damn it, I understand now. Mobilize all personnel in the city. We must unearth that group, even if it means turning the earth upside down. Hanging up the phone. Chu Fei couldn't fathom that these individuals would dare to harm Su Li's family, especially her grandmother, a woman of such kindness. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and called Jiang Ning once more. Young master, what is it? Jiang Ning was puzzled, as it had only been a short while since their last conversation. Deploy all police forces in the city. I want every vehicle that has exited the XX Villa area tracked down within the hour. Do you understand? The coldness in his tone sent a shiver down Jiang Ning's spine. This was serious. The young master was furious. Yes, I understand. I will take care of it immediately. Jiang Ning, unable to sleep, leapt from his bed and began calling the heads of various precincts in the headquarters, instructing them to mobilize all available forces to search for clues. Meanwhile, Chu Fei arrived at Su Li's room. Upon gently opening the door, he discovered Su Li sitting on the bed, her eyes red from crying. Seeing her in this state, he approached her. What's wrong? Upon spotting Chu Fei, Su Li rushed into his embrace. Bandit, I had a nightmare. I just dreamed that something happened to Grandma. She sobbed softly against him. Chu Fei's heart trembled violently. Was this the bond of blood? As soon as trouble arose, Su Li had awakened. I have something to tell you too, he whispered as he held her tightly. What is it? Su Li clung to him, reluctant to let go. Chu Fei gritted his teeth, unsure how to begin. Eventually, he spoke slowly. I need you to remain calm, all right? At this moment, Su Li had ceased her tears, viewing her earlier experience as merely a nightmare. However, Chu Fei's words stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. What do you want to say? Chu Fei clenched his fists, lowering his head. I'm sorry. I just received news that something has happened to your family. The word struck Su Li like a bolt from the blue. Are you joking? How could anything happen to my family? She forced a smile, struggling to believe him. Chu Fei reached out, pulling her tightly into his embrace. I just got a call from a friend. Something has indeed happened. Your grandmother may no longer be with us. With that statement, Su Li abruptly broke free from his grasp, her eyes wide and red as tears brimmed. You're lying, aren't you? This is just a dream, right? Wake me up, please. In desperation, she even slapped herself, attempting to awaken from this nightmare. Chu Fei swiftly grabbed her hand. Su Li, in utter despair, Su Li collapsed into his arms. Why? Tell me this isn't true. Chu Fei was at a loss for words, merely holding her tightly. Minutes passed before Su Li, with red-rimmed eyes, looked up at him. I want to see Grandma. Chu Fei nodded and drove straight to the Su family villa. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the community where the villa was located. However, the entire area was now enveloped in flashing blue and red lights. Countless people stood beyond the cordon, murmuring anxiously. Chu Fei guided Su Li past the barrier. Zhang Dajuan was waiting at the entrance, anticipating Chu Fei's arrival. Upon seeing him, he quickly signaled the guards to let them through. Captain Chu, Zhang Dajuan greeted, his gaze falling upon Su Li. If he was not mistaken, this villa was indeed the residence of the young lady's family. As they reached the villa's entrance, Su Li saw the bloodstains on the ground and the 7 covered bodies nearby. Her body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a horrific scene, something most people might never experience. Chu Fei looked up at Zhang Dajuan, who silently conveyed that the elderly body was the last one. Shaoli, Su Li bit her lips so hard that it bled, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Blood trickled down her chin, mingling with her tears. Which one is she? Her voice trembled. Chu Fei guided her to the first body on the left. Holding her tightly, he slowly crouched down. Can we not look? He gently asked, but Su Li stubbornly shook her head. I want to see Grandma one last time. With that, she trembled as she reached to lift the covering cloth. The moment she beheld her grandmother's peaceful visage, Su Li could no longer contain herself. Collapsing to the ground in tears, she clutched Chu Fei's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Chu Fei felt no pain, for her anguish surpassed his own. Simultaneously, far away in the capital at the headquarters of the battle zone, Su Nianying sat on a chair, holding a photograph of a young woman. If Su Li were present, she would recognize the woman in the photo as her grandmother in her youth, smiling brightly. Xiaoying, I'll be home soon. I wonder, how have you been all these years? He murmured softly. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Su Nianying concealed his smile, tucking the photograph away. Come in. However, upon seeing who entered, his expression darkened. There has been an incident at home. Your wife, is dead. Chapter 56. I will unleash a bloodbath. When Su Nianying heard those last two words, he sprang up from his seat, his icy gaze fixated on the man before him. In the Su family, he had people monitoring the situation closely. Any trouble would be reported immediately. Who did this? A terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from him, freezing the man standing before him. This was the first time he had witnessed the leader's terrifying side. We are still investigating. Captain Chu has mobilized most of the personnel from the Jiangnan battle zone to thoroughly investigate the assailants. For now, we have no updates. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Nianying could no longer contain his rage. I don't care who is behind this. Once we find them, I will make them pay in blood. His chilling voice echoed throughout the room. The man stood by, silent, knowing that no one would have anticipated that anyone would dare to harm the leader's family. It is fortunate if one remains undetected. However, should one be discovered, regardless of the identities of those lurking in the shadows, they will undoubtedly pay a grievous price. You may leave now. The tension in Su Nianying's demeanor gradually subsided. The man left the room, trembling, and cautiously closed the door behind him. Once he had departed, Su Nianying retrieved a photograph from his pocket. Upon gazing at the familiar face captured in the image, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am sorry. It is I who have brought you harm. This time, I shall not choose to retreat. I will ensure that those responsible pay the ultimate price alongside you. He murmured these words to himself before producing a lighter from his pocket and incinerating the photograph completely. This person held the deepest place in his heart. Yet they had departed before him. It was time for him to step forward. He took out his phone and dialed a number, reaching Chu Fei, who was currently in Jiangnan. At that moment, Chu Fei and Su Li were in a car. Su Li's beautiful eyes were already swollen from crying, and her body trembled incessantly. Chu Fei observed her pain, feeling a deep ache in his heart. When the phone rang, he initially believed it to be news of some sort, but upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his master. After a brief pause, he turned to Su Li and said, I need to take this call. He opened the car door and stood beside the vehicle to answer. Master. Chu Fei's tone was weighted with gravity. Likewise, Su Nianying's voice was icy. I am aware of the situation. I may need to come down to Jiangnan. Hearing these words, Chu Fei was taken aback. His master intended to come to Jiangnan? For Su Li's grandmother? He could hardly fathom the reasoning, as the two seemed to share little connection. Master, why? He questioned, perplexed. Do you know why I insisted you protect Su Li? Do you understand the significance of my name, Su Nianying? Are you aware of Su Li's grandmother's name? With three questions, Chu Fei's mind erupted. After contemplating for a moment, he fell silent. Su Nianying? Jiang Taiying? Was this not a reference to longing for Su Li's grandmother? How had he not realized that Su Li's grandfather was his own master? No wonder his master had urged him to protect Su Li. She was his master's own granddaughter. Master, I understand now. Chu Fei finally grasped why Su Li had repeatedly been targeted. The individuals were not after Su Li. They were aiming for his master. This attack on his master's family was perhaps a ploy to threaten him. Xiao Fei, before I return to Jiangnan, I must attend to something. Until I come back. I hope you can keep Su Li safe. As for her parents, do your best. Su Nianying was acutely aware that the capture of his son and daughter-in-law was a maneuver to leverage him. A crucial point was that the adversaries likely sought to compel him to yield to Yao. However, he could not, and would not, comply. Hearing the resolute tone of his master, a chill ran down Chu Fei's spine. Master, where are you going? Perhaps you should take others with you? Chu Fei understood that his master seldom spoke in such a manner. This time, his master was likely heading into perilous territory, and he seemed disinclined to bring anyone along. No need for that. I shall go alone. Take good care of my granddaughter. If I have not returned in 3 days, she is in your hands. With that, the call ended. When Chu Fei attempted to call back, he found the line dead. He hastily dialed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, quickly check if the team leader is still at the dormitory. Upon hearing Chu Fei's urgent tone, Xiaoyu sprang from his bed and rushed to the leader's quarters. When he arrived, the place was already devoid of life. Fei Gu, the leader is missing. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei understood his master's intentions. If his master wished to hide, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to locate him. I see. You should return to rest. And keep a close watch on Yao. If there is any movement, notify me immediately. If he attempts to seize control of the dragon team during the leader's absence, I will be the first to eliminate him. Hanging up, Chu Fei's face turned as cold as ice. Everything began to make sense. The adversaries' underhanded tactics revealed their true nature. Back in the car, Chu Fei noticed Su Li still lost in thought and gently embraced her. It will be all right. I believe that your uncle and aunt will be safeguarded by fate. Su Li remained silent, burying her face in Chu Fei's embrace and sobbing softly. A sleepless night ensued. Chu Fei had already returned with Su Li to the villa. This girl had cried until her eyes were swollen, nearly fainting from her despair on several occasions. Now, the Su couple was nowhere to be found, and the city was on high alert, searching for clues about the assailants. Yet, as the night wore on, it was as if they had vanished without a trace. Observing Su Li's red-rimmed eyes, Chu Fei felt a pang of sympathy. Rest for a while. I will call you if there are any leads. Su Li lay on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly with both hands. The agony of losing a loved one is something that cannot be fathomed by those who have never experienced it. I am fine. I just want to hear from my parents. Seeing her stubbornness, Chu Fei could only offer her a few words of comfort. The priority was to track down the assailants. Just as Chu Fei intended to call to June for an update, Su Li's phone rang. In a flurry, Su Li picked up her phone, hoping it was a call from her parents, only to find the caller was an unfamiliar number. Who is it? Su Li shook her head and pressed the answer button. A cold voice echoed from the other end. Excuse me, is this Miss Su? Hello, your parents are currently in our custody. Perhaps we should have a conversation? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned increasingly grim. With so many people searching, it was clear that the assailants had not yet left Jiangnan. Moreover, their audacity to call Su Li indicated they were confident in evading detection. Who are you? What have you done to my parents? Su Li demanded, anxious to ascertain her parents' condition. However, the man on the line merely chuckled softly. Hiki, Miss Su, your parents are not in immediate danger, but the future remains uncertain. If you cooperate, they will meet with you unharmed. If you refuse, well, that would be unfortunate. The implication of the threat was unmistakable. Chu Fei took out his phone, noted the number, and sent a text to Zhao Dajuan. The message contained a request to trace the location of this number. Zhao Dajuan, who had been reviewing surveillance footage at the district headquarters, had not slept a wink all night. However, he dared not doze off. The phone emitted a beep, jolting him awake. He quickly checked the message, which was succinct. Trace the location of 158. This number. Hurry. Zhao Dajuan urgently instructed his subordinates to employ satellite tracking to locate the number. Meanwhile, at the villa, what do you want? I can offer you anything I possess. Su Li had lost her composure. She was willing to relinquish anything if it meant sparing her parents. Miss Su, such cooperation is commendable. Very well. Please come alone to the Nanshi Industrial Zone. Remember, come alone. If there are any extra individuals, or if that bodyguard of yours accompanies you, do not blame us for being merciless. With that, the man hung up. Meanwhile, Chu Fei received Zhao Dajuan's location information. The other party's location is in the Nanshi Industrial Zone, but they cannot pinpoint the exact spot for the time being. Upon receiving this news, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You stay at home. I will bring uncle and aunt back. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, Su Li immediately rejected the idea. No, I will go myself. If they find out you went too, they will surely harm mom and dad. Su Li's current thought was to see her parents as soon as possible. Only then would she feel at ease. Su Li, what good will it do for you to go? You are not alone now, do you understand? Chu Fei was well aware that the other party's aim was to exploit Su Li's parents to coerce her into submission. Once Su Li went, she would become a bargaining chip to threaten her master. Her master had just told her last night to take good care of Su Li. He would never allow her to take such risks, especially since she was carrying his child. I must go? Su Li's eyes were red as she attempted to push Chu Fei away. However, Chu Fei swiftly struck her neck gently, just enough to render her unconscious. I'm sorry. Silly girl, I want to let you take that risk. He then took out his phone and called Zhao Dajuan. Send someone to guard Miss Su's villa area. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, apprehend them immediately. If they resist, eliminate them on the spot. Equip heavy weaponry and bring 3 men. Come pick me up. I'm going to unleash a massacre. Chapter 57. The captain of the first team, King of Hell. 40 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan arrived at the villa area with a large contingent of personnel. With a single command, the entire villa was tightly surrounded. Residents of the other villas were filled with shock. They all knew that the person living in this villa was Su Li, the president of Kiao Company. However, no one expected Su Li to possess such an identity. With so many military personnel surrounding the villa, what major incident had occurred? Many were still unaware of last night's events and were in a state of confusion. Captain Chu, Zhao Dajuan saluted Chu Fei, and the nearby soldiers stood at attention. At that moment, Chu Fei had changed into a complete black outfit. Let us go. Chu Fei sat in the back seat of the military green jeep. His cold demeanor made the soldiers beside him, including the driver and the one in the front passenger seat, feel an icy chill within the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a damp factory within the Nanshi Industrial Zone, the abandoned site was devoid of visitors for the foreseeable future. Su Wu and his wife were bound to a massive stone pillar, having been injected with a sedative, and were yet to awaken. For masked men, armed and seated beside the equipment, discussed among themselves. Do you think that woman will come alone? One man with a monkey mask suddenly inquired. Do you think that's possible? The bodyguard beside her is no ordinary person. He can mobilize the regional military forces. His status is undoubtedly high, scoffed another man wearing a pig mask. Before we came, we had already investigated the situation here. If it weren't for the organization's imperative command to complete this mission, we wouldn't have needed to intervene. Why are we still here? We might as well just kill them. At that moment, the man with the tiger mask cast his gaze upon the unconscious Su couple. To them, these two were expendable. After all, the target was merely Su Li. They were just pawns to threaten her. Killing them was an option. But the higher-ups had instructed that it was best not to kill them unless absolutely necessary. The man with the lion mask chuckled and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. The man with the monkey mask glanced at his watch. It's almost time. Let us go. As they spoke, the men untied the ropes binding Su Wu and his wife, then began to lead them toward the back door of the factory. They planned to relocate. They were aware that their location would soon be discovered once they made that phone call. As the time approached, after relocating, they would use another phone to call Su Li and direct her to a different location. Meanwhile, they intended to intercept her on her way there, thus fulfilling their mission. Just as they left, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan had arrived at the industrial zone. The desolate area was already deserted, yet Chu Fei was not anxious in the slightest. Holding Su Li's phone, he knew the other party would certainly call her. Observe your surroundings closely. If you spot any suspicious individuals, take immediate action. The driver and the front passenger soldier exited the vehicle to survey the area, while Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan remained in the car, awaiting the ringing of the phone. In just 10 minutes, the phone rang again, this time displaying the name of Su Li's father. Zhao Dajuan immediately understood, quickly retrieving his computer to track the location of the number. Within mere seconds, they pinpointed the location. The other party had already left and was now on the mountain path behind the industrial zone, approximately southwest at a 90-degree angle. With Zhao Dajuan's reply, Chu Fei took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello? You are the bodyguard beside Miss Su, correct? Hearing the voice on the other end, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that the other party was well aware that he would not allow Su Li to come alone. I'm curious. To whom do you owe your allegiance? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Fei's tone remained calm, yet he opened the car door, hoisting an M99 sniper rifle and making his way toward a nearby abandoned civilian building. Since we dare to come, we are prepared to face death. However, whether you can find us is another matter. Are you sure? You want to gamble? As the other party spoke, Chu Fei's expression grew increasingly frigid. Clearly, there were 4 of them, and they were not all gathered in one place. Even if he eliminated the person on the phone, he would not be able to locate the other 3, and Su Li's parents remained in danger. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, I'm not quite clear on what you hope to achieve by opposing me. Have you truly thought through the outcome? It had been a long time since Chu Fei had encountered such a troublesome adversary. It seemed this time they were fully prepared to engage him to the end. Actually, I'm quite curious about your identity. How about this? Why not tell me who you are? If your background intimidates me, I might consider releasing that woman's parents. On the mountain path behind the industrial zone, the man with the monkey mask sat on a rock, calmly conversing with Chu Fei. Based on the information they had received, it was clear that the bodyguard beside the woman was a high-ranking individual with considerable strength. They did not yet know his true identity. Even their organization could not uncover it. Chu Fei merely smiled quietly. You want to know my identity? Why not meet? Isn't it better to speak face to face? While he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already sped off with his men toward the distant mountain path. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had reached the rooftop, setting up the M99 sniper rifle. This heavy sniper rifle was as powerful as the world-renowned Barrett sniper rifle and, in some aspects, even surpassed it. Within a kilometer range, one shot could ensure that no man would remain unscathed. This weapon could penetrate the steel plates of a tank within a kilometer, showcasing its terrifying power. I believe that while you were speaking, your men were already en route with weapons to capture me, weren't they? However, I regret to inform you that I am merely an individual, while the woman's parents are in grave danger. Chu Fei's expression turned ominous, as though his plans had been entirely unraveled by the adversary. Moreover, the other perpetrators had vanished without a trace. The most pressing concern was that Su Li's parents remained in the hands of the enemy. Very well. Your considerations are indeed meticulous. Since you were so eager to uncover my identity, I shall oblige. I am Chu Fei, the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, known as the King of Hell. This time, Chu Fei revealed his military identity without any reservations. Upon hearing these words, the other party fell silent. The adversary would never have imagined that he was facing the formidable captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, Chu Fei. The terror of this individual, acclaimed worldwide as the King of Hell, is evident from his history. He single-handedly infiltrated the South Tower military zone, eliminating the highest-ranking commander and retreating unscathed. He ventured into the Yama Death Zone, demolishing an enemy bioweapons lab and killing 72 enemy soldiers, including 3 top leaders, returning wounded. Such alarming feats are enough to astonish the world. Those targeted by him trembled in fear. Are you satisfied? Seeing the other party remain silent, Chu Fei continued. The King of Hell, you are indeed formidable. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would not wish to become your adversary. However, I have my own reasons to act. After this statement, the call was abruptly terminated. Chu Fei gazed at his disconnected phone, then struck the wall with his fist, creating a deep dent and scattering debris. Damn it! Clearly, the adversary discerned his identity yet chose to confront him, indicating that their organization had leverage over these individuals, compelling them to serve. The monkey had already vacated the area, and amidst the brush, he spotted a jeep speeding toward them. After a few minutes of circling, he met with Tiger and the others. What is the situation? The woman didn't show up, did she? Tiger spoke while aiming his submachine gun at Su Wu's head. At that moment, Su Wu had regained consciousness, staring coldly at the 4 masked men before him, fully aware that escape was futile. She didn't come. The monkey shook his head. Tiger instinctively prepared to pull the trigger, sending Su Wu and his wife to their demise. But the monkey intervened. Do you know who our opponent is? The monkey removed his mask, his gaze calm as he regarded the 4 men. The others were taken aback, knowing that removing the mask signified certain death for their mission. Upon seeing the monkey unmask, Tiger, Lion, and Pig Head followed suit. The monkey took a deep breath. Addressing the 3 men, the man accompanying that woman is the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, the trio froze, then fear flickered in their eyes. The King of Hell you speak of, it can't be that person, can it? A bitter smile crossed the monkey's face. What else could it be? Instantly, they fell into silence. If their opponent was indeed the King of Hell, then even if they eliminated Su Wu and his wife, their fates were sealed. It would be a dead end, with no retreat. Damn it. The man in the pig mask slammed his mask onto the ground, seething with rage. They didn't even inform us who the opponent was. Now we truly face the King of Hell. Crap. The monkey observed the furious Pig Head, offering a wry smile. He willingly disclosed that to me. Otherwise, I would be none the wiser. Now, we have 2 choices. Betray the organization and negotiate with the King of Hell, or die. Let us vote. Esteemed readers, may I kindly request you to lend a hand and give a boost to your humble author with some encouragement and favorable reviews? Thank you. One more chapter is in the works. Chapter 58. The King of Hell never promised you mercy. The monkey regarded the 3 men, taking a deep breath. Those in favor of negotiation, raise your hands. With his own hand raised, he observed the others exchanging glances before they too raised their hands in agreement. Unanimous consent for negotiation indicated a shared desire to survive. After all, the world is vast. The organization could not possibly track them down. Let me make the call. As he spoke, the monkey exchanged glances with Tiger and Pig Head. They immediately understood, swiftly delivering a blow to render Su Wu and his wife unconscious. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, Chu Fei was contemplating how to lure out the adversaries when his phone rang again, displaying the same number. King of Hell, let us negotiate. The condition is that we leave Xia alive in exchange for their release. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei exhaled slowly, realizing that since the enemy opted for negotiation, there was room for maneuvering. Agreed. Clearly, upon hearing Chu Fei's affirmation, the monkey sighed in relief and signaled to the other 3 with an okay gesture. They swiftly began to gather their belongings. Have your people remove the roadblocks nearby. After we depart, I will send you the location of that woman's parents. Rest assured, I promise not to lay a finger on them. After a few seconds of silence, Chu Fei responded, all right, give me 2 minutes. After ending the call, Chu Fei contacted Dejun and Jiangning, instructing them to dismantle all checkpoints at the city's entrances. Once this was accomplished, Chu Fei set up his sniper rifle, surveying the surrounding vehicles. He understood that the adversaries would only call him after exiting the city to disclose Su Wu and his wife's location. However, he could never allow them to leave Xia alive, as their hands were already stained with his mentor's blood. This vengeance must be avenged. As vehicles passed under his scope, he noted one that appeared suspicious. Through the scope, he observed a black car containing 5 men, the driver's eyes filled with terror. He realized they had likely kidnapped the driver to facilitate their escape. Noting their direction, Chu Fei immediately called the approaching Zhao Dejun, head over here immediately. Hurry. 5 minutes later, the jeep arrived at the base of the residential building. Captain Chu Fei entered the vehicle, coldly instructing, Southwest City exit, quickly. Meanwhile, at the Southwest City exit, the monkey knocked out the driver of the black car and tossed him aside. Let us go. Pighead floored the gas pedal. Inside the vehicle, the monkey composed a text message, notifying Chu Fei of Su Wu and his wife's kidnapping location. After sending it, he tossed his phone into the roadside drainage ditch. Phew, we finally survived. A few kilometers away, in a luxurious villa in the capital, a middle-aged man in his 50s sat on a sofa, a premium cigar clutched between his fingers. Still no news? Should I call our boss for an update? Beside him stood a young man, around 25 or 26. If Chu Fei were present, he would recognize this young man as his formidable rival, Yao. Ask them. If we fail again this time, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man exhaled a plume of smoke, his heavy brows exuding authority. Rest assured, Uncle Gang. This time, success is assured. Yao wore an expression of utmost respect as he took out his phone and made a call. Soon, a respectful voice came from the other end. Brother, what is it? Xiao Qi, how is the situation? Any news? In his quest to cultivate his own power, he had adopted numerous orphans, forcing them to engage in brutal battles against one another. Only Yi Qi emerged victorious from among hundreds of orphans, and Yao accepted him as his brother. He was also the leader of Yao's private organization, known as Brother Yi. The previous several missions had been assigned to Yi Qi, but all had ended in failure. This time, however, he instructed Yi Qi to deploy his most trusted subordinates, determined to ensure the completion of this task. Brother, they haven't responded yet. Should I call them? Yao's expression darkened. Hand me the phone. I will call them myself. Yes. Moments later, the phone number was sent to Yao's device. However, when he dialed, no one answered. Instantly, his countenance fell, and his brows knitted tightly. He tried again, only to find the call abruptly disconnected. Alarmed, he dialed once more, only to discover that the phone was now turned off. What happened? A man named Uncle Gang noticed Yao's troubled demeanor and furrowed his brows. The phone is off. Yao's expression was grim. He could not comprehend why Yi Qi's subordinates would turn off their phones. Had the mission failed? It seemed highly unlikely. His meticulously crafted plan was flawless. Even though there was a formidable opponent by Su Li's side, the 4 trusted subordinates Yi Qi had dispatched were undoubtedly elite, second only to Yi Qi himself. Uncle Gang scoffed, his tone laced with anger. Yao's expression shifted. Uncle Gang, rest assured, I will make contact with them. He then dialed Yi Qi's number again. Where are they? Why aren't they answering? Upon hearing Yao's furious outburst, Yi Qi's voice revealed a hint of shock. Brother, I will contact them right now. After hanging up, it was less than 2 minutes before Yao's phone rang again. Brother, I can't reach them either. Upon hearing this, Yao's face turned pale with anxiety. Uncle Gang seemed to sense something amiss, and he slammed his cigar down heavily. If this matter is not handled properly, I will report to the family to have you recalled. Yao felt a surge of panic. Uncle Gang, you can trust that it will not fail. Perhaps they were simply in the midst of action. He had toiled hard to ascend to this position. Relishing the authority that few had ever experienced, the power to control the lives and deaths of countless individuals had ensnared him. This time, he had proactively sought the family's approval to ascend to the position of Dragon Team leader, which would yield greater benefits for the family. After deliberation, the family had decided to support his rise. However, the primary obstacle was Su Nianying. As long as he agreed, there would be no issue. Unfortunately, the old man had consistently refused, insisting that Chu Fei take his place. Unbeknownst to him, just before his retirement, he had sent Chu Fei on a mission, inadvertently providing Yao with ample opportunity to seize control of the Dragon Team. Now, 2/3 of the team already supported his ascent. He only needed Su Nianying's nod, and the position would be his. Regrettably, the old man had yet to relent. Yao had thus planned to leverage Su Nianying's family as leverage to force his resignation. However, the repeated failures of these missions had left the family disillusioned with him. Once he succeed, let me know, Uncle Gang stated before preparing to depart. Yet suddenly, Uncle Gang's phone rang. Upon hearing the words on the other end, his expression drastically changed. What? He went alone? How dare he? The astonishment on his face rendered Yao incredulous. He had never seen Uncle Gang display such emotion. All right, I understand. I am heading back now. Uncle Gang hung up, took a deep breath, and slapped Yao across the face. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Yao stammered, Uncle Gang. Before he could finish, he was cut off. This is your doing. Threatening his family. What a commendable act. Your men dared to kill his wife. How impressive. Now, Su Nianying has reached the family gates. If the family suffers significant losses this time, prepare for the consequences. With that, Uncle Gang turned and exited the villa, leaving Yao frozen in place, the sting of the slap a painful reminder that this was no illusion. He had not anticipated that his dispatched men would dare to kill Su Nianying's wife. On the road from Jiangnan City to Jiangbei City, the 4 known as the monkeys, instinctively discarded their phones. They had received 2 consecutive calls moments ago. However, they had now betrayed the organization, no longer part of it. They were merely free men. They would no longer have to return to that place of daily death. The world was vast. Where could they not go? The tiger let out a long sigh of relief, and the others chuckled, their voices filled with lightness. That hellish prison had been a dream they longed to escape. Now, they finally had the chance. However, a vehicle in the rear caught the attention of the driver. Pighead. Monkey. Someone is following us. At this, the group's expression shifted. Glancing back, they saw a jeep racing toward them. Fear flickered in their eyes. Could it be that he would not keep his word? The lion's voice quivered slightly. Meanwhile, in the pursuing jeep, Chu Fei, his face icy, retrieved a rocket launcher from the trunk. Open the sunroof. The soldier driving pressed a button, and the sunroof opened. Chu Fei, shouldering the weapon, leaned out halfway. I will spare your lives. But the King of Hell has not granted you mercy. With a deafening explosion, the small car was obliterated into fragments. In that instant, the 4 were no more. Chu Fei stowed his weapon and coldly returned to the vehicle. Back at the villa, Zhao Dajuan observed the flaming wreckage of the car ahead and began calling contacts to clean up the scene. Otherwise, the media would surely catch wind of it. Nearly half an hour later, Chu Fei and the others returned to the villa. All right, you all can head back now. I will handle things here. Zhao Dajuan nodded and led the team away. As Chu Fei approached the door, he heard weeping from the living room. His expression grew heavy, but he ultimately refrained from entering. Instead, he silently made his way to the gazebo in the yard, lighting a cigarette and taking deep drags. He needed to ensure that those behind this would pay a price. Though the killer was dead, the mastermind remained alive and well, potentially resurfacing at any moment. Until he could unearth the perpetrator, Chu Fei felt as if a thorn were lodged in his back. As for today's plan, the adversary had accurately predicted all his feasible tactics. Had it not been for the fact that the 4 had chosen to negotiate with him, Su Li's parents might not have made it back alive. After smoking several cigarettes, nearly half an hour passed before the weeping in the living room gradually ceased. He extinguished the cigarette but, tossing it into a nearby trash can, before finally rising to push open the door and enter the living room. Su Li and her parents sat together, the mother and daughter with reddened eyes, while Su Wu wore a heavy frown, his face solemn. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, Su Wu spoke, "Let us go outside to talk." Chu Fei cast a glance at the sorrowful Su Li and nodded slightly. Together with Su Wu, they made their way to the pavilion in the courtyard. Care for a smoke? Su Wu offered, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and handing it over. Chu Fei accepted without hesitation, cradling it in his hands. Thank you for today, he expressed, fully aware that without his intervention, Su Wu's family might have met a tragic fate. No need for thanks. It is merely my duty. Ensuring Su Li's safety is my responsibility. Perhaps, in the past, Chu Fei had merely served as Su Li's bodyguard. However, the dynamics had shifted. Their relationship had become overt. Her affairs were now intricately linked with his. Though I cannot fathom why you chose to protect Su Li, there are some words I must share. I am grateful for your rescue of my wife and me. If there is any compensation you seek, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. However, I implore you to keep your distance from Su Li from this day forth. Su Wu's declaration left Chu Fei perplexed. He struggled to grasp the meaning behind Su Wu's words. Had it not been for him, they might have been captured long ago. Since you entered my daughter's life, calamities have befallen her, now extending to our entire family. Even her grandmother has perished because of this. If you truly care for her, you would distance yourself. Su Wu's weathered gaze bore into Chu Fei, his thoughts straightforward. All this turmoil stemmed from Chu Fei's presence. Without him, perhaps their family could have lived in peace. Upon hearing his explanation, Chu Fei smiled, thinking it naive to believe that his departure would resolve the situation. Would those threats truly relent? Moreover, leaving was not an option for him now. Uncle Su, may I address you as such? I wonder if you recall my prior mention of news regarding Su Li's grandfather. I can now confirm that it was indeed Su Li's grandfather who requested I protect her. Even if I were to leave, your safety would not be assured. Besides, I have no intention of departing. At this revelation, Su Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed unable to accept the truth of Chu Fei's words. His father had been missing for decades, and for years, he had resigned himself to the belief that his father was dead. It was only days ago, upon hearing Chu Fei's assertion that his father was alive, that he dared to hope. You jest not. My father sent you to protect Su Li? Faced with Su Wu's incredulity, Chu Fei nodded solemnly. Indeed, given the gravity of the situation, Uncle Su, I have no reason to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather is not only my guide, but also my mentor. He fears that someone might use your family to threaten him, which is why he entrusted me with Su Li's protection. However, Chu Fei refrained from elaborating further. Su Wu understood the implication. With the loss of his mother, it mattered little if his father held a high position. He had failed to protect his family. I understand. From now on, I shall entrust Su Li's care to you. After my mother's funeral, I will hand over all my company's affairs to her. I plan to take her mother and travel. Chu Fei interjected. My mentor intends to return in a few days, Uncle Su. Will you not meet him? Su Wu scoffed, tears glistening in his eyes. What worth is he as a father if he cannot even protect his own wife? With this, Chu Fei fell into a profound silence. Recognizing Su Wu's disillusionment regarding his mentor's failure to safeguard his family. Enough. Let us return. I know Su Li has a fondness for you. If possible, I hope you can be together. At the mention of this sentiment, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Chu Fei's face. He hesitated to broach the topic with Su Wu. The moment was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, at a lavish estate near the coastline of the capital, a chilling sound pierced the air, the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Su Nianying, bloodied and wielding a sharp tang knife, stood amidst the chaos, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of over 10 assailants. The ground was soaked in crimson. Bring forth the head of the Long family, he bellowed. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall either perish or ensure that none of you dare to step outside. Su Nianying was aware that Yi Ao was backed by the Long family, one of the 4 great clans of the Daxia dynasty. As long as they refrained from harming his family, there remained room for negotiation. Yet now, with his wife slain and uncertainty surrounding his son and daughter-in-law, he could only contemplate his granddaughter's fate, grateful that Chu Fei had been there to protect her from harm. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the lengths they might go to secure their power. The guards at the estate's entrance had already fallen to his blade, and word had been sent to the upper echelons of the Long family, who were en route. No one could fathom what had driven the leader of the Long group to such madness. Su Nianying, once a formidable figure, had few equals in combat. Yet, he knew that none could withstand the ferocity of his strikes. 3 blows guaranteed bloodshed. Su, you are being overly arrogant. A stern-faced man emerged from the opulent Long family villa, his expression dark as he regarded Su Nianying. He was the only one among the family capable of engaging in discourse with Su Nianying, as none else possessed that privilege. Long Xiao, you lack the standing to converse with me. Summon Long Quang. Long Xiao's countenance soured, recognizing that, by lineage, he and Su Nianying were of equal standing. Yet he was merely a junior and had no right to negotiate with him. However, he was the only one capable of making decisions for the Long family in the absence of his elders. With his father still en route, he feared that if they did not arrive soon, he would be forced to resort to lethal weaponry. But even then, he hesitated to act with lethal intent, understanding the grave consequences of such an action. My father is on his way. If you do not mind, before he could finish, Su Nianying kicked open the heavy iron gate, sending it flying toward Long Xiao, who could only watch in horror as the gate crashed before him. Long Xiao's expression darkened, yet he dared not retaliate. The guards surrounding him stood frozen, realizing they were no match for Su Nianying. Despite his advanced age, Su Nianying's prowess remained formidable. Any attempt to confront him would only serve to exhaust their energy while risking their lives. 10 minutes. If Long Quang does not return, prepare to collect your corpses. Su Nianying's icy voice echoed. Long Xiao felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead, fully aware of Su Nianying's resolve. In that moment, all titles mattered little. Only the weapons they wielded held any weight. Su Nianying would strike down anyone he wished, unless the family elders intervened or his brothers returned. Long Xiao remained at a standstill, anxiously hoping for his father's swift return, knowing that otherwise, he might very well meet his end at Su Nianying's hands. In the Dragon family manner, the forehead of Long Xiao was already drenched in cold sweat as he anxiously glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, worth millions. 9 minutes had already passed since the 10 minutes mentioned by Su Nianying. If his father and the others did not return soon, he feared he would meet his end here. He could already sense the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his opponent, a presence only forged through tumultuous battles. Even the bodyguards surrounding him could barely hold off the assailant for a minute. You have 30 seconds left. Speak your last words, and I shall relay them to your father. Su Nianying's expression remained icy, his grip firm on the tang knife, the dried blood on it suggesting a prior encounter. As he wiped the blade on his clothing, Long Xiao could no longer contain himself. Su, I truly do not comprehend the magnitude of your fury. Could you not consider your own status? His only recourse was to pacify Su Nianying's wrath. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the rage of a man who had lost a beloved wife after decades would not be easily quelled. Even the death of Long Xiao would not suffice to sate that vengeance. You have 10 seconds. With his arm hanging limply, the tip of the tang knife pointed toward the ground. Meanwhile, several skilled fighters had stealthily positioned themselves before Long Xiao, striving to buy him more time. 3, 2, 1. The moment had arrived. With a swift motion, Su Nianying severed the throat of one bodyguard, who had not even comprehended the action before succumbing. The remaining guards, now wary, charged forward. Long Xiao, driven by the instinct to survive, dashed toward the exit. In a mere span of seconds, all of Long Xiao's elite guards had been dispatched. The blood-soaked attire of Su Nianying bore no weight on his conscience as he turned to pursue the fleeing Long Xiao, intent on fulfilling his deadly purpose. However, just as he burst through the door, several luxury vehicles appeared at the intersection. Su Nianying halted, his gaze cold and unyielding as he stared at the approaching cars. The vehicles came to a stop not far from him, and several middle-aged men, along with an elderly man of similar age to Su Nianying, emerged. This elder was none other than Long Quang, the head of the Long family. It's been a while, old Su. Though Long Quang had passed 70, his physical prowess rivaled that of Su Nianying. Hand over all related individuals, and this matter shall be settled. Otherwise, one of us will surely perish. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Quang's eldest son, Long Zhun, interjected, Su Nianying, do you still believe you are the same man from years past? You are but a shadow of your former self. If you seek a rival, I shall accommodate you. Long Zhun's strength was second only to Long Quang within the family, and at over 40, he was in his prime. Even Long Quang would not claim to be his match. A smile crept onto Su Nianying's face as he raised his tang knife, pointing its blade at Long Zhun. Very well, you shall do nicely. I will use the genius of the Long family as my sacrificial blade. Fury ignited within Long Zhun, and just as he prepared to confront Su Nianying, Long Quang intervened. Old Su, this matter is one I have only just learned of. Since you have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Bring them forth. With a command, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s were ushered to Long Quang's side. Upon seeing them, Su Nianying's expression darkened. You think to dismiss me with just these two? When I said all related individuals, I did not mean merely a butler and the organization's leader. Long Quang's countenance shifted uneasily as the two individuals were revealed to be Long Gang and Yi Qi. Long Gang had never anticipated being summoned back so soon after leaving Yao's villa, nor did he expect to be paired with Yi Qi, the leader cultivated by Yao. Initially, he presumed they were to be reprimanded, but it soon became clear they were being made scapegoats. Old Su, what more do you desire? Do you wish for my son to accompany you in death? These words caused Long Li, hidden among the crowd, to visibly shift. He was the architect of this entire situation, having been the one to advocate for Yao to ascend to the position of group leader. Yet, he had acted with the family's best interests in mind, despite a tinge of personal gain. I have lost my wife. Is it too much to demand the life of your son? A chilling smile graced Su Nianying's lips as the tang knife glided lightly across his clothing. Su Nianying, must you truly pursue this course? Can a solitary individual truly withstand our numbers? Without a doubt, Long Zhun alone could effectively counter you, not to mention the multitude of skilled fighters at our disposal. Capturing you would be child's play, slaying one would be a loss, yet two would be a gain. Long Quang's expression shifted entirely upon hearing this, realizing their adversary was prepared to embrace death. If this was indeed the case, they might struggle to prevent Su Nianying from claiming a life. Determined to negotiate, Long Quang underestimated both Su Nianying's resolve and the murderous intent of his opponents. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Nianying sprang into action. A battle was imminent. 2 days later, in Jiangnan City, the Su family villa was adorned with white lanterns. The former living room had been transformed into a morning hall, where an exquisite coffin lay at its center. Su Wu and others gathered around, burning paper offerings, while Chu Fei stood solemnly behind them, dressed in black. Su Li's eyes were red from weeping. Today marked the final day of the funeral, with a hearse set to transport the coffin to the cemetery for burial that afternoon. Numerous local business owners stood in the yard, already aware of the events that transpired 3 days prior, though they remained uncertain about the capture of the murderer. With the support of the Chu Min Group and Junhao Group, Kuyao Company was on the rise, prompting various company heads to come to pay their respects. Wang Xia was also among the crowd. Her curiosity piqued regarding the assailants who dared to strike at those under Chu Fei's protection, questioning whether they were aware of his military connections. If they were, and still chose to act, it would suggest a deliberate provocation against Chu Fei. To satisfy her curiosity, she had inquired with family members, only to be advised to refrain from meddling and to focus solely on business matters. This only deepened her intrigue, prompting her to resolve to ask Chu Fei about it at a later time. As the mourners paid their respects, an elderly man, his body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, staggered into the yard. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, shock evident on their faces. What kind of injuries could render a man in such a state? And yet, he was still able to walk. Any other man would likely have collapsed from such wounds. Those with keen eyes noted the faint bloodstains left in the wake of his steps. Was that blood? A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. And in an instant, all gazes were drawn to the crimson trail that marked the elder's path. Many women covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome scene. Yet in Wang Xia's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of shock. If her memory served her right, she had encountered this man once during her childhood. On that occasion, this elderly man had sat alongside her father, indicating his high status and prominence. However, Wang Xia never anticipated that this elder would appear here. Could it be? Her gaze drifted toward the coffin in the morning hall, and a terrifying thought began to take shape in her mind. The previously crowded throng slowly parted, not for any other reason than to pay their respects to the elder, whose body was marred with wounds. They felt compelled to show him the utmost respect. Chu Fei was the first to notice the dispersing crowd. As he beheld his master emerging from the throng, he was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth had transpired? How could his master be so gravely injured? Just as he intended to step forward, he was halted by a mere glance from Su Nianying. Meanwhile, Su Wu and the others also recognized the bloodied elder. Su Wu's towering figure trembled slightly as childhood memories surged forth. The familiar visage of his father began to merge with that of the elder before him. In that instant, Su Wu's eyes were filled with tears. He rose in anger, rushing towards Su Nianying, ready to strike. Many onlookers gasped at this scene. However, just as his fist was about to descend upon Su Nianying, Su Wu paused. What are you doing here? You have no right to be at Mother's funeral. In her heart, you have long been dead. Do you hear me? Dead. Su Wu shouted, his voice laced with fury, yet tears streamed down his cheeks. Su Nianying said nothing, merely stepping past Su Wu with trembling steps toward the coffin. Gazing at Jiang Taiying lying within, she smiled. I'm sorry. I have returned too late. Those words sent a shockwave through everyone present. This person was, after all, the husband of the late matriarch. All these years without your company. I never expected you would leave first. But it's all right. Wait for me on the road, for I shall soon follow. It won't be long, just wait for me. Su Nianying lay beside the coffin, murmuring softly. Chu Fei watched silently, understanding that perhaps his master had wronged no one more in this life than his beloved wife. It was also the first time Su Li laid eyes upon her grandfather. Upon seeing his blood-soaked bandages and the crimson footprints staining the floor, she bit her lip, stifling her tears. What had her grandfather done? Why was he so badly injured? She wasn't the only one seeking answers. Chu Fei was equally perplexed. Yet now was not the time for him to speak. Su Wu had already knelt beside the coffin. Upon witnessing his father's wounds, all his resentment melted away. Now, he only wished to honor his mother's final journey. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the cemetery, the gathered mourners watched as the coffin was slowly interred, their heads bowed in silence. Once the earth had covered it, Su Wu turned to the guests and bowed deeply. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy lives to attend my mother's funeral. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement before dispersing. After everyone had left, Su Nianying could no longer hold herself up and began to fall backward. Chu Fei, quick on his feet, rushed to support her. Master. Seeing this, Su Wu hurriedly exclaimed. Quick, take her to the hospital. 2 hours later, the surgeon finally emerged from the operating room. Gazing at the anxious faces of Chu Fei and the others, he spoke slowly. Who is the immediate family member of the patient? Su Wu stepped forward, declaring, I am his son. The doctor regarded Su Wu for a moment before leading him to a nearby office. 10 minutes later, Su Wu emerged, his face ashen. Noticing his pallor, Chu Fei's heart sank with foreboding. Uncle Su, how is my master? Su Wu looked at Chu Fei. He has lost too much blood, most of his bones are fractured, and his brain has suffered severe trauma. If he had received treatment sooner, there might have been hope. Now, he may only have 2 days left. Chu Fei stood frozen in shock. Master, only 2 days to live? What on earth happened? Su Li panicked as well, having finally met her long-imagined grandfather, only to learn they had but 2 days together, and in a hospital no less. Just as she had managed to steady her emotions, tears welled in her eyes once more. Uncle Su, I need to make a phone call. With a stern expression, Chu Fei strode toward the stairwell. Once there, he took out his phone and called Xiaoyu. Within seconds, Xiaoyu's low voice came through the line. Fij, has the master arrived in Jiangnan? It seemed the news had spread among the group. What had transpired? How could the master have sustained such grave injuries? Chu Fei nearly shouted. Xiaoyu, how did this happen? Xiaoyu, hearing the intensity in Chu Fei's voice, quietly replied. After leaving that night, the master went to Long Family Manor alone. The matters in Jiangnan were entwined with the Long family. In a fit of rage, the master stormed into the Long family's domain. Ultimately, the head of the Long family, Long Quang, along with his 3 sons, confronted him. To avenge his wife, the master fought fiercely against the Long family. He managed to slay Long Quang's second son, Long Li, but was grievously wounded in the process. Just as he lay dying, a powerful figure arrived and rescued him from the Long family. The master endured his injuries and received basic treatment for 2 days before attempting to return to Jiangnan, and we could not stop him. The Long family. Chu Fei's eyes flared with rage. What cunning tactics to support someone's rise to power. Very well. Chu Fei clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. Feech, please don't act impulsively. The powerful figure instructed me to tell you that we cannot act against the Long family yet. It is best that you refrain from taking action, especially involving the military. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's smile turned cold. I understand. I will not use my military identity against the Long family. Yet unspoken was his resolve. He would seek revenge for his master using his own means. After hanging up, Chu Fei picked up his phone again. Hello? Father, I want to kill someone. Target, the Long family of Daxia. 2 chapters in quick succession. I will strive to write another. Dear readers, I am giving it my all. After completing all these tasks, Chu Fei returned to the corridor, only to find that Su Li and the others were absent. Upon inquiry, he learned that they had all gone to the hospital to visit their unresponsive master. Arriving at the hospital room, he gently pushed the door open. The once robust voice of his master now seemed frail, the body covered in wounds and adorned with various medical devices. The nearby heart monitor beeped incessantly. Su Wu and the others stood silently by, their expressions devoid of blame, replaced instead by a fervent hope that their father would recover. He could not bear to lose the 2 most important family members in such a short span of time. Perhaps from the moment Su Ninying fought to return to bid farewell to Jiang Taiying, Su Wu had already forgiven his incompetent father. I'll stay here today. Qinglian, Xiaoli, and Xiao Fei, you should go, he said. Zhang Qinglian remained silent, understanding that her husband had much to say to his father. Chu Fei intended to stay and care for the master, but upon Su Wu's insistence, he followed Su Li back. The trio returned to the Su family's villa. Since starting her job, Su Li had seldom returned home to stay, seeking both convenience and independence. Xiao Fei, make yourself comfortable. I'll wash some fruit, she said. Zhang Qinglian stood up to wash the fruit, but Chu Fei quickly gestured for her to refrain. Aunt Zhang, it's unnecessary, he insisted. Su Li added, Mom, you should rest. You've had a long day. Seeing her mother's weary demeanor, Su Li felt a pang of compassion. Her mother was a kind and simple person, managing the household impeccably despite not working. It's fine. You 2 young ones have much to discuss. I'll take my leave, Zhang Qinglian said before retreating to her room. Su Li then led Chu Fei to a room on the 3rd floor, where she had lived during her childhood. Despite her long absence, the room remained pristine. On the desk lay a family photograph, and gazing at her grandmother's image made Su Li's eyes well with tears. Noticing her distress, Chu Fei stepped forward and gently embraced her. It's all right. Don't be sad. Your grandmother wouldn't want to see you cry so sorrowfully. Su Li bit her lip, savoring the warmth of Chu Fei's embrace, finding solace in his presence. Sleep now. I'll be right here, he said, guiding her to the bed, tucking her in. Su Li grasped his hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. You rogue. Do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? She playfully asked. Chu Fei smiled slightly. Why not twins? Besides, it's time for you to get a checkup at the hospital. You haven't rested well these past few days, and neither has the baby. Let us sleep early. We'll visit the master in the morning and get you checked. The following morning, when Su Li woke up, Chu Fei had already vanished. After changing her clothes and freshening up, she made her way downstairs. Chu Fei had prepared breakfast and greeted her with a smile. You're awake? Come have breakfast. At that moment, Zhang Qinglian emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of red date porridge. Come eat. I'll deliver breakfast to your father shortly. The company called you today, but your phone was off, so your father asked me to let you know that there are matters requiring your attention. During breakfast, Su Li felt her mother's gaze upon her persistently. Mom, what are you staring at? Do I have something on my face? She inquired, puzzled by her mother's scrutiny. You should cherish those close to you. You're not a child anymore, Zhang Qinglian remarked. Her intentions clear. She hoped to facilitate a connection between Chu Fei and Su Li. This morning, she had intended to prepare breakfast for them. But Chu Fei had risen earlier and taken the initiative. Mom, it's still early for that. After all, he is just my bodyguard, Su Li pouted, casting a fierce glare at Chu Fei. She believed he had discussed something with her mother. What of being a bodyguard? Our family doesn't judge by status. Being a good person is what matters. I must say, I'm quite pleased with Xiao Fei. If you were to bring someone else home, my attitude might differ. Zhang Qinglian feigned anger, prompting Su Li to shoot another glare at Chu Fei. Understood, understood. Chu Fei remained silent, not uttering a word. After breakfast, Chu Fei drove Su Li to the company. She had been absent for several days, and numerous documents awaited her approval. However, upon arriving at the office, the secretary entered, exclaiming, Ms. Su, you're finally back. I don't know why, but many companies are eager to collaborate with us, and the investment amounts are substantial, most exceeding $1 billion. Su Li's eyes widened in intrigue. Over $1 billion? When did Jiangnan have companies willing to partner with us? Which companies are interested? The secretary opened a folder, listing the names of these companies. As Su Li listened, her brows furrowed. Companies that have no connection to us are seeking collaboration? Many of the companies mentioned had no ties to the pharmaceutical industry at all, including those in timber, aquaculture, real estate, and infrastructure. She found it puzzling why these companies would want to partner with them. I'm perplexed as well. Ms. Su, should we arrange a meeting? Su Li pondered for a moment, ready to invite these company heads for discussions, but Chu Fei interjected, it might be best to refrain. Immediately, Su Li sensed that this situation was far from simple. She waved her hand at the secretary. You may leave for now. The secretary cast a surprised glance at Chu Fei before exiting the office. Why? Su Li asked, bewildered. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I suspect that the secrets of our company's research have already been exposed. How can that be? Su Li's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The company's research had always been confidential, known to only a select few. Even if Li Fei were a traitor who accessed the list of researchers, it was impossible for him to know the specifics of the drugs being developed. If that were not the case, why would so many companies choose to invest in your company? Chu Fei continued, consider how many companies opted to terminate their contracts before the Zhao Group departed. Now, numerous companies wish to collaborate with you for only 2 reasons, your identity and the potential for profit. Chu Fei articulated clearly. Recent events might have revealed the formidable background of Curson Company to numerous business owners in Jiangnan, prompting them to seize the opportunity to invest and strengthen ties. However, it would not make sense for unrelated companies to seek collaboration. It would offer them no advantage. If not for Su Li's identity and background, their intentions likely revolved around profit, securing a stake in Curson's promising future before it fully emerged, ensuring that their shares would appreciate significantly once the company thrived, rendering their initial investment negligible by comparison. However, Su Li remained perplexed about who could have leaked the company's secrets. There were only a few individuals privy to the information, and the researchers had no opportunity to discuss the matter with outsiders. Who could it be? We can only wait for tomorrow's business banquet, Chu Fei slowly spoke. At tomorrow's banquet, the members of the 4 prominent families would be present. Perhaps they were aware of part of the situation and wished to seize the market early. There was no other option. Su Li furrowed her brow slightly. As the afternoon approached, Su Li received a call from her father. You and Xiao Fei are still at the company, right? Is the matter resolved? Come to the hospital. Your grandfather wants to speak with Xiao Fei. Upon hearing this, Su Li's heart tightened. All right, we'll be right there. After hanging up, she turned to Chu Fei. My grandfather wants to talk to you. Let us head to the hospital. Chu Fei's expression shifted to one of anxiety. The two drove to the hospital, gently pushing open the door to the ward. They found Su Nianying awake and able to speak. Though his injuries were still severe, his voice lacking the depth and strength it once had. When Su Nianying saw Chu Fei and Su Li enter together, a faint smile appeared on his aged face, as if this moment was what he longed for the most. Yet, in Chu Fei's eyes, the once formidable master had become an ordinary old man, his face weathered, eyes clouded, stripped of all former pride. Master, Chu Fei softly called out. Su Li looked at the bedridden Su Nianying and gently uttered 2 affectionate words, grandfather. Su Nianying nodded in satisfaction. Ah, my dear granddaughter. Come closer so I can see you well. Su Li approached his bedside, and as Su Nianying scrutinized her, a look of contentment spread across his face. Good, good. You are indeed the daughter of the Su family. Splendid. If this rascal Chu Fei dares to bully you, make sure to give him a good thrashing. Don't hold back. Understand? Su Nianying nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with joy, while Su Li remained silent, her eyes slightly reddened. All right, girl. You and your father step outside for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Xiao Fei, Su Nianying said slowly. Seeing this, Su Wu led Su Li out of the ward, leaving only Chu Fei and Su Nianying behind. You rascal, come here. Su Nianying called out sharply to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurried to his side, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Old man, stop pretending to be strong. You need to rest well. We can settle scores later when you're better. Su Nianying attempted to raise his hand to give him a playful poke, but his arm was immobilized, and he had to give up. I know my own injuries. I don't have long left. I've already told the highest authority that I am voting for you as the leader of the Dragon Group. However, whether the others will choose you, I cannot say. I do not wish for this position to fall into the hands of another. Even if you eventually return home, it should be passed on to someone you trust. Su Nianying's words were akin to a final testament. If the Dragon Group were to fall under the control of any one of the 4 families, its power would surpass that of the other 3, shifting the balance of power and leading to significant repercussions. The domestic situation would undoubtedly become precarious. And the highest authority would not want this outcome, but could not intervene directly. Those in the highest positions had known of this matter long before, but only stepped forward when Su Nianying was nearing death for this very reason. Chu Fei listened in silence. Noticing his lack of response, Su Nianying too remained quiet. After a lengthy pause, he broke the silence. By the way, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Do not treat her poorly, understand? Chu Fei understood the master's intentions all too well. Once he learned that the master was Su Li's grandfather, he suspected that the master intended to bring him and Su Li together. However, he had not anticipated that they had already formed a bond without the master's matchmaking. I swear, I will never let her down. Upon hearing this, Su Nianying was taken aback. This young man had not been so agreeable before. If he had known he was intentionally sent to protect a girl, he would have surely objected. Now, he seemed quite willing. You rascal. You haven't already won over my granddaughter, have you? Chu Fei felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It was purely accidental. Accidental. Su Nianying's eyes widened. But he quickly calmed down. That's fine. If you dare abandon my granddaughter, when I'm gone, I will haunt you. You rascal. Once this was spoken, both fell into silence. After several seconds, Chu Fei finally spoke. Don't worry. You will be fine. Su Nianying's expression suddenly turned somber. Before I die, I have one last wish unfulfilled. At this, Chu Fei looked up at him. What is it? I will make it happen. Su Nianying gazed at the ceiling. And it was not a grand wish. He simply wanted to hear Chu Fei call him grandfather. Chu Fei was taken aback, then looked utterly bewildered. No. Let us be reasonable, master. You and my father are brothers. My father calls you big brother, and I call you master. That is perfectly fine. But to call you grandfather would throw off the hierarchy. Who would have thought that Su Nianying shot him a glare? You know that. When you were courting my granddaughter, why didn't you say anything? By rights, you should be calling me uncle, right? Where is your dignity? Once these words were spoken, Chu Fei found himself speechless. It seemed he had a point. Go on. I'm listening. Su Nianying lay back on the bed, eyes closed, waiting for Chu Fei to call him grandfather. Chu Fei looked at Su Nianying lying there, and with great reluctance, he finally called out, grandfather. Would his father be furious if he found out he called his master grandfather? Su Nianying immediately opened his eyes, a broad smile on his face. Ah, good grandson-in-law. However, Chu Fei stepped closer and whispered something into Su Nianying's ear. The next moment, Su Nianying was so excited that he tried to spring up from the bed to give him a good beating, but his body would not allow it. His eyes fixed intently on Chu Fei. Good, good. You really are something. Huh. You quietly managed to give me a great-grandson. Chu Fei looked at Su Nianying's expression, wanting to laugh, but unable to muster it. All he could do was force a smile that looked more like a grimace. I just wanted to give you a surprise. After struggling for a moment, Su Nianying lay back down, his eyes calmly fixed on the pristine white ceiling. With this, my life feels complete. You rascal. I see my granddaughter-in-law waving at me. I want to apologize to her in person. As the medical equipment began to beep erratically, Chu Fei panicked. Doctor! Doctor! He yelled toward the outside. In just a few seconds, several doctors in white coats rushed into the ward. Prepare for surgery. Quickly. The doctors wheeled the already unconscious Su Nianying into the operating room. Meanwhile, Su Wu and Su Li stood at the doorway. Gazing in shock at Su Nianying being taken away, Chu Fei stared blankly at the retreating figures of the doctors, tears glistening in his eyes. Xiao Fei, my father. Chu Fei pressed his lips together, wanting to say something but feeling utterly powerless. The master had said he saw Su Li's grandmother waving at him. At this, both Su Wu and Su Li fell into silence. Upon entering the surgical room, none could ascertain whether Su Nianying would emerge alive. Chapter 64. The little wine god. Within a luxurious manner in the capital, a private jet gracefully descended onto the estate's helipad. A man donned in sunglasses and a black trench coat disembarked, accompanied by a woman in a cheapel who clung to his arm. The butler, having received word in advance, had been waiting for approximately half an hour. Upon their arrival, he promptly approached and bowed, addressing them as master and madam. Chu Tianquang slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a sharply defined face adorned with a hint of coldness. Have we ascertained the movements of the Long family? He inquired. The butler nodded slightly, replying, Yes, master. We have gathered the necessary intelligence. A glimmer of frigid, killing intent flickered in Chu Tianquang's eyes. Excellent. Await my command. After uttering this, he led the woman inside the villa. How exhausting. It's been years since I returned, and I never anticipated such a transformation, Chu Tianquang mused. Recalling the time of his departure when this area was devoid of such opulent estates. At that time, it was merely an undeveloped region. Upon learning of the luxurious villas constructed here, he had arranged for the purchase of a top-tier manor for his eventual retirement, as this land had nurtured him. Although he had departed for safety, the threats against him in the Great Xia had nearly dissipated. Indeed, when we left, Chu Fei was merely 6 months old. Now, he is already 23, remarked Yunyu, the woman beside him, who happened to be Chu Fei's mother. Her figure and beauty belied her age, making it difficult to believe she was over 40. 23? I thought he was still 22. Chu Tianquang exclaimed, gazing at his wife in surprise. She playfully tugged at his ear, chiding him for his poor memory. How can I rely on you if you cannot even remember how old our son is? The butler, observing the exchange, suppressed a smile. There are others present. Please allow me some dignity, Chu Tianquang said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he removed his wife's hand from his ear. He then addressed the butler. You may leave now. Inform everyone that tonight I intend for the Long family to suffer at least a 50% loss among their high-ranking members. The butler shuddered slightly at his words. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, Yunyu maintained her composure, as if accustomed to such declarations. Having been with Chu Tianquang for many years, she was well aware of many matters. Initially, he had not planned for her to accompany him, but she had come not for this purpose, but rather to meet her future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing from Chu Tianquang that Chu Fei was hastening towards fatherhood, she was filled with joy and insisted on joining him. By the way, about Su Deji's situation, are you truly going to annihilate the Long family? Won't you face opposition from the higher-ups? Yunyu's brow furrowed at the thought of Sun Yenying. The Long family held considerable influence in the Great Xia and controlled many commercial lifelines. Their downfall could disrupt numerous enterprises and adversely affect the economy. Opposition? I would relish seeing who dares to impede me. If it weren't for the sake of their faces, I would have bombed the Long family to oblivion long ago. Chu Tianquang's face was filled with fury. He shared a deep bond with Sun Yenying, who had once saved his life. Now, due to a mere family, Su Deji was on the brink of death. Had it not been for Chu Fei informing him, he would have been oblivious. Chu Tianquang had previously assured Sun Yenying that if she ever required his assistance, he would respond without hesitation. However, he was acutely aware of her reluctance to trouble others. Yet, this time, he needed to exact a price from those who believed they could provoke him without consequence. Must you always be so stubborn? Yunyu inquired, her brow slightly knitted. My dear wife, aren't you supposed to be heading to Jiangnan tomorrow? Take the butler with you to meet our future daughter-in-law. Thus, you should rest early. Tonight, I want the Long family to witness the disappearance of their subordinates. One by one, Yunyu shot him a glance, acknowledging his words before turning to ascend the stairs. As she departed, a wave of murderous intent surged in Chu Tianquang's eyes. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Inform everyone. At 8 o'clock tonight, we strike without mercy. Not a single one shall escape. In Jiangnan, Chu Fei remained unaware that his parents had arrived in the Great Xia. At that moment, he was back at the villa with Su Li and others. Their master had evaded mortal danger but required a tranquil recovery. To avoid disturbing him, they had returned home. The doctor had mentioned that due to the master's years of training, his injuries were healing gradually. However, when he would regain full mobility depended solely on his physical condition. From the current circumstances, it would take at least a year. Hearing this, Chu Fei and the others exhaled in relief. A year is neither long nor short, but at least their master was alive. After dinner, Su Li and Chu Fei ventured out for a stroll. Thief, when do you think we should inform my parents? Su Li inquired, glancing down at her slightly rounded abdomen. It had been nearly a month, and though it was still subtle, it would soon be impossible to conceal. Well, Chu Fei hesitated. He understood that this matter could not be postponed, not only for Su Li's reputation, but also for the dignity of the Su family. Let us choose a good day this month. I will approach your parents as your boyfriend and discuss this matter. Su Li beamed at him, delighted by his affirmation. By the way, shall we indulge in some barbecued delicacies? For some reason, I have been craving spicy food lately. Spicy? Chu Fei remarked with surprise. They say sour sons and spicy daughters. This must surely be a little princess. Men often favor daughters, those tender little comforters, and Chu Fei was no exception. Who knows? What if it's a rascal like you? Standing tall, Chu Fei declared, if it's a boy, I will ensure he knows his place. He won't even be worthy to challenge me. Let us go eat barbecue. They promptly headed towards a nearby barbecue stall. Soon, they arrived at the bustling barbecue stand, where patrons were enjoying drinks and engaging in lively banter. Su Li ordered a small grilled fish, some beef skewers, and chicken skewers, specifically requesting extra chili from the vendor. Just this once. I warn you, consuming too much of this is not good for the baby, she teased, sticking her tongue out. I want to eat, she insisted. In truth, she had enjoyed barbecued food frequently with Fong Qing in the past. However, after starting work, their busy schedules had left little time for such indulgences. Recalling this, Su Li took out her phone and dialed Fong Qing. Xiao Qing, we're at the barbecue street. Come join us. It's been ages since we enjoyed barbecue together. And it's my treat. Hurry over. Fong Qing, naturally, could not refuse such an invitation. It was an excellent opportunity for them to catch up. A little over 10 minutes later, Fong Qing arrived, clad in short denim shorts and a simple black t-shirt, her long, fair legs on full display. Instantly, many male eyes were drawn to her. Fong Qing was indeed beautiful, possessing both a commendable figure and striking features. Are you not afraid of being targeted by perverts with that outfit? Su Li jested lightly, while Fong Qing boldly settled beside her, casting her gaze upon Chu Fei. Isn't there a handsome guy protecting us? Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. With that, she signaled the boss for drinks. However, Chu Fei interjected calmly, stating, she cannot drink. Just as Fong Qing was about to question the reason, she recalled what Su Li had mentioned earlier. Indeed, Su Li was not alone now. She was with child. All right, if Shally won't drink, then you shall, Fong Qing declared. I haven't had a drink with you yet. I am known as the little wine deity. Can you keep up with me? She flashed a mischievous smile at Chu Fei. You, little wine deity? The last time I saw you at the bar, you were utterly drunk. A faint blush crept onto Fong Qing's face as she remembered. That was due to my bad mood. I'm in good spirits today. Just watch me drink. Once the drinks arrived, the two commenced their revelry, with Su Li merely watching, unable to partake. As the barbecue and grilled fish were served, their drinking intensified. After several rounds, Chu Fei showed no signs of inebriation, while Fong Qing's eyes began to wander. Come on, let's keep going. I refuse to believe this. Fong Qing persisted, doubting Chu Fei's drinking capacity. To her astonishment, they consumed 7 or 8 bottles, yet he remained steadfastly sober. Suddenly, a bald man with tattoos approached, clutching a bottle of liquor. Hey, beautiful. Come, drink with me. If we get drunk, I'll take you for a ride. His unsteady demeanor indicated he was already quite intoxicated. Nearby, a group of burly men observed in silence. Fong Qing, slightly swaying, retorted, excuse me, who do you think you were to drink with me? At that moment, Chu Fei sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, the bald man's expression darkened. What? You look down on me? Today, I'll show you who I am. As he reached for Fong Qing, intending to pull her close, Chu Fei swiftly stood and grasped the man's wrist. You're drunk. There's a hotel over there. Go rest. His cold voice only enraged the bald man further. Kid, who do you think you are? Get lost. He attempted to shove Chu Fei aside, as the men at the other table stood up. Ordinary individuals might have chosen to retreat or call for help, but Chu Fei's expression hardened as he tightened his grip. The man gasped in pain. Let go of me. The other hand swung a bottle at Chu Fei's head, but he retaliated with a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 meters away, crashing to the ground. The burly men at the other table immediately charged at Chu Fei, while onlookers scrambled to the sides, some secretly recording the scene on their phones. Chapter 65. Revenge against the Long family. Several burly men helped the fallen man to his feet, glaring at Chu Fei. Kid, was that a bit too harsh? A particularly muscular man stepped forward, holding a bottle. It was evident that if dialogue failed, a brawl would ensue. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Li and Fong Qing remained unfazed, enjoying their barbecue. Fong Qing turned to Chu Fei. Hurry up. We haven't determined a winner yet. This incited anger among the opposing group. Did this girl really think they couldn't handle this kid? If you're drunk, find a place to sleep it off. Chu Fei's tone was nonchalant, but to them, it sounded contemptuous. All right, kid, let's see whether your head is harder than my bottle. The muscular man charged at Chu Fei, aiming to smash the bottle over his head. Chu Fei merely stepped back and kicked the bottle from the man's hand, shattering it against a nearby streetlight. The others rushed forward to attack Chu Fei, but he calmly picked up a beer bottle from the table. Feel free to try. Let us see if your bones are tougher than this bottle. With that, he squeezed the bottle, which exploded in his grip. The crowd gasped, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Was it possible to crush a bottle with a single hand? What kind of strength was that? The burly men, who had intended to advance, hesitated, realizing the youth before them was no ordinary person. Scram! Before I lose my temper. Chu Fei's icy voice echoed in their ears. The men exchanged glances, then silently helped their fallen comrade away from the barbecue stall. Thought you would have a grand fight. Come, let's drink. Fong Qing smiled and handed a bottle to Chu Fei, who looked at her helplessly. Enough already. If you drink any more, no one will take you home. Su Li chimed in. Xiao Qing, that's enough. You'll have a headache if you get drunk. Although Fong Qing aimed to get intoxicated, she recognized her current state was already a bit tipsy. All right. Initially, she had planned to return alone, but for safety's sake, she allowed Chu Fei to escort her back to her residence. Afterward, Chu Fei and Su Li returned to her villa instead of the Su family mansion. The coolness of the late autumn night enveloped them. In the room, Su Li leaned against Chu Fei's chest. "Bandit, what do you think our child should be named?" Chu Fei remained silent, gazing intently at Su Li. She sensed his unusual stare and instinctively covered her chest, though her small hands could hardly conceal anything. Her face flushed crimson. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen it before?" Chu Fei chuckled. "Oh, I've seen it, but I still find it quite captivating." Su Li quickly escaped his embrace, sitting at the edge of the bed, feigning anger. "Get out. I want to sleep." Chu Fei showed no intention of leaving. "I remember someone once said I was quite ordinary. I merely wish to demonstrate with actions whether I am truly ordinary." Meanwhile, within the Long family mansion, Long Quang sat brooding on the sofa, flanked by his eldest son Long Jun and third son Long Xiao. Can someone explain what is happening? Both Long Jun and Long Xiao remained silent. Moments ago, they had received alarming news. A management member of their family had been eliminated. The assailants had displayed terrifying efficiency, leaving no time for a response. By the time they realized what was happening, the attackers had vanished. It was not just one executive. Within a single hour, at least 4 had been taken down. Damn it, who could possibly be behind this? Long Quang slammed his palm onto the armrest of the mahogany sofa, cracking it instantly. A testament to the force of his strike. "Dad, do you think it could be the military?" Long Xiao voiced his suspicion. They had recently dealt a severe blow to Su Nianying, the leader of the dragon group. Had it not been for the highest authority intervening, they might have even killed her. Yet, despite this, they still allowed Su Nianying to kill her second son. A man like Long Quang, having lost a son, would be indifferent, especially considering he has more than one wife. Impossible. If they were to act, there would be no way it could go unnoticed. Moreover, that brat Yao is keeping an eye on the military. If they were involved, he would surely know. Long Quang shook his head, convinced that the military would not strike at this time, as it would serve no benefit to them, and would instead create a significant backlash. Even if the highest authority felt discontent, such an action would not be taken. Could it be the other 3 prominent families? Long Jun furrowed his brow. The Feng and Han families had decent relations with them, while the Yun family was merely average. However, the Yun family had always been low-key and never instigated trouble. It couldn't possibly be them. The 4 great families of the Great Xia, aside from the Long family, included the Feng, Yun, and Han families. These families were mutually restraining. It was inconceivable that they would unite against a single family or engage in an all-out conflict. Such a thing would never be permitted by the highest authority. It likely wasn't them. Long Quang's brow remained furrowed. Something felt amiss. The other 3 families, as long as they weren't foolish, would never confront the Long family at this juncture. Once the Long family took the position of the Dragon Group leader, life would become difficult for the other 3 families. Moreover, they perceived that the position of the Dragon Group leader was virtually destined for the Long family. It was even more unlikely that they would directly eliminate the management personnel of the Long family. Just as the 3 were deep in thought, Long Jun's phone rang. "Hello?" A trembling voice came through the line. "Master, the young master, and the second young master have been killed. The eldest master is rushing back to the family." Upon hearing this, Long Jun shot up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot and a terrifying murderous intent radiating from him. "What? Who did this? Find out. If you can't, I'll take your heads as offerings." With that, Long Jun smashed his phone onto the ground. Long Quang looked at him with a furrowed brow. "What has happened? Dad, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ao, they're gone. They've been killed." Long Zhao's pupils dilated, shock overwhelming him. Long Quang slammed his palm onto the armrest again. This time, the armrest could no longer withstand the terrifying force and broke. Long Yu and Long Ao were the 2 grandsons he valued most. One was a natural business prodigy, managing a public company alone at just 18. And the other was a born leader. Long Quang had even contemplated passing the family leadership to Long Ao when he was no longer around. Yet, he never imagined that these 2 grandsons would be lost before him. Who on earth did this? Find out. Mobilize all forces. I want answers. I will have their heads. Long Quang's fury was palpable. Meanwhile, just a few kilometers away from the Long family villa, a luxury business car, worth millions, carried Long Jun's eldest son, Long Shi, drenched in cold sweat. He had received a call from the head steward, informing him that the 3rd and 2nd young masters had been eliminated. He immediately ordered his driver to return to the family estate. As they neared home, his anxious heart began to settle. He too wondered who would dare target his family. Did they not fear retaliation from the Long family? Once provoked, the other 3 prominent families would also suffer the consequences. He couldn't fathom who would have the audacity to openly confront the Long family. However, while Long Shi pondered these thoughts, a license plateless Jeep began to tail him closely. A figure slowly stood from within the vehicle, and upon closer inspection, One could see he was shouldering something resembling a cannon. The driver, noticing the pursuing jeep, initially thought it was just passing by, but upon a second look, his expression changed dramatically. RPG. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire armored vehicle erupted into flames. Chapter 66. I don't mind adding fuel to the fire at this moment. Within the Long family estate, the head steward rushed into the hall, panic etched across his face. He had just received word from his subordinates. The eldest master, along with his vehicle, had been obliterated, leaving nearly no remains behind. Only a few fragments of what once was. The family member responsible for driving had similarly met a grim fate. Master, this is dire news. Young Master Long Shi was attacked on his way back. Both him and his vehicle have been destroyed. The moment the words reached Long Quang and the others, they sprang to their feet. Long Zhun stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that all three of his sons had been eliminated overnight. And so close to home. What? Who are these people? How dare they? Long Quang's face blazed with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In just 2 hours, nearly half of the family's direct members had been lost, many of whom were high-ranking officials within the family business. Their deaths would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage on the family's enterprises in the short term. The attackers of young Master Long Shi are currently being tracked. We have them in our sights. Upon hearing this, Long Quang's expression softened slightly. Capture them alive. I want to interrogate them personally, he commanded coldly to the head steward. This time, he was genuinely enraged. He was willing to exhaust all the family's resources to uncover the masterminds behind this attack. He was eager to discover who had the audacity to strike at his family. Moreover, in a mere 2 hours, such a large-scale assault had been executed. Did they not fear being targeted by the military? It was known that the attackers had used heavy weaponry. If discovered by military personnel, they would undoubtedly be scrutinized. In the capital, those who dared to employ such arms either possessed a terrifying background or had very close ties with the military. However, aside from the 4 prominent families, no one else possessed the privilege to wield such weaponry. Even within the 4 families, they would hesitate to use heavy arms unless absolutely necessary. Yes. The head steward hurriedly exited the hall. Long Shao felt a sense of unease creeping in. His brother's 3 sons had perished, though he only had 1 daughter. She was also a senior member of the family business. He quickly retrieved his phone, intending to call his daughter. However, before he could dial, his phone rang first. Dad, help me. His daughter's voice, filled with desperation, echoed through the line. Long Zhao's face paled instantly. Where are you? I'll send someone to get you right away. Without a doubt, his daughter was also in peril. I'm at the Shitian Hotel. Hurry. The call abruptly ended. Long Shao turned to his father. Dad, Xiao Yun is in danger. I want the family's dragon guards to rescue her. The dragon family's elite guards are indeed the CR de la CR, rivaling even the average members of the dragon group. Each individual has been meticulously selected, possessing the prowess to single-handedly confront 40 ordinary adversaries without breaking a sweat. Go. Remember. If possible, try to capture some alive. Long Quan's expression remained chillingly cold, his gaze fixated on Long Zhen nearby. Go. Call Yao. By dawn tomorrow. I want to know the identities of those orchestrating this operation. Long Zhen, lost in thought, finally stood up, dazed. The deaths of his 3 sons have dealt him an immense blow. He had once thought that ascending to the position of the dragon family's head would be effortless. Yet now, everything feels like a shattered illusion. I understand. In an instant, the atmosphere in the capital became one of palpable fear. The other 3 prominent families had also received this alarming news. To them, it appeared as a terrifying assault targeting the dragon family. In a single night, the dragon family was likely to suffer severe repercussions. At that point, they would have ample opportunity to seize control of the dragon family's assets. Meanwhile, in an office within the military, Yao received a call from Long Zhen. Upon hearing of such a significant upheaval in the capital, he was momentarily stunned. In his view, only the other 3 prominent families would dare to strike against the dragon family. However, from Long Zhen's words, it became clear that this assault was orchestrated by someone else entirely. Remember, my father has made it clear. If there is no news by dawn tomorrow, you may return to the family. As the call ended, Yao's face turned icy. He took out his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyu, the captain of the intelligence team. Hello? Captain Su, is that you? I need you to mobilize everyone in the intelligence team. I want all leads on the assailants involved in the terror attack tonight within an hour. Su Xiaoyu, who was resting, smirked at Yao's commanding tone. Captain Yi, it seems you've made a mistake. I am not your direct subordinate, and you have no authority to speak to me in such a manner. Furthermore, we in the intelligence team cannot assist you. We have not received any orders from the clan leader, thus our team cannot serve you. Hearing this, Yao's expression darkened considerably. Su Nianying was on the brink of death, and these people remained obstinate. Captain Su, I hope you understand that I am currently the acting leader of the Dragon Group, and my orders carry the weight of the leader's commands. If you refuse this command, I will consider removing you from your position as captain of the intelligence team. Yi Ao believed he had made himself clear, yet Su Xiaoyu was unimpressed. Captain Yi, I wonder when you became the acting leader of our Dragon Group. Why have I not received any notification? Or do you think you are the acting leader? Yi Ao's face grew grimly pale, with only Su Xiaoyu's team unwilling to submit to him. It is known that the true strength of the Dragon Group lies not in its members, but in its intelligence network. There is virtually no information they cannot uncover if they set their minds to it. Even now, as he has become the captain of the second squad, he remains utterly oblivious to the distribution of the intelligence team members and the information they control. Very well. Captain Su, I hope you one T come to regret this. Yi Ao coldly retorted into the phone. If Captain Yu has no further matters, I shall hang up, as I am quite tired. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Yi Ao could only place the phone on the table with a frigid expression. If the intelligence team refuses to heed his orders, gathering information on the individuals targeting the Dragon family tonight with his meager organization would be nearly impossible. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the wall, contemplating how to address the upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had already risen from her bed and picked up her phone to call Chu Fei. At that moment, far away in Jiangnan, Chu Fei had just emerged from the bathroom. Su Li was already asleep, and he planned to dry his hair before resting. Just then, the phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Xiaoyu. What is up, Xiaoyu? He found it curious that she was calling him so late. Fei Gu, something major has happened in the capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei halted his actions, removing the towel from his head. What is going on? From the intelligence I've gathered, it seems the Dragon family is being targeted by a mysterious, powerful family. A premeditated assassination operation commenced around 8 o'clock last night. In just over 2 hours, nearly half of the Dragon family's senior officials have been eliminated, including several of Long Quang's grandchildren. Moreover, the assailants employed significant heavy weaponry, and the military is currently investigating, causing quite a stir. Fei Gu, who would dare to target the Dragon family? Xiaoyu's words jolted Chu Fei's heart. So soon? His father's speed was beyond his expectations. He had no doubt that tonight's assassination was orchestrated by his father. However, he had assumed it would take a couple of days for his father to act, never anticipating that he would strike within just a day, eliminating nearly half of the Dragon family's senior officials. Such tactics are unparalleled in the entire realm of the Great Xia. I'm not sure. However, I am quite grateful to them for avenging the leader. Chu Fei secretly chuckled, knowing this was merely the beginning. The true nightmare for the Dragon family was yet to come. Indeed, the leader had been so mistreated by those from the Dragon family, it was utterly detestable. By the way, Fei Gu, is the leader all right? Xiaoyu's tone held a hint of concern. For now, he is stable, but he needs time to recover. By the way, has the Dragon family made any moves? If they do, it would be wise to inform my father, so he can prepare accordingly to avoid any unexpected occurrences. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu continued, the Dragon family hasn't noticed anything yet. However, Yi Ao just called me, requesting that I deploy the intelligence team to help him locate those responsible for tonight's attack. I outright refused. I can only imagine him fuming in his office right now. At this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. Since he wishes to be the Dragon family's lapdog, we shall not grant him his desires. Chu Fei sneered. Yi Ao, being a mere pawn of the Dragon family within the military, was undoubtedly coveting the intelligence organization's resources. Xiaoyu and he shared a bond of life and death, and there was no way Yi Ao could command her. By the way, Xiaoyu, if the Dragon family makes any movements during this time, do let me know. I wouldn't mind adding a bit of fuel to the fire. Chapter 67. What if I don't drink? The next day, Chu Fei and Su Li were having lunch. Su Li was scrolling through the news on her phone when she suddenly exclaimed upon seeing a headline from the capital. Bandits. Have you seen the news? There was a terror attack in the capital. My goodness. Our country is renowned as one of the safest in the world. I can hardly believe such an event could occur. Upon hearing her, Chu Fei feigned surprise. Really? Let me see. He took the phone from Su Li. And the news cover displayed a blurred image, yet the bloodstains were vividly apparent, illustrating the horror of the previous night's events. Yet, within Chu Fei's heart, a cold chuckle echoed. The Long family was merely courting their own demise. They would never fathom the terror that accompanied his father's wrath. Perhaps it stemmed from some personal grievances. During my tenure in the military, I was aware that many families within our nation possessed firearms, albeit tacitly approved by the higher-ups. Generally, such weapons would not be employed lightly unless under extraordinary circumstances. Chu Fei offered a brief commentary. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Li appeared somewhat astonished, yet said nothing further. After all, in Jiangnan City, it was true that certain individuals were indeed armed, though few dared to display such openly. After their lunch, the pair chose not to linger at home. The weather was delightful, making it a perfect opportunity for a stroll, which would benefit not only Su Li's health but also her unborn child. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that they returned to the villa. They changed into formal attire and drove to the venue of the banquet, Tianhao Hotel, one of the few 5-star establishments in Jiangnan. For this commercial gathering, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had even reserved the entire hotel. Upon parking, they approached the hotel entrance, where 2 attendants stood ready to receive guests. "Good day. May I ask if you have an invitation?" "An invitation?" Both Su Li and Chu Fei were momentarily taken aback. They had not received any such invitation for this banquet. Isn't this the banquet of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Is an invitation truly necessary? Su Li inquired with a hint of confusion directed at the attendants. Indeed, to prevent certain lesser companies from mingling in, the president has specifically issued invitations to the companies that were invited. Without an invitation, entry is not permitted. The attendant's words caused Su Li to furrow her brow slightly. When the president had called her earlier, he had not mentioned anything about an invitation. Just as she was about to call the president to inquire, a man appeared, accompanied by a woman, behind them. Upon recognizing Chu Fei and Su Li, he could not help but exclaim, "Well, if it isn't President Su. What is this? No invitation?" Chu Fei and Su Li turned to see Lin Shui, standing alongside a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. Most notably, the woman's figure could only be described as unfortunate, standing at around 160 centimeters. She resembled a large balloon from afar. As she walked, the excess flesh quivered unsettlingly. "Darling, do you know them?" The woman's voice, akin to a duck's quack, sent shivers down Chu Fei and Su Li's spines. Lin Shui glared enviously at Chu Fei and Su Li, gritting his teeth in anger as he retorted, "Know them? That's an understatement. I've sacrificed everything for advancement." The woman beside him, now his new girlfriend, belonged to a well-known company in Jiangnan. To win her favor, Lin Shui had invested considerable effort. Each night, he endured the discomfort of being smothered by her ample figure, a greasy sensation that could make one lose their previous meal. Yet, for the sake of his company and future, he bore the torment, placing the blame squarely on Chu Fei and Su Li. "Lin, you seem to be doing well. Have you changed partners again since I last saw you? Perhaps I should recommend some excellent supplements to keep you lively." Chu Fei struggled to suppress his amusement. He had not anticipated encountering Lin Shui, this unfortunate soul, again. After their last encounter, he had assumed Lin would have learned his lesson. However, to his surprise, Lin had simply switched to a new girlfriend, who, frankly, was less appealing than the last. At least the previous one was somewhat normal. Whereas this new companion was a challenge to comprehend in terms of how Lin could endure her presence without fear of being crushed. Lin Shui was furious, yet too intimidated to act. The memory of their last encounter remained fresh in his mind. "Darling, don't be upset. There's no need to lower yourself to spar with such insignificant figures. You know your current status, right?" The woman consoled Lin Shui, clearly displaying her affection for him. "Indeed, darling, you are right. We are above such trivial matters." Lin Shui suppressed his rage and turned to Chu Fei, saying, "Could you please step aside? It would be appreciated if those without invitations did not block the entrance." Su Li then realized the situation, her brow slightly furrowed as she pulled Chu Fei aside. "It's all right. I'll call the president and ask," she said, retrieving her phone to dial President Yu Ning of the chamber. "Hello, President Yu? This is Su Li, the president of Kiao Company. May I inquire if an invitation is required for entry?" Yu Ning, busy in the hall, furrowed his brow upon receiving the call. Su Li was one of the executives from the prominent companies that had requested to meet him, and he could not afford to be negligent. "Yes, President Su. I distinctly recall sending an invitation to your company. Did you not receive it?" Hearing this, Su Li's expression turned puzzled. Had the invitation truly been sent? Why had she not received it? "President Yu, I genuinely did not receive it. I wonder if there was some mishap?" "Impossible. President Su, where are you now? Should I come to escort you in?" Su Li replied that they were at the entrance. Yu Ning set down the phone and instructed those around him, "Please continue. I need to attend to someone." He then hurried towards the entrance. Upon seeing Su Li and a man being blocked outside, he quickly apologized. "President Su, I sincerely apologize. It appears my staff overlooked your invitation." Su Li returned the courtesy with a smile. "No need for such formality, President Yu. It is indeed an honor to attend this banquet." At this moment, Yu Ning's gaze fell upon Chu Fei. "And this gentleman is my bodyguard," Su Li replied. With that, Yu Ning invited them both inside. The hall was already populated with numerous guests, though they were primarily representatives from smaller companies. The prominent firms, such as Chu Min and Juanhao Group, had yet to arrive. Lin Shui, meanwhile, kept his eyes on the entrance. His expression sour upon seeing Su Li and Chu Fei being admitted. He had not anticipated they would have connections to gain entry. With a quick thought, he leaned in to whisper to his girlfriend, Lu Ting. Upon hearing, a flicker of anger crossed her round face. Does he think he can play such games? Assuming my man is unloved? Darling, don't worry, I'll take care of this. She then picked up a glass of red wine from a nearby table and strode confidently towards Chu Fei and Su Li. As she approached, she paused just a few steps away. So, you are the president of Kiao Company. It's truly a pleasure to finally meet you. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink? She asked, raising her glass. Su Li's brow furrowed slightly as she regarded the woman alongside Lin Shui. I'm afraid I'm not feeling well and cannot partake in any alcohol. However, Lu Ting pressed on. Oh, is President Su putting on airs? I've heard that many companies are seeking investment from Kiao lately. Has President Su's worth risen to the point of looking down on us smaller firms? Her sharp words caused Su Li's expression to darken, drawing the attention of several onlookers, including those eager to collaborate with Kiao. However, none had yet had the opportunity to meet Su Li, and all their requests for partnership had been uniformly rejected. At this moment, there were individuals targeting the Kiao Company, and they seemed quite pleased about it. However, that was not the case. I was merely feeling unwell, and I hoped the owner could be understanding. It was not that Su Li was unwilling to drink. Rather, she currently had a little one in her belly, making it impossible for her to consume alcohol. I observed that General Manager Su looked down upon us small companies. Lu Ting's voice was not loud, yet many present heard her. In an instant, the wind seemed to sway towards Lu Ting's side. Simultaneously, a man stepped forward. General Manager Su, this gentleman is the chairman of the Yao's group. A glass of red wine won't intoxicate him, will it? The speaker was the owner of a real estate company that Su Li had previously declined to collaborate with. His worth was in the hundreds of millions, and his company was substantial. Other voices chimed in, urging General Manager Su, having just one drink won't cause any harm. As the crowd spoke up, Su Li's expression darkened further. However, Chu Fei interjected, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, and calmly stated, what if she doesn't drink? His cold voice echoed in the ears of those present. Yet, upon his utterance, he was met with Lin Shui's scorn. You're merely a lowly bodyguard. You have no right to speak here. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Initially, they had assumed he was either General Manager Su's partner or husband, and thus his words were somewhat understandable. After all, it was reasonable for a man to be concerned for his ailing partner. However, this fellow was just a mere bodyguard. What right did he have to speak on behalf of the boss? Su Li, not wishing to offend these business owners, signaled for Chu Fei to step back. She then picked up the red wine on the table, stating, Gentlemen, I apologize for my bodyguard's lack of decorum. This glass, Before she could finish, Chu Fei snatched the wine from her hand and, in front of everyone, casually tossed it aside. Crash! The goblet shattered, and wine splattered everywhere. I said you are not allowed to drink. Do you understand? Chu Fei's expression remained calm as he gazed at Su Li. The latter stared at Chu Fei's face, a flicker of gratitude crossing her eyes. All right. Nevertheless, Chu Fei's actions provoked considerable discontent among the onlookers. I say, General Manager Su, is it permissible for your bodyguard to dictate your actions? One voiced suspicion, could it be that you have some sort of relationship with this bodyguard? Or perhaps he is your kept man? Laughter erupted among the crowd. However, 3 individuals remained unamused. Lin Shui, for he himself was a kept man, and the other 2 were Chu Fei and Su Li. Chu Fei slowly raised his head and approached the man who had spoken. He looked intently at him. I'll give you a chance to apologize. The man clearly did not expect Chu Fei to act so boldly. He scoffed, Kid, do you know who I am? Do you think you have the right to demand an apology from me? The onlookers were eager for entertainment, standing by with mocking smiles. Su Li, witnessing Chu Fei's demeanor, realized she could not intervene, so she merely stood by. Whether I have the right or not, I cannot say. However, I do know that you will certainly be hit. A faint smile curved on Chu Fei's lips. Before the man could react, Chu Fei's fist connected with his face. Bang! The man was sent sprawling to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, revealing the force behind Chu Fei's blow. The surrounding spectators were taken aback, never having anticipated that this fellow would dare to strike. At that moment, Yuning also noticed the commotion and furrowed his brows. A bodyguard dares to strike the boss? Security! Security! The assaulted man, clearly unwilling to engage with Chu Fei, called out for security. Immediately, 2 men in security uniforms approached. Sir, please leave. Yuning stepped forward as well. Sir, please exit. We do not welcome uncouth individuals here. Su Li, seeing the president intervening, rushed forward to explain. President? This is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. She assumed Yu Ning would hear her out, but Chu Fei spoke up instead, offering Su Li a gentle smile. It's all right. I will come back in a moment. The beaten man scoffed, wiping the blood from his mouth. Kid, if you can come back in, I'll bow down and admit my mistake. President Yu, surely this sort of person cannot be allowed to enter? Yu Ning's brows slightly knitted, unsure how to respond. Just then, Chu Fei spoke again. You are President Yu, correct? If I have an invitation, can I still enter? The crowd was taken aback by his words. An invitation? A bodyguard? Haha, this person must be insane. A mere bodyguard thinks he can obtain an invitation? Yu Ning looked at Chu Fei in astonishment. It is possible, but... Before he could finish, Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively. Then it settled. He then softly addressed Su Li. I will come back shortly. With that, he strode towards the exit. Su Li watched Chu Fei's departing figure, curiosity blossoming in her heart. An invitation? Did Chu Fei truly possess one? Yu Ning was also stunned, realizing he had not given this bodyguard an invitation. How could he possibly have one? It seemed impossible. Upon leaving the banquet hall, Chu Fei stepped outside the hotel and dialed a number on his phone. Young master, a respectful voice answered from the other end. Yes. Prepare to come directly to the banquet. I will be waiting for you here. Chu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I'm on my way. After ending the call, he lit a cigarette at the entrance. After a little over 10 minutes, a luxury car worth millions pulled up at the hotel entrance. A man dressed in an expensive suit exited the vehicle and, upon seeing Chu Fei smoking by the roadside, hurried over. Young master. Chu Fei glanced at the approaching Chu Yu. Where's the invitation? Chu Yu promptly retrieved the invitation from his pocket. Let us go, he said, ready to take the invitation back into the venue. However, Chu Yu added, young master, considering we are a top-tier group, are you really going to enter dressed like that? I have prepared a suit for you. Why not change in the car? Initially, Chu Fei was disinclined to change, but after a moment's thought, he entered the vehicle and donned a brand new suit. This suit was worth tens of thousands. When he emerged from the car, he appeared transformed. With the addition of black sunglasses, he looked like a completely different person compared to when he wore the bodyguard uniform. Let us go? Chu Fei lightly adjusted his collar and, accompanied by Chu Yu, made his way towards the venue. The waitstaff at the entrance observed everything with wide eyes, nearly in disbelief. The man who had just been expelled possessed a luxury car worth millions? As Chu Fei approached the two waitstaff, they dared not intervene, not even to check the invitation. Such a person was beyond their authority to stop. Upon entering the venue, many gazes turned towards him. However, his sunglasses rendered him somewhat unrecognizable. Yet, seated among the guests, Su Li immediately recognized him. Her eyes widened with surprise and delight. This fellow, after changing clothes, seemed like a different person altogether. His aura was akin to that of a young master from a prestigious family. Who is that? Such a strong presence. I don't know. Perhaps he is the owner of some large company. He looks so young. To achieve this at such a young age is simply genius. Meanwhile, Lin Shui also noticed the newly arrived Chu Fei, initially failing to recognize him. However, upon taking a serious glance, he was momentarily taken aback. With a scoff, he remarked, "Oh, isn't this the bouncer who was just expelled? How did he sneak back in? Where are the security guards? Get this person out." Chapter 69. The severance fee of several billion. At this moment, all eyes once again converged upon Chu Fei. He, however, displayed no surprise, slowly removing his sunglasses in front of everyone. Once the crowd discerned his appearance, they were momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the person who had just been thrown out? How had he managed to sneak back in? The individual who had previously asserted that Chu Fei would be unable to enter now wore a face of utter dismay. Security. Where are the security guards? This person has already been expelled. How did you let him back in? What are you all doing? As the man's voice echoed, several security personnel appeared on the scene, slowly advancing towards Chu Fei, seemingly intent on expelling him once more. However, before Chu Fei could utter a word, Chu Yu stepped forward, positioning herself before the security guards, and gradually produced an invitation. Have your eyes gone blind? You dare to expel the chairman of our group? President Yu, is this the place you were looking for? Yu Ning, still in shock, was startled when he heard Chu Yu's voice. Chairman? He was no stranger to Chu Yu, who, as the president of the Chu Men Group, had personally delivered the invitation to show respect. Yet, the chairman of the Chu Men Group was none other than the recently expelled Chu Fei. Moreover, this chairman was also Su Li's bodyguard. He could not fathom this connection. Although he was aware of the collaborative relationship between Chu Men and Ku Yao, and that Chu Men had invested significantly in Ku Yao, he could not comprehend why the chairman of Chu Men would choose to be a bodyguard for a small company. The others present were equally astounded. The chairman of the Chu Men Group? Ever since the Zhao Group's disappearance, the Chu Men Group had taken over, and many companies present had dealings with Chu Men. having collaborated in a mutually beneficial manner. This had fostered a sense of goodwill towards Chu Men. Yet now, they learned that the chairman was, in fact, a bodyguard. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Yu Ning quickly approached and waved his hand at the security guards, who then retreated. With an awkward smile, he turned to Chu Yu. President Chu, is this gentleman truly your group's chairman? Upon finishing, his gaze fell upon Chu Fei. Chu Yu calmly responded, President Yu, allow me to introduce. This is indeed our Chu Men group's chairman, Chu Fei. Far off, Su Li's expression soured. She had previously naively believed that Chu Men was a company owned by a friend of Chu Fei, but now, it appeared that Chu Men was his. After all, he had previously claimed to be a top-tier rich second generation, acquainted with numerous friends. It turned out he was Chairman Chu. What a misunderstanding. Yu Ning, with an awkward smile, stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Chu Fei's. However, Chu Fei completely ignored him, his gaze fixed coldly upon the man who had spoken earlier. I recall someone stating that if I could enter, he would kneel and admit his mistake. I wonder if anyone remembers that statement? Upon these words, many faces in the crowd turned pale, and the individual who had spoken earlier went ashen. How could he have known that Chu Fei was the chairman of the Chu Men Group? Moreover, who would have thought that a chairman would serve as a bodyguard to a small company's boss? Yu Ning understood that Chu Fei intended to seek retribution. He hurriedly turned to the man who had spoken, Boss Wu, hurry and apologize to Chairman Chu. Let this matter conclude here. We are all businesses from Jiangnan, and we see each other often. A simple apology will suffice. Yu Ning's words were also a subtle reminder to Chu Fei that everyone present was a respectable business from Jiangnan, hoping he would show leniency, especially since he was the initiator of this commercial banquet and the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, deserving of respect from all present. Hearing this, Boss Wu reluctantly stepped forward and bowed to Chu Fei. My apologies, Chairman Chu. Please forgive my indiscretion. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. What do you think? Chu Fei regarded the apologetic man with a calm expression. 3 cups will suffice. Upon hearing this, both Boss Wu and Yu Ning sighed with relief, believing that Chu Fei wished to avoid further trouble. However, Chu Fei had yet to finish. Drink 3 bottles. Finish them in one go, and I will not pursue this matter further. At this proclamation, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Although it was merely red wine, consuming a whole bottle in one go would surely leave one reeling, let alone 3. Boss Wu's face turned pale, fear creeping into his eyes. His company was not substantial. In the shadow of larger enterprises, it was insignificant. He had only sought to make a name for himself, only to speak out of turn. Now, he had struck a hard bargain. I will drink. He reached for a bottle of wine, tilting his head back to drink. However, Su Li interjected. That's enough. Just an apology will do. As she spoke, Su Li approached and pinched Chu Fei's waist sharply, causing him to gasp in surprise. Upon hearing her, Chu Fei raised his hand. Since President Su has spoken, let it be. The man quickly bowed to Su Li. President Su, I apologize for my lack of discernment, causing you distress. I am truly sorry. Su Li merely nodded, saying nothing. Yet, Chu Fei had no intention of letting the matter rest. His gaze shifted to Lu Ting and Lin Shui, the very individuals whose actions had instigated this situation. Lin Shui, already terrified by the unfolding scene, could not have imagined that the chairman of the Chu Men Group would be Chu Fei. He had previously foolishly sought revenge against him. No wonder he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Chu Fei had not even regarded him as a threat. Lu Ting's face also reflected growing fear. Compared to Chu Men, her company was minuscule, easily crushed with just a word. Remembering the ill-advised suggestion Lin Shui had given her earlier, she was filled with anger. Without hesitation, she slapped Lin Shui hard across the face. Get lost. Useless. What good are you to me? Lin Shui stood frozen, holding his face in shock. Darling you. Who is your darling? Get lost. From this moment on, I am breaking up with you. Go away, and do not let me see you again. Lin Shui remained stunned. He had never anticipated that his newly acquired girlfriend, from whom he had not yet managed to extract any money, would cast him aside so swiftly. What had all his recent torment been for? Was this his severance fee? Several billion, nearly exhausting him of everything? Chapter 70. Visiting grandmother's house. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, more guests began to arrive, including several well-known enterprises from Jiangnan. The owners of these companies were engaged in discussions about the recent market trends. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Su Li found a quiet spot to sit. For Chu Fei, today's banquet was merely an opportunity to accompany Su Li and observe how the so-called 4 prominent families intended to target her company. Su Li, on the other hand, had no intention of collaborating with the numerous other companies present. After the earlier events, she was now only concerned with safeguarding her own territory. Ah, so you were here. I've been searching everywhere for you. A melodious voice rang out, prompting the two to turn around. Unbeknownst to me, Wang Xie had also arrived, her face radiating joy as she regarded the two individuals. President Wang. Upon seeing Wang Xie, Su Li promptly rose from her seat and extended her hand for a handshake. Wang Xie graciously accepted the gesture. "May I sit beside you, President Su?" she inquired, gesturing towards the seat next to Su Li. "Of course," Su Li replied, unable to refuse, especially given that Wang Xie had previously invested 500 million into the company. Once seated, Wang Xie's gaze shifted towards Chu Fei. "Chairman Chu, it has been a long time." Chu Fei cast a brief glance at Wang Xie. "Indeed, it has been a while." Su Li was well aware that the two were acquainted, as Chu Fei had previously mentioned their prior connection, leaving her no reason to feel envious. "However, I have caught wind of some intriguing news. I wonder if you both would be interested in hearing it?" As she spoke, both Su Li and Chu Fei turned their attention to her. "President Wang, what news could possibly pique your interest so greatly?" Su Li felt a twinge of curiosity. Wang Xie's company was among the most prestigious in Jiangnan, and it was rare for her to be captivated by anything. "Interestingly, this matter has significant ties to your company." President Su. At her words, Su Li and Chu Fei's expressions shifted slightly. They had previously suspected that the numerous companies seeking collaboration with Su Li's firm might have been linked to some confidential information being leaked. Now, with Wang Xie addressing the issue, it confirmed Chu Fei's earlier suspicions. "I have recently heard that the drug your company is researching is quite extraordinary. Should it succeed, your company would undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of the nation. Moreover, I have heard that several companies have approached you for collaboration, only to be turned down. I'm curious if this is true." Upon hearing this, Su Li realized that their secret had indeed been exposed. It clarified why so many were eager to partner with her, though she recognized that Wang Xie was not among those with ulterior motives. Having chosen to invest in her company during its most precarious time, which deeply touched Su Li. "From whom did you hear this?" Chu Fei inquired, his expression growing colder. Initially, he had suspected the Long family might be orchestrating this behind the scenes, but now it seemed they were too preoccupied with their own troubles to meddle in such affairs. "Many employees in my company are aware of this matter. I cannot ascertain the exact source of the leak, but I have sent someone to investigate," Wang Xie replied, fully cognizant of Su Li's importance in Chu Fei's eyes. This situation posed a catastrophic threat to Su Li's company. If they chose to collaborate, the company's shares would inevitably be diluted, and should the research bear fruit, their original value would diminish by more than half. Conversely, if they declined, Su Li's company would face relentless scrutiny. At that point, survival would hinge on external assistance. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed, a glint of frost flickering within. He had presumed that only the Long family was involved. But now it appeared that more than one family had a hand in this situation. For the moment, there should be no imminent danger. "Together, we hold nearly half of the shares in Xiao Company, while the remainder rests with Su Li. We three are the principal shareholders. As long as we remain discreet about the drug, our shares should not be threatened. Our foremost priority is to uncover who disseminated this information and their intentions." Chu Fei had meticulously contemplated the situation. Capturing the individual behind the leak would undoubtedly be challenging, and since Wang Xie had already dispatched someone to investigate, he could not afford to remain passive. Just then, the sound of a trumpet echoed through the air. "Let us welcome the 4 esteemed guests from the capital." The first to approach was Feng Yao, the president of Fenghua Group. Hearing this, the trio turned their gaze towards the entrance, which had been adorned with a long red carpet leading to the podium. At that moment, Yuning stood at the podium, enthusiastically making introductions. Chu Fei and Wang Xie exchanged glances, both understanding that this individual was likely a representative from the Feng family, one of the 4 prominent clans. As the first guest entered, the second was announced. "Next, we welcome Han Ming, the president of Han's Group." Under Yuning's formal introduction, the representatives from the Feng, Yun, and Han families entered the venue. However, when it came time for the Long family, Yuning received unexpected news. Han Ming leaned in to whisper to Yuning, whose expression shifted dramatically, shock evident in his gaze. It was clear he could scarcely believe the news he had just received. After Han Ming nodded in confirmation, Yuning took the microphone, addressing the audience with a somber tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for a small mishap. The president of Long's group has sadly passed away due to an unfortunate accident. Therefore, they will not be able to attend today. Let us take a moment to honor the memory of President Long." The crowd was left in stunned silence. The Long family would not be attending, and it was due to an accident? Yet, Chu Fei remained unfazed. It would have been a surprise if a member of the Long family had actually shown up. However, the presence of the Yun family was somewhat unexpected, considering that the Yun family was his maternal lineage. Chapter 71. Apologies, no need at Jiangnan Airport. Yun Yu and her chief steward, Old Li descended from the plane. Old Li, the surroundings here are quite pleasant, she remarked. I never visited Jiangnan in my youth, but I find it rather agreeable today. Old Li, the chief steward, was named Liu, and he was responsible for most of the affairs of the Chu family in the capital. On the surface, he appeared as a powerful figure behind several large companies. But in reality, he was the chief steward of the Chu family, a role that held as much weight as the heads of the four great families. Madam, you jest. Jiangnan has always boasted excellent conditions. While the capital is bustling, its air quality pales in comparison to that of Jiangnan, he replied with a slight bow. If you and the master plan to return to the country, I would recommend settling in Jiangnan. The climate is mild year-round, making it suitable for retirement. Liu explained. Yin Yu nodded in agreement. That does sound appealing. When the time comes, discuss with the young master about purchasing a spacious estate in Jiangnan. Yes, madam, Liu replied with a nod. By the way, did you check on the young master's whereabouts before coming? Yin Yu had not consulted Chu Fei about her visit to Jiangnan. She intended to surprise them both. Madam, I did inquire before arriving. There is a business banquet today in Jiangnan, and the young master and young mistress were invited, so they should be at the banquet now, Liu informed her. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Yin Yu's face. Then let us go and see them. It has been years since I last saw that rascal. I find myself missing him. As they spoke, the two exited the airport. A waiting vehicle opened its doors for them, and Liu and Yin Yu climbed in, heading directly to Tianhao Hotel. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Tianhao Hotel, attendees were seated as they listened to Yu Ning discuss recent business developments. After a considerable time, Yu Ning cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the president of Fenghua Group, Mr. Feng, to share his investment plans. With that, she stepped aside. Feng Yao approached the stage, a gentle smile gracing his features, exuding a sense of comfort. He appeared relatively young, likely in his 30s. Esteemed business leaders of Jiangnan, on behalf of Fenghua Group, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the friends present at this banquet. Having expressed my thanks, I bowed slightly to the assembly. A gesture of appreciation. The attendees were quick to rise and applaud, unwilling to allow Mr. Feng to demean himself. Indeed, it is our honor to have Mr. Feng in attendance. Surely, his presence signifies significant projects ahead. With a gentle smile, Feng Yao confirmed the astute observation of the gentleman, stating that they indeed came with a major initiative. This time, Fenghua Group has brought with it a staggering investment of billions, intending to inject capital into several promising local enterprises. For instance, Mr. Zhang Hai's infrastructure company, which has recently garnered national support, and Mr. Lu Nian's renewable energy firm, also receiving substantial backing from the government. The leaders of the mentioned companies beamed with joy, knowing that being recognized by one of the four prominent families heralded a prosperous future. With such financial influx, their status would undoubtedly rise, allowing them to compete on equal footing with established corporations in no time. Feng Yao continued, mentioning that the companies named were merely a fraction of their interest, and reassured those not mentioned not to worry, as their aim was to engage with a majority of Jiangnan's enterprises. Even if his own company did not receive investment, he expressed confidence that both Yun and Han would also extend their support. Observing the faces of those present, who appeared less than pleased, Feng Yao calmly elucidated. Upon hearing his words, smiles returned to many faces. Most of them belonged to long-standing Jiangnan enterprises, accustomed to stable market conditions, lacking the capital to explore new avenues. However, with the backing of a prominent family, their prospects would significantly change. Seated beside Chu Fei, Wang Xie furrowed her brow. Chu Fei, what do you think their true intentions are? With such a sizable influx of capital into Jiangnan, do they seek to monopolize the local enterprises? Chu Fei remained silent, merely observing. If their intentions were solely for investment, there would be no need for such a grand display. Yet, he pondered whether there were ulterior motives at play. Sitting quietly, Su Li reflected on her expectations of securing investment for her company. Nevertheless, Chu Fei's previous remarks had left her apprehensive. Had their company's secrets been compromised? This was a grave concern. After Feng Yao concluded his address, it was time for the Han family to speak. Their remarks mirrored Feng Yao's, filled with pleasantries about investing in local companies to stimulate the economy. When it was the Yun family's turn, Chu Fei's attention was finally drawn to the speaker, a young woman named Yun Yuelan, introduced by Yu Ning. She appeared to be in her 20s, adorned with glasses and long, dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. While she possessed beauty, her stature paled in comparison to Su Li's. If memory served correctly, Yun Yuelan was the niece of his mother, thus making her his cousin. In his childhood, he often visited his grandparents. Yet years spent in the military had deprived him of such opportunities. He resolved to visit them upon his return to the capital. Yun Yuelan declared, Our Yun Group has come to Jiangnan not only to bolster the local economy, but also to support a promising pharmaceutical company that aligns with our business, known as Kiao Company. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Chu Fei's eyes. He was aware of Yun Group's pharmaceutical endeavors. Yet how had they become acquainted with Kiao Company, which had only modest recognition in Jiangnan? Surely, their interest couldn't be mere coincidence. Wang Xie recognized the implications of Yun Group's focus on Kiao Company, understanding that the Feng and Han families likely shared similar motives. Su Li's expression shifted upon hearing her company's name mentioned. As Chu Fei had predicted, this gathering might not bode well. With the direct mention of investment, she felt compelled to respond, lest they assume acquiescence. Rising slowly, she stated coldly, I apologize, Ms. Yun, but our company currently does not require investment. Su Li's declaration silenced the room. Many eyes turned toward her table, consisting of only 3 individuals, Chu Fei, Su Li, and Wang Xie. Yet, their statuses were formidable. The Chu Group held a dominant position in Jiangnan, while the Juanhao Group was also considerable, with the Jiangnan branch merely a subsidiary. In contrast, Kiao Company was but a small enterprise. Many attendees were aware that both the Chu and Juanhao groups had invested in Kiao, holding significant shares. Any further investment would necessitate their approval. Without it, Su Li would surely decline. Su Li's statement likely reflected the sentiments of her associates. Yun Yuelon's demeanor darkened, feeling slighted in front of so many. Feng Yao and Han Ming exchanged glances, perplexed, for their intentions were straightforward, beyond supporting smaller companies. They sought to acquire shares of Kiao Company. Each family had aimed for a 30% stake, yet the situation seemed to be unraveling. Perhaps Ms. Su is unaware of our group's influence, Yun Yuelon suggested, her tone steady. If your company is willing to accept our investment, I assure you, within a year, your company's valuation will multiply tenfold. A collective gasp echoed through the room at the prospect of such a transformation. If Kiao Company were valued at 10 billion now, it could soar to 100 billion in just a year, a remarkable shift. Many in attendance felt envious, questioning why such fortune was destined for Kiao Company instead of their own enterprises. Let me interject, Chu Fei said, gently pulling Su Li's hand, urging her to sit. He stood, surveying the crowd. While it is true that Ms. Yun seeks to invest in Kiao Company, I, as a stakeholder, also possess the right to engage in this discussion. I propose a price. If all agree, I shall also acquiesce. At this moment, the gazes of Han Ming and Feng Yao fell upon Chu Fei, their expressions tinged with curiosity. They were unaware of his true identity. Yu Ning, observing their confusion, swiftly clarified, this is Chu Fei, the chairman of the Chu Group. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly researched Jiangnan's enterprises, including the Chu Group. However, their background investigation had revealed some mysteries. He seemed to have emerged from obscurity, taking over the former Zhao Group, leaving them intrigued. What do you propose? Yun Yuelon inquired. Her curiosity piqued. She felt a strange familiarity with Chu Fei, as though they had crossed paths before, yet she could not place it. 100 billion for 1% of the shares. Should everyone accept this condition, I am open to discussions. The room erupted in astonishment. 100 billion for merely 1% of the shares? Even if the entire Chu Group were sold, it would not amount to such a valuation, let alone for a modest enterprise like Kiao Company. 100 billion is sufficient to establish over 10 small companies like Koyo. Wang Xie raised her eyebrows, finding this person's words excessively arrogant. However, this declaration effectively extinguished their ambitions. Su Li was taken aback by Chu Fei's statement. 100 billion. To her, it was an astronomical figure. Yet, with such a sum, acquiring merely 1% of the shares seemed ludicrous. No sane investor would entertain such an idea. Han Ming, sitting nearby, scoffed at this notion. What are you even worth? 100 billion for 1%? Have you lost your mind? Dealing with such a pathetic company could be done with a mere flick of a finger. Why waste so much money? Han Ming's words provoked Chu Fei's ire. Slowly lifting his head, Chu Fei revealed a smile that hinted at danger. You appear quite arrogant. A mere flick of your finger, you say? How about this? I'll sever a finger of yours for every motion you make. If fingers are insufficient, we can use toes. Startled, Han Ming leaped to his feet, his gaze towards Chu Fei brimming with malice. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. You certainly have a lot of nerve. Do you even comprehend the consequences of provoking me? Chu Fei chuckled softly. Consequences? I know not of such things, but I assure you that meddling with Koyo will lead to your utter ruin. At this moment, Yu Ning, sensing the escalating tension, hastily interjected, Everyone, let us refrain from violence. We are businessmen. Let us discuss business matters instead. However, Yun Yuelon's gaze towards Chu Fei shifted. as a familiar figure from her past intertwined with the present. So it is you. Humph. You bullied me as a child. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. In reality, Yun Yuelon and Chu Fei were of similar ages, though she was born a few months earlier, technically making her his cousin. As children, he had often tormented her, throwing firecrackers near her feet to frighten her and tossing frogs into her vicinity, leaving her terrified for days. Yet, she found it peculiar that Chu Fei had returned to Jiangnan after years of absence, never visiting his grandparents, who never spoke of his whereabouts. Chairman Yu, I am indeed discussing business. It's merely that some individuals are unwilling to accept the terms, feeling aggrieved. If that is the case, they should leave instead of causing a ruckus here. Wang Xie stifled a chuckle. She had not anticipated Chu Fei's verbal prowess. You're courting death. Han Ming could no longer restrain himself. With a wave of his hand, his two bodyguards stepped forward. Seize him. Today, I will teach him that some people are not to be trifled with. As his words fell, the bodyguards advanced towards Chu Fei, causing a stir among the onlookers. Were they truly about to resort to violence? Feng Yao observed with a smirk. Han Ming was a fool. This was not the capital, where no one dared speak so brazenly. Here in Jiangnan, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. The locals were formidable. Clashing with them would only invite trouble. Just as everyone expected Chu Fei to be assaulted, the door swung open. Quite lively here. May I still have a drink? As the door opened, all eyes turned towards the entrance. There stood a well-dressed woman of remarkable poise alongside a man in a suit. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. The banquet was already in full swing. How could anyone still arrive now? But when Chu Fei recognized the newcomers, he was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon confirming that it was indeed his mother, he awkwardly uttered two words, "No way." He realized that after informing his father about his girlfriend and her pregnancy, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. He had anticipated his parents might take a month or so to visit, yet only a few days had passed before his mother arrived. No need to guess. His father must be accompanying her. Moreover, the events in the capital were undoubtedly orchestrated by his father. On stage, Yun Yuelon was equally shocked to see the visitor. Auntie. She hadn't seen her for several years and was surprised to find her here. This certainly felt out of place. She turned to Chu Fei, knowing that her aunt's visit was undoubtedly for him. This lady, may I inquire who you are? Yu Ning was taken aback upon seeing Yun Yu, but from her demeanor, he sensed she was of great significance. Certainly, she was not someone he could provoke. Yet, he couldn't recall extending an invitation to such a person. Who I am is of no concern to you. I merely came to witness the festivities. Please, continue as if I were not here. After speaking, she cast her gaze across the room. Upon spotting Yun Yuelon, her expression brightened. Little girl, you're here too. Come down and let your aunt see you. Little girl? Aunt? The crowd gasped in unison. The unexpected visitor was indeed Yun Yuelon's aunt. The Yun family was one of the four prominent families of the Daxia. And if this woman was Yun Yuelon's aunt, her status was formidable. Everyone held their breath, feeling as if a heavy weight had descended upon them. Yun Yuelon gracefully descended from the platform, approaching Yun Yu and affectionately taking her hand. Auntie, what brings you here? You should have let me know so I could arrange for someone to greet you. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood her identity was legitimate and undeniable. Feng Yao and Han Ming were equally astonished. A direct descendant of the Yun family was present. They recalled that the Yun family had not sent any direct members to this gathering. I merely came to check on your cousin. It was a bit rushed, so I didn't notify the family. As she spoke, Yin Yu's gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Chu Fei. Her eyes softened, while Chu Fei's expression was one of embarrassment. He had not anticipated this surprise from his mother. Why, when your mother arrives, do you not come greet her? Her words elicited another wave of astonishment from the attendees. So, this esteemed woman was indeed the mother of Chu Fei? Finally, Chu Fei, his face flushed with embarrassment, stepped forward. Mom, could you please inform me before you arrive? I was completely unprepared. In that instant, an overwhelming realization struck everyone present. Chu Fei's mother was a member of the Yun family? Han Ming stood frozen, unable to fathom that Chu Fei was backed by the Yun family. Moreover, throughout the event, Yin Yuelon had never once mentioned Chu Fei's name. This left Yu Ning drenched in cold sweat, finally understanding why Chu Fei had the audacity to make such remarks earlier. He had nothing to fear. The Yun family and the Han family were of equal standing. Anyone who dared to harm his people would face dire consequences, particularly with a mother who was a direct member of the Yun family. Just this fact rendered Chu Fei's previous statement entirely justified. Yet, it was not only Yu Ning who was shocked. Su Li was also bewildered. Chu Fei's mother had arrived? Surely, she too must pay her respects. It would be utterly impolite for her to remain seated. Wang Xie stood as well, having met Yin Yu in her childhood. at which time she had referred to her as Aunt Yun. Thus, the two women followed Chu Fei, making their way towards Yunyu and Yun Welon. Upon encountering Su Li, Chu Fei awkwardly touched his nose. Well, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Li. Su Li, this is my mom, Su Li. Her face flushed with embarrassment, bowed slightly, and greeted, Hello, Auntie. Yun Yu's gaze appraised Su Li from head to toe, unable to suppress a nod. Finally, with a beaming smile, she reached out and grasped Su Li's delicate hand, saying, Don't be shy, just call me Aunt Yun from now on. At this moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It became clear why Chu Fei dared to challenge the Han family over a small company. He was protective of his girlfriend. The earlier events now made sense. Han Ming's expression soured, resembling someone who had just consumed something vile. He had no inkling of this underlying relationship, had he known. He would never have uttered those previous words. Although he belonged to the Han family, he was not a direct descendant. Yet, this woman who had just appeared was clearly a direct family member, far beyond his reach. The family would not choose to confront a direct member of the Yun family for his sake. Aunt Yun, do you remember me? Wang Xie approached with a smile. Yun Yu's eyes fell upon Wang Xie, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she tentatively asked, Are you the young lady from the Wang family? Surprisingly, Aunt Yun has a great memory. I am Wang Xie, she replied. Yun Yu chuckled softly. It has been so many years. You've grown up so much. How is your mother doing? Wang Xie nodded. My mother is well. She often mentions wanting to chat with you. At this, everyone was taken aback. Clearly, the president of Jiwenhao Group held a significant status, addressing this woman as Aunt Yun, a title not just anyone could use. Mom, you arrived without even telling me. Chu Fei complained, casting a reproachful glance at his mother. Yun Yu smiled. I intended to surprise you. Chu Fei struggled to maintain his composure. This isn't a surprise. It's a shock. Meanwhile, Han Ming sensed that this was no longer the place for him and decided to leave, but was halted by Chu Fei's voice. Hey. Han family member, wait a moment. Suddenly called out. Han Ming paused. Mom, you all go ahead and chat. I need to handle something. Yin Yu nodded and walked away with Su Li and Wang Xie. Li Yu then spoke. Young master, do you need my assistance? Chu Fei was familiar with Li Yu, the chief steward of the Chu family, the only one with an unchanged surname. Uncle Li, you can take a rest over there. I can manage. With that, he approached Han Ming. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Just with these two bodyguards? Chu Fei's gaze fell on the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's expression darkened considerably. What do you want? He no longer possessed the upper hand. Even if he wished to retaliate, he lacked the authority. Nothing much. I merely want to inform you that Kiao Company is mine. If others wish to intervene, they must consult me first. I will not partake in fair competition, but should I discover any underhanded tactics, the consequences will be dire. With that, he turned back to Su Li and the others. Mom, let us go. After a long day of flying, you must be exhausted. Let us find a nice place to eat. Yin Yu nodded, her face radiant with joy. Indeed, it's the perfect opportunity to have a good chat with my future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks burning. She had previously felt agitated about when she would meet Chu Fei's parents, but now, just days later, they had come to her. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, they departed the banquet. Once Chu Fei and the others left, there was no need to continue the gathering, which concluded hastily. Chu Fei and Su Li soon arrived at a nearby respectable 3-star restaurant. Mom, did you come here for something specific? Chu Fei feigned ignorance as he looked at his mother. Yin Yu glanced at him. Don't you know why I came? Chu Fei replied with a puzzled expression. I have no idea. I thought you returned to see Grandma. I say, Chu Fei, stop pretending. Your aunt came back just to meet your future girlfriend. Yun Yuelon bluntly exposed Chu Fei's pretense. Upon hearing this, Su Li's face turned crimson. She realized that Chu Fei's mother had returned to see her. But why the urgency? What does it have to do with you? She thought, exasperated. Chu Fei shot a disgruntled look at Yun Yuelon, who was holding Yin Yu's hand. Auntie, look at him. Enough, enough. As they spoke, Yin Yu's gaze landed on Su Li. Xiao Li, my purpose in coming here is to confirm your engagement with Xiao Fei. I am aware of your relationship, and I would like to invite your parents to dinner tomorrow to discuss the engagement. What do you think? Faced with Yin Yu's words, Su Li felt utterly flustered. Her hands clasped tightly together, palms sweating. I will go home and tell my parents tomorrow. Seeing Su Li so anxious, Yin Yu reached out and held her hand. Silly girl, why are you so nervous? I want tea bite. Upon hearing her comforting words, Su Li gradually relaxed, forcing a smile. Auntie, I know. It's my first time. I have no experience. Chu Fei, standing by, expressed his dissatisfaction. Do you want a second time? Uffed. Wang Xie and Yun Yuelon burst into laughter. Su Li's face turned even redder. I just misspoke. Yin Yu shot a stern look at Chu Fei. You little rascal, behave yourself. Don't bully my daughter-in-law, understand? If I find out you're mistreating her, I'll deal with you. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa of the Long family in the capital, Long Quang was fuming. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even find a single person, and you've been countered instead. What good are you to me? Tell me, what use do you serve? Long Quang glared at Long Zhen and Long Xiao, along with the remaining grandsons and some organizational leaders he had trained, including Yao, who stood silently by. A full 24 hours had passed, and they had received no information whatsoever. They didn't even know the identity of their opponent, only that the target was solely the Long family. Other families remained completely unaffected. Yao, why hasn't the intelligence team of the Long group been deployed? You should be the most powerful figure in the Long group now, yet you can't even control a tiny intelligence team. Tell me, what use is it for me to support you? Faced with the Patriarch's question, Yao dared not lift his head. Patriarch, the intelligence team operates independently. Aside from the team leader, the other team leaders have no authority to command. I'm not the leader yet, so. Long Quang scoffed at Yao's explanation. Currently, the Long group consisted only of Yao and one intelligence team leader. Su Nianying had already been severely injured. Her life uncertain. Even if she miraculously survived, she would spend the remaining years bedridden. Now, the most powerful figure in the Long group was Yao. Return and notify the military to convene a meeting. This leader of the Long group needs to be selected promptly. If you're not fit for the role, there's no need for you to remain in the Long group. Long Quang's tone was frigid, and Yao, with his head bowed, dared not utter a word. Yet, beneath his lowered gaze, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Why should it be so? Just because they had shown him kindness? Was it right for them to dictate his fate simply because they had saved his life? Yao felt defiant. However, in the face of such overwhelming authority, he had no choice but to submit. Leave. Within 3 days, I demand to hear news of your ascension to the position of leader of the Dragon Group. With his head still lowered, Yao turned and departed the villa. After his exit, a glint of coldness flickered in Long Quang's eyes. Long Zhen, prepare accordingly. If he does not assume the role of leader within 3 days, eliminate him. Long Quang knew all too well that Yao was inherently rebellious. Coaxing him back was nearly impossible. Should he ascend to leadership and remain unrestrained, it would pose even greater complications. Yet, if he succeeded, it could provide considerable advantages for the family. Very well. Long Zhen's eyes remained listless, evidently burdened by the recent loss of his 3 sons. Mobilize all our connections. I want to trace the origins of that group. Whoever they are, they will pay the price. A profound aura of murderous intent lingered in Long Quang's gaze. Chapter 75. Don't take advantage and act innocent. The weekend mornings were always a splendid time for a lion. However, it was quite the opposite for Chu Fei and Su Li, who rose early. After tidying up, they headed to a nearby shopping mall, purchasing a plethora of gifts before making their way to the Su family villa. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were engaged in discussions about their upcoming travel plans, contemplating whether it was time to venture out, as remaining there had become less suitable. Shall we first head to the Maldives, or gaze upon the Eiffel Tower? Perhaps we could indulge in some leisure in Sanya? Su Wu was marking locations on a map, while Zhang Qinglian sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds. Do you still think you're young? We're traveling, not honeymooning. Why romanticize it at our age? Upon hearing this, Su Wu chuckled lightly, pulling Zhang Qinglian into an embrace. In our youth, we were preoccupied with business. Now that the girl has grown and has someone to look after her, shouldn't we relish our time together? He added with a wink. Besides, a man at 40 is like a flower in bloom. Before he could finish, Zhang Qinglian shot him a disapproving glare and pinched his waist sharply. What? Are you beginning to find me unappealing? You speak of men at 40 being flowers. Why not seek out a younger companion? Su Wu, flustered, replied, You are more than enough for me. Young women don't suit my taste. My teeth aren't what they used to be. Zhang Qinglian's face, still radiant, briefly flashed a look of reproach. Look at you, drinking goji berry tea every day and still thinking of young girls. As they aged, this tea had become a commonplace ritual for Su Wu, especially after years of enduring endless drinking sessions with clients. His vigor had long since dwindled. Yet, what man would allow his partner to belittle him? Are you underestimating me? The day is still young. If we must, let us test it. With that, he leaned in to kiss Zhang Qinglian, just as the front door swung open. Su Li and Chu Fei entered, laden with bags. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were momentarily taken aback. Ahem, Mom and Dad, is this a good morning kiss? Su Li stifled a laugh, while Chu Fei turned his head away, struggling to suppress his amusement. Feigning a cough, Su Wu replied, Your mother seems to have something in her eye. I'm merely helping her. Zhang Qinglian pinched his thigh fiercely, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Xiaoli, why have you come? You didn't even inform us, and look at all this stuff you've brought. At this, Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged awkward glances, having not yet formulated a plan for their arrival. Mom, please sit down, we have something to discuss. Su Li gestured to Chu Fei, who immediately caught on. Uncle, Auntie. Today, we wish to share some significant news. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian exchanged knowing glances, already speculating about the nature of their announcement. They settled onto the sofa as Su Li and Chu Fei took their places opposite. Go on, Su Li prodded Chu Fei. Feeling the weight of nervousness, Chu Fei hesitated, unsure how to begin. Noticing his discomfort, Zhang Qinglian chuckled. All right, I already know what you're going to say. Is it really necessary? Xiao Fei has been to our home before. Besides, I'm quite pleased with him. If you two are together, I won't object. Su Wu nodded in agreement. Having initially held slight reservations about Chu Fei, but now recognizing that he treated his daughter well, assisting her with both personal matters and business. Auntie, actually, it's about something else. Chu Fei, feeling bashful, scratched his head and continued. Well, you see, my mother suddenly learned about my relationship with Xiao Li and insists on coming over for a meal to discuss engagement. With that, he lowered his gaze, embarrassment evident on his face. In matters like this, he was utterly inexperienced. You can send me to war without a second thought. But meeting the parents is infinitely more daunting. Engagement? Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were taken aback. How had it escalated so quickly? Although they held affection for Chu Fei, the pace was unexpectedly rapid. Auntie, I understand this may seem sudden, but rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Li. Chu Fei, assuming Zhang Qinglian was hesitant, quickly rose to clarify. Yet, she merely waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on Su Li. Girl, tell me honestly, are you pregnant? Zhang Qinglian had suspected for some time that Su Li might be expecting. During recent family dinners, her daughter had often appeared nauseous and had developed a newfound fondness for spicy food, a stark contrast to her previous aversions. These unusual behaviors did not escape her notice. As a seasoned mother, she recognized the signs. Caught off guard by her mother's directness, Su Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Mom, I'm sorry Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wu abruptly rose from the sofa. Well, I wondered why you were suddenly discussing engagement. Young man, you've got some nerve. Any father would be incensed to learn his daughter was pregnant before marriage, and Su Wu was no exception. Even his fondness for Chu Fei could not quell his anger. Uncle, please let me explain. It's not what you think. Enough. Su Wu waved his hand dismissively. I don't want to hear your explanations. Now, take your things and leave. We, the Su family, cannot bear such disgrace. If word gets out, where will we hide our faces? Quickly leave. Su Wu was furious, while Zhang Qinglian remained calm, casting a measured look at him. When I married you, Su Li was already 6 months along. Why didn't you say anything then? I walked down the aisle with a big belly, and now you dare to criticize Su Li? What about your dignity? A single remark from Zhang Qinglian left Su Wu utterly speechless, his aged visage suffused with shame. My parents have never shown concern about me marrying you while pregnant. They appreciate how well you treat me, much like how Xiao Fei cares for the girl now. And that is sufficient, isn't it? Do not take advantage of a situation and then play coy. Chapter 76. Could it be too extravagant? At 2 in the afternoon, within a private room of a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City, Chu Fei introduced, Mother, allow me to present Aunt Zhang, Xiao Li's mother, and Uncle Su, Xiao Li's father. Aunt, Uncle, this is my mother. Upon first laying eyes on Yunyu, Su Wu instantly discerned that this woman was no ordinary affluent matron. Her aura bespoke of a sophistication that transcended that of typical aristocratic wives. Zhang Qinglian was equally astonished, despite Chu Fei's not-so-young age. His mother appeared to be in her 30s, her skin remarkably well-maintained. You're too kind, dear in-laws. Please, have a seat, Yunyu responded warmly, gesturing for her assistant Liu to arrange for the waitstaff to serve the meal. At that moment, only 5 individuals remained in the room. I believe you both are aware of the reason for this invitation. I hold a deep affection for Xiao Li and wish for her to become my daughter-in-law. Thus, I would like to take this opportunity to formalize their union. I wonder if you, dear in-laws, have any specific requests, such as the dowry? With a smile gracing her face and a steady tone devoid of arrogance, Yunyu exuded an amiable demeanor. In contrast, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian felt increasingly uneasy, as if they were mere country folk in her presence. Nevertheless, having accompanied Su Wu for many years, Zhang Qinglian had encountered grand affairs before and quickly regained her composure. Dear in-laws, you speak too modestly. As long as our children are happy, that is all that matters. As parents, we naturally wish for their well-being. Regarding the dowry, please decide as you see fit. It is merely a formality. Zhang Qinglian spoke with confidence. The so-called dowry was merely a customary gesture. While some regions might have specific demands surrounding dowries, often rooted in local customs or auspicious meanings, once a certain status is achieved, the amount becomes inconsequential. However, appearances must be preserved. You are mistaken, dear in-laws. This is something that cannot be overlooked. While it may just be a formality, we wish for it to be splendid. This is a significant occasion in life. It cannot be approached carelessly, Yun Yu replied thoughtfully. Turning to her assistant Li Yu, who had returned, she instructed, "Note this down. The dowry shall be 88 million, and gifts should be of the highest standard. As for the wedding venue, it will be on our private island." With that simple statement, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian felt a wave of panic wash over them. A dowry exceeding 80 million? Gifts of the highest standard? Although he was unsure what highest standard entailed, Su Wu understood that the value of those gifts would not be less than 10 million. More alarmingly, the wedding would be held on a private island? What a farce. Owning a private island valued at least in the billions? Such a notion was unheard of in Jiang'an. Zhang Qinglian was taken aback. Dear in-laws, might this be a bit excessive? How could we reciprocate such a grand gesture? A dowry exceeding 80 million? What kind of return gift would suffice? Absolutely not. Since Xiao Li is marrying into our family, it is indeed a momentous occasion, and thus expectations should be higher. Rest assured, we will manage all arrangements, replied Yin Yu confidently. Seated nearby, Su Li's complexion turned pale. She glanced at Chu Fei, who bore a similarly troubled expression. Mother, really? This is quite an exaggeration. A wedding is undoubtedly an auspicious event, but the costs involved exceed the annual revenue of many businesses. This matter is beyond my control, Chu Fei lamented, aware that his mother would be overseeing all arrangements. The dinner proved to be an excruciating experience for Su Wu and his wife, filled with tension until they finally returned home. At the hotel entrance, as Su Li's parents departed, Chu Fei finally spoke. Mother, can we not be a bit more discreet? This is rather extravagant. Yin Yu cast a nonchalant glance at him and replied, What do you think your father would arrange if he were present? The mere thought of his father's temperament led Chu Fei to realize that if his father were in charge of the wedding plans, it would likely be even more extravagant. Forget it, you handle it. After all, there is still a month until the engagement day. They had scheduled the engagement for next month, on the 8th day of the lunar calendar. Very well. I have booked a flight back to the capital tonight. I will visit your grandparents. If you have time, take Shali with you to see them. Understood? Chu Fei nodded helplessly. Understood. You can head back now. Yun Yu then turned to Su Li with a gentle smile. Shali, if this rascal ever bullies you, do let it know, and I shall deal with him. If time permits, visit your grandparents in the capital together with Xiao Fei. With that, she excused herself, leaving Su Li to nod and smile. Of course, aunt. After watching his mother and the head steward depart, Chu Fei let out a long sigh. Turning to Su Li, he remarked, See, I wasn't lying to you. I am a rich second generation, and you still didn't believe me. Su Li shot him an exasperated glance. Did you really need to say that? But I am genuinely curious. What business does your family engage in? There are not many rich second-generation individuals in the world who own private islands. Hearing this, Chu Fei shrugged helplessly. Just a small business. By the way, I have a meeting lined up. Right here. He then took out his phone to call Yun Yuel on. Hello? It's me. Cousin. Chu Fei emphasized the word cousin with great care. Oh, a once-in-a-century event. You actually call me cousin. How amusing. Laughter erupted from Yun Yuel on the other end. It was well known that Chu Fei had never referred to her as cousin before. Enough with the chatter. I am at room 188 of Tianhao Hotel, waiting for you. There are matters I wish to discuss. Hurry, or you will miss your chance. Chapter 77. Do the two of us weigh a pound combined? Half an hour later, within the private room, Yun Yuelon met with Chu Fei and Su Li. Cousin, Su Li greeted her politely. At least my sister is courteous, unlike some people. Yun Yuelon teased as she guided Su Li to a seat. Enough already. You're only a couple of months older than me. What are you flaunting about? Chu Fei grumbled. A hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Being older by even a day counts. What are you going to do about it? If you don't like it, you can always go back and start over. Yun Yuelon had no qualms about retorting. Clearly, Chu Fei was left momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You may have the age advantage, but in other aspects, I see little growth. What a pity. Yun Yuelon immediately flared up at this remark, for it touched upon a sensitive spot for her. Other sisters have matured properly, with ample curves and enticing shapes. As for herself, she remains as flat as a pancake, resembling a mere bun. In other words, when comparing her with Chu Fei's muscular physique, she finds herself utterly lacking. You, Chu Fei. I could just kill you. Yun Yuelon, unable to tolerate this humiliation, lunges at Chu Fei, claws bared. Look at you. With such a temperament, It's no wonder you Haven Tea groan. I advise you to take better care of yourself and perhaps indulge in some massages. It might be beneficial. Chu Fei bursts into laughter, showing no mercy. Yun Yuelon is infuriated, and had it not been for Su Li holding her back, she surely would have confronted Chu Fei. Cousin, don't listen to his nonsense. I will definitely grow. Hearing Su Li's comforting words, Yun Yuelon calms down. However, upon seeing Su Li's ample bosom, her face is filled with anguish. Why can't she grow? Comparing herself to Su Li feels like a stark contrast between a watermelon and an apple. Is it true? Xiao Li, don't deceive me. Su Li's face flushes with embarrassment. Can one really continue to grow into their 20s? Indeed, absolutely true. Yet, to console Yun Yuelon, she resolutely tells a little white lie. So, cousin, what brings you to me? Encouraged by Su Li's reassurance, Yun Yuelon seems to regain her confidence. Actually, I am quite curious as to why the three prominent families have come to Jiangnan. Moreover, I notice that your target is Xiao Li's company. Chu Fei, no longer jesting, asks earnestly. Upon mentioning this, Yun Yuelon's expression returns to normal. In truth, we merely caught wind of some news. It is said that Xiao Li's company is researching a particularly special medication. Rumor has it that once developed, this medication could extend human life. You know, our family has always been involved in pharmaceutical research, so when this news surfaced, it drew significant attention. If all goes well, this information has already circulated among the upper echelons of the capital. However, with the three prominent families involved, the medium families that wish to intervene have likely abandoned that thought, or else, more than just a handful would have come. Hearing this, Chu Fei furrows his brow. Su Li's expression also darkens. Just as Chu Fei stated, this information has already been leaked. Do you know from whose mouth it originated? After pondering for a moment, Yun Yuelon replies slowly, the Han family. If I'm not mistaken, this news first came from them. The Han family? Chu Fei's frown deepens. Previously, if the Long family intervened due to their master, it could be understood as a threat to Su Li's family. But what connection does the Han family have to this? Could it be that they too are involved? Logically, since both the Han and Long families are among the four great families, the Long family would not allow others to be privy to such secrets. They would hoard it for themselves, let alone share it with other families. By the way, Xiao Li, is this rumor true? Yun Yuelon is equally curious. They themselves are uncertain of the truth behind the rumor. Yet, as long as there is a hint of credibility, they would invest without hesitation. Su Li glances at Chu Fei, who nods in agreement. Yes, my research institute is indeed developing this medication. We are in the final stages, but the only thing lacking is live subjects. We need to conduct live experiments to determine the medication's stability and side effects. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon is taken aback. She initially thought the research was just beginning, but it has already reached the final stages. After a moment of contemplation, she speaks slowly. Xiao Li, if possible, I would like to invest in your company. And I will also arrange for the live experiments. As Chu Fei suggested, I will invest 10 billion, seeking a 10% stake. What do you think? 10 billion for 10%? That would be a staggering investment for any company in Jiangnan. Before Su Li could respond, Chu Fei interjects, I must say, what a daydreamer you are. I said 10 billion for 1%. You can take it or leave it. Yun Yuelon is infuriated. You brat. You've gone too far. This is 10 billion, not just a mere billion. What company can afford such terms? Moreover, once the family intervenes, the Han and Feng families would surely think twice before meddling. At this point, Chu Fei's brow furrows slightly. Yun Yuelon is correct. If the Yun family gets involved, the other two families will likely withdraw. However, you seem to have forgotten something. I am a member of the Yun family, with my mother shielding us. Do you think the other three families would dare to intervene? Chu Fei laughs heartily, leaving Yun Yuelon dumbfounded. Indeed, I completely overlooked that. Chu Fei is considered half a member of the Yun family. However, if you wish to invest, it is not impossible. You could establish a branch in the capital, making this the headquarters. The branch can hold 10% of the shares, and then casually inform the other families that the Yun family has already intervened. And anyone wishing to get involved must first consult you. Chu Fei's suggestion also indirectly offers substantial benefits to the Yun family, while avoiding numerous complications. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon beams with joy. That is more like it. By the way, Xiao Li mentioned needing live subjects. I will consult my uncle and second uncle. They should have a way. Once the research succeeds, the world will surely go wild. The thought of the experiment's success sends Yun Yuelon's imagination soaring, envisioning the wealthy elite of the world clamoring for it. What is so thrilling about it? Have you considered your own standing? Combined, do you even weigh a pound? Chu Fei scoffs from the side. Yun Yuelon instantly erupts. Chu Fei, if I don't take you down today, I shan't bear the surname Yun. Come at me. Chapter 78. The unrevealed secrets are exposed. Goodbye, cousin. At the hotel entrance, Su Li waves to Yun Yuelon as she gets into the car and leaves. Once Yun Yuelon departs, a hint of worry crosses Su Li's face. Bandit, who do you think it could be? Apart from the researchers, the only ones aware of our institute's secrets are my father and me. No one else knows. Chu Fei's brow furrows slightly. Do you remember your company's general manager? He reviewed the researchers list, but that doesn't mean he only looked at Professor Yang. Professor Yang's family is safe. It can't be him. Therefore, the others in the research institute must be involved. He ponders carefully. If the other party checked the researchers list, their target would not focus solely on one individual. Professor Yang, being a key figure, would naturally be the first to be compromised. However, just because Professor Yang is safe does not guarantee the other's safety. Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us at the research institute? Su Li's face reflects her disbelief. It's not impossible. Chu Fei is not yet certain whether the issue lies within the research institute, but his immediate goal is to capture Li Fei and demand clarity. His last vacation time has long been exhausted, and with Monday approaching, he plans to take advantage of work hours to control him. We are currently unable to ascertain who the traitor is that leaked this secret. However, there is no need for undue concern. As we have the backing of Yulan and her associates, typically, others would not dare to challenge our company. What we must be wary of are the subtle machinations that may be at play behind the scenes. Local companies in Jiangnan will likely no longer entertain any thoughts regarding Kiao Company, with a mere 1% stake in 100 billion. They would be foolish to engage in such a losing venture, even if they are aware that the emergence of this drug could yield substantial profits. The initial investment is beyond their means. Furthermore, I have already promised Yun Yuelon that I would establish a branch in the capital with a 10% share. As for the other three great families, only the Han and Feng families remain. The Long family, meanwhile, is preoccupied with its own survival and has no time to meddle in our affairs. Let us return for now and decide in the morning. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Chu Fei nodded and drove back to the villa. By the way, is there a computer at home? Chu Fei had already formulated a plan in his mind. There is a computer in the study on the 3rd floor, though I haven't used it in some time. It should still be functional. If you need it, feel free to head upstairs. I will take a shower first. Su Li, feeling somewhat fatigued, said this before taking her towel and heading to the bathroom. Chu Fei then made his way to the study, where the shelves were lined with an array of books. However, given Su Li's character, these books were likely just for show. Many of them were still in their original packaging. Sitting by the computer, he took a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it in. After powering on the machine, he called Xiaoyu on his phone. Xiaoyu seemed unoccupied and responded with a relaxed tone. Hello, Fei Gu. What can I do for you? Do you have time now? I need you to create a computer virus for me. I require a virus capable of bypassing passwords, including boot and document passwords. Xiaoyu sounded puzzled upon hearing Chu Fei's request. Fei Gu, what do you need that for? Are you bored at night and want to watch cartoons? Chu Fei's expression darkened at the remark. Hurry up, no dilly-dallying. I need it for tomorrow. As the leader of the intelligence team, creating a simple password-cracking virus was a trivial task for him. Within 10 minutes, a straightforward plugin was sent to Chu Fei's email. Fei Gu, I've sent it to your email. Save it on the USB drive. Once plugged into a computer, it will activate automatically. Over 90% of passwords will be cracked, allowing access to password-protected documents without the need to input any passwords. Unless the adversary is also a computer expert, my plugin should suffice. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's response, Chu Fei acknowledged it and hung up, subsequently transferring the plugin to the USB drive. He initially intended to shut down the computer and retire for the night, but curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to explore the hard drive. After searching, he discovered a password-protected file containing content formatted as JPGs, likely images. Perfect for a test. With a hint of curiosity, he reinserted the USB drive. The previously locked document opened with just a couple of clicks. As the images unfolded before Chu Fei's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Well, I didn't expect this. His eyes widened as he scrolled through each tantalizing image, showcasing alluring skin paired with various intimate garments, nearly overwhelming his self-control. Earlier, he had found it odd that Su Li had purchased so many peculiar undergarments without ever wearing them. It turned out she had been taking pictures of herself at home. The folder was filled entirely with Su Li's selfies. Every few images showcased a different style of clothing, leaving Chu Fei utterly captivated. The further he scrolled, the more provocative the photos became. Meanwhile, Su Li emerged from the bathroom and glanced around, noticing Chu Fei's absence, which reminded her that he must have gone to the study to use the computer. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she recalled that her computer contained numerous selfies. At that moment, her face flushed a deep red. However, she quickly composed herself, reasoning that her private folder was password-protected, and he likely wouldn't know. Still anxious, she tiptoed to the study door, gently cracking it open to peer inside. Upon seeing Chu Fei with his eyes glued to the computer screen, her face instantly flushed crimson. "What are you looking at?" Without a thought for her damp hair, she pushed the door open and stood in front of the screen. Chu Fei grinned mischievously at her. "If I hadn't borrowed your computer, I wouldn't have discovered where you've been storing those outfits. You scoundrel. You shouldn't have looked without my permission." Su Li's face turned beet red as she bent down to shut down the computer, but her towel slipped, leaving Chu Fei momentarily transfixed. She was far more striking than any image. Chapter 79. The disgusting general manager. It was time to get up for work. Chu Fei had already prepared breakfast and stood at the doorway, observing the still sleeping Su Li before gently calling her name. Su Li opened her slightly bleary eyes, rubbed them vigorously, and shot him a reproachful glare. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been up ages ago. I warn you. This is the last time. You can't go overboard." Chu Fei understood her implication and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will exercise restraint over the next few months. I promise not to act on it." Su Li finally shot him an exasperated look. "Aren't you leaving? Or do you want to watch me change?" With a hint of reluctance, Chu Fei descended the stairs. After breakfast, they both made their way to the company. However, the hour was still early, and the office was sparsely populated. Most employees arrived punctually, and Su Li did not comment on it. After all, it was not yet work hours, and people could come and go as they pleased, as long as they did not arrive late. Chu Fei poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the table. "Drink some water first. I need to take care of a few things, and we'll be back shortly." With that, he left the office. Xiao Ban watched him leave with a puzzled expression, wondering how he had managed to unlock her password-protected folder the previous night. She had been waiting for him to explain, but before she could ask, he had darted off. Was he trying to evade her? For Su Li, the two had already reached the engagement stage, and whether he saw her embarrassing selfies was of little consequence. She was merely curious about how he had managed to crack her password. As Chu Fei exited the office, he glanced around before stealthily slipping into the general manager's office. At that moment, Li Fei had not yet arrived, providing Chu Fei with the opportunity to approach Li Fei's computer. He powered it on and inserted his USB drive. As he sifted through the files, he found many without password protection. His brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that he had misjudged his suspect? That seemed unlikely. The last time, Li Fei had visibly reacted when the list of researchers was leaked. If he was not the culprit, then it was improbable that the remaining high-ranking officials were involved. After several minutes of searching, nearly combing through the entire hard drive, he finally located 2 password-protected folders. As the clock approached 9, urgency set in. If the other party returned and discovered the files he had placed there, it would lead to significant trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly copied the contents of the 2 folders onto a USB drive. After ejecting the drive and shutting down the computer, he discreetly exited Li Fei's office, unnoticed. Upon returning to Su Li's office, she looked at him quizzically. "Where have you been?" Chu Fei merely smiled mischievously. "I found something good." He placed the USB drive on the desk, gesturing for her to connect it to the computer. Su Li, skeptical, picked up the drive and plugged it in. Upon opening it, she discovered not only a small plug-in, but also 2 password-protected folders. In that instant, memories of the previous night flooded back to her. "You shamelessly copied them. Do you think I would let you see them?" Su Li's face flushed with anger. She was tempted to yank the USB out and hurl it at Chu Fei. But Chu Fei, bewildered, asked, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by seeing?" Assuming he was pretending to be oblivious, Su Li was about to unleash her wrath when she restrained herself, fearing eavesdroppers outside. "You not only peeked at my photos last night, but also copied them. Don't act innocent. I'm deleting them now. If you stop me, I'll call Andy and tell her you're bullying me." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei finally understood. She had mistaken him for someone vile. "Why don't you open it and take a look?" he urged. "What could possibly be in your photos? Besides, why would I look at pictures when I have a beauty like you right here?" Hearing his explanation, Su Li's expression softened slightly, though suspicion still lingered in her gaze. "Then what is in these folders?" Noticing her hesitation, Chu Fei leaned closer, whispering, "I copied them from the general manager's computer." Instantly, Su Li realized what he had done, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment for misjudging him. "But those 2 files are useless to us. We don't have the passwords. Those folders are password protected, and the codes are 8 digits long. Unless you're a computer whiz, you won't be able to crack them. Just try opening them." At his insistence, Su Li, albeit doubtful, clicked the mouse, and to her surprise, one of the password-protected folders opened without requiring a password. "How is this possible?" Chu Fei grinned smugly. As she gazed at his expression, Su Li recalled the previous night. How could you open my password-protected folder?" With that, she pinched his thigh hard. causing him to wince. Stop fooling around. Let's see what's inside. As they browsed through the folder, their faces darkened. The first folder contained a comprehensive list of all researchers, including their names, addresses, identification numbers, and even emergency contact numbers. I can't believe he saved this. It seems we've caught our mole in the company, Su Li said, her face pale with fury. She had treated all employees equally, with no favoritism. And the company's benefits were well known. Yet, Li Fei, as the company's general manager, had betrayed them. Let us check the next one, Chu Fei prompted. They opened the remaining folder, only to find it filled with videos. Clicking on one, they were both taken aback. The video revealed a restroom, where a girl was unbuttoning her clothing, preparing to relieve herself. Su Li quickly covered Chu Fei's eyes. Don't look. She hastily closed the video. The subsequent clips were similarly inappropriate, merely featuring different individuals. With a grim expression, she exclaimed, I truly did not expect the general manager to be such a repulsive person. Chapter 80. The game of manipulation. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Li Fei arrived at the company with an air of ease. His task was complete, and the money had been received. Even if he were to be dismissed, it mattered little. The funds were sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. He chuckled to himself, eager to indulge in his private videos. As he settled into his chair and opened his computer, he was about to enjoy the delightful sights of the girls when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. His previously enthusiastic demeanor soured instantly. Who is it? Come in. His mood dampened further. Why wouldn't he be annoyed? He hastily closed the video and the folder, lit a cigarette, and glanced towards the door. At that moment, Chu Fei entered. Upon seeing him, Li Fei stood up. Ah, it's Secretary Chu. To what do I owe the pleasure? Chu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, stating, The president requests your presence in her office. Li Fei responded nonchalantly, All right, Secretary Chu. I'll head over now. With a slight gesture, Chu Fei stepped aside. Li Fei was taken aback by Chu Fei's sudden courtesy. Upon entering the office, Su Li was seated at her desk. Manager Li, it's been a few days. You seem much better. I hope your rest has been beneficial. Li Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your concern, President. I'm quite well. After this period of recuperation, I believe I can contribute even more to the company. Having navigated the corporate world for years, Li Fei was well versed in such pleasantries. Since we're on the topic, I have something for you to review, Manager Li. I believe you will find it intriguing. As she spoke, Su Li adjusted the computer screen towards him. On the screen was a video. Su Li pressed the spacebar, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. Upon seeing the video, Li Fei froze in shock. He could not fathom how the contents of his computer had appeared on Su Li's screen, especially since his folders were encrypted. President Su, please let me explain, Li Fei stammered, panic setting in. If this matter were reported, he could face years in prison for the hundreds of videos, accumulating thousands of hours of footage. I must ask, Manager Li, do you have a particular inclination for such things? Why install a hidden camera in the women's restroom? Su Li's expression was filled with outrage. Such behavior in their company was intolerable. Should this information leak, it would tarnish the company's reputation and have dire consequences. President Su, Li Fei was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. This is merely a minor issue. I don't want to escalate it or harm the company. However, there is something I am quite curious about, Su Li said, opening another folder right before Li Fei's eyes. When he saw that Su Li could access his folder without a password, his face drained of color. The folder contained the names and personal information of the researchers. As the list displayed on the screen, Li Fei felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing. Could you kindly elucidate, Manager Li, the rationale behind your retention of the researchers' roster and their personal information? I distinctly recall convening a meeting where I explicitly instructed all senior executives within the company to refrain from casually accessing the researchers' list, and furthermore, I categorically prohibited the preservation of such a list along with their personal data. Confronted by Su Li's inquiries, Li Fei found himself at a loss for words. Yet, failing to provide an explanation would present undeniable evidence of breaching corporate confidentiality, compounded by those dubious videos. He could very well face a decade in prison. Upon his eventual release, he would be utterly oblivious to the transformed society awaiting him. At that moment, Chu Fei interjected. Manager Li, I believe this predicament is not one you willingly embraced, is it? Surely someone has been manipulating you from behind the scenes, correct? The moment Chu Fei spoke, a chill ran down Li Fei's spine. The truth was bound to surface. Following closely, Su Li added, Manager Li, I present you with two choices. First, I report these evidences to the authorities, and you will face a decade or more in prison. Alternatively, you divulge the identity of your instigator, and we shall treat this matter as if it never occurred, allowing you to continue your role as general manager. What say you? The disparity between these two options was stark. After a brief hesitation, Li Fei finally spoke. Miss Su, I truly do not know his identity. Only that he is referred to as Brother Yi. He offered me 5 million to procure the company's researchers list and all their personal details. I momentarily succumbed to temptation, thus. Li Fei slumped to the floor, his face drained of color. Su Li's brow furrowed. You placed such trust in him? Li Fei explained. He provided me with a 2 million deposit, and after I sent him the documents, he subsequently transferred 3 million. Upon hearing this, Su Li felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Fei down the stairs. Manager Li, I believed I treated you fairly. But to think you would betray corporate secrets for a mere 5 million. You shall spend the remainder of your life in prison. With that, she picked up a recording pen, having captured their entire conversation. Seeing the recording device, despair filled Li Fei's eyes. He had not anticipated Su Li employing such tactics. Suddenly, he turned to Chu Fei, realizing that Su Li would never act without his orchestration. It was you. Chu Fei smiled slightly. Indeed, it was I. But alas, this was for the good of the company. So, I must insist that you prepare for a life behind bars. As he spoke, he opened the office door, and 2 uniformed men entered. Li Fei, you are suspected of selling confidential information from Cursing Company and violating others' privacy. Please accompany us. With that, the 2 men escorted Li Fei out of the office. After his departure, Chu Fei's countenance turned cold. It was that Brother Yi again. This individual had orchestrated numerous troubles in the past, and now he was behind the leak of company secrets. If he did not unearth this culprit, his heart would remain burdened with resentment. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Su Li and said, I need to step out for a phone call. Chapter 81. The traitor of the Research Institute at the corner of the staircase. Chu Fei prepared to call Xiao Yu, intending to have him investigate this Brother Yi character thoroughly. However, before he could make the call, Xiao Yu's name appeared on his phone. Xiao Yu, I was just about to call you. What prompted you to reach out? Is there trouble at the military department? Clearly, Xiao Yu seldom initiated contact unless something significant was at stake. Fei Ge, there has indeed been an incident within the Long Group. Yi Ao has sought approval from above and plans to hold an election meeting in 3 days. The candidate with the most votes will become the leader of the Long Group. According to my current intelligence, many within the Long Group have already been compromised. Hearing Xiao Yu's somber tone, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Fei's eyes. He had not anticipated Yi Ao's swift maneuvering. It had only been a short while since Master had returned, yet he was already planning an election meeting. It was evident that this had been premeditated. I understand. I will make time to return to Beijing in the next few days. Any updates from the Long family? Since the old man dealt a blow to the Long family, there has been no news from them. It remains unclear what schemes they are concocting. Oddly enough, in just a few days, the Long family's enterprises suffered severe losses, with over 60% of their senior personnel wiped out. Now, apart from a few old-timers, only 3 from the younger generation remained. Moreover, we have failed to uncover any leads, leaving us in the dark regarding the identity of the perpetrator. Hearing the slight confusion in Xiao Yu's tone, Chu Fei merely remarked, Every action has its consequences. The Long family has certainly angered many. Given the current trajectory, they would likely not wait for Yi Ao to ascend to the position of Long Group leader. At this, Xiao Yu paused for 3 seconds, sensing an unusual implication in Chu Fei's words. The decline of the Long family appeared to be entwined with Fei Ji's influence. Understood. By the way, Fei Ge, you called me for a reason? As the conversation shifted, Chu Fei released a slow breath. Please investigate if there are any significant underground organizations led by someone named Brother Yi. If you find anything, inform me. They seem to believe they have reached the end of their rope. The icy words resonated in Xiao Yu's ears, and he understood that Chu Fei was preparing to take action. Understood, Fei Ge. I will provide you with information within a day. After ending the call, Chu Fei initially considered contacting his father to inquire about the situation with the Long family, but ultimately refrained, likely finding his father engaged in a meal at his grandmother's house. Upon returning to the office, he found Su Li packing her belongings. I'm back. Let us head to the Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei understood Su Li's intent. With the secrets of the Research Institute already exposed, there was no longer a need for concealment. The two gathered some daily supplies and drove toward the institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the Research Institute. In the reception area, Su Li coldly commanded, Xiao Bei, summon everyone to the conference room. I have an important matter to discuss. Surprised, Xiao Bei complied. Yang Chunghua looked at Su Li in confusion. Miss Su, what has happened? The other researchers appeared equally perplexed, as they were currently in a semi-stalled state, lacking live specimens for experimentation, thus relegated to studying the side effects and potential conditions of the drugs they were developing. To date, they had only conducted a single modification. Professor Yang, you shall soon learn of this matter. Su Li did not intend to confine this revelation to just a few trusted individuals, but rather to address everyone publicly to identify the traitor among them. Upon hearing this, Yang Chengwa ceased his inquiries, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the expansive conference room filled with over 40 researchers. Standing on the stage, Su Li surveyed them all. I have convened this meeting to discuss a matter of utmost importance. After a brief pause, she continued. I believe everyone is aware of the tremendous effort put into our research achievements over the past year and more, during which many have been deprived of family contact. The hardships endured are known to many. However, as those final two words escaped her lips, the atmosphere grew tense. That dreaded, however, signaled impending trouble. Someone has betrayed the secrets of our research institute. As soon as the statement was made, the atmosphere in the room erupted with chaos. What? Who is it? After all our hard work, we are on the brink of success, and yet someone has chosen to betray us. Who dares to step forward? I will make them pay. The furious voice echoed throughout the conference room. Observing the scene before him, Chu Fei's gaze swept across all present. For now, no one appeared suspicious. If one were to deviate from the collective demeanor, that individual would surely reveal themselves. Moreover, we have an insider within our company. I have already apprehended the traitor, who has been taken into custody and will spend the rest of their life behind bars. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. An insider within the company? Upon hearing this, Yang Chengwa immediately grasped the situation. No wonder his family had been threatened, forcing him to consider switching jobs. Unbeknownst to him, there was indeed a traitor among them. In a bid for leniency, he had handed over a list of those who had leaked company secrets. Upon this declaration, Su Li slammed a folder heavily onto the table. Bang! The resounding noise silenced the room. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Now, I hope those implicated will voluntarily come forward. I, Su Li, will overlook your past transgressions and choose not to report you, considering the hard work of the past year. However, should anyone attempt to slip through the cracks, I regret to inform you that this list will be handed over to the authorities. Given our current standing, a prison sentence of no less than 10 years is inevitable. I shall grant you 3 minutes to contemplate whether to step forward or leave your fate in my hands. With that, Su Li took her seat, her expression icy. Chu Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, surprised by her cunning. Indeed, within mere minutes of her sitting down, a man rose to his feet. Miss Su, I am the one at fault. No sooner had he spoken than another person stood up. Me too. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed on the 3 standing individuals. Li Chong, Lu Chao, and Old Zhao. I truly did not expect it to be you. One researcher, unable to contain his anger, raised his fist to strike the 3. However, the other researchers firmly restrained him. The 3 lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gazes of their peers. Such betrayal is unforgivable, regardless of the setting. Yet, they felt powerless against the exorbitant offers made to them, which far surpassed their current salaries. Nevertheless, Su Li shook her head slightly. My list contains more names than just the 3 of you. It seems my previous words were taken lightly. To evade responsibility, one must be acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Chu Fei was taken aback. This girl suspects more than just the 3 of them? No wonder Su Li has risen to the position of CEO at Qixiao Company at such a young age. Her intellect and strategy are unmatched. Once again, silence enveloped the conference room. Even Li Chong and the others were bewildered, as they were unaware of the extent of the betrayal among their ranks. However, based on Su Li's remarks, it was clear that the traitors far exceeded their number. Su Li surveyed the room, and when no one else stood, she declared, Since that is the case, I will not hold back. Li Chong, Lu Chao, Zhao Wan, I will overlook your actions, and your salaries for this month will be credited to your accounts upon my return. As for those who refuse to step forward, I regret to inform you. Before she could finish her sentence, an elder seated beside Yang Chengwa slowly rose. Upon seeing this elder, Su Li's expression shifted to one of shock. Even Yang Chengwa was taken aback. Old Wang Yu. He did not expect Wang Goen to be one of the leakers. Wang Goen, a professor at the institute, had merely worked in a different capacity. While he focused on data collection, Su Li was responsible for main development. Xiao Su, I apologize. I was blinded by greed. Wang Goen admitted, his head bowed in shame. As he stood, 2 more researchers rose from their seats. Witnessing this unfold, Chu Fei fell silent, acknowledging Su Li's remarkable intelligence. A fabricated list had successfully exposed the traitors within the institute. Su Li gazed at those who had stood, disappointment etched on her face. Old Wang, I never imagined you would resort to this. With that, she unveiled the list before everyone, revealing nothing but blank A4 sheets, devoid of any text. The sight left the standing individuals in shock, while the others fell into a profound silence. A fabricated list had unmasked 6 traitors, a turn of events none had anticipated. Not even Su Li, who initially believed there would be no more than 3. I have stated that this matter will be overlooked. Now that we have reached the final stage, I will not pursue accountability. Pack your belongings and leave. Su Li turned and exited the conference room, with Chu Fei trailing behind her. Once outside, a torrent of furious shouts erupted from within the room, followed by a cacophony of noise. In the open field, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Surprised? Su Li, gazing at the distant barren mountains, offered a faint smile. Old Wang was one of them, which I did not foresee. However, that is no longer relevant. The company's secrets are already known to many. Concealment is futile at this point. Hearing this, Chu Fei remained silent, sitting on a nearby ridge and pulling a blade of grass to chew. Indeed, now we await the arrival of Yuelon for the live experiments. Once successful, we can unveil our findings. Su Li smiled faintly. Yes, after all the effort put in by so many, the time has come. She inhaled deeply, gazing at the azure sky. Chu Fei observed her delicate visage, hesitating momentarily. However, the truth needed to be addressed sooner or later. By the way, I might need to return to Beijing tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me? Su Li looked at him in surprise. Return to Beijing? What for? Chu Fei looked skyward. I have matters to attend to, possibly taking 3 or 4 days. This trip to Beijing was not solely for the election. It was also about the Long family. It was time for that family to vanish. 3 factions in Beijing are sufficient. A 4th would only destabilize the balance. I understand. I shall not join you. There are too many matters awaiting my attention here. With the company now on an upward trajectory, she, as the CEO, could not afford to accompany Chu Fei for an extended period. Very well. The two rose and departed the research institute, driving back to the villa. Just as Chu Fei prepared to don an apron to cook dinner, his phone rang. On the other end, he heard the voice of Yun Yuelon. Younger brother, do you want to hear some good news? Chu Fei's expression darkened. Speak quickly, get to the point. On the other end, Yun Yuelon chuckled. I have informed the family about the situation here, and they have agreed to establish a branch in Beijing. Furthermore, the documents for the live experiments have been sent for review, and it is likely they will be approved by tomorrow. At that time, I shall accompany you to the research institute for viewing. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, what wonderful news. By the way, dear sister, I am preparing to cook. Would you care to indulge in your brother's culinary skills? I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience. Upon hearing his words, Yun Yuelon immediately sensed that he had ulterior motives for seeking her assistance and promptly declined. No, you would so generously invite me to a meal, and even cook yourself? Do I appear foolish to you? Chu Fei did not expect that she would see through his intentions. In truth, his desire for Yun Yuelon to come over stemmed from wanting her to stay with Su Li. With Yun Yuelon present during his absence from Jiangnan, those with ill intentions would have to reconsider their actions. The wrath of the 4 great families is not something to be taken lightly. Very well, my dear sister. I shall send you the location at once. Hurry, I am preparing your favorite dish, braised pork. The next morning, Chu Fei boarded a flight back to the capital. Prior to this, he had persuaded Yun Yuelon to stay with Su Li for the next few days. Now, his concerns for Su Li's safety were alleviated. After several hours of flight, he finally returned to the capital. However, he was in no rush to return to the military headquarters. Once he did, Yao would undoubtedly know of his arrival and might have set numerous traps for him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to visit his grandmother and the others first. Taking a taxi, he arrived at a secluded courtyard. The grand red wooden door was flanked by 2 stone lions, 1 male and 1 female. 2 large iron rings hung at the entrance, meant for knocking. He grasped one of the rings and gently rapped it 3 times. Before long, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man who gazed at the unfamiliar young man with a hint of surprise. Young man, whom are you seeking? Chu Fei looked at the elder and smiled slightly. Uncle Yun, do you not recognize me? Upon hearing that familiar voice and title, Yunin scrutinized Chu Fei from head to toe. Finally, he recollected. You are little Fei? Chu Fei nodded. Despite the years that had passed, Uncle Yun remained as vigorous as ever. Yunin chuckled heartily. Come in quickly, your parents are here as well. He then called out to those in the courtyard, everyone. Guess who has arrived? As Chu Fei stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a stone table at its center, surrounded by several people, including Chu Tianquang and Yun Yu. Grandmother, grandfather, dad, mom, eldest uncle, second uncle, fourth aunt. Everyone turned to see Chu Fei standing at the door, their faces lighting up with joy. I wondered why there were magpies chirping at the door today. It turns out you have returned. Chu Fei's eldest uncle, Yun Wu, waved him over. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice rang out. Little Fei has come back? Step aside, let me have a look. Instantly, the crowd parted. Chu Fei's grandfather and grandmother were seated on the benches by the stone table. Grandfather Yun Xiaodian leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his eyes filled with warmth. Chu Fei approached and bowed respectfully. Grandfather. Yun Xiaodian nodded approvingly. Over the years, you have indeed matured into a man. Grandmother Tang, Huiying gazed at him with affection. After not seeing you for years, my dear little Fei has become even more masculine. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce a few? At this, laughter erupted among those present. Chu Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Grandmother, hasn't Mom told you? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Yunyu, who finally spoke up. The reason for this visit is actually to discuss this young man's marriage. Mom, you need not worry about girlfriends. She is a wonderful girl. One I truly admire, and little Fei likes her as well. With this declaration, a satisfied smile spread across Tang Huiying's wrinkled face. I thought you were in such a hurry to return for a reason. It turns out it's for little Fei's wedding. What a significant matter. After conversing for quite some time in the main courtyard, Chu Fei finally found an opportunity to speak privately with his father. In a separate courtyard, Chu Tianquang looked at Chu Fei, his eyes brimming with joy. In just over half a year, he might be cradling a grandchild. How could he not be happy? You rascal, what brings you to me? Chu Fei shot him an exasperated glance. You promised not to tell Mom and the others. Yet here you are, bringing Mom along. Chu Tianquang chuckled awkwardly. I just wanted to make your mother happy. This time, she insisted on coming herself. You know, at home, I have the least authority. While it was true that Chu Tianquang was a formidable figure outside, at home, he was rather subdued, especially in front of Chu Fei's mother. It wasn't that he feared her. Rather, it was love. All right, Dad, I'm not a petty person. It's fine that she's here. It saves me some trouble. But how are things with the Long family? At the mention of this, a cold glint flickered in Chu Tianquang's eyes. The Long family is now virtually defunct. Aside from the few old men hiding in their estate, the rest dare not show their faces. I have no interest in dealing with the small fry. The Long family is nearing its end. Once we deal with those final few, they will be completely finished. At that point, the capital will be in a state of equilibrium, and the Yun family will naturally be among the strongest, not for any other reason, but because they have my support. For all these years, the Yun family has kept a low profile, but they are certainly not afraid of trouble. To outsiders, they appear to be honest and law-abiding, never initiating conflict. But, sometimes, the most honest people are the most terrifying. Is that so? Chu Fei pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. After a few moments of contemplation, he slowly proposed, what if you lend me a few experts, and I'll pay a visit to the Long family's estate? Chu Tianquang looked at him in surprise. You intend to take action? Chu Fei nodded, his gaze cold. My master is still lying in the intensive care unit. While he is not in immediate danger, there is a possibility of lasting repercussions once he recovers. I will hold the Long family accountable for this. The ones responsible were the family head, Long Quang, along with his eldest son and a few subordinates. I do not intend to let any of them escape. Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Chu Tianquang laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. Excellent. You have a bit of my former spirit. Since you wish to visit the Long family, it's a good opportunity for me to test whether I've grown weaker after all these years. I will accompany you. At this, Chu Fei was taken aback. He had always been uncertain of his father's capabilities. According to his father's words, his master could at most match him in strength. When it came to fighting him, it was truly a case of father against son. Father, are you not concerned about being discovered by the military? Those in the military have been continuously pursuing leads. If we take action, they are bound to uncover it, which could lead to considerable trouble. Some of the old fossils in the military have unresolved grievances with me. If they dare to speak out, I won't hesitate to deal with them as well. Chu Fei was left speechless. His father's temperament was truly, all right, let us depart. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall pay a visit to the Long family together. Those who dare to harm my brother shall soon learn the true meaning of fear. Chapter 84. Preparing for action after enjoying lunch at his grandmother's house. Chu Fei did not linger. Yesterday, Xiaoyu had informed him that he would need a day to gather information regarding a certain ego. Calculating the time, it was nearly that moment. Xiaoyu, any news? At this moment, in the office of the Dragon Group's intelligence team, Xiaoyu was intently focused on the computer screen, which displayed a plethora of data. After thorough verification, he concluded that this information was indeed what Chu Fei had requested. Brother Fei, the person you asked me to find is located in the outskirts of the capital. He resides in a self-built villa, and I understand that he has trained many formidable individuals. It seems he is serving a significant figure in our military. Xiaoyu scrutinized the information, his brow furrowing in concentration. In a short span, he had not been able to ascertain to whom these individuals were truly loyal. However, It was evident that the organization behind them was certainly affiliated with the military. Is that so? Chu Fei's expression darkened. Send the address to my email. Then, seek out He Zi and the others. Inform them that I will be waiting for them on Qinghua Street. Also, ensure they bring their weapons. I intend to dismantle this organization with my own hands. At this, a note of tension crept into Xiao Yu's demeanor. Brother Fei, might this action be somewhat unwise? The team leader is currently absent. Although the captains of the various squads have the authority to command their teams, any operational execution requires the leader's confirmation. Undertaking a mission without authorization could lead to punishment if discovered. Should any member be injured or killed, military law may be invoked. Have no worries. This is the leader's directive, Chu Fei replied with a cold smirk. His master was still confined to a hospital bed, yet he could easily convey to others that this was indeed the leader's intention. Even if his master awakened, he would not oppose Chu Fei's actions. After all, the deed was already done, and he would surely not blame him. I understand. I will notify He Zi and the others immediately. After ending the call, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before rising to leave the office. On the training grounds of the Dragon Group, four muscular men were engaged in an intense workout. Their bulging muscles rivaled those of a fitness instructor. Each bore the weight of several dozen pounds of stones as they sprinted across the field, their clothes drenched in sweat. Heavy breaths and beads of sweat marked their exertion. In just 2 minutes, Xiao Yu arrived. Spotting the 4 men on the field, he waved them over. He Zi, come here. The 4 training men were startled upon seeing Xiao Yu, then gradually slowed their pace to approach him. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? As the captain of the intelligence team, Xiao Yu was not one to leave easily. His presence indicated there was an important matter at hand. The speaker was He Zi, a man with a somewhat dark complexion and thick eyebrows. After scanning the surroundings and noticing no one else, Xiao Yu spoke. Brother Fei called. He wants you 4 to prepare and bring your gear to Qinghua Street to meet him. There's a secret mission for you all to undertake. Upon hearing this, the 4 men were taken aback. Brother Fei is back? What about the team leader? Beyond the intelligence team, He Zi and his trio were the only ones who had not allied themselves with Yao. Their captain was none other than Chu Fei. However, there were 4 squads in the first team, each consisting of 5 members, and Chu Fei was the captain of both the first team and the first squad. Unfortunately, it seemed the other 3 squads had already aligned themselves with Yao's faction. The team leader is not in danger for now. He is still recuperating. By the way, exit through the back door of our intelligence team. Using the front door could expose you to Yao's people. This is also Brother Fei's directive. The men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Returning to their dormitory, they showered, changed into fresh clothes, and gathered their gear before heading to the intelligence team. They exited the military compound through the back door and hailed a cab directly to Qinghua Street. At that moment, in a milk tea shop at the intersection of Qinghua Street, Chu Fei sat sipping his drink while observing the bustling crowd around him. According to his calculations, He Zi and the others should be en route. As he finished his tea, he settled the bill and stepped outside. A taxi pulled up across the street, from which 4 robust men emerged, each carrying a small package and wearing sunglasses. To an unsuspecting observer, they could easily be mistaken for film actors due to their striking appearance, reminiscent of cinematic assassins. Chu Fei's expression darkened. Why were these 4 so ostentatious? Did they not fear drawing attention? After disembarking, the 4 soon spotted Chu Fei across the street. They intended to greet him, but he shook his head, signaling them to refrain. The 4 exchanged confused glances, puzzled by Brother Fei's actions. What is he up to? He calls us over yet doesn't want us to meet him? Iron Bull, one of the group, inquired with surprise. I don't know. Perhaps we are too dashing, and he fears we might overshadow him, Xiao Wu chuckled, brushing his hair back with a self-satisfied grin. Just then, a business vehicle halted beside Chu Fei. Young master, the car has arrived, said Li Yu, the driver, who had received Chu Fei's earlier call requesting a vehicle. Chu Fei accepted the keys with a nod. All right, you may head back. Also, inform my parents that I may not return tonight. With the keys in hand, he approached the vehicle and waved to He Zi and the others, who then picked up their belongings and entered the car. Once inside, He Zi could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Fei, what brings you back? I've heard that Yao has been quite brazen lately. Are we planning to deal with him? That is indeed on my mind. However, first, we have some business to attend to. There is an individual who has persistently impeded my operations, and I intend to confront him, Chu Fei replied, his gaze cold. This individual had repeatedly caused him trouble, presuming that he could be easily bullied. Since he took on the mission, we nearly suffocated from boredom. Just training day in and day out, Xiao Wu laughed, then proceeded to unpack his bag and assemble his firearm before the others. Hey, Xiao Wu, did you really bring out the sniper rifle? The others exclaimed in shock. Brother Fei had instructed them to bring their gear, but had not indicated they should bring such heavy weaponry. Even for them, carrying such items required prior notification. Chapter 85. Midnight Infiltration. Hearing this, Chu Fei could only break into a sweat. What a true brother. You've even brought out the sniper rifle. However, Xiao Wu was the team's designated sniper, so it wasn't entirely inappropriate for him to carry it. Let it be. We're dealing with a significant number of adversaries this time. They likely possess weapons as well. Remember to wear your bulletproof vests. Since these individuals are serving someone within the military, they must be well armed. Even if they lack heavy weaponry, they certainly have an abundance of standard automatic rifles. Brother Fei, are you implying that these individuals are concealed terrorists within the capital? Those capable of wielding weapons are quite rare. Kai Huang, who typically spoke little, chimed in. In terms of strength, he was on par with He Zi and Xiao Wu, but when it came to strategy and tactics, he surpassed them all. In matters of setting traps, even Chu Fei had to concede to him. Having Kai Huang on their team made executing missions significantly easier. As for his name, it required no further elaboration. Fond of gaming, a character known as Kai Huang is his specialty, albeit with a tendency to fail 9 times out of 10. It seems that the opposition is a private organization nurtured by someone within the military. Unfortunately for them, they have crossed paths with me. Chu Fei chuckled lightly. Yet everyone understood that provoking someone like Brother Fei was akin to inviting trouble. Did they truly believe that the moniker of King of Hell was bestowed without reason? Enough. Let us swiftly assemble our weapons. Upon the appointed time, we shall first survey the situation. After making this statement, Chu Fei quickened his pace once more. An hour and a half later, the group finally arrived at the location described by Xiao Yu. They parked their vehicle in a nearby desolate area before ascending a small hill. Chu Fei accepted the binoculars from He Zi and gazed at the opulent manor in the distance. The estate was modest in size, covering roughly 1,000 square meters. At its center stood a grand villa, surrounded by several pavilions. 2 security guards were stationed at the entrance, presumably armed. Many individuals were seen patrolling within the manor, though the interior of the villa remained obscured from view. He Zi, change your attire and scout the area, ordered Chu Fei. Understood. He Zi promptly shed his current clothing, donning a simpler outfit that made him resemble a laborer. Minutes later, under Chu Fei's watchful eye, He Zi approached the entrance of the manor. The 2 security guards immediately confronted him. After a brief exchange, He Zi was permitted to leave. Observing from a distance, Chu Fei noted that as He Zi neared the estate, the patrolling personnel had gathered behind the main gate. A direct assault would be improbable. Moreover, the bulges at their waists indicated they were undoubtedly armed. Minutes later, He Zi returned. Brother Fei, these individuals are quite vigilant. Additionally, there are weapons in the security booths. Even if we manage to swiftly neutralize the 2 guards, we may still be exposed. Chu Fei furrowed his brow, lifting the binoculars for another look. As he set them down, he inhaled deeply. Xiao Wu, you will cover us from here. Ensure your sniper rifle is equipped with a silencer. Kai Huang and Tinyo, flank the rear of the manor and lay in ambush. If anyone attempts to escape through the back door, shoot to kill without hesitation. He Zi and I will infiltrate from the side under the cover of darkness. Chu Fei quickly devised a plan. This manor was easily defensible, but if He Zi and he could breach from within, it would catch them off guard. The clock read 6:30. Darkness would descend in half an hour. After nightfall, await my command to act. Kai Huang and Tinyo, proceed to the back door and remember to wear your night vision goggles. Meanwhile, within the villa of the manor, Yi Qi paced the living room. A look of grave concern etched across his brow. He had just received news from Yao, initially expecting a mission to undertake. However, the nature of the message left him astounded. Yao intended to betray the Long family. He had allied himself with the Han family, and once he assumed the position of the Long group leader, he and the Han family would form a close partnership. The Long family was now a mere shadow of its former self, and collaborating with such a family was wholly incompatible with Yi Qi's current standing. Furthermore, Yao had warned him to prepare for a decisive strike against the Long family, having summoned back those on assignment, as the election was imminent in 2 days. They intended to launch a final assault to obliterate the Long family. Brother Yi, isn't it somewhat unwise to oppose the Long family at this juncture? Although they are targeted by a mysterious force, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. We have but a handful of men, and surely the Long family won't sit idly by, will they? Moreover, if things go awry, will we not bear the brunt of the blame? A man beside Yi Qi furrowed his brow. This was Sun Gong, Yi Qi's trusted subordinate and a capable individual. What the elder brother decides, we shall follow. Once the others return, we must prepare swiftly. The Long family's estate is not easily penetrable. According to my intelligence, the Long family's forces have returned to defend their position. While they may refrain from using weapons in the urban area, should a confrontation arise, they might resort to desperate measures. If the higher-ups investigate, those involved will surely face dire consequences. Sun Quan hesitated, wanting to argue further, but Yu Qi raised a hand. No need to elaborate. The elder brother's word is law. Besides, collaborating with the Han family means they too will be affected should we encounter trouble. This reality rendered Sun Quan silent. It appeared Yi Qi was resolute in his intention to confront the Long family head-on. Rest now. Conserve your strength. The final battle awaits in 2 days. Yi Qi gestured dismissively, sinking into a chair as he gazed contemplatively at the ceiling. After an indeterminate time, he slowly rose, preparing to retreat to his chamber for rest. Unbeknownst to him, 2 shadows were scaling the wall, infiltrating the estate. Chu Fei patted Hazy on the shoulder, indicating another direction. Understanding immediately, Hazy gripped his dagger firmly and crept forward, while a patrolling guard surveyed the area ahead. Chapter 86. The Threat Beneath the Night Under the Cover of Darkness. Chu Fei donned night vision goggles, gripping a sharp dagger as he stealthily approached a patrolling guard from behind. Silently, he covered the guard's mouth and swiftly sliced his throat. Gently dragging the body into a concealed corner, he advanced cautiously towards the villa. In his line of sight, several patrolling guards were drawing near. With a cold expression, Chu Fei concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the guards to pass before slipping through the villa's rear entrance. However, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. Upon entering, he unexpectedly came face to face with Sun Quan. Their eyes widened in mutual shock. Sun Quan had intended to step outside for some fresh air and a cigarette. "Who are you?" Sun Quan's voice turned icy as he regarded the unfamiliar man before him, clad in night vision goggles. Drawing his dagger with a swift motion, he glared at Chu Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei sprang into action. Clang, clang. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows. Sun Quan soon realized the gravity of the situation. This individual was targeting them. "Enemy attack!" he bellowed, lunging forward. Outside, the patrolling guards reacted immediately to his shout. "Someone has infiltrated the estate. Move quickly." In a flash, numerous patrolmen drew their weapons, converging on the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the villa, Hazy heard the commotion and understood instantly that Brother Fei had encountered trouble. Drawing his pistol, he abandoned stealth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the night as 3 patrolmen fell, blood pooling beneath them. On the nearby hillside, Xiaowu also heard the gunfire from within the estate. Realizing that Brother Fei and Hazy had been compromised, he aimed at the exposed patrolman without hesitation. With a muffled report, his silenced sniper rifle took down a guard attempting to flee towards the villa. This was merely the beginning. In the midst of a planned respite upstairs, Yi Qi was abruptly startled by the sound of gunfire from outside. Without hesitation, he retrieved a submachine gun from a nearby box. Grasping the intercom, he bellowed to everyone. "Counterattack! Fight back!" Meanwhile, on the ground floor of the villa, Chu Fei realized his cover had been blown and resolved to hold nothing back. "Since you have discovered me, you shall face your demise." He intensified his movements, causing Sun Quan's expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated that the man before him would still be holding back. Without a second thought, Sun Quan spun to flee, but Chu Fei's speed far surpassed his expectations. Feeling a chill behind him, Sun Quan turned just in time to receive a knife strike. However, Chu Fei swiftly ducked, plunging his dagger into Sun Quan's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Before he could withdraw the blade, a strong sense of danger washed over him. His pupils constricted, and every muscle in his body tensed. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself over a meter away. The ensuing sound of gunfire erupted, with multiple bullet holes appearing where he had just stood. Before he could rise, another barrage of bullets followed. Chu Fei dashed behind a load-bearing column. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple bullet holes appeared in the column. Taking a deep breath, he drew his 92-style pistol. From the trajectory of the bullets, it was evident that the assailants positioned themselves to his upper left and rear. Steeling himself, he suddenly peered out from behind the column, only to swiftly retreat once more. Bang, bang, bang. Another volley of bullets whizzed past. This time, he discerned the location of his attackers. With a sudden leap, he sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, and 2 individuals in the second-floor corridor collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chu Fei found himself behind another support pillar. As he contemplated how to deal with the incoming patrols, gunfire erupted. Hazy burst into the villa's ground floor, swiftly eliminating a few patrolling guards before seamlessly reloading his weapon. Fei Ge. Upon hearing Hazy's voice, Chu Fei dashed out from behind the column. A quick glance revealed enemies hiding in the second-floor corridor. He raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The opponent fell, a bullet piercing his forehead. Cover me, I'm going upstairs. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Fei sprinted toward the upper levels, while Heisey, wielding 2 handguns, took cover behind a support column, aiming at the door. With a thunderous crash, the door swung open, and over a dozen patrol members armed with submachine guns stormed into the villa. Yet, they were greeted by a hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Heisey's pistols seemed devoid of recoil, each shot finding its mark in the chest of the foremost attackers. Under the current circumstances, aiming for headshots was impractical. Even a chest hit could prove fatal. However, with the front line absorbing the bullets, the rear guard soon spotted Heisey concealed behind the column and unleashed a torrent of fire. Debris flew, and the sound of gunfire was incessant. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, Xiaowu could no longer remain idle. The enemy was armed with submachine guns, and both Heisey and Fei Gu were unlikely to withstand such a multitude. He stood, targeting the patrol members still outside the villa, taking them down one by one. At that moment, someone finally sensed the peril. Watch out, there's a sniper. But before the warning could fully escape his lips, a bullet pierced his skull. Lurking behind the villa's back door, Kai Huang and Tai Nyo exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected intensity of the situation. The gunfire indicated that this was not a small armed group. Should we proceed inside? Tai Nyo inquired, looking at Kai Huang. With a grave expression, Kai Huang gripped his 95-style automatic rifle and fired 2 shots at the lock on the iron door. With a powerful kick, he forced the door open, declaring, "Let's support Fei Gu and Heisey." Both Tai Nyo and Kai Huang entered the estate, standing back to back as they quickly surveyed their surroundings. However, they noticed that the guards originally stationed at the back door had already rushed to the front for reinforcements. "Let us go to the front," Kai Huang gestured, and the two split up. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had ascended to the 3rd floor. Click. He replaced his magazine with a fully loaded one and charged up the stairs. Just then, several bullets whizzed overhead. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" The voice belonged to Yi Qi, flanked by only 2 subordinates, all armed with submachine guns. Hearing the sounds from the staircase, Chu Fei inhaled deeply. "You must be Brother Yi, right? Apologies, but someone has a price on your head." Chu Fei's tone was chilling as he gripped his pistol tightly. "Is it enough? Just the 3 of you?" Yi Qi roared in fury, suddenly rising to unleash a barrage of gunfire toward the source of the sound. Chapter 87. Annihilation. Chu Fei crouched behind the stairs, his expression icy. The wall before him was already riddled with bullet holes. Below, gunfire continued to erupt. It seemed Kai Huang and Tai Nyo had indeed come to assist. These individuals had never considered retreating, fully aware of their numerical advantage. It appeared they intended to eliminate him decisively. "I'm quite curious. Which entity supplies your private armed group with weapons? Securing submachine guns implies your backers possess significant influence." Chu Fei spoke slowly, the dark muzzle of his gun trained on the staircase. Should any of them dare to show themselves, they would meet a swift demise. "Huh, trying to extract information from me? Such tactics are rather elementary." Yi Qi sneered, retrieving a grenade from his pocket. Pulling the pin, he hurled it toward the staircase. At the moment the grenade left his hand, Chu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the staircase to the 2nd-floor corridor just as a tremendous explosion erupted. Boom. Debris flew, obscuring his vision in a cloud of dust. His gaze grew colder. He had not anticipated that the enemy possessed such firepower. Clearly, high-ranking officials from the military had invested considerable effort into nurturing this private armed group. Meanwhile, at the 3rd-floor stairway, Yi Qi signaled to his 2 subordinates, who understood immediately and stealthily descended the stairs. Yi Qi, however, did not rush down. Instead, he chose to wait patiently, uncertain whether the grenade had successfully dispatched his adversary. On the 2nd floor, behind the wall, Chu Fei's demeanor remained icy. Although he had leaped down quickly, the grenade's explosion was beyond human endurance. Shrapnel had grazed his arm, staining his sleeve with blood, but it was not life-threatening. His expression remained frigid as he contemplated how to drive the enemy down from above when he suddenly detected an unusual sound. The footsteps were faint, nearly indistinguishable amidst the chaos below. However, Chu Fei's hearing was finely tuned from rigorous training. It was evident that there were 2 individuals approaching. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his handgun firmly. The next instant, he sprang into action. The 2 descending individuals barely had time to react before darkness enveloped them. A bloodied hole appeared in the center of each of their brows. Looking at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Chu Fei's expression remained unchanged. He casually picked up a submachine gun from the floor and stealthily approached the staircase. Yet, Yi Qi, hearing the gunfire below, felt a change in his demeanor. He had not expected that his adversary had survived, and possessed the terrifying capability to eliminate his two subordinates. The opponent's background was undoubtedly formidable. However, he was currently on the third floor of the villa, and jumping down from that height of 11 or 12 meters could prove fatal, even if he somehow survived. Escape seemed impossible. Why don't we have a little chat? Yi Chi exhaled deeply, calling out toward the staircase. Hearing these words, Chu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Very well. If you lay down your weapons, we can indeed have a discussion. Otherwise, you may find that my brothers will have dealt with your subordinates by the time we speak again. Upon hearing this, Yi Chi's expression shifted slightly. Just how many of you are there? He found it hard to believe, considering that there were nearly 30 subordinates within the manor, each armed to the teeth. Unless the opposing force was a specially trained unit, there was no way a mere handful of individuals could take down so many. 5, including myself. But I wonder if you have heard of the Dragon Team? The reason Chu Fei revealed his identity was to test his opponent. If the other party recognized the name, it would surely pique their curiosity as to why they had not received any prior notification. Are you lying to me? You are from the Dragon Team? Impossible. Yi Chi could hardly believe that these attackers were indeed members of the Dragon Team. Nowadays, apart from the intelligence unit, most of them were allied with the Big Brother. And it was inconceivable that they would be carrying weapons unless on a mission. If it were a mission, Big Brother would surely be aware of it. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly at Yi Chi's certainty. It seemed that the other party belonged to an organization fostered by someone within the Dragon Team. Most likely, Yi Chi had some connection to Yao. I presume you are no stranger to Yao? Upon hearing this probing tone, Yi Chi realized he had been exposed. The other party had guessed the identity of the person standing behind him. Since you know, do you still dare to seek death? Are you not afraid that my big brother will eliminate you? As he spoke, Yi Chi suddenly leaned forward and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the staircase. However, Chu Fei had taken cover by the second-floor landing. So it's you backing him, Yao. That changes everything. Let me inform you in advance. Once you are dead, it won't be long before he comes to join you. As he spoke, Chu Fei swiftly advanced to the corner of the staircase, where Yi Chi was now fully exposed in his line of sight. Instinctively, Yi Chi attempted to fire, but his speed was no match for Chu Fei's. Bang! A bullet pierced through his wrist. Thud! The gun fell from his hand to the ground. As he reached out with his other hand to retrieve it, Chu Fei denied him that opportunity. Another shot rang out. Bang! The other wrist was similarly penetrated. At that moment, Yi Chi realized he was finished. A look of despair washed over him as he gazed at Chu Fei. He felt a strange familiarity with this man. Suddenly, a photograph flashed through his mind. The person in the photo overlapped with the one before him. It's you, Chu Fei, the captain of the first team of the Dragon Team. The one they call the King of Hell. Long ago, he had seen a photo of Chu Fei, but he never imagined that the one coming to confront him would be him. Oh, it seems Yao has shown you my photo. Chu Fei approached the edge of the corridor and glanced down. The gunfire below was nearing its end. Those who could flee had done so, and those who could not lay dead. Unfortunately, they had no chance of escaping the manor. On a distant hill, Xiaowu coldly stowed away his sniper rifle. Outside the villa, at least 7 or 8 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. The gunfire had ceased. This organization was completely obliterated. Chapter 88. Live for yourself. On the third-floor corridor, Chu Fei sat on the railing, flanked by Kai Huang, Tai Niu, and He Zi, observing the bloodied man seated on the ground. If all went as expected, this man was the target of Fei Ji's mission. Will you speak for yourself? Or shall I assist you? Chu Fei regarded Yi Chi with a calm expression. What do you wish to know? Yi Chi lifted his gaze to meet Chu Fei's. Today, there was no escape for him. Your relationship with Yao, and what you have done for him. Yi Chi smiled slightly as he looked at Chu Fei. Relationship? I am merely a dog at his side. I bite whoever he commands. Many have perished at my hands. It's a pity that my recent missions have all ended in failure. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed. Are you referring to missions targeting a woman named Su Li? The moment those words left his lips, Yi Chi's countenance changed. So you are the bodyguard beside that woman? He was not foolish. The fact that Chu Fei could pose such a question indicated some connection to her. The consistent failures of the missions could only be attributed to one reason, that formidable bodyguard protecting her. Yet, he never anticipated that this bodyguard would be Chu Fei himself. You are not entirely dim-witted. Unfortunately, you have not applied your intelligence in the right direction. The one referred to as Yi Gu is you, right? Yi Chi said nothing, merely nodding. Proceed then. I have spoken all that I can. What remains unsaid will remain so. In Yi Chi's world, he had perhaps long since perished. Since he had clawed his way out of that pile of corpses, he had become a dead man. Now, he was merely a shell of his former self, driven by the instinct to survive, to claim a mere bun, having slain friends by his own hand. And at that time, He had been but a mere 7-year-old child. Observing the deathly resolve in Yi Qi's eyes, Chu Fei felt a flicker of curiosity. Rarely did he encounter someone facing death without a hint of fear. Even the most ruthless of villains could not mask the terror in their gaze when confronted with mortality. Yet this individual showed not a trace, not even a hint. I am quite curious. How did you come to know him? Judging by your age, you should be under 20, correct? Yi Qi lifted his head, a smile gracing his face. I am 17. At this revelation, Chu Fei and the others were taken aback. They had never imagined that a mere 17-year-old could command such an armed organization. As for how he had met Yao, a smirk crept across his lips as he delved into his memories. Back then, he had been a homeless child in a small country, fighting with stray dogs over scraps of leftover bread from rubbish bins. One day, a man approached him, promising endless food in exchange for his allegiance. Tempted, he agreed. The man led him to a basement, where there was no endless supply of food, only other children his age. On the first day, they were provided ample food to fill their bellies. He vowed it was the most satisfied he had ever felt. Yet, on the second day, no one came to deliver food. They grew hungry, peering out at the vast, desolate wasteland beyond the door. On the third day, the fourth day, it wasn't until the fifth day that the man reappeared, a bucket filled with steamed buns at his feet. He informed them that only one among them could partake of the buns. He then tossed a knife among the children and closed the door once more. At first, none dared to retrieve the knife from the ground, but some could no longer withstand the gnawing hunger. Thus began a bloody slaughter. Yi Qi could not recall how the knife ended up in his hands, but he fought fiercely, driven by the primal urge to survive and to claim those buns. By the time he collapsed, the door finally opened. Subsequently, he was taken by the man to this country, where he underwent relentless training. By the age of 16, he had seized control of the organization, eliminating all who dared oppose him. As the conversation reached this point, Chu Fei and his companions fell into a profound silence. Their eyes ablaze with intense fury. They could hardly fathom that this youth had endured such harrowing experiences. In his struggle for survival, he had dulled his dagger to a blunt edge. From the moment I escaped death, my heart had long since perished. Thus, death holds no terror for me. Go ahead. Act. Yi Qi closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the crack of a gunshot. Yet, Chu Fei did not pull the trigger. Instead, he approached him directly. Live on. Wasn't your original intention merely to survive? He urged. Endure, for your own sake. Yi Qi was taken aback, opening his eyes in confusion as he gazed at Chu Fei. Why? Are you not afraid I might retaliate against you later? Chu Fei chuckled lightly. If you choose to follow Yao again, I shall personally ensure your demise the next time we meet. I am neither a saint nor a villain. You indeed deserve to perish, but not now. With that, Chu Fei beckoned to Haizi and the others, who turned and departed towards the estate's exit. As Yi Qi watched their retreating figures, a renewed conviction to live sparked within his eyes, previously filled with despair. In the car, Brother Fei, why did you let that kid go? They queried, bewildered. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain invites future peril. Besides, considering Yi Qi's youth, who knows how formidable he might become if left unchecked? He merely wishes to live, but he has already faced death once. Do you truly believe he would still align himself with Yao? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They were well aware of Yi Qi's plight. None of this was his fault. He simply sought to survive. Should he foolishly continue to follow Yao, the next encounter would indeed mark his true end. Chu Fei's voice was chillingly cold. Haizi and the others exchanged glances but remained silent. All of this was instigated by Yao. If one were to identify the true culprit, it would undoubtedly be him. Brother Fei, will you return to the team with us, or? They hoped Chu Fei would join them, especially since many in the dragon team had already sided with Yao. If he chose to remain aloof, he might lose control of the situation. However, Chu Fei shook his head. I have tasks at hand and cannot return just yet. Be cautious upon your return. Avoid conflict with Yao's people. I will be present at the elections in 2 days. Chapter 89. I am so afraid after escorting them back near the military base. Chu Fei found a decent hotel to stay in. Tomorrow, he would accompany his father to confront the Long family, necessitating a good rest. Although it could not be termed a bloodbath, the strength of the Long family was not to be underestimated. Fresh from a shower, as he stepped out of the bathroom, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found a drunken woman standing before him, her eyes glazed. She possessed a remarkable figure, adorned in clothing that was anything but cheap. Miss, have you taken a wrong turn? Chu Fei, towel in hand, wiped his hair while casting a puzzled glance at the woman. No, this is room 1306, isn't it? She slurred, pointing to the door number. Chu Fei peered outside and noted his own room was 1309. You must be mistaken. This is room 1306. He attempted to close the door, but the woman stubbornly pushed past him and collapsed onto the bed. Furrowing his brow, Chu Fei contemplated calling the front desk to have her removed. But the woman appeared to treat the room as her own. With a flick of her hands, she discarded her large undergarment onto the floor. Chu Fei's expression darkened. What was happening? He was a married man. Such actions would betray Su Li, a transgression he would never commit. However, he reasoned that observing her was harmless. He leaned against the wall, waiting for her next move. As the woman shed her undergarment and slipped under the covers, she tossed out a pair of black lace panties that landed right at Chu Fei's feet. He caught them and tossed them onto the bed. Hey, this is my room. Please be mindful. He called out to the woman, who, unfazed, simply turned over and fell asleep. Fuming, Chu Fei considered seeking assistance from the front desk when another knock interrupted him. Opening the door, he was met by 3 men clad in black suits. The man in the middle, appearing to be in his 20s, offered a polite smile. I apologize, my friend mistakenly entered your room. May I take her away? Chu Fei, not wishing to escalate matters, nodded. Sure, go ahead. The man signaled to his 2 companions, who entered the room. However, upon seeing the discarded undergarments, their expressions shifted to one of cold fury. Turning sharply to Chu Fei, the young man demanded, What have you done to my friend? Sensing the rising anger, Chu Fei raised his hands in a gesture of peace. She barged in here and started undressing. I didn't do anything to her. At most, I merely appreciated her figure. It's quite impressive. This was the truth. The woman had entered less than 5 minutes ago. Had it not been for the man's courteous demeanor, Chu Fei might have suspected a setup. Appreciated her figure? The man's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with intense hatred. Take him to the restroom. Let him learn that not everyone can gaze upon my woman's form. The young man gestured to his bodyguards, who advanced toward Chu Fei, evidently intending to teach him a lesson. However, Chu Fei merely chuckled. If you cannot manage your woman and allow her to wander, how can you blame me? Clearly incensed by this retort, the man barked, break his legs. Chu Fei's expression hardened as he watched the approaching bodyguards, discarding the towel in his hands. I advise you to take your woman and leave quietly. Resorting to violence is unwise. A careless move could result in injury. The man sneered, is that so? As a direct descendant of the Feng family, Feng Qihang's status is unparalleled. To him, you are merely a hotel patron, perhaps a company owner, but of no consequence compared to him. Break his legs and toss him out. With that, he strode toward the bed, seemingly intent on enjoying his time. This time, Chu Fei was no longer inclined to be polite. He had extended an olive branch, but now it was time for action. As the 2 bodyguards lunged at him, he swiftly kicked one with a forceful blow. Bam! The unsuspecting bodyguard was sent flying, suffering multiple broken ribs and collapsing in agony. The second bodyguard, witnessing this, rushed at Chu Fei with a fist aimed at his head. Chu Fei's expression turned icy. He raised his arm to block the punch and retaliated with a powerful strike to the bodyguard's abdomen. The bodyguard's eyes bulged in shock as he crumpled to the floor, resembling a boiled shrimp, curled up in pain. I told you, Chu Fei remarked, why don't you believe me? It seems that you have hurt yourself, haven't you? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already seated himself on a nearby sofa. Meanwhile, Feng Qihang regarded Chu Fei with a cold stare, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Very well. You dare to lay your hands on me. Do you know who I am? He appeared unfazed by the prospect of Chu Fei taking action against him. As long as he revealed his identity, no matter how significant Chu Fei's background might be, he would have no choice but to beg for mercy. Unless, of course, this fellow happened to be a direct descendant of one of the other 4 great families. Regrettably, he recognized most members of those families, but had never encountered the man before him. I care not who you are. If you wish to take this woman away, I would be more than happy to oblige and spare myself the trouble. However, should you choose to strike me, that would not be acceptable. Now, you may leave with your men, and I shall pretend that nothing has transpired here. Should you harbor thoughts of revenge, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. At these words, Feng Qihang let out a laugh filled with ire. Strike me? Aside from my elders, who in this city would dare lay a hand on me? Though I am unaware of where your audacity stems from, allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Qihang. He lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, waiting for Chu Fei to plead for mercy. You belong to the Feng family, one of the 4 great clans? Chu Fei regarded the man before him with a hint of astonishment. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly, Feng Qihang sneered. Oh, how terrifying. I am utterly frightened. Do you expect me to kneel and beg for your mercy? Chapter 90. Contemplating the fate of the Long family, the air seemed to freeze. Feng Qihang's expression darkened as he absorbed Chu Fei's sarcastic remarks. You are not afraid of death? Knowing that you are from the Feng family, you still dare to speak to me in such a manner? Are you truly so unafraid of my retaliation? Or are you perhaps a member of one of the other three great families? Afraid? How could I not be? However, the Feng family is merely that, nothing more. Enough. I can hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Leave at once. Do not provoke me into throwing you out. Chu Fei had no time to waste on the self-important second-generation heir, who thought he could act with impunity simply because he had a family to back him. How foolish. Do you dare? Feng Qihong genuinely did not believe that this fellow would have the audacity to throw him out. Yet, he was mistaken. Perhaps others would hesitate. But who was Chu Fei? Rising, he strode directly toward Feng Qihong, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across his face. How audacious. You dare to provoke me. Following this, he seized Feng Qihong and hurled him out like a mere chick. The same fate befell his two bodyguards. After closing the door behind him, Chu Fei turned his attention to the woman lying on the bed. He frowned. Throwing him out might not be the best course of action. Yet, keeping him around could lead to misunderstandings, and then things would truly become convoluted. After some consideration, he decided to rest on the sofa. Meanwhile, Feng Qihong, who had just been thrown out, was absolutely furious. This was the first time he had been humiliated in the capital. He immediately bellowed at his two bodyguards. Get me some help. I want that brat to kneel before me and beg for mercy. The two bodyguards, suppressing their pain, explained, Young master, that fellow is not an ordinary person. He clearly possesses martial skills. If he happens to be from one of the other three great families, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Feng Qihong raised his hand and slapped the bodyguard who had spoken. Do I, Feng family, fear the other clans? Now, call for assistance, immediately. Seeing no other choice, the two bodyguards made the necessary calls. Half an hour later, several luxury cars worth millions parked outside the hotel. One by one, suited bodyguards stepped out, and from the central vehicle emerged a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat weathered. Third uncle, you finally arrived. Feng Qihong rushed toward the middle-aged man, a look of grievance on his face. Feng Wuyo glanced at Feng Qihong beside him. Are you stirring up trouble in the middle of the night? Mobilizing the family's experts. Had it not been for my cover, your father would have certainly punished you severely. Feng Qihong, feeling wronged, exclaimed, Third uncle, that guy is outrageous. He slapped me and went so far as to say that the Feng family is nothing but a joke. I was infuriated and wanted to retaliate. But I was no match for him. He threw me out. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuyo's expression darkened further. In this capital, there are still those who dare to speak ill of the Feng family, displaying quite the audacity. I must see who this young man's family is that he acts so brazenly. Even if he belongs to one of the other three great families, I will demand an explanation. A group of them ascended the elevator to the 13th floor. The young receptionist had never witnessed such a display and reluctantly handed over the room card. Arriving at room 1309, Feng Qihong, still holding his face, said to Feng Wuyo, Third uncle, that brat is inside. Feng Wuyo waved his hand, and one of his subordinates immediately stepped forward to swipe the card and open the door. Inside the room, Chu Fei heard the sound of the card being scanned and abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the door. As the door swung open, Feng Qihong and Feng Wuyo entered, followed by over a dozen suited bodyguards. The relatively small room now felt somewhat cramped. Boy, let's see how you escape this time. Feng Qihong looked at Chu Fei with a smug expression. In his eyes, this brat was doomed. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the bed, where the alluring woman lay, her curvaceous figure provoking the imagination. Chu Fei looked at the newcomers and smiled slightly. What is this? You strike the young, and now the elder intends to intervene? Feng Wuyo scrutinized the young man before him, his brow furrowed. Young man, which family do you belong to? Chu Fei met Feng Wuyo's gaze. Does it matter which family I belong to? Feng Wuyo's expression grew grim. Young man, who are you speaking to? If you are not from one of the other three great families, you shall not leave this door today. Feng Qihong, upon hearing this, pointed at Chu Fei, insisting, My legs are my own. I will leave if I choose. Do you think that lesson earlier was insufficient? Are you bringing all these people to receive another beating? Chu Fei's eyes swept over the room, a cold smile gracing his lips. Feng Wuyo's demeanor turned icy. Young man, it would be wise to carefully consider your words. You may have struck my nephew, and I may overlook that transgression. However, insulting the Feng family is a matter that requires discussion. Shall I call your elders? Feng Wuyo, though still restraining his anger, was reminded of his younger days when he would have swiftly dealt with such insolence. Given the boldness with which the young man spoke, it was clear that his background was not insignificant. No need for that. My elders have long since retired for the night, and I do not wish to disturb their rest. If there is something to be said, let it be said plainly. Chu Fei reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette from the table. Taking a deep drag, he allowed the smoke to swirl around him. In that case, Do not blame us for being ungracious. Feng Wuyo waved his hand, and several bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of Chu Fei, clearly preparing to subdue him. Chu Fei slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette. The Feng family, is it? You may return from whence you came, and I shall not pursue the matter. However, consider carefully the consequences of your actions. Should you believe me to be merely intimidating you, feel free to test that theory. A smirk played on Chu Fei's lips as he regarded Feng Wuyo silently. Feng Wuyo hesitated. Could it be that this young man truly possessed a formidable background? Third uncle, you are listening to his bluster. If he really had a background, why would he need to say so much? Feng Qihong was deeply incensed, watching his uncle's uncertainty, wishing he could command the bodyguards to act. Yet, with his uncle present, these men would only heed Feng Wuyo's orders. He had no authority to command them. Young man, are you really not going to reveal your affiliation? Feng Wuyo spoke again. If Chu Fei remained silent, he would have no choice but to resort to force. If word got out that the Feng family couldn't handle a mere youth, it would be utterly humiliating. Curious to know? Chu Fei gazed at Feng Wuyo, a smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Feng Wuyo's expression darkened as he observed Chu Fei. Speak. Chu Fei shook his head. Are you determined to pry until the bitter end? Very well, let me share something with you. With that, he pushed aside a few bodyguards and leaned closer to Feng Wuyo, whispering a single phrase. Consider the fate of the Long family. At those words, Feng Wuyo was taken aback, his eyes widening with fear as he regarded Chu Fei. You. Chu Fei's demeanor chilled. I have said all that needs to be said. The choice to stay or go lies with you. Chapter 91. The Long family will disappear today. The following morning, Zhao Jiahui awoke from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find a man's face inches from hers. Ah! A piercing scream nearly shattered Chu Fei's eardrums. Stop! Don't scream. Yet, Zhao Jiahui continued to wail, utterly unfamiliar with the man before her. As she attempted to rise from the bed, she realized something was amiss. Lifting the covers, her complexion drained of color. Her skin was as pale as snow. What have you done to me? She gasped, curling into the corner of the bed. Gripping the sheets tightly, her gaze filled with terror. Enough with the pitiful act. I haven't done anything, Chu Fei replied, though she found it hard to believe. Where's my phone? I need to call the police. Her eyes welled with tears, instinctively believing she had been sullied. She had no recollection of the night's events, only that she had been intoxicated and returned to her room to rest. Awakening to find this man before her was a shock. Are you out of your mind? Do you just grow flesh without a brain? She exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhao Jiahui became even more convinced that she had been defiled. With her wedding approaching next month, the thought of being tarnished by a stranger sent tears streaming down her face. Observing her distress, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. Why are you crying? It's one thing to stumble into the wrong room, but to undress before me? Luckily, I am a gentleman. Finally coming to her senses, Zhao Jiahui regarded him with confusion. Wrong room. Chu Fei looked at her as if she were foolish. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. I have matters to attend to and must leave. He added, although I have my flaws, I have my limits. I did not touch you. If you doubt me, investigate. With that, he exited the room. Once the door closed, Zhao Jiahui awoke from her daze and hurriedly gathered her clothes from the table, which Chu Fei had neatly arranged. After leaving the room, she glanced at the door number, 1309. She froze. Had she really gone to the wrong room? She distinctly remembered not making a mistake. To confirm what he said, she examined the surveillance footage. Upon realizing she indeed had been in the wrong room, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the subsequent footage caused her expression to shift. Feng Qihong. She clearly saw Feng Qihong, flanked by two bodyguards, arguing with the man from earlier that morning before entering the room. Moments later, Feng Qihong was thrown out by that same man. It dawned on her that something was amiss. Last night, in an effort to connect with the Feng family for a contract, she had invited Feng Qihong to dinner and had gotten drunk. Although the contract was signed, the footage indicated that if it weren't for that man, the outcome would have been dire. She shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, he appeared to be a good person otherwise. Yet, the fact he had dared to assault Feng Qihong filled her with concern. In the capital, the Feng family was a prestigious lineage. Provoking them could lead to disastrous consequences, especially since he had struck Feng Qihong. I must find him, she resolved, hastening from the surveillance room. Unbeknownst to her, the footage also captured Feng Wuyo's arrival, as he obediently left the room. On another front, Chu Fei had driven to his father's estate in the capital. Upon entering the villa, he found Chu Tianquang enjoying breakfast with Yunyu. You little rascal, where were you last night? Chu Tianquang immediately suspected his son had been up to no good. Nothing much, just out stretching my legs, Chu Fei replied with a grin, casually pulling out a chair to sit. Uncle Li, Please bring me some breakfast as well. Liu smiled lightly. Of course, young master. He turned and headed to the kitchen. When are we setting off, Dad? I'm itching to go, Chu Fei said. Yunyu shot him a disapproving glance. Eat your breakfast. Must you chatter so much? Can't we discuss it after we eat? With his mother speaking up. Chu Fei could only fall silent, knowing she ruled the household. After breakfast, Yunyu changed into another outfit and announced, I'm going shopping with my sisters. Once she left, Chu Fei exchanged a knowing smile with his father. Dad, can we leave now? Chu Tianquang shook his head, directing his gaze at Liu. Li, please notify Shadow and the others to come over. Liu nodded. Yes, sir. He quickly contacted Shadow and his team. Chu Fei felt a surge of excitement. The Shadow Squad was among the most formidable teams under his father's command. He recalled how, as a child, they had trained him. Now, years later, he wondered how much stronger they had become. Before long, the 4 members of the Shadow Squad arrived. Master, young master. Shadow greeted, his face obscured by a black mask. Shadow, it's been ages. Come at me. Chu Fei rushed forward, ready to throw a punch. With a calm smile, Shadow stepped back, preparing to counter. Let us see what you've got. The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the room. Chu Fei stepped back while Shadow did the same, indicating their equal prowess. However, it was clear that Chu Fei had only exerted 40% of his strength, while Shadow had utilized 30%. Shadow, you truly live up to your reputation. I used 40%, and you barely used 30%. Chu Fei exclaimed, shaking his slightly sore fist in disbelief. Shadow chuckled. Your progress over the years has exceeded my expectations. At this rate, you'll soon be on par with me. At 23, Chu Fei's strength was indeed remarkable. Chu Tianquang waved his hand, laughing. Enough of this sparring. You little rascal. Once we arrive at the Long family estate, you can fight as much as you like. His tone turned icy. The Long family will vanish today. Chapter 92. Today, the King of Hell comes to collect his due at the Long family estate. Nearly a week had passed since the attack. Yet no useful information had surfaced. The assailants seemed to have vanished without a trace. Inside the villa, Long Quang's face bore a grim expression. During this period, the decline of the Long family has become an inevitable reality. Among the other 3 major families, aside from the Yun family, both the Feng and Han families have begun to take action against certain small companies under the Long family. Furthermore, the leaders of these 2 families have directly approached them to discuss potential collaborations. Father, those people must have left by now, right? There hasn't been any further action recently. Long Xiao tentatively inquired. However, Long Quang's expression was far from favorable. I've been contemplating a matter these past few days. This statement caused the others present to pause in surprise, their understanding of its significance momentarily clouded. Father, what do you mean? Long Zhen asked. Looking at his father with confusion, Long Quang slowly replied, given the strength of the military in the capital, it should not be a problem to locate those who have deployed heavy weaponry. Yet, despite the passage of time, there has been no news. Have you not considered the implications of this? If it were the highest authority that issued a directive to the military to refrain from investigation, then the military would certainly comply, he continued. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, as if a flicker of reason had dawned upon them. The highest authority, as the leader of the entire Xia, would command the military to heed his orders. This made everything seem plausible. Yet, Long Xiao expressed his confusion. But I fail to understand the rationale behind such a decision. The destruction of our Long family brings him no advantage. On the contrary, the economy of Xia would suffer, and as a leader, would he truly act in such a manner? Perhaps he has reached some form of agreement with those involved. Long Quang scoffed. The last time, the highest authority had taken Su Nianying from him, a move he opposed, but due to the authority's status, he could not retaliate severely, ultimately allowing her to leave in a state of near defeat. Just as the group was pondering the highest authority's motives, the butler hurriedly rushed in from outside the villa. Master, someone has come looking for trouble. At this, Long Quang's expression darkened instantly. In such times, who would dare to come seeking trouble? Did they truly believe the Long family to be a pushover? In an instant, Long Zhen and the others rose from the sofa. Let us go see. As he spoke, Long Quang took the lead, with Long Zhen and the others following closely behind. Upon arriving in the spacious courtyard outside the manor, they spotted 2 luxury cars parked at the entrance, with 7 individuals standing before them. For Long Quang, 6 of them were strangers, but the last one, he recognized, Chu Fei. His eyes instantly turned cold. Long family head, I never expected you to recognize me, which is quite surprising. Chu Fei responded, taken aback that the other party knew him. I wonder, what business does the King of Hell have at the Long family? Or are you here for revenge on behalf of your master? Long Quang chuckled derisively, his gaze filled with disdain. Indeed, as the King of Hell, I do not appear lightly. When I do, it is to exact a toll. So, are you prepared to face your demise? Chu Fei's fists clenched, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Long Zhen stepped forward. Just based on you? Do you truly believe you have the qualification to challenge my father? Come, let me see if you, the king of hell, are genuine or a mere pretender. With that, he gestured provocatively towards Chu Fei. However, it was then that Chu Tianquang, who had been silent, finally spoke. Long Quang, you certainly have some nerve. Attacking my son is one thing. His inadequacy leading to his demise is his own shortcoming. But to lay hands on my elder brother with several accomplices? That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? At this moment, Long Quang and his companions turned their attention to Chu Tianquang. Realizing a crucial fact, this man was actually Chu Fei's father, a revelation they had never heard before. And who was this elder brother of his? Could it possibly be Sun Yinying? Who are you? Long Zhen asked coldly, his demeanor shifting. Chu Tianquang chuckled, pulling 2 cigars from his pocket and tossing one to Chu Fei. Who am I? My surname is Chu, given name Tianquang. You may not have heard of me, but that is inconsequential. What matters is, I have come for vengeance. Are you prepared to meet your end? As he lit the cigar and took a deep puff, a dense cloud of smoke wafted out, carrying a hint of coffee aroma. Chu Fei did not light his but tucked it into his pocket, smirking before his expression hardened, his gaze icy as it bore down on Long Quang and the others. Aside from Long Zhen and Long Xiao, behind the 3 were several skilled fighters from the Long family. In terms of numbers, Chu Fei's side was at a disadvantage, with the opposition boasting over a dozen members, and more bodyguards were rushing in nearby. In a mere 2 minutes, the adversaries had amassed over 30, all equipped with cleavers. While I am unsure from where you derive your audacity to trouble the Long family, now that you are here, I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. Revenge, is it? Excellent. The Long family has not encountered such an event in quite some time. Today, we shall use your heads to remind the entire Xia that the Long family is not to be trifled with. Attack! Long Quang bellowed. In an instant, over 30 individuals charged toward Chu Fei and his companions. Father, leave this to me, Long Zhen declared. That old fellow, I won't contest with you. Chu Tianquang tossed aside his cigar, his eyes igniting with a fierce intent. No problem. I too am eager to stretch my legs. Shadow, handle those rabble for me. Shadow remained silent, drawing a straight tang knife from his waist, its sharp blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. He addressed his 3 companions, leave none alive. With a powerful push of his legs, he surged forward, leaving deep impressions in the ground. The battle erupted in an instant. In a matter of minutes, the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen, a thick stench of blood rising into the air, causing those alive to feel nauseated. Yet, for the survivors, it had no effect. Bang! Chu Fei and Long Zhen exchanged a punch, both retreating a few steps, leaving deep imprints in the earth beneath them. Kid, I did not expect your prowess to be quite formidable. It seems I underestimated you, Long Zhen remarked, shaking his sore arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his view, Chu Fei's strength undoubtedly surpassed what was presently evident. Although neither had yet revealed their full capabilities, he had an instinct that this young man might very well be stronger than himself. Is that so? Chu Fei's lips curved into a slight smile as his muscles tensed at that moment. This time, he had no intention of holding back. As Shadow and the others neared the conclusion of their fight, he could not afford to lag behind. Feeling the surge of energy radiating from Chu Fei, Long Zhen's expression gradually turned serious. It appeared that the opponent was prepared for a desperate fight. With a firm grip on his clothing, he tore it with a swift motion. The thin fabric ripped apart, revealing his muscular physique. Chu Fei remained calm, his leg muscles taut. Bang! The entire figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, and Long Zhen was already prepared for the confrontation. The two became entangled once more, exchanging blows aimed directly at each other's vital points. Bang! Chu Fei's fist struck Long Zhen's ribcage, while Long Zhen delivered a kick to his chest. Almost simultaneously, both men retreated more than 10 steps before finally halting their momentum. Long Zhen's expression darkened as he felt the sharp pain of a broken rib from the impact of that punch. Chu Fei, too, was not faring any better. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the force of Long Zhen's kick had shaken his very insides. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he beckoned Long Zhen with a gesture, inviting him to come again. Long Zhen's face clouded with anger as he charged forward. Meanwhile, the battle between Chu Tianquang and Long Quang was nearing its conclusion. Long Quang was drenched in blood, his aging visage etched with gloom, his body likely suffering from multiple broken bones. The fear in his eyes intensified as he gazed at Chu Tianquang. He could not comprehend the vast disparity between their strengths. Throughout the encounter, he had been relentlessly overwhelmed by Chu Tianquang. A punch against his opponent felt akin to striking a block of iron, sending tingles through his arm. Conversely, when Chu Tianquang's fist collided with him. It felt like being crushed beneath a mountain. Who exactly are you? Your power is far beyond that of an ordinary individual. To this, Chu Tianquang merely replied, what I just told you is not merely a jest. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. However, it matters little now, as you shall not see the light of another day. As he spoke, he moved closer, both hands working to seal off Long Quang's escape routes. The latter had no opportunity to retaliate, forced to retreat continuously. Yet Chu Tianquang was relentless. With a sudden surge of strength, he accelerated, delivering a heavy punch to Long Quang's chest with 70% of his might. The elderly man's frail frame could not withstand the blow, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. His breathing grew increasingly labored as Chu Tianquang approached him, his expression calm. My surname is Chu. Can you guess how many families in the world share that name? With that brief statement, Long Quang's pupils contracted. Fear flooded his eyes as he realized the implication. The Chu family, one of the most powerful families in the world, whose overall strength utterly eclipsed that of the Long family. Rest in peace. By the way, let me share a little secret. Among the 4 great families in this capital, yours is the weakest. The Yun family has my backing, while the Feng and Han families are supported by even more formidable forces. As for the Long family, you have nothing. A saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Upon hearing this, Long Quang's lips moved, as if he wished to protest, but no words emerged. The light in his eyes gradually faded as he drew his last breath, closing his eyes forever. At this point, only Long Zhan and Chu Fei remained locked in combat, their fates still undecided. Chu Tianquang found a spot to sit down, taking out a cigar from his pocket and lighting it leisurely. He then glanced at the duel between Chu Fei and Long Zhan, unable to restrain himself from commenting, "You little rascal, you're not doing so well. Why hasn't this been resolved yet?" At those words, Long Zhan, who was intensely focused on battling Chu Fei, felt a jolt of surprise. Seizing the moment of distraction, he turned to survey the surroundings, only to be horrified by the sight of countless corpses strewn across the ground, including that of his own father. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Fei landed a powerful punch to Long Zhan's jaw. Bang! The devastating force sent Long Zhan flying, dislocating his jaw upon impact. Slowly rising, he grasped his jaw with one hand and forcefully repositioned it. Crack! The dislocated jaw was reset, but the blow had severely rattled his brain, leaving his vision of Chu Fei somewhat blurred. It must end now. Chu Fei inhaled deeply, advancing step by step towards Long Zhan. The latter, desperate to regain the upper hand, lunged forward. However, the gap in their strengths had become insurmountable. Within 3 exchanges, Long Zhan collapsed to the ground, bloodied and broken, his bones likely shattered in numerous places. Chu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Long family shall be utterly erased. You, young man, are still lacking in strength. Did you think you could crush me?" Chu Tianquang mocked from the sidelines, eliciting an irritated glare from Chu Fei. "Father, how can you say such things about your own son?" Chu Tianquang burst into laughter. "All right, let us depart. As for this place, it will not be long before someone comes to clean up." Just as they prepared to leave, a convoy of military green jeeps arrived. More than 10 vehicles in total, all blocking the entrance to the Long family estate. Hundreds of armed soldiers disembarked, led by Yao. As he stepped into the courtyard, the sight of the countless bodies rendered him speechless with shock. He had not anticipated that within just over 10 minutes of receiving the news, the battle would already be over. Chu Fei, his icy gaze fixed on Chu Fei, filled with a seething intensity. All of this chaos had been instigated by him. Upon seeing Yao, Chu Fei's expression hardened instantly. "You arrived quite swiftly. What is it? Do you intend to arrest me?" Chapter 94. The Supreme emerges. The atmosphere grew tense in that moment. Everyone accompanying Yao recognized Chu Fei. One was the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, while the other was the captain of the second team, both holding considerable authority. "You guessed correctly. I'm here today to apprehend you." Yao sneered, his heart racing with delight at the thought of the Long family's demise. Now, he could easily forge an alliance with the Han family, who would offer him substantial support. He was determined to secure the position of leader of the Dragon Group. "Then you may attempt it. Let us see if your men have the courage to seize me," Chu Fei challenged, remaining steadfast. He retrieved the cigar his father had given him earlier from his pocket, nodding slowly as he took a deep drag, savoring the familiar taste. Yao's eyes narrowed. "Seize them all. Take them into custody." He waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to apprehend Chu Fei and the others. However, his subordinates exchanged glances, none daring to act. "Captain Yi, he is Captain Chu. We have no authority to intervene," a vice captain murmured. Yao scoffed. "What of it? Today, I witnessed him indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. With that alone, I can strip him of his position. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. As he spoke, Yao drew his pistol. The dark muzzle aimed directly at Chu Fei. At that moment, the Shadow Force stepped forward, gripping their tang knives tightly, ready to spring into action should Yao pull the trigger. They were determined that anyone who dared point a gun at their young master would not leave unscathed. Yao, have you long coveted the position of leader? The leader's misfortune is your responsibility as well. How about we settle this today? Chu Fei calmly pushed past the Shadow Four and approached Yao, still standing defiantly before him with the gun trained on him. Yao's expression remained cold, yet he hesitated to pull the trigger. Without orders from the military, firing would lead to his own demise. Moreover, he knew that those surrounding Chu Fei were no ordinary foes. He had no doubt that he would be killed the moment he fired. Chu Fei, you are indeed formidable. While I cannot apprehend you, none of your companions shall escape. Come, seize everyone except Captain Chu. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. With that command, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly and advanced toward Chu Tianquang and the others. The shadows had already prepared for battle, their eyes glinting with a frigid, murderous intent. I dare anyone to try? Chu Fei exclaimed coldly. In an instant, everyone halted, their faces betraying a sense of dilemma. The orders from both men were insurmountable for them. What are you standing there for? Subdue him, Yao shouted in anger. However, Chu Fei did not afford him the opportunity, raising his fist and striking towards Yao's chest. Yao hastily raised his hands to defend himself, but found his body uncontrollably retreating several steps. In a fit of rage, Yao brandished his pistol, ready to pull the trigger. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." A man clad in a black suit slowly emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing this man, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Tianquang's eyes, while both Chu Fei and Yao were taken aback. Mr. Jiang. The man in the black suit was none other than the esteemed Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Yao. Clean this place up. Seal off the news. Chu Fei, perhaps you and that gentleman could have a chat? Jiang Ping's eyes settled on Chu Tianquang. Chu Tianquang smiled faintly. Very well. In front of Yao, Jiang Ping led Chu Fei and Chu Tianquang away from the Long family estate, leaving Yao in a state of shock. He could not fathom why Mr. Jiang would side with Chu Fei. Logically, Mr. Jiang should remain neutral, not favoring any individual or family. Watching the lifeless bodies strewn about, his expression darkened. Someone, collect all the bodies, dig a pit, and burn them on the spot. After issuing his orders, Yao returned to his vehicle and dialed a number. Shortly, a mature man's voice came through the line. Mr. Han. Yao's tone was notably respectful. What is it? Did I not instruct you not to contact me unless it is urgent? The voice on the other end was laden with dissatisfaction. Yao began slowly. Mr. Han. We may have encountered trouble. Just now, there was a murder at the Long family estate. Everyone, including Long Quang, has perished. Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence on the line. It seems the Long family has crossed paths with someone they ought not to have. Do you know who was responsible? After a moment's hesitation, Yao divulged Chu Fei's name. Chu Fei. He possesses such capability? It appeared Mr. Han was not surprised by the Long family's demise, yet was astonished by the identity of the assailant. Indeed. Moreover, Mr. Jiang also made an appearance and took away Chu Fei along with the others involved. This revelation added a note of surprise to Mr. Han's voice. Mr. Jiang intervened as well. It seems Chu Fei possesses an identity we are unaware of. You may encounter complications in the upcoming election. What? Confusion clouded Yao's eyes. The Han family had previously agreed to mobilize all their connections to assist him in rising to power, yet now they spoke of complications. Is this some sort of jest? Mr. Han, you did not express this during our previous collaboration. Yao's tone grew increasingly anxious. Youngyi, some matters are best left unknown to you. Given that Mr. Jiang has chosen to intervene, do you not understand? He likely does not wish for the Long group to be parasitic upon any family, serving a particular family. Do you grasp my meaning? However, I cannot guarantee it is as such. In any case, the election is tomorrow. We shall see how events unfold then. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up. As the call ended, Yao's expression darkened, the unexpected turn of events weighing heavily upon him. How could this be? He felt a surge of resentment. Yet, as Mr. Han had stated, until the end, no one could predict the outcome. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Yi Qi to inquire about the situation on his end. However, his calls went unanswered. He paused for a moment. This seemed to be the first time. He called again, but still received no response. What on earth are they doing? Do they not care about me? He muttered in frustration. Subsequently, He drove swiftly towards the secret estate outside the city. Chapter 95. Old Friends in a luxurious courtyard in the capital. A modest pomegranate tree bore vibrant red fruit, exuding an enticing hue. Beneath the tree sat two men at a stone table, neither uttering a word. After several minutes, one finally broke the silence. Did we not agree that you would not return? Why disrupt the established order? Your actions make things difficult for me. Jiang Ping gazed at the man before him, Chu Tianquang, his eyes reflecting complexity. He understood the reasons behind Chu Tianquang's departure. Yet, certain matters could not be disclosed in front of Chu Fei and the numerous onlookers. Thus, he sought to speak with him privately. As for Chu Fei, he would have to wait outside. I have returned solely for vengeance. My elder brother has encountered misfortune, and I seek justice on his behalf. Is that not reasonable? Chu Tianquang stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Jiang Ping. In truth, with the military's prowess, locating the armed organizations that had attacked the Long family in the capital would not pose a challenge. After all, having entered the Great Xia, their actions could hardly escape surveillance. Chu Tianquang was aware that the reason they had not been discovered by the Long family was due to Jiang Ping's manipulation, concealing all information without a trace. Is that all? A mere Long family warrants such fury? Jiang Ping observed Chu Tianquang with a composed demeanor. In his view, the Long family was merely the loudest among the four great families in the capital. They misguidedly believed themselves formidable, while the other families refrained from speaking out. Little did they know, they were merely clowns. Should the other three families grow incensed, their annihilation would be but a fleeting moment. Hearing Jiang Ping's words, Chu Tianquang fell silent for a few seconds. I merely wish to prove my capability in returning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping shook his head. Far from sufficient. In truth, you are more aware of their strength than I. Your departure was also at their behest. I have kept your return a secret from everyone. It would be wise to leave before they become aware. Otherwise, I too would find it difficult to manage. Jiang Ping sighed heavily, and Chu Tianquang's expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he rose and nodded. I understand. However, my son must remain in the Great Xia. If he cannot stay, then we shall fight to the death. With that, Chu Tianquang turned and left the courtyard. Jiang Ping watched him go, shaking his head. He was but a minor character, easily replaceable before those with power. He possessed no real authority. To ordinary people, he might seem grand, but only he understood his insignificance. Outside, Chu Fei was engaged in idle conversation with the shadows. Father, what did Mr. Jiang discuss with you? Chu Fei was genuinely curious. Having not anticipated that his father was acquainted with Mr. Jiang, and judging by their demeanor, their relationship was quite significant. He merely advised me to leave quickly, if discovered. It would incite the wrath of the military, Chu Tianquang replied, exasperated as he lightly smacked the back of Chu Fei's head. Why at me? This is not my fault. I warned you not to come, yet you insisted on doing so. Now look what you've done. Fortunately, you know Mr. Jiang. He probably concealed much information, or else we would have been discovered long ago. Chu Fei's face was filled with helplessness. Initially, I had planned to have my father send someone over while I took care of the Long family myself. Who would have thought my father would take the initiative to come here? Well, isn't tomorrow the election? Tonight, I'll gather a few old friends to assist. You should come along. Before Chu Fei could refuse, Chu Tianquang forcefully pushed him into the car. News of the Long family's disappearance began to circulate throughout the capital. Various clans received this alarming information. A powerful entity like the Long family vanished completely from the public eye within a week. Such might was terrifying indeed. Many speculated which family could be responsible. As night fell, in a luxurious private room of a five-star hotel in the capital, Chu Fei inquired. I never knew you had old friends in the capital, father. Who are they? Curious, he wondered about his father's acquaintances. Chu Tianquang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. You wouldn't recognize them. They walk the streets like ordinary people. This remark deepened Chu Fei's confusion. If they were so inconspicuous, why would his father seek their help? Did these friends possess some formidable identities? At approximately 8 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. With a faint smile, Chu Tianquang called, Come in. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, entered and smiled upon seeing Chu Tianquang. I knew you were behind these recent events. Chu Tianquang rose and chuckled. Have a seat. This situation is quite beyond my control. Xiao Fei, meet Uncle Liang. Chu Fei respectfully greeted him. Liang Jin grinned, his gaze resting on Chu Fei. Ah, you surpass expectations. The infamous king of hell, indeed. Chu Fei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this elder would know his moniker. Clearly, his father's old friend was no ordinary individual. Let's wait a bit longer until everyone is here before we serve the dishes. I suspect old Shangwan and old Murong are still en route. Chu Fei was further astonished by his father's words. A compound surname? Such names were exceedingly rare these days. While he pondered this, hearty laughter erupted from outside. What? Are you already spreading rumors about me before I arrive? The door swung open to reveal two gentlemen, both past 50. Oh, I didn't expect old Liang to beat us here. Chu Tianquang chuckled. Take a seat. Chu Fei, this is Uncle Shangwan, and that is Uncle Moro. Chu Fei stood and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Uncle Shangwan, Uncle Moro. At this moment, Chu Tianquang pressed a button on the table, signaling for the food to be served. A common feature in star-rated hotels. All right, old Chu. Surely you didn't summon us for anything trivial? Shangwan Bei bluntly inquired. Chu Tianquang merely smiled. Why rush? We haven't even had a drink yet. After all these years, it's only fitting we share a few drinks before diving into serious matters. After several rounds of drinks, Chu Tianquang finally set his glass down. The reason I called you here is to seek your assistance for my troublesome son. Tomorrow is the Long Group's election day, and he has long desired this position. I hope you can lend a hand. Chu Fei felt a sense of helplessness at his father's words. What did he mean by having long desired this position? He had no real intentions for it. He was merely following his master's orders to prevent EAO from claiming it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with the election. Understanding dawned upon Shangwan Bei as he chuckled softly. So you must be the captain of the first team of the Long Group, Chu Fei, the so-called king of hell. Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment. He hadn't realized his reputation was so widespread. Indeed, Uncle Shangwan, it's merely a title given by others. I'm but a child in your esteemed company. Upon meeting these three, Chu Fei sensed their formidable presence, comparable to his father's. Despite their ordinary appearances, they were rare masters in their own right. No need for modesty, young man. Your name carries weight. Liang Zhen remarked with a smile, admiration evident in his eyes. I expected something significant, yet it's merely this small matter. Not a problem, Morong Zheng affirmed, showing no reluctance. To them, this was a trivial issue that could be easily resolved with a few words to their respective families. I knew reaching out to you would be fruitful. Come, let us drink. Chu Tianquang grinned and raised his glass once again. The others joined him in hearty laughter, downing their drinks. After some casual conversation, Chu Fei gleaned previously unknown information. For instance, Uncle Liang's family, while inconspicuous in the capital, was not to be trifled with, as they boasted a military background that was unparalleled. He even recognized some familiar names among the military's upper echelons, individuals of equal or higher standing than himself. As for Uncle Shangwan, Chu Fei couldn't discern much, only knowing that his family resided outside the capital, engaged in a leisurely retirement. The same applied to Uncle Moro. Both families preferred to enjoy their remaining years without much involvement in family matters. Following dinner, Liang Zhen and the others bid farewell to Chu Tianquang and departed. In the private room, only Chu Tianquang and Chu Fei remained. Father, I understand about Uncle Liang's family, but what about Uncle Shangwan and Uncle Moro? You didn't mention them during your conversation. Chu Tianquang slowly rose, lighting a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke. Their families are not something you need to concern yourself with just yet. When necessary, I will inform you. For now, focus on your own affairs. His father's words extinguished the curiosity that had momentarily ignited within Chu Fei. If his father chose not to disclose something, he wouldn't say another word. All right, let us head home. I want to accompany you to the election tomorrow. I'm off to Jiangnan to see your master. After which I'll return abroad with your mother. Relieved, Chu Fei felt grateful that his father wouldn't linger for too long. The next day, Chu Fei drove to the headquarters of the combat zone. The election was to be held in the high-level conference room, but since it was still early, many had not yet arrived. However, several high-ranking officials from the combat zone had gathered outside the conference room. Upon seeing Chu Fei, many were taken aback. Isn't he supposed to be on a mission? Why is he back? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. It was assumed he had returned specifically to participate in the election. However, many had already aligned themselves with EAO. Is that not Captain Chu? Why did he return early? Did he complete his mission? A sarcastic voice echoed through the crowd, belonging to a young man. The individual in question is the Deputy Minister of the War Zone Headquarters, Lu Shui. Deputy Minister Lu. It has been a long time. How have you been lately? Is your health any better? Do you still have enough of the 6 flavor remania pills? I trust you are no longer suffering from kidney deficiency? Chu Fei responded with a remarkably calm demeanor, showing no surprise. Upon hearing this, those around them stifled their laughter. It was during the last encounter that Lu Shui had collapsed in his office, only to be diagnosed with kidney deficiency, leading to a prescription of several bottles of 6 flavor remania pills. This incident had since circulated, making him the subject of ridicule. Due to his position, many refrained from openly discussing it, opting to converse in hushed tones instead. However, Chu Fei brazenly brought it up in front of him, eliciting a wave of laughter. Lu Shihui's face turned crimson with anger. You, humph. I won't hold this against you, but even if you have returned, it changes nothing. He turned his head away. Refusing to look at Chu Fei, he had already struck a deal with Yao, ensuring that Yao would undoubtedly secure the position of the Dragon Team leader in the upcoming election. Whether it matters or not, I cannot say. But, Deputy Minister Lu, do take care of your health. Frequenting the club can be taxing. I wonder if your wife feels lonely at home during the late hours. A sharp intake of breath followed. Alas, poor wife, left to guard an empty house. One could only speculate whether Lu Shihui's parking space was occupied by another's vehicle. Chu Fei's statement caused a momentary pause among the crowd before someone burst into laughter. Captain Chu, you truly deserve your reputation as a master of our war zone, waking the dreamers with your words. After a few moments of confusion, others soon grasped the underlying insult directed at Lu Shihui, implying that he was being cuckolded due to his nightly escapades at the club while his wife remained alone at home. Who knows if another car is parked in your space? I merely speak the truth, Chu Fei replied, offering a slight bow to the crowd. Lu Shihui's face darkened with fury, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Chu Fei was renowned within the military for his sharp tongue. How was it that he could not restrain his own mouth? He regretted causing trouble for Chu Fei. Deputy Minister Lu, why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? I advise you to return home and check. You might regret it if another car is indeed parked in your space. Chapter 97. I defy you. Lu Shihui glared intensely at Chu Fei, wishing he could eliminate him, yet he dared not act. The two were of equal rank, and Chu Fei led an independent group, answerable only to the highest authorities, with the Dragon Team leader's position being even superior. In exceptional circumstances, he would have to heed Chu Fei's commands. Enough, Deputy Minister Lu. Spare me those dead fish eyes, they are quite unpleasant. I just had breakfast this morning and I would rather not lose it. Chu Fei waved a dismissive hand before heading toward the conference room. As he entered, the others exchanged glances before following suit. Only 10 minutes remained until the election commenced. As the seconds ticked away, more individuals entered the room, their ranks growing ever higher. Upon the arrival of Yao, many gazes gravitated toward him. Yet his expression was notably grim, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Fei, such cunning tactics, truly masterful. He uttered these bewildering words upon entering. Curiosity rippled through the crowd, wondering what transpired to provoke Yao's ire towards Chu Fei. Observing Yao's demeanor, Chu Fei bore a faint smile. Captain Yi, I am at a loss to understand what I have done to incite such anger in you. Yao clenched his fists tightly. Had this not been the headquarters, he would undoubtedly confront Chu Fei. His painstakingly cultivated organization had seemingly vanished overnight. Upon arriving at the estate on the outskirts of the city the previous night, he found only blood-soaked grounds and bullet-riddled walls. It was clear a fierce confrontation had occurred. Upon inspecting the spent shells on the ground, he deduced that Chu Fei was behind it all. Moreover, the body of Yi Qi was nowhere to be found. This subordinate, whom he had nurtured over the years, was now lost, and he could not accept it. You know exactly what you have done. Captain Chu, if you have the ability, prevent me from ascending to the position of team leader. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Yao's visage was shrouded in darkness, and he made this declaration before all. The audience fell silent, fully aware of the animosity between the two, although it had never been openly acknowledged. Yao's words were tantamount to a declaration that should he attain the leadership, he would surely eliminate Chu Fei. Very well, I shall await your attempt, Chu Fei replied, unfazed, calmly observing Yao's volatile demeanor. The latter, frustrated by Chu Fei's indifference, took a seat with a scowl. At exactly 9 o'clock, as the highest command of the war zone headquarters entered the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the room. Liang Quan's gaze swept over the assembly before he took his seat. Since everyone is present, I shall refrain from lengthy remarks. Given that Team Leader Su is of advancing age and less suited for the role of Dragon Team Leader, we shall now proceed to elect a new leader. He continued, I wish to emphasize to all of you that this is a serious matter. I will uphold fairness and justice throughout this election. Now, I ask Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yao to rise. Liang Quan's expression remained composed as his gaze fell upon the two men. Chu Fei and Yao slowly rose from their seats. Both of you are favored disciples of Team Leader Su, and the position of team leader will be selected from among you, regardless of who assumes this role. I expect you to manage the Dragon Team diligently and serve the nation faithfully. Do you understand? They both responded in unison, understood. Liang Quan nodded in acknowledgement. However, before we proceed, I must address one matter. Team Leader Su has contacted me. Due to health concerns, he is unable to attend, so his vote carries significant weight, accounting for 40% of the total. At this, The atmosphere in the room grew tense. This vote was of utmost importance. Many had already surmised the outcome. Knowing it would likely favor Chu Fei, team leader Su has decided to cast his vote for Chu Fei. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. No surprises there. Let us commence the election. Liang Quan directed his gaze toward Yao, who wore a faint smirk. Even with Chu Fei securing 40%, he was aware that 95% of those present had received favors. He had mentally prepared himself for the first order of business upon assuming the role of team leader, dismantling Chu Fei's first team. Those in favor of Yao becoming the dragon team leader, please raise your hands. Before raising their hands, he urged everyone to maintain a fair and just attitude in selecting the individual they deemed fit for this role. As soon as he fell silent, many hands shot up in the air. 1, 2, 3. In total, out of 46 individuals in the conference room, over 30 raised their hands. However, Yao's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated at least 40 votes in his favor, yet he now saw only 35. This implied that 11 individuals had not chosen him, including those he had bribed handsomely. Yet, these people remained unmoved, their gazes calm, seemingly oblivious to Yao's predatory glare. Good. A total of 35 individuals opted for Captain Yao, representing 46%, slightly surpassing Captain Chu Fei. As Liang Quan began to speak, Yao struggled to maintain his composure. Commander, let us wait a moment longer. There are still some who have yet to decide. Yao interjected, unable to contain himself. Liang Quan cast a fleeting glance at Yao before slowly articulating. Is there anyone else who wishes to choose Captain Yao? As his words echoed in the room, not a single person responded. After a full minute of silence, Liang Quan turned to Yao. All right. Now, those who wish to select Chu Fei as the leader, please raise your hands. With that, Liang Quan was the first to lift his hand, followed by those who had not chosen Yao. At this moment, Yao was seething with rage, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. He could hardly believe that after investing so much, they would opt for Chu Fei instead. The supporters of Captain Chu Fei accounted for 54%, slightly edging out Captain Yao. Thus, I declare that the position of leader of the dragon team will be held by. Before he could finish, Yao slammed his fist onto the table. I refuse to accept this. I request a challenge. Let me compete against Chu Fei. If he can defeat me, I will willingly concede the position of leader to him.